I stared with confusion at my phone. The rest of the gang were all in on this Monopoly game. "I swear to God, if you get free parking, I will literally kill your stupid face," said Evelyn. Ravi rolled the dice in his hands. "Come on, sweet baby Jesus. Just need a 4. He dropped them onto the board. "Fuck," he said, probably biffing it like always. I tried to make sense of it. Just one word on my screen. Black text on an all-white background. Rather classical-looking font. Hide. I tapped rather impatiently on the expensive black rectangle. The text wouldn't disappear. "AJ," Evelyn called, like a teacher busting a student, "you're fucking addicted. Play board games like a normal human adult." "Yeah, Sorry." A few more desperate finger pecks at the screen. Then I turned to holding the power button down for an extended period. With my free hand, I grabbed the dice, rolled a 3, landed on B&O Railroad. After 2 seconds of thought, fuck railroads, I said. Of course, we weren't animals. If someone didn't want to buy a property, that was fine. No auctions or any of that nonsense. House rules. Back to the phone, as Hero on my left took the cubes and prepared to drag his sorry little shoe across Go to collect his $200. A minute with the power button didn't do anything. We were entirely factory reset territory. I contemplated borrowing Ravi's laptop to Google whatever the fuck this might have been. I felt the apartment rumble, albeit just for a split second, as if we were on the edge of an earthquake. I tensed briefly. The background noise from the TV, "No one wants this autoplaying on Netflix," disappeared following the faint sound of the flicker of static. Ravi was the first to get up. "I don't," he said, talking slowly as if not to jinx it. "I don't think that was an earthquake." He examined the TV, confused at the outage. He checked the wires. "Shouldn't be the breaker. I don't have that much stuff plugged in, do I?" I grappled with the sad, likely hacked state of my phone, and that weird word staring me down. "Damn, that's fucking weird," I heard Hero say, half laughing. Head lifted. "What?" I asked to catch Hero turning his phone to me. His home screen, too, had been replaced by black text atop white. Hide. Evelyn, as anti-technology as it comes, had properly clocked this reprieve as her time to quickly respond to long outstanding texts. "The fuck?" she said. "What is this?" At my confused look, bordering on scowl, resting scowl face, she flipped her phone around and showed me the damage. It was the same on hers. I grew a bit nervous. "Ravi, where's your phone?" I asked him. "Sure, it's somewhere," he said, still tinkering with the TV, likely not due to any of his troubleshooting. It flashed back to life. Red power light at the base, blinking steadily. A simple message now appeared on the big screen. "Hide?" Ravi asked, grabbing the remote and pressing buttons to switch back to Netflix. But nothing was registering. "Dude," I said. He turned around and I showed him my phone. Hero and Evelyn showed theirs. "That's..." He looked back at the TV, then back at us again. "Wait, how's that possible?" Is that like an Amber Alert?" Hero asked. "I mean, I guess, but that's like a push notification. This is like completely overtaking the screen." Ravi's brows furrowed. "Well, different hardware, too." "A hack?" I asked. He shrugged. "It's kind of a weird hack, no?" "Government experiment?" Hero asked. A thought came over me. I walked to the balcony, slid the door open, stepped out onto it. Eye of Sauron the city from Ravi's 14th floor apartment. In the neighboring apartment towers, most of the units had blinds down, curtains closed. The view unshuttered, however, I felt like that guy from Rear Window. Contained strangers staring perplexed at their phones, at their computers. The sides of bolt-to-the-wall TVs, barely visible to me, displayed the same white background with text atop it. What I was seeing, everyone else was seeing. The others joined me on the balcony. "Whatever it is, it's at least hit this block," I said. I looked down at the city streets. Most of the people below caught in a similar holding pattern of standing frozen, heads fixed to their devices. "I guess we don't have anything to call the cops with," said Hero. "I'm sure they're aware." "Maybe..." Wait it out until they fix it. I nodded, and yet I could tell Evelyn was a bit perturbed, forcing magnetic thoughts to imbue her silence with weight. Thoughts? I asked her. I mean, should we do it? She asked. Do what? Hide. Hide where? I don't know. I mean, we're already in my apartment. I'm sure it's good enough, right? A pause. Let's not lose our heads, Ravi continued. This is nuts, but it's not... I mean, it's not like... literally hide, right? Hiro clicked his fingers. What if it's viral marketing, like for a movie? Hiro was the necessary but unintentional levity. Hacking our phones so we can't use them? I don't know if that's in Linegate's purview, man, I said. Then head turned to Evelyn. But hide? The flicker in her eyes more than meant that she'd sided with the light bulb in her head. She returned to the inside and got to exploring Ravi's apartment carefully. What are you doing? Ravi asked, trailing. Hiro and I followed. I don't care if we look stupid. It could be a warning. Maybe something's happening, she said. We're in a box, basically, said Ravi. We're fine, Ev. But the fucking thing, she motioned to the TV, then to her own phone, says hide. Maybe it's that literal. She continued scouting, finally settling on the sliding closet in Ravi's room, the best she could come up with in his 600-foot quarters. I'll do here unless you think there's better. Evelyn, Ravi stressed. She shuffled in, past hung garments, scooched to the edge to make space. I'm going to close the door soon, and if you're all really my friends, you'll join me. Awkward silence, until Hiro chimed first. I mean, I guess it's good to be safe, right? He went for it, second-guessed for a second, then committed to entering. You guys get the luxury of laughing at me forever if I'm dumb. Win-win, she called while Hiro wedged in beside her. A compelling argument, certainly. Begrudgingly, I followed, tucking in next to Ravi's dress clothes. There was still room for him inside his own closet. Fucking hell, he caved, joining last, sliding the door closed to introduce darkness. I went back to my phone. Still that classical font. Still that mandate. How long do we have to stay in here? Ravi asked. 5 minutes, she said. Yeesh, he tagged. And then we sat in stillness for a while. Distant tick, tick, ticks of the clock in the living room, bringing down the blood pressure a tad. It all felt silly. Kind of fun. Remember when we went camping at Sunlight Groves? Hiro asked. Glamping, Ravi certified. Ev thought she saw a bear. A bear and his cub, Hiro laughed. It was dark, it fucking looked like a bear, she said, half laughing herself. I heard noises too. Bears at Sunlight Groves, he said again. Saddest patch of trees in America. Guys, shut up. We're here, so let's commit to the bit before the Conjuring doll gets us, said Ravi, surprisingly not bitterly. We kept our traps zipped for another minute. Eyes on my phone again. Hide. Nonsensical, all of it really, but in a way that was starting to sit more and more uncomfortably with me. What do you think it is? Hiro whispered. I shook my head. Evelyn with a light shrug. Ravi with a deep inhale before speaking. I mean, obviously it's sophisticated, he said, voice low, like it's... Yeah, it's obviously something. I waved my phone. My bank is on this and it's bricked now, basically. I'm fucked. They'll figure something out, said Ravi. Powerful knocks at his apartment door all of a sudden, thundering. Hey! A voice called, muffled through the wall. Ravi, you there? Evelyn braced. Who is that? Skinwalker, obviously, replied Ravi. Kidding, my neighbor Monica. Evelyn reached across me and Hiro to tug at Ravi's sleeve. Are you positive? Yes, and I should probably get it. You said 5 minutes. Yeah, but I'm being a pretty trash neighbor right now, he replied. The knocking persisted, so did the words. I have this weird thing on my phone. Brad has it too. He says hide? TV, same thing. Computer, same thing. I don't know how to reach anyone or what to do. The neighbor trailed on. Ravi blew air out his nose. All right, this is stupid. I'm gonna... No! Said Evelyn. But then all of a sudden, he stopped. We all stopped. I felt something. Something very real. No knocking anymore, at least I couldn't hear anything. Not the tick of the clock, nor the soft rustle of us against clothing. It was like the world was holding its breath, like there was a presence right outside the closet. Then the sting of static in my ear before it passed. Whatever it was, the feeling dissipated, the sound returned, and I sneaked a glance at my phone. The word hide was gone, and replacing it was my home screen. The silence between the four of us was uncomfortable. "Did you feel that?" Evelyn finally whispered. No one said anything. Ravi outstretched his arm yet again to slide the door open, but his hands were shaking. "You can do it," I whispered. "I think we're good." He steeled himself, looking very much like he was crossing some sort of internal threshold. He pulled the door aside, revealing his room exactly as we'd left it. We took it in. "I'm going to answer, Monica," he said, with not a whole lot of vigor in his voice. Getting up and creeping out of the room, the rest of us followed, stopping in the living room while he continued to the door. I went to Twitter, searched hide, and sorted by new. Evelyn, meanwhile, grabbed the remote from the stand and turned the TV, now hideless, on and maneuvered through the Roku channels. "What are you looking for?" Hiro asked. "Just like a live channel, I guess," she replied. "The news?" My scrolling wasn't yielding anything of help or insight, though it was clear via the confused posts from seemingly around the world that the scope of whatever happened was global. My focus shifted to Ravi, who was standing on the welcome mat, eyes pressed against the door's peephole. He hadn't moved in quite some time. "Everything all right, man?" I asked. He didn't reply, just stood there, frozen. I approached slowly. I heard him croak. I reached him, patting him on the shoulder and urging him to detach from the door viewer. He finally did, leaning against the wall at first before slowly sliding to a seat on the floor. I peered into the hallway through the hole. Outside, his neighbor, the one knocking, looked like she'd been skewered, decimated, an explosion of blood in the hallway. What? I felt a buzz on my phone. I pulled it out. Again. Before I could even process, I heard Ravi and Evelyn react. "There's another one. It says again now." I turned to see the foreboding word on the TV. "Oh, fuck. Should we hide again?" Hiro called. Much like Ravi, I was shell-shocked. "AJ, what do you think we should do?" "Evelyn," I said, trying to force the word out of my mouth. "You had a good instinct the first time. What do you think?" "How much time do you think we have?" she asked. How much time passed between I first saw the word hide and when we felt that presence in the closet? It might have been 10 minutes, I heard Ravi mutter, almost lifeless. "I don't..." Then Evelyn interrupted herself. "Wait, what did you just see outside?" She started approaching the door. I stopped her. "I don't think it'll be good for you to see it." Are you serious?" "Yes," I said immediately, realizing that lying might have been smarter. "We can't assume that we have the same amount of time," Ravi added. I went with my pitch. "Do we try the same spot?" Hiro started pacing, thinking, tapping his foot. If we think about it, it said hide, and we hid. Now it says again, and obviously that means that whatever happened, it's gonna happen again. He gave us a look as if he could see in our drained expressions what was waiting on the other side of the door. "That's a great recap, man," I said. "What I mean," he said, struggling, "is that when you'd play as a kid, if you kept picking the same spot over and over, eventually it'd catch up to you." "Are we really trying to apply some sort of logic to this?" Ravi mumbled. Evelyn fortified herself. "I think he's right. It's nuts. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but we need to operate on gut, and gut tells me we pick a better spot this time." But spots make it sound like we should split up, I said, looking around, slowly realizing that the limited real estate we had to work with meant this suggestion made more sense than I would have liked. I turned to Ravi. Where should we all go? He shook his head, palmed his forehead a few times as if to slap himself back to reality. We do, he started, thinking. 2 under my bed, he grimaced, letting neurons collide in his mind. 1 of us in the utility closet, the other laundry closet. He got up and pointed. One of the closets was right behind me. Life in him again. Now! My eyes flitted to Hero and Evelyn, who ran to the bedroom. Ravi gave me a nod before entering the laundry closet and awkwardly squeezing in with a washer and dryer, closing his door. I entered the utility closet and closed mine. Rather, I tried to. The door wasn't clicking shut. Fuck, I said. Ravi, the door's not... But then I fought the urge to say anything more. If time was up, I'd compromised my spot. Hell, compromise his spot too if I kept talking. I tried a few more times to get it closed, then I committed, terrified out of my mind, to grip the handle and hold the door shut. I tried to keep my shaking hand and quickening breath in check as the silence took over again. Complete silence, and then that presence. I felt a light tug at the door. I kept my hold firm, but didn't try to overpower, didn't want to completely give it away. And again, it stopped. The feeling disappeared, and I waited 15 seconds before sneaking a look at my phone to see that the again warning was gone. I heard the sound of Ravi's door swing open first. I followed with mine. He was emotional. I forgot that door's fucked. I got scared, man. You're all good. It's all right, man. I know. I even heard you call for me. I didn't. I panicked and I thought we're alive, man. It's all right. And immediately I remembered it wasn't just us. Evelyn and Hero. Right, he said. We rushed to his bedroom. Nothing. At first. The 2 hadn't emerged yet. For a moment, the horrifying thought that we'd be pulling their corpses out from under the bed rushed past me. Guys, I said. Coast is clear. Quick. Silence. For quite some time before they finally shuffled out in one piece, alive. Okay. As they shifted from crawl to bend to standing, I wanted to hold everyone, just for a second. I felt a newfound appreciation for life in their faces and personalities. Another buzz on my phone. I took a look. Break time. I let out a sigh of relief and showed the message to the others. I guess that's good, Evelyn said. A second to catch our breaths after this fucking craziness. But then what? Ravi asked. Is it just gonna continue? We walked into the living room together, nervously. We haven't even gotten a single second to wrap our heads around this, Evelyn said again. Something in me didn't seem right. It didn't feel good. Hey, Ev, how did you know that we should have stayed in the closet for 5 minutes? Hero asked, somewhat pointedly. I clocked minor annoyance on her face at the question. I didn't know anything. It was a guess, but I mean, yeah, you guys were fucking lucky I was here and pushed for it because... Fuck, were you all being stubborn? Hero wore a strange expression as he looked at her. Alright. Sounds like you want to say something more? She said. Why would I? What makes you think I'd... Ravi interrupted Hero by stepping between the two of them. Holy hell, keep your heads on, people. But as he said it, and maybe it was just an aberration in my mind, but I couldn't help but feel something significant stir within me, something really inflame, as if even though his face was straight, he was concealing some sort of inner smile at what was happening. Hero, I think you're focusing your skepticism in the wrong direction, I said. Ravi's expression turned irritated, which all but confirmed it for me. I don't know if you want to be mad at the person that saved us the first time, I said, trying to make a point by motioning to Evelyn, but as I looked at her, something felt wrong there too. I contained it. or rather the person who wanted to open the closet door. And then something even more obvious hit me. Wait, Ravi, you tried to kill me! And all of a sudden, I was glaring at him. My temper rising by metric tons every second, as if it was all starting to make sense. Evelyn and Hiro joined me. Ravi looked incredulous. I already admitted that I fucked up with the door. I confessed to you. Why were you trying to make things worse? I was trying to calm them down. And then noticing us approach him, he backed towards the kitchen cabinets. He pointed at me. You were on your phone when this first happened, he said, as if he were having his own revelation. You were waiting for it to start. That's an insane fucking misdirect, I said, positive that I couldn't trust him. But as my eyes turned to Evelyn and Hiro, I realized I couldn't trust them either. Couldn't trust anyone. Still, Ravi absolutely needed to be the first to go, the first to be disposed of. He grabbed a knife from the cupboard and held it out at us, and only the smallest thought in the back of my mind was telling me that we were being toyed with, that it was so incredibly obvious that whatever this was, it had a handle on us. But unfortunately, that understanding was academic for me at best, as I kept finding string after string of thought and emotions connecting, everything adding up, the logic sound, my emotions inflamed. Break time, Evelyn said. It's breaking us. Of course she would know that though, right? If she was in on it. We all looked at her. I watched for a sudden movement from any of the traitors. These bastards, even a millimeter shift would get past me. It's overriding us. It's flooding us with anger that isn't ours, and real as it feels. She faced her phone at us, beckoning us to read it clearly. Break time. We can't fall to it. And that small, grounded part of me took over, even though I was sure with everything in my soul that she, Ravi, and Hiro were the source of everything that was happening. Ravi's grip on the knife tightened as he and the rest of us remained in the bizarre equilibrium of our four-way standoff. It's all of you, I thought to myself, before I felt a lightness take over me. Like an insatiable hunger fading, or extreme fear dissipating when you realize that noise in your room wasn't a person, but rather something knocking over. My feeling of unrest and paranoia were gone. My phone screen once again returned to its default background. It's hard to describe how it felt. Lucidity? Shame? I looked at Ravi sadly. His head hung low as he put the knife back in its place. Hiro turned to Evelyn first. Sorry, he said. Then to Ravi, sorry. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm sorry too. You're welcome, assholes, Evelyn. We deserve that. That was fucking insane, Ravi said. Like a fucked up roller coaster ride. That totally wasn't me, Hiro said. Like, something was in me, and it was... It's okay, man. I was getting tired of saying it, and certainly I, out of everyone, didn't deserve to impart forgiveness. Anyway, after where my own head was at 30 seconds ago. We need to, write something down. We are susceptible, don't forget, started Ravi. We just need to remember to keep our heads on, I interrupted. Remember. But I think that the fear that again would pop up on our phones drove him to start rummaging for some paper, start scribbling some words on it, while the rest of us tried to soak in the reprieve of nothing happening. Every half second, a luxury. I wanted to say sorry another 20 or so times, something I was sure wasn't a feeling unique to me. I feel like I'm losing myself, I said. It felt like I was in a dream at this point. Yeah, said Ravi, yeah, Hiro said, looking at us carefully. Probably all gonna die. Should we, say our words, I guess? Don't talk like that. How many people do you think are dead? Hiro asked. I went to the TV, temporarily free yet again from 1 or 2 word mandates, turned it on, toggled through the home page until I found the live stream of a soccer game. One fixed camera angle, everyone in the stadium torn apart. People on the field within frame, eviscerated. I returned to the homepage, navigating in an attempt to find a different live program. I clicked on what appeared to be a news channel I hadn't heard of before. The side of an empty desk appeared. Wires leading under the desk made me think that perhaps the anchor was hiding under it. "We're trying to report," he said. "Knowing that the signal is going to cut out, I've survived so far. Survived whatever exactly this might be, but the carnage from footage I've seen is extensive. I strongly recommend..." The broadcast was interrupted by the new word. Seek. Again in classical lettering, and the screen cracked, then shattered with a loud pop, sending bits of glass onto the floor. As did the screen on my phone that I'd placed on the coffee table, as did the phones in Evelyn and Hero's hands too, reactively dropping to the floor by the pair, a weak bounce before settling. I panicked. Seek, I said desperately, trying to jolt my brain to the task. "Maybe something out of place," Evelyn said. "What if we have to find what's killing everyone?" said Hero. I started, but I couldn't even muster up close to a sentence. I ran to the balcony outside to see what was something obvious to look for. In the sky, in the city, what I spotted on the neighboring high-rises was blood-stained curtains, unrecognizable bodies where blinds were lifted, and as my eyes darted from spot to spot, a lead. A small TV in one of the apartments. The screen looked unbroken, a word on it I couldn't make out. 5 letters was the best I could see. "It's the screens," I said. "We need to find a screen that still works." I ran back into the living room. "Does anyone have binoculars?" They all looked at me. "Why the fuck would anyone have binoculars?" Ravi said. There's a screen, I think, in one of the other apartment buildings. It's working. There's a word, but I can't see it. We need to find another one. I don't know. I ran to Ravi's office. Computer screen. Broken. Fuck. Grabbed his laptop. Shattered. Nope. I nervously tapped my chest with the fingertips of both my hands, while the rest desperately searched for something viable, too. Did I have to run to the other apartment? Would there even be enough time? How would I even get in? And then, like a bolt out of the blue, it hit me. "Ravi, where's your phone?" His voice is a little confused. I don't know, man. I lose it all the time." "Find it!" "You really think that's it? We're looking for a functioning screen. It's the only one we haven't ruled out yet." I turned to Hero next. "Check out the other apartments on this floor. See if any of the doors are unlocked. If they are, go inside, check everything. Phones, laptops, TVs, doesn't matter. See if there's a message intact on any of them." "On it," he said, rushing to the door, opening it, freaking out at the body in front of it, nearly tripping, then composing himself and rushing into the hallway as the door closed behind him. We tore Ravi's apartment next. "Couch cushions. Where'd you usually lose it?" I asked. My head peeked under the bed, peeked into counters alongside Evelyn desperately. I don't know, man," he said. "It's stupid, but sometimes I literally just chuck it across the room. Helpful. Supremely helpful." In the bathroom, I looked in the medicine cabinet, then back into his room, into his closet, checked the pockets of all of his pants. I started to feel the inevitable looming. This was the one that was going to kill us, wasn't it? "I love you guys," I heard Evelyn say almost under her breath, like she could feel it too. No tangible ticker counting down, but a feeling in my chest, a train closing in with us tied to the tracks, Ravi running to the TV stand, looking behind, then under books, under shelves. And I was back in the living room again. Sure, there was nothing left, my eyes lowering to the painful game we'd started our deadly evening with. Monopoly. Specifically, to the messy pile of 50s, 20s, and 10s on Ravi's side of the board. I knew his etiquette for swapping some of them out for hundreds was quite poor. The cash stacked high, which made sense. He was crushing all game, and yet I crouched down and did an even more aggressive sweep of the spot that we'd started our desperate search at to discover his preserved Samsung Galaxy A35 underneath the fake money with a new word to greet me. Smile. And it really did feel like time was up this time. "I found it! You have to smile!" I screamed like a goddamn auctioneer. Evelyn turned first from her spot in the kitchen. "What?" I ripped the phone from the ground and held up the message to her. "Smile!" She mirrored my uncomfortable expression, all teeth, feigned happiness, as did Ravi as he bolted out of the room before even seeing the message on the phone, or my intense eyes. Hero threw open the door. "Couldn't find anything. I'm sorry," he screamed. He saw our wide smiling faces, our eyes screaming at him to get the hint as I tried to mouth the word while keeping my pose, but instead it sounded more like smur. And yet, despite the confusing sight, with the luckiest stroke in the world. He copied. It showed me those pearly whites. I retained my beaming smile, feeling a tear of fear travel down my cheeks, my eyes glued to Ravi's phone in my hand, hoping and praying that we wouldn't all get torn apart. And the word disappeared. I showed the group the proof. One by one, our cheery expressions dropped to our default nervous frowns. The resting skull face restored. A collective exhale. I can't fucking do this, said Ravi. I know, Evelyn added. And unlike some of the gaps we'd been afforded in the past, I already spotted a new message on the single remaining functioning phone left in my right hand. Point to sacrifice. I could feel the group's eyes on me. I couldn't hide the misery. What? Ravi asked. Point to sacrifice, I said, barely legible. HA? Evelyn asked. I tilted the phone so they could read it. I couldn't say the words any louder, my body wouldn't let me. Underneath the words, a timer had been running, one that already was down to 145, 144, 143, by the time I flashed them the phone. And yet still all of us needed more seconds to let it settle. I felt defeated. Truly this time. All right, said Ravi, cutting through the holding pattern. So what, we talk it through with the time we have left. Maybe we all agree on someone to point at. I mean, hey, fuck knows what I have to live for. You're on next. My family. Mom, Dad, siblings, I wasn't even thinking of this whole time. They're probably all dead. Yeah, I interrupted his words, hitting me immediately and curbing any remaining social etiquette I had left. Everyone I had ever known was likely gone. Wow. Evelyn smiled at us softly. I just have you guys now, she said. So, yeah, fuck this, she said immediately, pointing to herself, almost causing me to die right there in fear that she'd been torn apart immediately, but the counter was still ticking down. I flipped the board on this bullshit, she said without wavering. 112, 111, 110. Hero pointed to himself. Fuck it. Yeah, you know what? I flipped the board too, he said. I looked at him, almost nervously exasperated. Really, after all that, guys? 107, 106, 105. There is a hell, Ravi said. Unlikely, but what the fuck? Maybe we dodged that bullet. He curled his index finger back toward himself. Flip the fucking board. I looked at them. It was strange to feel a deluge of selfish thoughts flood into me all at once. 40, 39, 38. All right, I said, copying my peers. Let's do it. I pointed at myself too, like we were all playing Simon Says or something. 33, 32, 31. I took an appreciative look at my old friends. Longest standing friends I've ever had in my stupid life, and then at the Monopoly board we were playing on. Really was quite an awful game. I wasn't sure why we'd all subject ourselves to it. 27, 26. I saw the pile of money on free parking. 23, 22. Only way to make it fun was to play with bullshit rules. House rules. 20, 19. Wait, I said, follow me. I pointed to the door. I opened it, held it open for the rest. 15, 14, 13. I pointed at Ravi's dead neighbor in the hallway in front of the door, Monica. We didn't know what we were dealing with until she was dead. Her sacrifice gave us a chance, I said, almost looking up as if I was speaking to whoever was enacting this terror on us. I was aware it was in reach. 9, 8. And we probably lost a lot of humanity since then, so... Sorry, I said, pointing at her. And thank you. 6, 5. And my best friends pointed too. A real morbid way to close things out, with a clash of sorry and thank you escaping them as what would likely be their last words. I had really interrupted what was quite a nice moment inside for the strangeness. 2, 1, 0. House rules, I said. And then I prepared myself for it. Pain. Annihilation. But nothing came. Instead, Ravi's phone in my hand just read, "Good game," before defaulting to Ravi's homepage picture. We stood there for 10 minutes, it felt, before we finally ventured inside, single file like a group of polite zombies. I was unsure what to make of what had just happened, what to do, who to check in on, the state of the world, what was going on around me. I sat back down at the Monopoly board. The others, in almost Manchurian Candidate sort of way, took their spots too. "I think it was my turn," I said slowly. I grabbed the dice. I rolled it. 10. I tapped my top hat icon on every square until I landed on Short Line Railroad. "You want to buy it?" Evelyn asked me. I thought about it for too long. Before finally... Sure. A single day added onto my sentence meant the difference between a normal jail and the unending nightmare of Pembina prison. I was supposed to get 364 days. That was the deal. But the judge didn't like my attitude, whatever the hell that meant. So, he made it 365. Boom. 1 year was the minimum for prison. My lawyer made a stink and a half, but it didn't do any good. Not my fault. In fact, he's the one who's going to release this statement to the press, or leak it online if the Guardian Corrections Group, GCG, tries to get an injunction on us. People have to know what happened at Pembina prison. I'm going to put it right out there and tell you that it was haunted. You think I'm joking, nuts, lying, but you have no idea. Haunted prisons aren't anything like you imagine. Those places that advertise themselves and give people tours, those are a sick joke compared to the real thing. It got so bad that you can actually look up GCG's official filing for Chapter 11. That shit put them out of business on their very first prison. And right there on the briefs, using an early statute from North Dakota law from 1857 to file an insurance claim, it says, "Site of Pembina prison confirmed by governor's office and 2 notary publics witnessing in person to be afflicted by the supernatural, such that continued business is impossible." It wasn't the first time the prison was closed for that reason either. But leeches keep buying it and reopening it, hoping to make a buck off the common man. And I was shoved into that hellhole without knowing the history, even a single bit. Now don't get me wrong, the building itself wasn't so bad, especially for something straight out of 1853. It was a big stone cube that was squat, heavy, cramped, but way less sealed off than modern prison. We could see a lot of the cells around us. There's only one main hallway per floor. We were close enough to passing things between the bars to have some real human interaction, and it could have been worse. There were 5 floors, capacity for 500 prisoners. When I first got there, I had a bunch of cellmates, and I heard there were 2,000 guys locked up. I believed it. That soon changed. I didn't talk to anyone for the first 3 weeks. I'd never been to real prison before. I was messed up over it. I didn't want to accept that I would be in that place, stuck with 3 other guys and myself for an entire year. The whole prison seemed full of feral men. Bottom floor would start screaming and hollering and panicking in the middle of the night. We were on the top floor, but we could hear their screams echoing through that open old layout like they were right there with us. I just thought the prisoners on the bottom floor were all nuts until the guards weren't there to wake us up the first day of my 4th week. Now, when I woke up in my little corner without some asshole guard banging on the bars of our cell, I finally had to talk. I asked one of my cellmates, Dante, what was going on. And I'll never forget the fear in his voice, as he said something that should have made us all incredibly happy. The guards are gone, man. The prisoners were talking quietly between the cells, loudly between the floors, through various whispers and shouts. The most we could figure out was that something on the first floor had made them all quit and protest. Sure, it must have been the crazy screaming like that during the night, right? Except none of us could get any word from the bottom floor. It was dead silent down there. Guys on the 2nd floor called out for hours. Someone was down there, they said. They could hear shuffling footsteps walking around at random every so often, but whoever it was, they never said a single word. That was the first time Dante mentioned the crazy stories from the 1st floor. He muttered that he hoped none of that was true. When I asked about it, he just shook his head. Nothing, man. Nothing. None of it ever made sense. Now, we were a little worried as the day wore on and nobody came to let us out for breakfast, and then nobody came to let us out for lunch. Time we usually got to spend outside in the yard came, and it went. People began getting restless, In the cells to our left, Dante's friend Will began telling guys to pass the word. We should all calm down and start sharing any food that we had holed away. I remember asking Dante, is it really that bad? Well, they've denied us meals and yard time for a day or two before, he told me. But the other 2 guys in our cells didn't look convinced. One of them said, but not like this. They made damn sure we knew what we did. They never just up and left. Someone handed us pieces of crusty old bread through the bars. It was much appreciated. The new guards didn't show up for work for another full day. We got plenty of yard time that day from the new guys, but they seemed more confused than us. We all watched from a distance as Will asked a guard about what happened. Guard shrugged. I don't know. GCG was paying a premium for fast hires, so I just signed up. What about the prisoners on the 1st floor? Will asked. We could still hear them shuffling around down there. We looked on the way out to the yard, but we couldn't see anyone. The guard frowned. Nobody in there. They all got transferred. Transferred? The hell's that mean? It means DOCR took them back. Returned to state custody since the company couldn't handle them. Well, that made sense. I mean, if the floor had been full of nut jobs, then North Dakota's first local private prison company hardly had the experience to handle them. But these new guys didn't even have the skills to handle us. But they were half as many guards as before. They didn't know the routines or who the dangerous ones were among us, and as a result, they were distant, scared, forceful. I mean, all except one guy, Kellen. Kellen wasn't the first guard to treat us like human beings, but by then he was the only one around. He traded jokes while in the yard, never hit us, looked us in the eyes when he talked. He went and found some paperwork to confirm the crazies had actually been transferred, but it took 3 months to get that info out of GCG. And by the time he told us he'd heard back, we'd sort of forgotten the whole thing. 2 nights later, maybe 2 hours past lights out, the guys on the 2nd floor began screaming. Dante leapt up, fell on one of our cellmates by accident before shouting, "Shit! Shit! Must be a fire!" Other guys in our row began banging on the bars, shouting for the guards. But the uniforms charged past and headed downstairs without talking to us. We could hear them shouting orders down below and then yelling in confusion. And the prisoners' screams were clearer coming from the 2nd, and it sounded like they were terrified of something in particular, and that they wanted help. The sounds of gates being slammed, the people running, reaching us after about 10 minutes of shouting. And then it was silent. We sat in the dark waiting and listening until morning. And when the new shift came, they were surprised and confused, and Kellen came by to ask what had happened. We told him what we knew. He'd shown up and found open gates and empty second floor. There was no indication what had happened, but he promised to check with corporate and figure out if the absent prisoners had all been rapidly transferred again. Dante gripped the bars and made sure Kellen was looking at him. Please find out what the hell is walking around down there at night. Kellen blinked at that. I mean, I'm day shift, so I don't know what I could do, but what do you mean? Prisoners are gone, Dante told him fiercely but quietly. But the guys on the third floor said they still hear someone. Maybe 2 or 3 someones, shuffling their feet every hour or so till morning. I mean, I guess I can go look right now. Dante reached through the bars and grabbed his uniform, something which usually got us a beating. Hear me. Do not go in there by yourself. Stay in the stairwell unless someone is with you. Kellen nodded fearfully. It looked like he finally understood how spooked we all were. He waved another guard off, and Dante let go. But nothing more came for a whole season. The night shift had quit, and more guards got hired at an even higher pay. Callan and another uniform scoped out the first 2 floors, but they found nothing. Dante thought it was because they were looking during the day, but he wasn't about to ask our only friend to risk himself. It was maybe 3 months later. Yeah, I was halfway through my sentence. I had taken up drawing, so I had a pen and paper when we woke up in the middle of the night to everyone on the third floor screaming in absolute panic. Now, this time we were less scared during the event itself. Will offered a guard racing past $500 from his commissary account if the man could come back and tell him what was going on. Dante listened intently, trying to hear individual screams from the third floor over everyone else's shouts and confusion, and I wrote down any words he thought he heard. And I wrote down was, Jesus Christ. Killing him. God. Let us out. Coming this way. We weren't as scared when it was happening because we'd lived through it twice before, but this time, the long-term fear was much deeper. Now, we knew for sure that it was going to happen again, and any prisoners that had the means began lawyering up and doing everything they could to transfer to other prisons, even if it meant worse conditions. The problem was, the North Dakota prison system was already overflowing, which is the whole reason GCG got started in the first place. So every guy that got out meant it was just that much harder for the rest of us. Both of our cellmates transferred, giving us space, so that was nice. But it was a small consolation. Apparently word had started to spread on the outside, and GCG's solution, instead of paying the guards even more, was to stop having a night shift altogether, except for just one poor guy. McKellen was a bit miffed. He hadn't gotten a raise out of the whole thing, but he was starting to believe us that something was going on. By then, he'd been around a while. He knew that we weren't bullshitters. And too many other prisoners had told him that they heard someone walking around the first, second, and third floors at random during the night. Just a few steps, sometimes as many as 20, but it only happened every so often, and only once had it been long enough that you thought it had stopped for good. One guy on the 4th floor said that he'd heard a full run from one end of the 3rd floor hallway to the other. Clear enough, he'd expected a guard to come charging up the stairwell, but nobody appeared. He slit his wrists, got transferred out on medical leave the next day, so, we took him seriously. All that was enough to get Kellen to start doing some research on the outside. He came to us in the 7th month of my sentence with a pale face. Beside us at the bars, Will asked, "What's the word?" Kellen seemed grim. A lot of bullshit out there, but this place is mentioned a lot. It's been closed before, but I keep getting stonewalled when I ask for the historical documents. Thing is, I don't think the prison itself's the problem. Get this. He pulled out a notepad for reference. 2 Canadian priests, Father Norbert Preventure and Sever de Molen, visited Pembina in 1818, for it was even an official township. That was back when the Hudson Bays Company was big around these parts. That's how long ago it was. Well, Pembina was the biggest town in North Dakota then, so trading post was full. The priest chose to sleep outside by where the Pembina River meets the Red River. Folktale has it that a vision of a rotting woman came in the night, stole Provincial's life. Two men bartered with her to split the remaining life between them, consigning both to live only 35 more years instead of the 70 Sever had left. Now, Sever got an extra month and 20 days as a gift from his friend for his sacrifice. He paused as if we might guess the obvious outcome. And they both died 35 years later. I knew Pembina Prison had a horrible problem, but that didn't mean I had to believe everything. So let me guess, a month and 20 days apart. Kellen nodded. Dante snorted. It's true, dude, Kellen insisted. The dates of death are right there on Wikipedia, but get this, 35 years after 1818 made their death year 1853, the year the prison was built, and the place they camped that night, by the meeting of the rivers. I didn't know what it meant, but I was beginning to feel very uneasy. I'm guessing it's right here, isn't it? He was dead serious. I think there's some shit here. Ancient shit. I asked a guy I know. He's got Chippewa relatives over at Turtle Mountain. They know the history of the Red River better than anyone else. He said his uncle told him to never sleep at the meeting of the Red River and the Pembina River. He said, something lives here, under the ground. It awakens with the changing of the seasons. We were silent for a beat after that. I mean, it was folktale nonsense. But it was as good a theory as any. Whatever it was going to come back, and it wasn't friendly. Will talked to Kellen for another few minutes, but Dante was silent. After he was gone, I asked him, what's wrong? He sat on one of the now unused bunks and told me, I got another 5 years in here. Got no money for a lawyer. Your sentence will be up before it reaches us. And then I'll be here alone. Will it? There was no way to be sure. It'll be back in 2 months for the 4th floor and 3 months after that for us. I could get out a week before or a day too late. Doesn't seem to be exact. He just looked at the floor. What I mean is, I do hope that you get out before it comes. Oh. I wasn't sure what else to say after that, so I just sat in my corner like I always did. It wasn't too much after that we heard GCG was going under. The mad rush for transfers had pissed off the state and lost the company a vital contract for a second location, and investors had pulled out, or something like that. The number of guards was cut and slashed, and Kellen took a pay hit to stay on as the only guard in the day shift. There's only 2 prisoners left on the 4th floor, he told the 20 of us remaining as the general week we expected it to happen approached. Feel like I should stay just to see what the hell's gonna go down there. Former guards I asked about it are all terrified as hell. They refuse to talk. Some got violent, just because I asked. It's cool, Will told him. You got a kid at home. They'll be here for it. The 20 of us left on the 5th floor sat in our cells once night fell. Praying. Listening. On Monday night, nothing happened. The 2 guys below occasionally shouted up to us that everything was clear. On Tuesday night, nothing happened. The strain was growing, though, and we could sometimes hear them breathing rapidly down there. I could only imagine the adrenaline rushing through them every minute until dawn. On Wednesday night, nothing happened. Yet something had changed in the air. The prison was much quieter now than 2,000 men had become 22. I thought I could feel a subtle sort of heartbeat in the air, pounding against reality like it was a thin sheet of paper. It's just your imagination. Dante whispered. None of us were willing to speak louder than that. On Thursday night, that heartbeat became a feeling of footsteps approaching from a great distance. Guys, Will shouted from his cell. You good down there? Still here, one responded from down below. I could feel it. It's at the door. It's knocking. What the hell's that supposed to mean? But the man below didn't respond. Friday night. That was the night it would happen. All day, the two guys on 4th pulled and clanged on their bars, begging to be let out. Kellen was torn. After 2 hours of listening to that pleading, he came up with an idea and transferred both of them up to our floor. If nobody's on 4, he said happily, then we'll all be safe, right? Out loud, we agreed, but we were kidding ourselves. When the night guard showed up, he freaked out, took the two men back down. He said out loud what we were all thinking. If nobody's on floor 4, then he'll just come right up to 5 and get us all. The hell was Kellen thinking? I had to listen for hours. Sobbing that evening. It was the hardest trial of my life. I wanted to call out to the night guard. I wanted to ask him to get those men out of there, but if I did, I knew whatever was coming would find all of us instead. The moment it happened was like a cold hand on my shoulder. Hey, what's going on down there? Dante shouted. The man who was not sobbing called back. It's changing, Will demanded. What's happening? Tell us! It's red! What's red? Will yelled insistently. God damn it, what's red? We stared down the hallway at the night guard who stood listening with fear. The screaming began a few seconds later. This time, only one floor above, we could clearly hear their every word. The sobbing prisoners shrieked, There! It's there! The man who'd been communicating with us began incoherently raging with fear against his bars. Then, strangely, he stopped. The 20 of us clung to our bars, unable to help, unable to flee. Many of us cried, but we were otherwise silent. For to yell would be to drown out the last words of the men below. But they were eerily quiet for nearly 2 hours. We waited in strained silence as random footsteps traversed the 4th floor every so often. What was happening? For the first time, the victims of whatever was going on down below had chosen to be quiet instead of yelling for help. Why would that make things different? At long last, the sobbing man broke the silence. Oh my God, it's coming your way. Shut up, it'll see you. Distracted, hit your bars. The sound of clanging echoed up the stairwell. The sobbing man said with terror, It knows! It knows! Jesus Christ, do something! We were no longer silent. We echoed that sentiment louder and repeating to the guard, Do something! He just stood there, literally quaking in his boots. Will screamed at him, Snap out of it! The other guards and prisoners got away! You can too! Whatever it is, it won't follow you if you let them out and leave! I shouted, They're gonna die down there! Dante threw his shoe and the impact finally snapped the man out of his terror. The guard ran to the stairwell and descended. The first thing we heard him say was a taken aback, Mary, Mother of Christ. The sobbing man again, Over here, for God's sake, let us out! The other prisoner wasn't talking for some reason, but we could hear his gasping terror. But that too went quiet. Then we heard a buzzer and all the gates on 4 slammed loudly open. The sounds of panting, running, and someone dragging something followed. The prison went silent. And just like that, we were alone again. The formerly crowded prison now felt terrifyingly large and empty, with only 20 of us and no guards. That night, the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed from down below. I counted time as best I could, 45 minutes. Then someone took 3 steps out of a cell and into the hallway. An hour and 6 minutes, someone ran 10 steps along the hallway and stopped abruptly. 28 minutes, the footsteps approached the stairwell, but then turned into a cell and went silent. Thing was, whoever it was sounded barefoot. And the starting and stopping of locations didn't match. Where they ended was often nowhere near where they began again later. By the time dawn came, we were scared into motionless, terrified silence. It took Kellen's arrival for us to begin stirring again. With GCG in bankruptcy court, we no longer had a night guard at all. If it came for us, there'd be nobody to let us out of our cells like everyone else. We hardly talked. We hardly ate. Each passing day was a grain of sand falling from an hourglass, marking our executions. Our fellows began confessing to crimes they hadn't even committed just to get transferred to Supermax out of state. The only option left. Oh, that and the suicide attempts. One by one, Kellen escorted or dragged guys out of our floor. 20 became 15. And then 10. Then it was just me and Dante with Will still in the cell to our left. The 3 of us and Kellen. 4 men. Waiting for doom. We sat playing card games in the weeks leading up to it. It would be 1 full year for me in that place, but I could swear I'd spent a lifetime in that cell. Couldn't think, I couldn't remember life before. Couldn't imagine surviving after. Every day I prayed for a transfer to come in, but North Dakota had gotten sick of our shit. And the judges had stopped hearing cases from Pembina prison. They didn't know there was only 3 of us left. Nobody knew. We contacted the media. We phoned the governor's office. We made a ruckus. And that was worse than nobody knowing. Because it turned out nobody cared. There was nobody higher up at GCG following the situation. Kellen couldn't get anybody on the phone. Payroll, meaning just his paycheck, was being handled by a third-party disbursement company. Couldn't answer questions about ongoing proceedings. The week approached. On Monday night, nothing happened. We were like statues in our cells, alone, waiting for a sign of the executioner's approach. When dawn came, we sighed, we began moving again. Dante asked, "You get out Friday?" I nodded. If things went like before, I'd be released the day of. As long as I left before sundown, I'd be all right. On Tuesday night, nothing happened. 2 for 2. Just one more day. I sat through that darkness till... No. The feeling of the prison had changed around us. A subtle heartbeat seemed to pulse against our faces and ears and eyes. It had come a day earlier in the week than the last time. That morning, Will patted my arm as we both leaned out of the bars. "I'm sorry, man." Dante just shook his head angrily. I wasn't going to get out in time. On Wednesday night, the heartbeat became the sound of footsteps approaching from some unfathomable distance. I think I stood there at the bars of our cell that entire day, fingers wrapped around metal with force to match the tension in the air and in our minds. This couldn't happen. This wouldn't happen. My lawyer would walk in and tell me he'd gotten the judge's unfair addition of an extra day removed. One day, one goddamn day. Even if I'd spent the whole year in this prison, one day still meant life or death. Let me out. Let me the hell out, for God's sake. But nobody cared. and nobody would listen. I'd like to tell you that Kellen stayed late that night. I'd like to tell you that when the entire floor began to glow red, the hallways, the cells, the stone itself, whatever ungodly abomination on the earth began to wake upon the changing of the season, as distant footsteps became a traveler at the door of our minds. I'd like to tell you that Kellen was there, and he hit the button, and he opened the gates, and he let us all out. I'd like to tell you that I didn't see anything, and that I'm not permanently a broken man. I didn't claw at the walls of my cells that approached slowly, moving a few steps every 20 or 17 minutes. I'd like to tell you that all three of us were able to run away and escape that horror upon reality, with its rotting hands and blind eyes radiating crimson light as it searched for us at random. But I can't give you a satisfying end to this story. The disbursement company fired Kellen, changed the locks on the property. According to their paperwork, all the prisoners had been moved, and they thought he'd be getting paid for guarding an empty prison. They left us in there for 11 days before the error was found, which meant 11 nights with that thing. For 11 days we starved. For 11 nights we sat absolutely still, not daring to move or breathe or even look left or right. It knew where we were generally. It stood right outside our cells for hours and sometimes walked right through the bars and grasped at the beds around us, daring us to make even the slightest motion. When you spent 6 hours staring into the blind crimson eyes of a rotting demon, unable to blink your eyes for fear that it would hear you, it would hear the air your lashes move. When you've seen what it's seen, the worlds it's walked reflected in hellish red, you'll understand. No one cares. I'd like to tell you that Kellen actually existed. I'd like to tell you we had a friend amongst the guards and that it wasn't all bad. I'd like to tell you that I wasn't traumatized by the hell I went through being left to rot, left to die as nothing more than a number on some corporation's books. But no one cares. If you're reading this, I apologize in advance. Sorry this is so long. There's a lot I've been keeping on my shoulders for a long, long time. I trust all of you here. I have to share my story. You don't have to believe me. I'm sure most of you won't, but I'm laying it all out here so at least it won't go to my grave with this horrible secret. So I'll stop rambling now, and I'll lay it down for you. For a long time, me and my two closest friends, Logan and Joel, we've had a ridiculous tradition. One of us had a birthday. The birthday boy got pranked. A little background on my friends. Joel was always the skinny kid. No matter how much junk he ate, he always seemed to be 10 pounds underweight. He usually wore the same clothes, t-shirts, jeans. If it was cold, he wore a hoodie. If it was warm, he wore shorts. He had shaggy blonde hair that usually fell over his face. Couldn't grow facial hair if he tried, and believe me, he tried. Joel was naive, endearingly so. Logan was the outgoing person in our crew. He was athletic, and at least a foot taller than the other two of us. He had buzzed black hair and thick eyebrows. He came from a family with Mediterranean roots. Logan could be very persuasive. He had this amazing way of talking himself out of almost any situation.
He could diffuse people without saying anything. He always said it was his award-winning smile. And me. You can call me Edward. Anyway, our tradition started when we were high schoolers in the late 90s. Joel and I decided to pull a practical joke on Logan for his birthday in July. We showed up at his house before he got up and prepared him for the worst morning of his life. We almost woke him up, giggling like idiots. Just a few of the highlights: we put plastic wrap over his toilet seat. We filled his shower head with red Kool-Aid powder and replaced his face soap with school glue. Let's just say that he had an interesting morning. Of course, he swore revenge shortly after. Joel and I got a good laugh out of it. Since my birthday is in mid-October, I would have been next on the list. I braced myself for retaliation. At first I thought I was off the hook as my birthday came and went uneventfully. The prank didn't come until Halloween night. I spent the entire evening out in my neighborhood with my little cousin trick-or-treating, who was dressed as a Secret Service agent, complete with a little black suit, aviator sunglasses, and a coiled earpiece. He was even strapped with a plastic pistol in a holster. When I got home, I was exhausted. Chasing a 9-year-old around and making sure he didn't get run over was a lot more tiring than I had anticipated. At the end of the night, I ambled to my room like a zombie and flung the door open, intent on passing out the second my head hit the pillow. As soon as my door completely opened, an ear-piercing siren assaulted my ears, instantly triggering my fight-or-flight response and filling me with adrenaline. My brain struggled to understand when my body decided to attack the doorframe. Clawing helplessly at the wall, I spun around on my heels and bolted in the opposite direction, slamming my shoulder hard into the doorframe. After my senses returned, I realized the noise was coming from inside my room. When I checked behind my door, I found an air horn duct taped to the wall, perfectly aligned with the door handle. I instantly knew who was responsible. Joel, of course, was next. His birthday was late January. Logan and I got together and planned our prank carefully. Logan invited Joel over for a night of StarCraft, pizza, and various sugary junk foods. I was also invited, but pretended to have other plans, so I wouldn't be able to make it. While the two of them were hanging out, I snuck into Joel's house and kidnapped Rocco, his 2-year-old, and Lhasa Apso. The next day, Joel came to school thinking his dog ran away, which, for him, was the cruelest prank of all. I actually felt bad, and it wasn't long before we told him the truth. He didn't speak to either of us for a week after that. And so, this tradition was born, and this went on for years. That is, until things went wrong. One year, when we were all in our mid-20s, Logan and I ran into each other at a party. We hadn't seen each other for a couple of years. After catching up, we started reminiscing about our old pranks. It was only a matter of time before we had formulated a plot to prank Joel. The first part of the plan was to invite him to Logan's grandfather's cabin for a weekend. It was situated in the woods by a lake around 3 hours out of town. Well, of course, Joel, knowing his birthday was just around the corner, and the fact that we hadn't hung out in a while, immediately suspected foul play and called us out on the prank. Miraculously, we were able to convince him that we were done pranking, and too grown up for dirty tricks. When we finally got out of the cabin, we actually had a great time bonding and doing buddy stuff. This basically amounted to drinking, goofing off, and telling ghost stories around the campfire pit behind the cabin. The second night, after we were good and toasted, the second part of the plan was engaged. We were passing a cigarette around when Logan suggested we take his grandpa's boat out into the lake to go fishing. "Catch the little fuckers while they're asleep," he said, laughing. This was, after all, a tradition of ours as well. 3 of us had fished together countless times on that lake over the years. This was as good a time as any. It was cold, but not cold enough for the lake to freeze. We climbed into the boat, and I paddled us out into the center of the glassy lake. I could see my friend's breath puffing out swirly wisps. We then proceeded to drunkenly fumble through an old, stained tackle box, attempting to bait hooks. Suddenly, Logan shouted at me, "Hey, Be more careful. He grabbed my left hand as blood ran down his finger. You slashed me with your hook, jackass. I stood up in the boat. You did that yourself, you drunken idiot, I fired back. Logan stood up and shoved me with his good hand. He forced me back down into the sitting position. Within moments, we were wrestling and rolling around on the floor of the small fiberglass boat. Stop it, the boat's going to tip over, Joe yelled helplessly. I let go and Logan stood up abruptly and yelled something at me. He lost his balance suddenly, pitching off the side of the boat. He fell backwards and was swallowed up by the black water instantly. He sank like a stone. Holy shit! Shit! Joel screamed, looking over the edge into the water. It was too dark to see our friend. He wasn't thrashing around. He didn't seem to be surfacing either. I pointed a flashlight into the water. Joel quickly hit the switch on his Duracell headlamp. The beams cut into the murky lake, but apparently not deep enough to make contact. First, there were bubbles. Lots of them. Then, there was nothing. Do something! Shouted Joel on the verge of tears. Joel's head was on a swivel, checking back and forth for Logan in the water. We silently shone our lamps from point to point, looking for any sign. Logan was just gone. Joel turned to me, his headlamp shining into my eyes. What the hell, man? He said. He is crying now. Logan's a good swimmer. It doesn't make sense. Joel slumped back into the boat, cradled his face in his hands. I leaned back over the boat's edge, shining my light again. Logan was nowhere to be found. Now, of course, I knew Logan was a good swimmer. He was an exceptional swimmer, as a matter of fact. He spent time at the lake every summer growing up. He was such a good swimmer that Joel didn't realize he had swam under the boat and toward Fidget's bar, a small island near the center of the lake. The actual name was Box Island, if you were to look it up on a map. In an age long past, Logan's grandfather had an Australian shepherd named Fidget, and he named the island after the pooch, allegedly long before they did. So we always called it Fidget's Bar. The island was only 100 feet or so away from where our boat was situated, so I had no doubt the swim was a breeze to Logan. At this moment, Joel looked back at me again. Do something! Why don't we do something? I started to remember back in high school when he made Joel think his dog had run away. That feeling of guilt, that the joke had maybe gone a little too far. I saw Joel's face now, his eyes red and swollen, his nose running, his hands were trembling. I shouted to Joel, let's go over to Fidget's bar and regroup. I grabbed the oars and started to paddle in the direction of the island. Joel grabbed onto the front of the boat anxiously. Soon the boat made landfall, scraping ashore. Joel sprung out and pulled the front of the boat in. He yanked hard as I was getting up and I fell backwards into the boat. I didn't say anything. As I was climbing out of the boat, Joel already stripping his clothes off. What are you doing, Joel? I asked. I'm going in after him, he shouted as he pulled his shirt off. Look, Joel, I started. But he wasn't hearing any of it. Joel waited out until he was waist deep in the frigid water of the lake. I shouted after him, Joel, it was a prank! Logan's here on the island! As the word prank escaped my mouth, I could see Joel's shoulders go up. He didn't turn around, but he was frozen in place. There was a long pause as I stood at the shore near the fiberglass boat, looking out at Joel. An icy wind dragged across the surface of the lake. The trees on the island behind us thrashed about in the gust. For a moment, my eyes caught the moon in the sky. And I looked up. Just for a moment. The hit came next, and I didn't expect it. Joel's fist collided with the bridge of my nose hard. I heard a pop, and then nothing. Then I was on the ground. The cold wind was still blowing, but for the moment, my face was hot. I heard a ringing in my ears. For a few seconds, Joel paced around the rocky shore. When the wind stopped blowing, it was suddenly eerily quiet on the shore of Fidget's bar. I stood up and saw that Joel was standing with his back to me, still shirtless, shoeless, and only wearing wet boxer shorts. His ribs stuck out as he breathed. I didn't say a word, but started to pick up his clothes. Once I had gathered all of his stuff, I handed it over to him. Joel took the clothes and got dressed. Meanwhile, I sat back and lit a cigarette. I ran my hand over my face and felt my nose. My hand came back bloody. "So," Joel asked me quietly, "where's Logan now?" I pointed my thumb behind me at the thick mass of trees, the ones leading into absolute darkness. I have no idea. He should be here on the bar somewhere. I pulled myself to my feet and looked into the dark of the woods. There was no noise on Fidget's bar. The wind had ceased to howl, the trees stood still and silent. Joel and I stood side by side, at the precipice of darkness. It occurred to me that I had never actually explored the island before, neither had Joel to my knowledge. Logan used to talk about blazing trails in the brush of the bar with his grandpa, but that was years ago. Presently, we stood at the edge of the dark woods with no real knowledge of what lay ahead. In fact, one fact remained. Logan hadn't shown himself yet. Then Joel inhaled sharply and took a step towards the woods. He flipped the switch on his headlamp, casting a beam into the darkness of the forest. I turned my flashlight on and followed suit. Joel's head was on a swivel, sweeping back and forth to dimly reveal our surroundings. Together, we walked upon what appeared to be a trail that led deep into the trees of Fidget's bar. Up ahead, there seemed to be some kind of clearing. At this point, I wanted to find my friend and get the hell off the island. I wasn't upset about the punch. I deserved it, probably. Mostly, I was still in shock of what happened, and regretted the whole prank idea. Also, something felt wrong. We hadn't discussed hiding on the island like this. We should have seen Logan by now. The original plan was to regroup on the island, and then Logan would jump out, scare Joel. Well, that should have been the end of it. Joel would have laughed and got me, and we would have headed back to the cabin for drinks and shenanigans. This plan had gone sour, and I had a feeling in the pit of my stomach, one that I couldn't shake. Up ahead in the clearing, we could see a well. It was an old-fashioned well, built from stone, with pulleys suspended above. The rusted crank looked like it hadn't been touched in ages. Ferns and spindly vines of ivy had grown around the base of the well and coiled up around the wooden frame above. No rope or bucket to be seen. Just beyond the well, nearly swallowed by trees, was a small shack buried in the underbrush. I couldn't hear a single sound here. For a brief moment, I felt as though I might have hurt my ears. Joel hit me. Maybe it was the fall. There were no birds, no voices, no wind, no nothing. But stillness, silence in the forest. Finally, a noise. It was nearly inaudible at first, then it grew. It was a voice, calling out. I recognized it as Logan's. Initially, I was flooded with relief, but his voice sounded far away and echoed. Joel and I ran towards the sound, which appeared to be coming from inside the shack. It was a dilapidated old building, not much larger than a detached garage. Once we looked into the one of the foggy, cracked windows, it was obvious that someone, at some time, lived in there. Most of the windows were broken or covered in branches. The siding was unpainted, the roof collapsed. The front door had once been painted green, but was all bubbled and rotten, splitting from the inside. One hard push from Joel, and the door disintegrated. We went inside and saw a pale blue table, turned upside down with a heap of broken chairs. There were some utensils scattered about the floor, as well as broken plates and a rusted-out kettle. A pile of ancient newspapers bound in string were stacked to the ceiling in one corner. The place was wet. It smelled like mildew. Then we heard the voice again. Logan's voice. It didn't seem to be coming from the house this time, no. It was coming from below us, somewhere. Joel and I noticed this at the same time and started searching the damp floor for a trapdoor or a hatch of some kind to get below the shack. I pushed the pile of newspapers over and they fell to the floor with a heavy thump. Meanwhile, Joel was throwing the rotted old chair parts aside, looking underneath. It occurred to me that part of the floor we were standing on was actually matted with the remains of an area rug. I pushed with my shoes to try and move it, but it seemed to be fused to the floor. I dropped to my knees and felt around for a seam. It was in vain. We didn't find anything. After our exhaustive search, we went outside to look for a cellar hatch or anything to get to Logan's voice below. I realized it almost immediately when I stepped out into the crude porch. The well. The two of us made our way over to the ancient-looking stone well. We stood on either side and peered down. Joel's headlamp cut down a ways, but the bottom of the well remained dark. I shouted down the shaft, "Hey Logan, are you down there?" And Joel yelled too, "Logan, can you hear us?" And then Logan's voice echoed up. "Hey, you guys made it! Finally!" Joel gave me an inquisitive look. "What are you doing down there?" Joel said to the darkness of the well. There was no answer. "Logan!" I said. "How the hell did you get down there?" Finally, his voice came back. "Hey, Ed, remember what made Joel think his dog was gone?" Joel and I exchanged a glance. "Yeah, I remember," Joel said smartly. "Right here, Dick." Logan's voice again. "Hey, Ed, it's really cold down here." "How do we get you out?" Joel shouted back. "It's so fucking cold, you guys," Logan's voice said. "Give us a second, Logan. We'll think of something," I shouted, grabbing Joel's jacket and pulling him away from the well. When we were a few feet away from the well, I pulled Joel close enough that our faces were nearly touching. "Joel, he's not making any sense." "I know. What do you think he's doing down there?" Joel asked. "Maybe he fell. Maybe he was in shock. Maybe there's another way down there. We should ask him," I said. We went back to the opening of the well, and I shouted down, "Logan, is there another way into the well?" There was a long silence. "Logan!" shouted Joel. "The well?" said Logan's voice finally. "What are you talking about?" "You're in a well, Logan," I said back. "Hey, Ed," said Logan's voice. "You should really come down here. It's delightfully cold." And Logan's voice said, "Delightfully cold?" Something sounded wrong about his voice. It was almost sing-songy. It chilled me to the bone. Joel and I looked at each other. I could see the fear in Joel's face. Joel whispered, "The fuck is he talking about?" Logan's voice rose up from the darkness again. "We got you good with that air horn, didn't we, Ed?" I almost forgotten the air horn on Halloween. All those years ago. Yeah, you got me," I said. "Now let's get you out of there. Don't you want to go home?" "Yeah, Logan, this island's creepy as hell," Joel said down the well. "Maybe we could lower something down for you to grab onto, huh?" Logan's voice came back. Just jump on down, guys. I can catch you." "We need to get you out of there," I said back. "There's no way in hell we're coming down." "Such a beautiful day," Logan said in that strange sing-songy voice again. "Such a beautiful day." And that was the last time I ever heard Logan's voice. Joel and I shouted for him for nearly an hour before we decided to go back to the cabin and call the police. For the following week, the search crew, including the local police, searched Fidget's bar top to bottom. They combed the entire half-mile-long stretch of the forest without finding anything. After that, they searched the lake. Police boats dredged the lake for days until finally they found something. 9 days after the search began, they found what they were looking for. Logan's body was extracted from the lake. about 80 yards away from the shore of Fidget's bar. The police would tell us his neck was broken. When Logan fell from the boat, he hit his head on a large, submerged rock. His death was instant, they told us. He would have been dead before he was completely in the water. Because of the sudden trauma, he exhaled sharply and sank into the bottom, they said. He never drew another breath. So, if Logan was dead when he hit the water, who did we talk to in the forest on Fidget's bar? Whose voice was that? I understand why my story needed to be told. I mean, like I said, I don't expect you to believe me, but why would you? It's crazy. But at least it's out there. And now you can decide for yourself.
Would you cut off your pinky to get $1 million? Would you kill your cheating spouse to marry the man of your dreams? Would you eat a dog turd to win a year's supply of ice cream? See, these are the sort of preposterous questions that make up the Would You game, which is like a deranged cousin of the Would You Rather board game, but unlike the popular board game, the Would You game has real-world stakes. Stakes as high as life or death, or even higher. I found this out the hard way with my sister, Seti. Her actual name is September, but everyone called her Seti. Just like everyone calls me Toby. My actual name is October. And yes, we do hate our parents for this. Seti was always competitive, even when she was very little, but I didn't understand how competitive until she invented the Would You game. We played during boring summers at home. In the beginning, it was just Seti, me, our older sister July, everyone called her Jules, and her best friend Darren. Darren's the one who added cards to the game. Structure. He was kind of a nerd, liked board games, though he only reluctantly played them with me and Seti, whom he found too young and competitive. The game as it exists today is largely Darren's construction. There are 7 cards, always dealt in order. Would you, risk verb, risk noun, 2, reward verb, reward noun. For example, would you kill your roommate? 2, cure cancer. Most of the time, the randomness of the cards led to absurd sentences. Less like truth or dare, more like Mad Libs. Points were earned through guesses, with fellow players trying to guess whether you would or would not. Often, the fun of the game revolved around players justifying their choices, as in, sure, eating a dog turd would be gross, but 2 minutes of gross is worth a full year of delish. It was silly. Harmless fun. The fact the game turned into something horrifying is my fault. I knew even at the time I shouldn't have done what I did, but I was furious with Seti. She'd pulled, would you lick a cockroach to get a day home from school? And she said yes. Seti said yes to everything, I pointed out. It's ridiculous. She's lying. She wouldn't do any of these things. I would! Seti, about 7 years old at the time, balled her fists. She was trying very hard to be cool enough to play with her older siblings and keep up with us. You wouldn't, I snapped, sick of her lying. We went back and forth, and finally, I declared I was adding a new rule. The challenge rule. Any player could challenge another player, and then the challenged player would have to do the thing that they'd said yes to. If they did, the player who'd made the challenge had to give the reward. A day home from school meant that I'd cover for her with our parents. Seti's face immediately took on a pink cast. She clearly hadn't anticipated my making up this rule. I, cruel older sibling that I was, challenged her to lick the cockroach. It wasn't nice, I admit. The tears came into her eyes. She looked at me in disbelief. Seti always looked up to me, idolized me. I'd like to say that, in the moment, I regretted what I was doing to her, but at the same time, I was just gloating. But little Seti wouldn't be beaten either. Darren went and got a roach. He and Jules really should have been chaperoning better, but Darren was just gleeful at the idea of anyone licking a cockroach. He pulled a dead one from one of the traps and laid it out on a napkin in front of her. Seti's lower lip quivered. Her big eyes lifted to mine. Then she leaned forward, squenched her eyes, and stuck her tongue out. The pink tip touched the roach. "She licked it," declared Darren, delighted, even as Jules cried, "Ew!" and I exclaimed, "Gross!" And now, I owed her a day off school. Triumphant, she squished the dead roach in the napkin and tossed it into the trash. "I win," she said. "Yeah, well, you licked a roach, which means you lose at life," I retorted. "I win," she declared again. From then on, the challenge rule held, but I should have known it was a stupid, dangerous rule. The next time we played, the very first card Seti flipped had kill on it. She paused on that card, while Darren's mouth made an O of suspense, and Jules and I exchanged troubled glances. Including the kill card was controversial. It sometimes resulted in hilariously absurd combinations, such as, "Would you kill your butt to become a lost treasure?" To an adult, this sort of Mad Libs game is ridiculous, but when I was 10, it was hilarious. But of course, the word could also result in some very bad combinations. Seti kept drawing. Your sibling to win this game. She paused, mouth quirking to the side as she considered the cards. "Invalid," declared Jules. No, we could still guess," said Darren, even as Seti slid her answer card, a card that said yes or no, face down in front of her. "Darren," Jules objected, but Darren was already sliding his card forward as well. Jules and I followed suit, and we all flipped them upright. Darren and Jules had guessed no. My card said yes, I knew my dumb sister, and Seti. Hers also said yes. "I knew it," I said, glaring quietly. She smiled back at me, serenely. "Come on, bullshit," Darren said, while Jules elbowed him, but Darren ignored her and growled, "Challenge." "No," said Jules. "Oh no, we're not." "What?" Darren snapped. "It's in the rules. If she kills Toby, she wins the game." He eyed Seti and said pointedly, "I'm not going to let her win by cheating or bluffing." "Enough," said Jules. My younger sister gathered the cards in front of her, set both her yes and no cards aside, and smoothed her skirt. There was no red face this time, no crying or embarrassment. She stood up, turned to Darren and said, "Well, aren't you silly? Don't you know it's just a game? Come on, Toby, let's go." Something in my stomach unknotted as her fingers intertwined mine. It was a relief to know that despite her competitiveness, my sister could recognize when a thing went too far. Suddenly, her arm curved around my neck, yanking me back in the chokehold. I slapped at her arms, fingers clawed and pulled at me as her face went purple and my windpipe felt crushed and speckles blackened my vision. Then she was off me, hauled back by Darren and Jules as she howled, "Let me go! Let go!" "Seti, stop it!" hollered Jules. Seti was still screeching as they dragged her to her room. "Jesus, he's batshit," growled Darren. Jules declared no more games. "If I kill Toby, then I win," panted Seti as they locked her in. "I win! Say that I win!" "No, no one wins, Seti," screamed Jules. "I can't believe I even have to say this. I'm telling Mom and Dad. Why do you have to be so crazy? Christ! The game is suspended. Do you understand me? It's over. There are no winners, and we are never playing this fucking game ever again." So that was the end of the Would You game for many years. Seti found other games to play, of course, less dangerous ones. She was really good at games and made a fortune with gambling, the lottery, card tournaments, investing, playing the market itself is some sort of game, she told me. And as with all such ventures, she tackled it with a competitive spirit and almost unmatched skill, though she did suffer some stunning losses occasionally, as a consequence of her tremendous risks. She knew all the tricks of the trade: shuffling tricks, sleight of hand, weighted dice, counting cards. Contrary to what you might believe, she was actually a pretty good sister, most of the time. It was Seti who took care of our parents, making sure their bills were paid and their lawn mowed and the big house always tidy. She did a lot of the cooking and cleaning herself before she'd do her makeup and go out for the evening to the casino or for a drink with business partners. She never went to college. Instead, she kept house for our parents. But then, she didn't really need college. We had wealth inherited from our grandparents, and Seti multiplied it neatly, managing investments for all of us. She did this with complete transparency and fairness, and while she sometimes gambled heavily with her own money, she never did with ours, always putting it in investments according to our willingness to embrace risk or security. And yet, through my college years, when Seti was finishing high school, she brought back the Would You game. This time, being legally an adult, she had no one to rein her in. I found out about it from Keeter, another boy at her school. He told me how she'd started playing with a group of preppy senior friends. I tried to shrug this off. Whatever, we were all adults now. Surely my sister wouldn't go too crazy, right? It wasn't until later I found out she'd changed the rules again. She and some of the other seniors were playing one day when they decided that the Mad Libs aspect was no longer as entertaining as when we were children, and that players should draw until the cards issued a sentence that the majority agreed made sense. Of course, even then, most of the results were still things that couldn't actually happen, but others, like, would you eat bugs to get a winning lotto ticket, were not only perfectly valid combinations, but also easy enough to both challenge and reward. And this is exactly what happened when Seti and her friends played. One of them claimed he'd eat bugs to get a winning lotto ticket. She challenged. He ate several ants, so Seti bought lotto tickets until she had a winning one. Granted, it was only $3, but the cards hadn't specified, had they? And that is how it began. Seti herself becoming a guarantor of sorts any time she played the game. She had the money, after all. Even back then, our family was well off, and Seti already had a considerable sum saved from her gambling and side hustles. I never knew what else she did on the side, but I assume some of it wasn't legal. She could afford to escalate the game. So when a combination came up like, would you dump your boyfriend to earn a new iPhone, Seti could issue the challenge. And when her friend followed through with the dumping, said friend would be gifted a new phone. It was nonsense, risky, unhealthy, but not, I guess, more than any other kind of gambling. Until it got worse. Several years later, Seti had some friends over. I'd refused to join. I'd sworn to myself never to play this game. Seti seemed to get even more competitive when I was around, so I kept away from the group, watching from across the living room. Turns kept passing round, and everyone was laughing, drinking. Few people were smoking, but that wasn't really my business. Mostly it sounded like absurd stuff. Would you kiss Miss Whittinger to save a litter of kittens? Groans. Miss Whittinger was the principal at Seti's high school, and in games of Kiss, Marry, Kill, she was universally the kill option. Most discussion ensued about whether a litter of kittens would actually die if the player said no to this, and whether the price, having to kiss Miss Whittinger, was too high. Seti considered the question, but intertwined her fingers and explained that since the kittens were in the reward deck, not the risk deck, the game would not put kittens in harm's way. In short, kissing will mean you do a good deed, but not kissing won't make you do a bad one, she declared. Thus, if Scott, the player who had drawn the combination, were to return to their old high school to kiss the loathsome Miss Whittaker, a litter of kittens would be rescued, but nothing would happen otherwise. Well, yeah, but if I don't kiss her, some kittens somewhere might not get rescued, so guess I gotta kiss her. Scott grinned at the groans all around. Challenge, said Seti almost automatically, almost bored. Scott did indeed end up visiting the high school on a made-up errand. and kissing the principal on the cheek. She was suitably astonished at this affection from the troublesome alum, but also rather touched, and SETI honored her word and awarded Scott by saving a litter of kittens that still occupies our parents' house, where she devotedly looked after them. But that's not the reason I'm telling you about this game. See, shortly after Scott's draw, another friend, Rosalinda, drew a combination that elicited quite a stir. Would you cut off your finger to gain $1 million? Gasps and whispers all around. Everyone at that party knew that if it was done, SETI could potentially honor the million. This was into her investing years. She had the financial wherewithal for it. She had granted other gifts before, but never to such an extravagant amount. The most she'd ever given was a gift of a Bahamas trip. I mean, I'd totally do it, said Scott. No way, said another friend. No way I'd do that. But $1 million, said someone else. That one's a hypothetical, right? Said another, glancing tentatively at SETI, who just sat back holding her drink with her eyes glimmering and a lazy smile on her face. Well, obviously, said Scott. I mean, who's got $1 million to give? SETI might. Yeah, right. Screw it, said Rosalinda, slamming her card down. I'm in. Make your picks, people. Everyone voted. Half yes, half no. Rosalinda flipped her card. Yes. Everyone glanced at SETI, who stood up quietly, moved to the bar to pour herself another drink, and then poured a glass for Rosalinda too, a glass of strong stuff. She then moved into the kitchen, where she opened a drawer. I felt my heart rate increase. Moved to follow SETI, in whose fingers glinted silver. She sterilized the knife over a flame, then brought it to Rosalinda, laying it out on a tray with napkins, bandages, a first aid kit. Rosalinda's eyes grew wide as saucers. Oh, shit, whispered Scott, disbelieving. Everyone had gone utterly silent, appalled. I held my breath. Don't, I thought. Don't. I mean, what should I have done? Call the police? Even now I wondered. No one was forcing Rosalinda to do anything, and yet... SETI sat back in her cushioned chair, idly swirling the bourbon in her glass before downing it. Her eyes glimmered over a smile as she raised her gaze to Rosalinda and whispered, "Challenge." Everyone was dead still. And then, Rosalinda picked up the knife. I'll spare you the description of the aftermath of that. The would you card had said cut your finger off, but they had said nothing about sewing it back on. Scott put Rosalinda's finger on ice immediately after she cut it off, to the screams of the other players. There were some accusations that said he was sick, that this all went too far. Then Rosalinda's friends rushed her and her severed finger to the hospital, where it was reattached, and of course, Rosalinda and her friends were somewhat mollified that shortly afterwards, $1 million was transferred to her bank account. In fact, when word spread, others began seeking out my sister to play. And that was when I put my foot down about playing in the house. I said our parents' house couldn't be turned into a gambling den, that I didn't want murders or maimings under their roof, and for them to have to deal with cleaning up blood or whatever sick things happened there. SETI agreed to take her games elsewhere. I tried to keep out of her business, but occasionally word leaked from our parents or Jules or mutual acquaintances, and it seemed like both the risks and rewards were getting bigger. But when things really got out of hand, when I finally put my foot down that it had to stop, was the first time someone died. Before COVID, the games had involved physical risk, even maiming, but had never included death. I wasn't present for the lethal draw, and only found out later that the combination pulled was, would you become haunted by a terrifying ghost to save your child? This particular game took place over Zoom during the height of the pandemic, among a handful of players who won the chance to play via lottery. At this point, Seti's games were in high demand. As it turned out, one of the players had an eldest daughter on a ventilator. Now, you'd think that any combination involving a ghost would be inherently invalid. After all, it's not like Seti could conjure up the supernatural, but apparently the players agreed to accept it as a valid draw, and the devoted father played yes. Anything for my kids, he said. I viewed the recording on Zoom later, and after the father played yes, Seti's eyes fluttered for several seconds in this strange way, as if she were in a trance or listening to something no one else could hear. Then her eyes opened and she declared, "Challenge." A few days later, the daughter recovered. But it wasn't until said daughter messaged me, begging me to intervene, that I understood how deranged the game had become. The man who answered the door in his bathrobe had eyes red-rimmed from weeping, a week's worth of beard stubbling his gaunt face. Without a word, he let me into his house, and as he shuffled away from me, I noticed burn marks on the walls. Not in any obvious pattern, but here and there, marring the walls. He pointed to a pile of framed photographs stacked on the sofa. They'd formerly been hung on the walls, I realized, but he'd taken them down because in every single photo, he had been burned out, leaving the rest of his family intact. That's how the wallpaper had been charred. There was also, I noticed, a burn mark in the shape of a handprint on his arm. While the father wearily offered me tea, I picked up one of the photos. The backing and part of the glass damaged from the heat. Is it just the burn marks, or is other stuff going on? The lights, he whispered as he stirred the tea. Shrieks and bangs at night, handprints, dreams, and this. He pulled open a drawer full of children's drawings scrawled by his daughter and her siblings, kept from when they were little. In all the drawings, he had been scratched out, and a blackened figure like a shadow seemed to be looming behind him, its hands on his shoulders. I mean, she's obviously hired someone to come and do all this, I said. You're probably having nightmares from the stress. No way would I believe that Seti could summon a ghost, but I absolutely believe she had the resources to make a man think she had. The defiled children's drawings especially left me chilled. How had she identified which figure in the child's drawing was him? Whoever Seti had hired and chase him off, and I promised that I would contact my sister in the morning and put an end to this so-called haunting. The man seemed relieved by my assurance that all the spooky effects were staged, yet he also requested me not to interfere. He was clearly anxious that if he didn't let things continue, his daughter would fall sick again. I tried to assure him that Seti didn't have that kind of power and couldn't make her relapse, but he insisted I keep out of it. Privately, I decided to speak to Seti anyway. She was overseas, however. The man killed himself before she got back. Hung himself from the staircase, leaving his beloved daughter and her siblings to mourn. I went to our parents' house for my sister the night she returned. She'd barely gotten off the plane a half hour earlier, but despite what must have been a weary flight, she waltzed through the front door in a glitzy suit like she'd stepped out of Vegas. Seeing me, she spread her arms wide in a greeting. "How could you?" I snarled. She dropped her arms, though her smile didn't falter. "Toby, dear, I didn't. Whatever it is you're upset about, it was the cards. A ghost, Seti. A terrifying ghost," she corrected. "Of course it wasn't a ghost, Seti," I bellowed, shaking with fury. "The funeral had been 2 days ago. The only terrifying thing here is you. For hounding a man to death, you drove him to this. It's you who fulfills all the challenges, who delivers the rewards. Admit it. You paid for his daughter to get special treatment. I looked into it. You couldn't guarantee it, but you did everything you could to make sure she'd recover, didn't you? And when she did, you made him suffer. He had to complete the challenge." She pursed her lips, silent for a moment, and then finally said, "And what if I did?" What if you did? I couldn't believe her. Seti, you drove a man to his death! You said that already. She looked bored. So, I made a man terrified. He chose to kill himself. Bullshit! You killed him as much as if you handed him the rope. Oh, so he chose hanging? Seti! I paused, and added low and serious. You have to stop this. That stilled her. She was silent a moment, eyes shadowed by the brim of her hat, crimson lips pursed. Finally, curled to a smile. Make me. What? Make me stop, she repeated. And languidly took a chair at the coffee table, indicating for me to do the same. I stared in horror as she pulled out a deck. One game, she declared, eyes glittering. A duel. You win? I stop and never play again. You can have your wish. No. Toby, people pay thousands to play with me. You don't know what a deal you're getting. Besides, it's the only way to make me stop. She again indicated the chair. I just stared at her, fists clenched. Why? Because, Toby dear, our mother and father's beloved who can do no wrong, because we never finished our game. Remember? When we were little, we started to play, but things went too far. We couldn't end it. I won't be left at a stalemate. Finish the game with me, dearest Toby. Golden child, the one Mom and Dad always loved best. They loved you too. They love me like the alcoholic loves the bottle, a terrible influence that they secretly wish they could obliterate. And it's true, I'm terrible, but perfect, good Toby. Win against me, and I will stop. Her eyebrows shot up. Reluctantly, dread building in my gut, I sat down opposite her. I threw out one more feeble argument. We don't have enough players. I won't let anyone else get involved. We don't need other players, she corrected. A duel game is a 2-player version. It has a few extra rules, like the double dare. That's where you take your opponent's challenge and double it. So, for instance, if it were, would you kill a kitten? And I accept, you'd have to kill 2. Great example. How are your cats, by the way? All very well. As it happens, they haven't been drawn into any games. She flashed a wicked smile at me as one of said cats, oblivious to the danger it would be in should Seti draw any cards that involved pets, came over and rubbed against her leg, purring. She explained the rules of the duel game as she shuffled. It was basically the same as the regular game, but answers were scored differently. 1 point for yes, 1 point for correct guesses, 0 points for no, 0 points for wrong guesses, 10 points for completed challenge. If a challenge went unfulfilled, it was an automatic loss. If more than one challenge was fulfilled for the same reward, only the most recent challenge would gain the reward. The game would continue until each player had drawn 10 valid combinations. Getting points for saying yes automatically skews the game in your favor, I observed. It skews the game in favor of playing more boldly, yes, Seti agreed. But it's still possible for you to win. I glowered. Seti allowed me to draw first. Would you dance with rotting human entrails to earn a dream vacation? Tame by the current standards of the game, I started to put down my no card, but then remembered I'd get 0 points for it. Of course, if I put down yes, Seti would manage to make those rotting entrails appear, and I didn't even want to think about whether they'd really be human or not. I sighed and pushed forward yes. Seti also slid a card forward. Both of us flipped. Both of us said yes. 1 point for me, 1 for Seti for guessing correctly. I waited for the inevitable challenge, but she only smiled. You're not going to challenge? I asked. No, because you actually do it. And you'll get 10 points, she replied. And obviously, you'll get a dream vacation too, but I'd rather save my money for more interesting rewards. Seti's turn. She flipped the card slowly. Would you fly to Stinky Toenails to gain your name on Mars? Invalid, obviously. She drew again. Would you sing loudly to the president to save world peace? Another invalid combination. Seti drew through more nonsense sentences before finally coming up with a valid combination. Would you kiss a bowl of diarrhea to get a year's supply of ice cream? Ugh, I said. Such a dumb game. Seti smiled and pushed a card forward. I rolled my eyes and did the same. They both flipped. Yes. Of course you would, I said, disgusted. You could challenge, she offered, and give you 10 points. Fuck that. We went back and forth a couple more rounds. My hands were shaking. Soon we got to challenges I wouldn't do. I started playing no, Seti always played yes. She was gaining points and didn't challenge me on the rare times I drew something I felt I could do. And then, as we approached the 10th round that would end the game, Seti drew a combination that made my breath catch. Would you skin yourself to win this game? Seti was already ahead. If I didn't challenge her, she'd win. If I challenged her and she refused, she'd lose. The smart play here would be to pick no. She wouldn't risk anything. She was way ahead of me anyway. The game would end on the next turn. All she had to do was miss 1 point by playing her no card. Playing yes was something only a complete idiot would do, but Seti had never played no. Not in any of the turns we'd had so far. Would she now? Seti looked me in the eye as she put down her card, smiled almost apologetically with a little shrug. Oh, how that smile infuriated me. The lightness of it. The willingness to throw everything down in this stupid, idiotic, foolish game when she was already guaranteed to win. I played my card. We flipped them over. Yes. Fury coursed through me. It was like when we were kids all over again, and Seti would brazenly claim she'd do something outrageous, when all of us knew she really wouldn't. When she bluffed and I called her on it, and the words spat from my lips before I could think to stop, because how dare she mock me like this, playing like her life hardly mattered. Challenge. It was strange. The expression that flickered across Seti's face. Regret. Fear. Angst. Rage. For just a moment she reminded me of that little girl again. The little girl who idolized me, who just wanted to be brave enough to impress me, until I called her out for going too far, and every single time she forced herself to rise to my challenge, remembering that I suddenly regretted my actions. Seti's eyelids closed, fluttered as if she were coming to terms with what had just happened. Then without a word, she rose to her feet. My parents did a lot of barbecuing in the summers, even the occasional pig roast or carving up venison. I wondered with horror if, among the many implications in this grandly furnished house, they might have a skinning knife. Seti, wait! I cried, seizing her arm as she turned around. I forfeit. You hear me? I forfeit. You win. I withdraw my challenge. What? She stammered. You can't forfeit. That's not how it works. Too bad. I'm done. Toby! She shrieked as I grabbed my jacket and rushed for the door. You agreed to finish the game. Yeah? Bite me. I ducked out and slammed the door. From inside, a howl of anguish. High, keening, practically inhuman. God, Seti could be so scary. I hurried away, trying to force the horrible, stupid game from my consciousness, trying to forget how irrational Seti could be. My phone buzzed. We're not finished. We have one turn left. Toby, one turn. She carried on like that all night. I silenced my phone. In the morning, I had so many messages I blocked her. I fully expected calls from our parents, Jules, our mutual acquaintances, email, messenger, voicemails at work, maybe a singing fucking telegram. Seti had a huge network, and I knew my sister had 1,000 ways to contact me. There would be no escaping her wrath until the game was over, and yet... silence. Not so much as a peep. It was this complete absence of communication that unsettled me more than anything. I called our parents, Jules, friends, but they hadn't heard from Seti. Not wanting them to worry, I lied to everyone and said I was just checking in because it'd been a while. With every hour, the knot of dread in my gut tightened. Finally, 3 days after our fateful game, there came a knock at my door. I'd been in a state of suspension for so long that my first feeling was relief. At least, we'd get this over with. I went to the door calling out, "Who's there?" To no response. I peeked through the peephole, but it was covered. Just like SETI to play games, maybe it really was a singing telegram. I opened the door. "Hello?" The word died on my lips. Shifting from hello to hell in what, looking back, seemed chillingly appropriate. On the threshold stood a costumed figure. She was reminiscent of the Easter Bunny. Huge black eyes, plush fur around chipmunkish cheeks, buck teeth, and mauve fur with a fluffy white belly. This wasn't sophisticated like a cosplay persona. No, this was more like the mall-grade Easter variant, vaguely creepy and unsettling like a costume theme park character, a Chuck E. Cheese animatronic. I'd always had a dread of such characters, even as a child. Something about the fakery of the costuming was so off-putting. Now that some unease prickled through me as the bunny spread its arms in a ta-da pose. I said. I stepped back and held open the door, trying to ignore the small voice that wondered what I might see if I lifted the mask off that bunny suit. The bunny strolled in with an exaggerated, happy stride, reminding me again of a costumed character. Who could even tell what was underneath such a suit? The bunny pulled out 2 chairs from my dining table and patted one for me. "SETI?" I said. The bunny pulled a card from a pocket somewhere in its fur and held it up for me to read. "One more turn." "How do I know it's you?" Take off that dumb thing." A head shake. The bunny pointed again to the card, exaggeratedly tapping it and nodding to me. Its suit smelled faintly of copper, and maybe something else. Sweat? Body odor? No, it was more unpleasant than that. Like the smell of a dead mouse that I'd found once in a trap, rotting for days. And I wondered what was under that suit. She wouldn't have done it, would she? She couldn't have... And survived? This had to be an act to make me feel... make me think that she'd done something crazy. I looked into those bunny eyes, black mesh. I thought I could just glimpse the whites of her eyes, a faint gleam as she looked out at me. Again, that coppery smell, and as we sat at the coffee table, there was... I could see very clearly now... blood dripping from the suit of the bunny. A faint dribble of it. How badly was she bleeding in there? Or was it all an act? Would she even be bleeding still? Would blood really drip through the costume? God, SETI, fine, I'll play the last turn, and if I win, you'll take off that suit and you'll be just fine underneath, alright? Deal? You'll be whole and fine. The bunny made a sound in the affirmative. It was SETI's voice, but sounded wrong, like the vocal cords were somehow deteriorated. It reached into a pocket somewhere in the suit, handed me the would you cards. My turn. Handshaking, I shuffled. I could see now a couple of places where the mauve fur was darker, wet with stains, but that can't be real, I thought. No way that could be real. I swallowed the bile in my throat and dealt the cards. Would you? My hand trembled as I turned each over. Disappear. Yourself. 2. Win. This game. Disappear? Did that mean die, end my life, or like witness protection disappear? The meaning was unclear, but I couldn't pick no, or said he would win, and somehow I knew what would happen if she won. She'd lift off her mask, and underneath there would be... Shuddering, I pushed forward my card, and the bunny pushed forward hers. Then we flipped. Yes. The bunny spoke. One word. I tried not to imagine its skinless tongue slurring. Challenge. My heart quickened. Fine, I said. You, Mom, Dad, Jules, everyone we know, you'll never see me again. The rest of my life, no matter how hard you look or how you spend your resources to come after me, I will not be found. I'll be gone, and when I am, I'll have won the game. As I spoke, I felt the air shiver between us. It was as if something had writ my words in my soul, and I knew as deeply and suddenly and surely as I knew my own name that I would disappear so thoroughly I would effectively cease to exist. Somehow I was incredibly calm about this. Goodbye, Seti. I turned, grabbed my bag, and walked out. I drove to our parents' house to tell them that I loved them. They were extraordinarily perplexed when I greeted them, each with a tight embrace, even more so when I begged them to please look after Seti for me. I just hoped it was enough to save my sister, that whatever was under the suit was all part of the drama to draw me in, and everything would return to normal after the game. I just had to disappear. Who? Said Dad. He was a bit hard of hearing. Seti, September? I told him. Who's September? Asked Mom. No, Mom, I'm talking about I stopped, staring at the mantle. A few days ago, I'd been here playing with Seti, and the photos on the mantle had been the same vacation trips as always. Goofy images of Seti, me, and Jules playing as children, but now I was looking at the exact same photos, and it was only me and Jules. Mom, meanwhile, nudged Dad and murmured, Sweetie, remember how Toby used to pretend to have a little sister? Oh gosh, that's right. Dad brightened and turned to me. And whenever you did something bad, you'd blame it on September. I was already out the door, rushing back to the game. I declared I would disappear. From the present moment on, I'd be gone, but Seti... I checked my phone, my email, messages, but there was no photographs, no texts, no social media evidence that my sister had ever existed, present or past. I called Jules, but she said the same thing as our parents, that Seti was the imaginary little sister that I made up to blame for the worst outcomes of a childhood game, a game I designed, a game for which I am the guarantor, a game I have been hosting amongst various groups and players for the past few years. And when I at last got home and rushed inside, the bunny was no longer at the table. But the cards were still laid out. A note scrawled beside them on a bloody napkin. Double dare. People still contact me asking why I ended the game. Truth is, the napkin, the only proof of Seti, written in her own distinctive handwriting, disintegrated with time, and I'm not even sure myself what I believe anymore. But I'll tell you this. If anyone ever offers to play the Would You game, no matter what the prize, do not do it. It's not worth it. Learn from my mistakes and never, ever play the Would You game.
This footage is going to change everything, Darius. It's the biggest scoop you'll ever get your hands on. And my close friend James told me he was sending a few encrypted files over my office laptop for review. I really didn't think much of it at the time. James has always been a kind of sensationalist, touting stories as being larger than they really are for the entire time I've known him. Of course, he successfully managed to make sure our paper can grab a few exclusives before the other big names in the city, so I knew his intel was not always bad. I just simply didn't understand the significance of this until I got a different phone call, alerting me that our downtown office building was on fire. I was in the middle of dinner with my girlfriend, but she understood why I had to drop everything. Our entire business was depending on saving as many laptops and documents as I could from the blaze. I could see it from about a quarter block away. The fire had started somewhere near the 5th floor. It didn't occur to me at the time that was where James's cubicle was located. The fire department did their best to stop the inferno, but they refused to let me rush in to save our devices. All I could do was watch as they doused the flames and continue to make sure the area was roped off. It was an excruciatingly long 20 minutes, and I was on the phone about 3 times with my boss, chewing me out that I didn't try to supersede the first responders and get into the building. Once they gave us the all clear, I covered my mouth and rushed up the smoldering staircase to our offices, fully expecting to see the majority of it torched. I told myself I was ready for that inevitability, but seeing all of our offices and file cabinets and camera equipment turned into char flooded me with anxiety and despair. After trying my best to avoid having an anxiety attack, I began to search through the wreckage for anything that survived. Picking apart the blackened rubble and watching as electronic devices crumbled in my hands was heartbreaking. But I did manage to salvage a few things here and there amidst the rubble. I told the firefighters we wanted a full report about what caused the blaze, and went home late that evening feeling dejected and defeated about the experience as a whole. But I never would have imagined a few hours later that I would also be adding fear and trepidation to the list. It had to be at least 2 in the morning when James pounded on my apartment door. I live in a very small complex just south of the river. Most of my coworkers have been there a few times, but never at this hour. I groggily asked what he wanted, but instead of responding, he barged into my apartment and laid down a few stacks of papers. You went to the fire. Of course you did. Good. This will be easier to explain then. It's gone, Darius. I was still trying to wake up and asked him what he meant, to which he pointed at one of his stacks of paperwork and answered, "The video footage I snagged, the one I told you was going to change the world. I was just at the office trying to see if there was anything to recover from the inferno, and it's simply gone." You mean your laptop got burned? I mean, it's no shocker. The majority of the stuff on the floor did, I commented, as I went to pour some coffee. His wild-eyed look told me that I needed to be fully awake to hear whatever he was about to tell me. No, it was stolen. I'm sure of it. Most of what was in my cubicle I could recognize amidst the rest of the debris, but I didn't see anything that looked like my laptop, so I brought the paper copies here to give you a look. It's not the same, but it could help us find another version of the evidence, maybe. James, you're not making much sense. Are you saying the fire was intentional? The only reason these arsonists would risk jail time was to destroy your stuff? Not the rest of it? What story could you possibly have that would be worth that much? I said, as I went over to the first stack and started to sort through the papers he brought. A lot of it was charts and biological scans. A few sheets down, I noticed strange geometric designs and patterns. The kind of thing that you might associate with the occult. What exactly is all this? Remember how I told you that I had a contact in Europe a few months ago? Someone that was a whistleblower, he said, pointing to the next part of the document that was written in what looked like Latin. Forgive me, but I haven't slept since then. Can you just get to the point, tell me what this supposed conspiracy is all about? James took the second stack and showed me a transcript with a seal that I immediately recognized. My defector was from the Vatican. Worked in the archives, actually, he told me. A deacon that defected. I guess that's a headline. I started to read through the transcript, a bit perplexed by what the document was claiming. The Vatican representative had some crazy out there ideas, especially about angels and demons. I stopped reading when the interviewer claimed that these supernatural beings walked among us. Please tell me, you didn't believe this pile of horse shit? I said, giving him a dry look. Immediately, James went on the offensive. This is exactly why I needed the video files. They said they would send them discreetly, but the fire proved otherwise. Don't you see? The attack on our office proves that I was onto something here, James insisted. I finally got a chance to look at the clock. It was nearly 3 a.m. in the morning. My patience hit its limit. Okay, let's talk about this tomorrow. I need sleep. So do you. We can present your findings to the boss when we have lunch. James shuffled the papers together, giving me an ugly look. You think this is nonsense? You wouldn't be saying that if you saw what I saw. The found footage was raw proof of this cover-up. He growled as he gathered what he'd brought. A few of the stray papers fell to the floor as he hurried out of my apartment. I wanted you to see this first so you would be on my side. I can see now coming here was a mistake. You're no different than the rest, he snarled as he slammed my door shut. I leaned over and picked up the papers he'd brought. One included a few names of a clinical trial in Boston. Another was a sigil that reminded me of the Knights Templar. And the third looked like it was a page ripped from the Da Vinci Code. I couldn't help but chuckle at the similarities to his Wild Goose Chase in that famous book. Then I crumpled them all together and tossed them in my trash dispenser. I went to bed angry and disappointed in James, but also fearful because of what he claimed about the arson. There were other conspiracy nuts willing to hurt us because of this footage. And if it's one group of people I knew not to piss off, it was the crazy religious ones. I got up to make sure my door was locked. Then, somehow found a way to get to sleep. For reasons I couldn't explain yet, my dreams were troubled and filled with strange imagery of demonic spirits and angels chanting the name of God. Neither sight was pleasant to behold, but the angelic host actually frightened me more. I got perhaps an hour and a half of sleep before I was rudely awakened again, this time by the police. 2 junior detectives were at my doorstep alerting me to the fact that James had been found dead. What? My mouth felt dry the moment they gave me the news, and my mind flashed back to the strange conspiracies that he'd tried to convince me of. It's looking like it was a suicide. His note he references you, hence is why we're here, the first officer explained. What did it say? I asked, but the officers told me they weren't at liberty to say. They told me that nothing had been found near his body, which troubled me even more, and then added there was still going to be an investigation because the circumstances were suspicious. What do you mean? I asked. Well, there are a few marks on his back that didn't look like they were self-inflicted, so can't help but to wonder if perhaps someone forced him to write the note before also making sure he didn't survive the night. The second officer explained. I asked them to keep me in the loop about anything they find, and the 2 of them bid me a good night, leaving me alone in the morbid thought that James's conspiracy had likely been the reason for his death. I didn't believe him to be a suicidal person, and the fact the police mentioned that nothing was found near him troubled me. He had gone through the trouble of trying to collect all of his papers before he left here, and yet not a scrap of evidence existed. Someone was trying to make sure that the whispers of this bizarre angelic tale he spun to me would never see the light of day.
I reached in my trash and plucked out the papers that had been discarded in his haste. I was going to find out the truth. I realized that I would need to do my own research into this mystery. I didn't even attempt to sleep again, for fear that whoever attacked and murdered James might find me next. Instead, I spent the last dreary hours before daylight trying to find anything I could on the clinical trials near Boston. I figured it was the best lead from the papers James had given me, but it still proved difficult to discover anything related to the names. Eventually, I did stumble across a few names that seemed to connect to a nursing home just past the river, so without much else going on, I drove there at first light with coffee in my hand. All the while, I had the image of James in my head, strangled from a belt dangling above his bed. While the police didn't tell me precisely how he died, the image I had conjured up felt accurate. And I had a premonition that someone bearing the tattoo of the sigil from the other paper was the one responsible. Now it was a simple matter of bringing them to justice. The nursing home actually proved to be not only for the elderly, but also developmentally disabled adults, and I soon discovered that the 3 individuals I came searching for fit this category. All of them were in their late 20s or early 30s, all men, and all of them looked like they had been brutally tortured at one time or another. Most of their mental capacity seemed gone because, as I tried to communicate, all I found were the 3 were in vegetative states. "Excuse me, but are you family?" a nurse asked as I tried to get one of them to respond to my prompts. I'm sorry, no. I came here as part of an insurance case," I said, thinking fast on my feet. I knew that these people value privacy, and one wrong thing could get me thrown out. "Insurance? We were told that was resolved last year," she said skeptically. "It's a review. Can you tell me what happened to this client?" I asked, pointing to one of the comatose. "Look, just because you have huge money from friends in the Holy City doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. You've hurt these people enough," the nurse said, growing louder and more irate. "A Holy City? Do you mean the Vatican?" I asked, as I recalled the sigil. Now I knew where I had seen it before, on a crest in an old movie connected to that place. James had claimed his source came from there as well. "Do you have any records of when they were first brought here?" I asked, but the nurse had apparently already figured out I didn't belong and started to walk to find her supervisor. It's time for me to disappear. I went the opposite direction, searching for the record department and making sure they didn't see which way I went. When I did find the right room, I started to pore through the files, trying to find the names that were connected to those trials. I did find them. I immediately started to see connections written in their first data here at the home. For one thing, all of them were registered as being originally from Europe. No actual birth data or anything related to their time before coming to America, almost as if they didn't exist at all, or had been created the moment they came here. Where had they been before that? Why had the Vatican sent them here? I also noticed that all of them shared a similar tattoo on the right ankle. It reminded me of that sigil I now recognize as being connected to the Holy City. Along with the tattoo, each client had scars in their back, both the left and the right, all the way down. Scars reminded me of what you might see if you pluck the wings off of a bird. As much as I didn't want to even fathom the possibility of James being correct about his strange conspiracy, it was almost sounding plausible. I decided to try one last thing before leaving the home, returning to the comatose woman that I had been speaking with earlier. I showed her the sigil, asking if she had ever seen it before. But I didn't anticipate her visceral reaction to my inquiry. She actually started to shake and act like she was having a seizure and moan. Then she startled me and grabbed my arms, her nails digging into my flesh as she gargled incoherent words. She spat and foamed against my face, pinning me to the floor. I found myself shocked that this elderly woman even had such strength. I pushed her away, scrambling to stand and protect myself as she kept trying to attack me. It was as if she was possessed with superhuman strength.
Behind me, a few orderlies pushed me aside and sedated her as a new nurse walked in, giving me a judgmental look. "You're from the insurance, you said," he asked as I was escorted to their office. I guess that story isn't sticking, I realized as soon as I saw 2 police officers. Everyone was waiting for me to give an answer that could get me out of this mess. Instead, right before they led me into the office, I bolted in the other direction. Not my best reaction. I could hear them frantic to find me. I hid in a linen closet and listened for the noises to die down. Then I snuck out towards the eastern wing, in my car. I was just about to leave the place entirely when the nurse from earlier spotted me. I was certain she was about to squeal again, but instead, she passed me a small copper key. There's a storage center over in Midtown. Big one. Box 306. That's where you'll find the remaining footage. Now get out of here before they find out you were here, she insisted. I heard the shouting coming from another part of the wing, and wasted no time to appreciate her gift, racing to my car and then getting away from the building before more enforcement was called. As I got on the highway, I finally found myself able to calm down, but everything was spinning out of control inside my head. It was clear to me now that the people at the home had been experimented on somehow. Their superhuman abilities weren't explainable any other way. I needed to get to the heart of the matter, I thought, as I glanced at the key that I'd been given. The nurse had mentioned tapes, so I automatically connected it to the footage that James had died for. Apparently there was more. I wasted no time making it to the storage center to find out, telling them which box I was searching, and opening it without a second thought. Inside I found only 2 dusty VHS tapes, both marked with Hebrew letters, and right below them someone had hastily scrawled the translation. It's all the same word. Penuel. I took them and left before anyone was the wiser. On my drive back to my apartment, I researched where to buy a VCR and the meaning behind the Hebrew word. Penuel was said to be the spot where the Bible character Jacob wrestled with an angel all night. A verse said that it was called the face of God. Some sources said that you could still go to the spot in the modern day and see a glimpse of the supernatural. I didn't believe that nonsense, but I found it interesting that these tapes were connected again to James's claim of angelic experiments. The Vatican was hiding something, and I was intent to find out what. It took me a few hours to find the right pawn shop that sold a VCR, but I sped back to my apartment right after. I felt certain that the forces which had already taken out James were watching me, so I immediately started to watch the tapes. I'll do my best to record what I saw, but I dare not to repeat the experience. The first video started out quite boring. I wasn't sure what I was looking at because most of the people were speaking Spanish and Arabic with only minimal English from the cameraman. I took notes because the video was so scratchy I knew that it would likely be impossible to reproduce. It was clear whoever created it wasn't intending it to be used for anything besides revealing the secrets that the Holy City had covered up. The cameraman was also extremely nervous because it often was difficult for him to keep his filming steady. And what I could see, even without the language I understood, was terrifying. The man had discreetly placed himself with a camera inside one of the patient wards from the hospital I'd visited, allowing him to observe visitors coming by and checking on the comatose woman. They would examine the scars on her back or try to get her to vomit, but I couldn't tell you why. The cameraman made a note that the scars showed no signs of healing, and that this was a good thing. As long as she doesn't sprout, she'll remain safe, he explained in a low tone. The next few images proved me with a detailed look of the secluded room which the man was hiding in. Apparently it was right next to the room where I had attempted to speak to the woman myself, and the mirror that was facing her was in fact a false one, allowing the cameraman easy access to anything within. I'll stay here as long as necessary, he told whoever he intended this video for,
and then placed the camera down and lay on the cold stone floor. I became alarmed when sounds of wails filled the video, until the camera had caught the woman leaning back on her bed and screaming towards the ceiling. She would rear her head back, then scratch at her back as best she could, and keep shrieking for help. But none of the nurses came to visit her. The first part was the worst of all. It showed her trembling on the floor as dim light seeped through a glass window above. Her body was bare. 2 doctors watched in awe as she underwent the transformation. The cameraman and I both found ourselves holding back a gasp as the woman grew white wings from her back. They spread almost as wide as the room. The doctors shouted at each other in excitement and sedated their newly formed creature, dragging her out of the room. The second video looked like it was filmed on a ship. The cameraman had somehow stowed aboard the vessel and kicked open a door to reveal what looked like dozens of cages, all of which had more strange, mutated people inside. All of them were weeping and gnawing at themselves, unable to stop the angelic transformation that was happening to their body. The man was talking in a low whisper, explaining that the ship was headed for the Vatican's secret lab, somewhere in the sewers of that holy city. There they'll try to unlock the secrets of heaven again, and the ones that don't belong will be cast out. His video showed that the experiments seemed more successful on men, and he speculated this was connected to the biblical references to masculinity in angels. He also mentioned a man who was purchasing these people from stateside hospitals and selling them. Sinners. Forgotten people that no one cares to look for. They're trying to make gods. The cameraman whispered. The footage ended as he told the unseen audience that he would send him more when he arrived at the Vatican. And it was apparent that James was the recipient. As I finished them, I came to grips with the awfulness of these experiments and what they revealed. The people in charge of representing God were making monsters. I took them and I tossed them in the dumpster, tearing out as much of the tape as I could. No one would ever see these horrors. I couldn't help but feel guilt creep into my soul. My friend died for this. So many would keep being tortured and experimented on because of my silence. But I'm just one man. Against a force that's creating God on Earth. Hiding wasn't a brave move, but it was the only way for my survival. I'm putting this here because honestly, I've had a hell of a day at work, and I don't know what to make of the information I just received. I can't exactly say where I work, since if I happen to attract any attention, I'd probably lose my job instantly. All I can say is that I work at a space agency. The things are kept pretty locked up here, since they don't want any information leaks until they're completely sure of their findings. At least that's what I'm assuming. I've been here for a while, and still, all I really know is what I've been assigned. I wasn't supposed to know this information. Fuck, I shouldn't have taken that phone. I mean, what am I doing? I could get fired for this. Though honestly, maybe getting fired is the least of what could happen to me. Okay, let me start with how I got a hold of the phone. My boss, I'm not really going to describe her. She's not that important to the story. She asked me to go drop off a couple of files in the processing lab. Now, the details of what it was aren't really that important, honestly, and it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about now. It was just a couple of hypotheses that she wanted to submit to see if they could actually do any research
What was important is that the processing lab is past meeting room AB, which I didn't even know was being used that day until I heard a voice from inside. I couldn't really make out what was being said. The doors muffled too much of the sound, and the recording wasn't the best, but the more I listened, the more I started to feel I recognized the voice. I couldn't put my finger on it, but then I heard the other people in the room begin to speak. No one's got to find out about this recording. It could put our next mission in jeopardy. One of the men spoke. I couldn't really recognize his voice, but I assumed it was probably someone that I was meant to know. Someone replay it. There was a sound towards the end over their voice that I want to hear again. The woman said. And then the sound of the recording was heard again. That was when I recognized whose voice it was. And then my heart stopped. Now, I have to admit something here that could probably get me into trouble, but you know what? To hell with it. There's a fire alarm in a stairwell, and I know for a fact that there aren't any cameras in that area of the stairwell. At that point, I didn't really think. I just had to get my hands on that recording to find out what was happening, so I hit the fire alarm. I mean, even if I get fired, it could be worth it. People were leaving the building in a panic since this hadn't been scheduled, and no one noticed me slipping into the meeting room. Even the people that were already in there. I grabbed what was on the table. It was a pretty badly damaged phone, and I tucked it into my pocket, making sure no one else saw me. Quickly, I joined everyone else leaving the building, making light conversation and acting confused, to fit in with the crowd. During all the chaos, I slipped away to my car and put the phone in the storage compartment, locking the door and slipping back into the crowd. I would have left immediately, but I knew that if I left immediately after the phone went missing, I'd be the number one suspect. When everything had been sorted out, obviously, there was a whole commotion as they realized the phone was missing and everyone was searched. Eventually, they couldn't keep us all there for too long, and they let us go one by one after searching us. Thankfully, they hadn't bothered checking our cars. I don't think they think anyone had the time to get to their cars. It's a damn stroke of luck as well, because if they had checked... Let's just move on. As soon as I got home, I let my mom and dad know that I had some work left to do, and that I'd be up late, so they probably shouldn't bother me. I mean, this was common enough, so they wouldn't bother me. When I got to my room, I closed the door, and I know you're probably wondering why I didn't just lock it. Well, I come from an Indian household, so if I were to lock the door, my mom and dad would immediately suspect something was up. My sibling wouldn't suspect anything, but she'd probably be concerned, and I really didn't want to get any of them involved in this mess. Well, I unlocked the phone quickly, bypassed the password, navigated to the voice recording app, and of course, there were two files, ones that were unlabeled. The rest of them seemed to be the names of popular songs, which, after a quick listen, revealed that it was the same voice from the recording singing for fun. I knew that we had a charger that worked with this type of phone and connected to my laptop, transferring the files. As soon as it had downloaded, I grabbed the phone and hid it on my desk. As soon as I listened to the file, I'd make sure to get rid of it. I mean, no point trying to return it. I'd get caught either way. And now for another explanation. I've tried to link the files here multiple times, but for some reason it refuses to upload. I've tried multiple times since destroying the phone, and nothing seems to work. At this point, I just needed to get this off my chest, and I don't want to have anything to do with this anymore. I've decided to just transcribe them here as I listen to them, so here goes nothing. It's been almost a week since they selected me to be the first solo adventurer to go into space. The more I think about it, the stranger the situation feels. I mean, I know they've been prepping me to do this for years. They've been prepping all of us in the training room, which is what kind of weirds me out. You think they'd do some testing, select the people that are the most probable choices, and focus on them to be on the mission, but no, they trained all of us and then chose me. Although I can't lie and say that I'm not giddy about it, I've always wanted to be an astronomer. Or more, I've always wanted to go to space. The fact that I'm even here, I'm grateful for. And even more that I was chosen to be able to be the first solo explorer. I remember that I fell asleep in the meeting room. It was strange. Some sort of weird haze that just made me feel absolutely exhausted. I just thought that it might have been my thalassemia or anemia causing me to feel tired again. So I drank some water, but it didn't make me feel any better. Eventually I fell asleep, but now, thinking back on it, it really did feel different. It felt off. When I woke up, it was evening time and someone was shaking me awake. Karina, a girl who was in training with me, had a smile on her face. "Hey, don't tell me Madam Chosen One is sleep-deprived right before the big day," she asked me teasingly. Karina and I always had a thing. It wasn't quite a romantic or sexual thing, but it certainly wasn't just friendship. We were kind of somewhere in between, and we were both fine with it. But it had made training a lot more enjoyable to have someone like that for me. No, I'm fine, Rena. Did I miss something? I asked, rubbing my eyes. I honestly just passed the fuck out. I don't even know how. It's cool, Madam Shit. I forgot. Is it okay if I call you that today? Would you prefer something more androgynous? She said worryingly, handing me a bottle of water. She always worried about things like that. It was adorable. It's fine, I responded, smiling and drinking from the bottle. It was only then that I noticed someone in the training room was simply just hanging out and talking. Did the meeting end? Karina laughed before telling me, "Oh, it ended a while back, but it didn't really apply to you. Honestly, I don't know why you even came. It was meant for all of us except for you, Madam Chosen One." I rolled my eyes. "You can stop calling me that now, or the novelty will wear off. Anyway, are you going to keep being cute, or are you going to fill me in?" I teased her. She simply sat on the table next to where I was sitting on the chair. "They were just telling us that since you were being chosen for the program, we're all being let go. This will be our last day here since you'll be sent off at, dawn tomorrow?" She began to explain. I nodded, and she continued. "It wasn't anything major, really, just that they appreciated us volunteering for this program, and that the time we sacrificed will be compensated in money." I frowned. "That's it? They're just letting you all go?" I asked. I'm sorry, Karina. I know everyone here wanted this opportunity as much as I did. For them to just let you all go..." She shook her head. Hey, no need for apologies. We all knew what we signed up for, and only one of us would be selected. Besides, all of us kind of agreed that if anyone should go up, it should be you." She smiled, patting my head comfortingly. I was hesitant, but I ended up saying, "You say so." "Hey, Chosen One, heads up!" One of the guys in my training group, Matt, stood up and tossed something at me, which flew gently, heading right for my face. I ducked out of the way and looked behind me to see it was a paper airplane. "Oh, you're on," I grinned, grabbing a piece of paper and setting out to make the best fucking paper airplane in my life. Things devolved from there. With the 9 other people in the room, including Karina, making their own paper airplanes and beginning to throw them at each other. It was really nice. The room was bathed in golden sunset hues, and there was so much laughter, and honestly, with how competitive we were to get the spot, it was surprising that we were all getting around so well. All right, settle down, everyone," a familiar voice called out, and we all turned to see Bruce in the doorway. Bruce was a big man, mostly muscled, but he had a kind face. Don't let that fool you, though. He was a strict trainer when we were in the program, but he was fair. He was a good guy. "Now, where's our lucky trainee?" I raised my hand, raising my eyebrows. "Here, sir. Anything you need?" I asked. His face broke into a smile. "I come bearing gifts, or single gift for now," he said, and opened the door a bit wider for a familiar person to peek inside. "Hey, oh my God!" A huge smile stretched across my face. "It's been a while! Get over here!" I opened my eyes and my younger sibling ran over, crashing into me. Being at the training program meant that I didn't get to see any visitors, and my sibling had been so busy recently that I hadn't seen her in a while. I guess that, and the combination of knowing that I would be gone away for a while, made me a bit emotional. "Hi," she said, hugging me. "Can't believe you're gonna go into space," she grinned. I shook my head. Honestly, I can't believe it either. This has been my dream since I was 5, but what are you doing here? How did you even know I was here? I thought this was meant to be a secret. My sister cut me off. I've actually been working here for a while now. I didn't know that you were working here either. I only found out when you were chosen. We decided to keep it a secret so I could come in and surprise you today, she said while smiling. Honestly, after that, my conversation felt a bit like a blur. Everything blended together. I know I was having fun with my sister and my friends. The more I think about it, though, the more I feel like something was wrong with it. And now I think I know. It all felt staged. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt too perfect. It might sound stupid, but I've never been someone who has perfect luck. There was almost never a situation when everything felt completely right. All of this was my ideal situation. All of the trainees getting along, the picturesque setting, my sister being here, all of it was what I'd prayed to have before I left. But maybe I'm just saying that I felt something was wrong because of what I know now. Before I knew it, I was being ushered into another room, a cafeteria. There was all my favorite foods. There was a cake. It was a farewell party, I think. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more I realize that there were certainly more people than I actually knew. Maybe other employees. But even then, why would they be at my party? At the time, I didn't care. I was having so much fun. People were congratulating me, shaking my hand, hugging me, kissing me on the cheek. I think I really should have recognized something was wrong by then. I've never been one to let people other than extremely close friends and family be physically affectionate with me. It just wasn't something that I was comfortable with. And the fact that I was letting people do that and get so close to me without ever feeling even the slightest bit worried or anxious or uncomfortable should have been a clear indicator that something wasn't right. But it wasn't, and now I'm here. The party went on for a while, and the sun had already set by the time things began to die down. It was just me, my sister, Karina, and Bruce. Everyone else had left. "So, chosen one, feeling confident?" Bruce asked, eating a piece of cake. Still nervous as hell, obviously, Bruce. "I have anxiety, remember?" I said, glaring at him. "Anyways, what's with the whole chosen one thing? Is that a nickname or a joke everyone came up with? Seems like everyone got the idea," I asked. Karina laughed, drinking water from her cup. "Don't be anxious, darling. You're going to do wonders. You were born for this, you know," she said, sipping it. My sister was strangely quiet at this point. I knew sometimes she would get quiet, but she'd been quiet for almost 3 minutes now, and I was starting to get freaked out. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked her. She turned to me, her expression blank and confused. "What? Where am I? What's going on?" she asked us. "We're at my going away party. Are you all right?" I asked, confused. Karina made a small noise of concern. "Here, maybe you're tired. How about you get a drink of water and take a nap, "We'll wake you and Madam Chosen One here has to go," she said, handing my sister her cup of water. "Here, waterful from this." My sister nodded and drank some of the water, and I wiggled my fingers, reaching for the cup. "Come on, I'm thirsty as well." "Oh, thirsty, Karina teased. "I'm sitting right here, madam," she said while grinning. "Don't start, Rena," I rolled my eyes. "You know that's not what I mean, as cute as you are," I responded, nudging her with my shoulders and taking the cup from my sister and drinking from it. "Feeling better?" I asked my sister. A little bit," she said. Bruce sighed. "You really should probably get some rest. You seem like you're tired. Maybe you can go home, come see your sibling off tomorrow morning." My sister shook her head. No, I'm fine. I'd feel really bad if I let my sibling go off to space without spending at least some time with her as I can. Bruce nodded understandingly. I understand, but I just need to remind you, she needs to be put into the quarantine area at 8 p.m. So that she's all set to go for the mission tomorrow. The chosen one needs her sleep, of course. Yeah, I get it. It's already 7:30, I said, looking at the clock. By the way, where is this quarantine area? At this, Bruce grinned. Glad you asked, Cadet. Come on. It's about time that we get you up there. I'm sure something should be ready by now. Now, if you asked me exactly how we got to the spiral staircase tower, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I have no idea how Bruce took us there. I have no memory of the area around us. Everything looked familiar, and yet I have no firm memory of where we went. All I remember was getting into the tower, which was lit with blue lights, and had a spiral staircase. As I stepped inside, I heard the sound of party horns and confetti fell down. The other trainees were standing towards the upper part of the staircase, holding confetti poppers and party horns in their hands as they grinned. You guys, I yelled up at them. A grin on my face as I held back the tears. This is so sweet. Yeah, chosen one. Now get up here, take your walk of victory. Or your climb of victory, I guess, Matt called out, teasing me. I rolled my eyes. I thought I told you guys to stop calling me chosen one, Matt, I called back. It makes me feel weird as fuck. As I climbed up, my sister Karina and Bruce were behind me, watching and smiling as I high-fived some of the trainees, hugged some of the others, and had small conversations. Then I started taking too long. Bruce put a hand on my shoulder. Hey, as much as I don't want you to rush, it's 7:45. I think you're probably going to want to get to the top of the stairs, he said to me. I took his word for it and climbed the last few stairs, and instantly, I felt the tears build up in my eyes. Mom? Dad? Of course, I called them what I called them in my native tongue, but for the sake of anyone who finds this and listens to this, I'll just keep everything in English. I ran over to them and I hugged them. If there was something that people knew about me, it was how much I loved my family. My sister joined in the hug and my mom leaned back. We're so proud of you. All your aunts and uncles and grandparents and cousins. We're all so proud of you for bringing honor to our family. You're going to be a part of history tomorrow. I nodded. Yeah, really excited. I'm going to miss you guys so much. I'm going to miss everyone, I said. As I said that, though, something began to feel strange to me. Something about this. All of this. I couldn't put into words, but it just felt weird. Why was I even doing this? Putting her hand on my shoulder. Yeah, I'm fine. Just getting emotional, I think, I said, trying not to cry as I laughed. I drank some water and took a deep breath. I'm all right. I'm so happy to have this opportunity. I won't let you down, Mom and Dad. I'll do what I have to do to make history, and then I'll come home and we can celebrate, I said, hugging my parents once again. We know you will. You've gotten this far, haven't you? My dad said. This is what you've always wanted, to go to space. So now it's time to make your dreams come true. I nodded, and Bruce cleared his throat, almost sounding like he was holding back tears. Well, I hate to break up the moment, but our chosen one here has to get inside for quarantining so that she's all set to go for the mission tomorrow. Cadet, it's time for you to say your goodbyes. I turned back to my parents. I hugged them tightly, my tears falling. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. I'll be back home soon. Promise, I said to them. Then I turned to my sister and hugged her tightly. Be good, okay? Do well in college. Do well in your job. Be good to Mom and Dad. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, okay? I said. When I pulled away, she was crying. Be careful and stay alive and don't do anything stupid and get yourself blown up, she said tearily, sniffling. That's what the training is for, kid, I grinned, trying to hold back tears of my own. Hugging my family once more, tightly, I couldn't help but feel something was very wrong. Did I really want to go on this mission and leave my family behind? But before I could say anything, they were already waving goodbye and heading down the stairs. Maybe I did want this. With that, I turned to Karina. So it's been a fun ride, hasn't it? Been together through all of this, I chuckled, looking at her through tears. She stepped forward and took my hands in hers. Even though she was the taller of the two of us, I was the one who could carry her easily, even in 5-inch heels. Her hands were gentle. It has. And I hate that it has to end, she told me softly. I laughed a little then, reaching forward to tuck a piece of her hair behind her ear. Who says it has to? I'm gonna come back for you, darling. As long as you don't forget me, I said, raising an eyebrow. Forget you? You're so silly. If anything, I'm hoping you don't forget me, oh chosen one, she said, with a mocking vow. And she kissed my hand. I rolled my eyes, again with the... You know what? Forget it. I'll be back for you. You're just as important to me as my family, and you know how important my family is to me, I said to her. She laughed at that. Okay, firstly, nothing is as important to you as your family, so that obviously isn't true, but... She stepped closer to me as she continued. I'd like to think I'm a close second. Yeah, you are, I said. And my voice was a bit breathy. This girl's really too sweet. She stepped a bit closer to me now, and there was barely any room between us. I know you don't really do the whole romance thing, but She began to say nervously, and I just smiled and wrapped my arms around her waist. A hug would be nice. You know? For good luck, I said to her, offering her the chance she seemed to be asking for. She rolled her eyes and hugged me tightly. And as she pulled back, she whispered, Good luck, chosen one. I'll see you tomorrow morning. And with that, she slipped away from me and down the stairs. Finally, I turned to Bruce, who gave me a sympathetic smile. It's time for you to head inside, Cadet, he said, pointing to the huge, open metal door. Huh? I realized now that I hadn't even noticed when it had opened at the time. Thanks, Bruce. You really did take care of me and train me to be the best cadet I could be. I'm glad I got you as my trainer. You feel totally prepared for space, I said playfully, elbowing him. I sure hope so, chosen one. We're all depending on you, he said, and there was an underlying seriousness to his voice. As I stepped into the room and turned around, waiting for the doors to close. Goodbye, chosen one. I turned to look back. My heart rate spiked as I saw him waving at me with a strange, pleasant smile. It was off. The door closed, and I think that was the moment I knew something was completely wrong. As the door locked in place, I couldn't convince myself that the weird, sudden lack of emotion on Bruce's face as he closed that door and said goodbye was just my imagination. Walking up to the door, I tried the handle to find that it was locked. No keyhole, no password, nothing. I had been locked in. As I explored the room, I was thankful for the fact that it was large. Seeing as if it was small and cramped, I certainly would have lost my mind. I was also very glad I brought my bag because it seemed like the only entertaining thing in the room was the glass dome ceiling, showing the night sky in all its glory. To be fair, it was very entertaining to me, but with all the nervous energy I had, it certainly wasn't going to help me calm down. As I checked my phone, I realized with a sinking feeling that I had no signal in here. Great. Trapped in a huge, empty room, all alone, with nothing to do but stare at the stars. I hadn't even brought food with me, honestly. Or water, come to think of it. I hadn't even seen anywhere to sleep. On cue, my eyes landed on a lump that I recognized to be a sleeping bag. Seeing as I had nothing else to do, I set up the sleeping bag and just stared up into space. It was beautiful. Especially since this facility was located away from the lights of the city. The stars could be seen much better here. So much that you could even see galaxies with your naked eye. I always loved staring up at space, losing myself in its beauty. Eventually, though, around 11 p.m., I started to feel very strange. As I went over the day's events in my head, I started to feel off about them, the way I mentioned earlier. Everything felt rehearsed, scripted, almost like a play to make me happy, to make the chosen one happy. I think this was when it truly occurred to me to question how strange it was that everyone seemed to be calling me the chosen one. I mean, it was funny as a joke, but now, the more I began to think about it, the creepier it felt. Karina had called me that. Bruce had called me that. Matt had called me that. Even my own mom and dad called me that. And if that wasn't fucked up, Mom and Dad. I sat up. What Karina had said had been right. I mean, I loved my family more than anything, more than myself. So in that logic, why the hell would I have agreed to go to space and come back at God knows when? I didn't even know when I was returning. That was when the piece began to click. There was a knock on the door, and out of curiosity, I walked over and whispered, "Hello? Ari?" It was the first time I'd heard anyone say my name all day. "Ari, can you hear me?" The voice called quietly through the door. "Karina?" I asked in surprise. We already said goodbye. What are you? She cut me off. "Don't drink the water." I blinked and was filled with even more confusion. "What?" I asked. "The water," she repeated. "Don't drink the water. That's what they're using to make us all quiet and obedient. If you drink it, you'll do whatever they want you to do. Ari, you cannot drink the water or else you'll go to space. You'll do what they want you to do." I was completely lost now. "Karina, you said you were happy that I was going, that I was meant to go, that I was the chosen one," I started saying. No, that wasn't me. I don't want you to go, Ari. I want you to stay here. Not just because I love you, but because if you go, you might not come back," Karina said, her voice shaking. "Karina, slow down. Tell me everything," I said seriously, genuinely scared by now. She made a frustrated sound. "I don't have time. If they find out I'm not in my room anymore, they're going to get me again, and they make me drink the goddamn water," she yelled. "What does the water do?" I asked, trying to get some answers out of her. I don't know exactly what it does, Ari. Apparently it makes us want to send you into space on your own with no backup, randomly selected. Doesn't it seem weird to you?" she asked. And I had to admit, as the haze was starting to fade from my mind, she was right. Like I said at the beginning of this recording, why would they randomly select one of us to go into space? They didn't even tell us who was the best in training. They just suddenly said that I was the chosen one. And I realized something at that moment. Karina, I don't think I want to go to space. I don't know if I ever did, and you know how much I love my family. Why would I want to leave them and go into space and come back at some unspecified time? Hell, they haven't even told me a return date. I was starting to yell, my panic taking over. "It's because they never intended for you to come back, Ari," Karina responded, just as panicked. "Think about it. What was the first thing they did when they offered you this position to work here? You didn't apply to be a part of this training program, did you?" Slowly, I shook my head, but realized she couldn't see me. I spoke. "No, I applied to just be a researcher here. I never wanted to leave Earth, and during my interview, they offered you a glass of water, didn't they? And they told you not to tell anyone what your actual job is, right?" Karina asked. "Right," I whispered. "Listen, I don't have much time. I don't know what's going on, but promise me, do not drink any water that is here. When they let you out in the morning, do whatever you can to fight your way out. You need to get out of here, please, she pleaded to me. At this point, I was completely ready to listen to her, but what about you? I asked. I can't just leave you here. I'll be fine. I promise you, I can get out of here much easier than you can. Just swear to me. Fuck, someone's coming. Don't drink the fucking water. Okay, just don't. She began to say desperately, but was cut off. The breath. And then there was silence. Karina? I called out. Karina, can you hear me? I tried again. No response. I ended up accepting that Karina was gone after waiting to hear her again for 5 minutes and getting no response at all. Not even the sound of anyone breathing. She had been right, though. During my interview, they did give me water. Throughout the whole training program, they'd always provided us with food and water. Not stuff that we brought in, but their own food and their own water, and it was true. So much of today had felt strangely perfect, like not a single bad thing was happening. It was all too picturesque, like a strange play, and throughout the whole day, I'd seen Karina drinking water. I had drunk water. And then it hit me, my little sister. She tended to carry around her own water bottle more than anything, and towards the end of the party, she had been acting strange, as though she had no idea what was going on. If she hadn't drank so much of the water, maybe whatever effect it had on her had worn off. Then when Karina had given her water from her cup, it might have brought on the effect again. I took a deep breath. All I had to do was not drink the water from the water dispenser in the room, right? I mean, that couldn't be too hard. I laid down in the middle of the room in the sleeping bag. At least I could look up at the night sky to keep me company. Calm my nerves a bit. Ever since I was a little kid, I've always loved space. But back then, I really wanted to go into space, but now, with the life I have back home and the people I have on Earth, I don't think I want to go anymore. I was about 2 hours into laying there that I started to feel something was very, very, very wrong. My heart dropped and my heart rate quickened. It was almost like I was having a panic attack, but it couldn't have been one, seeing as there was no trigger. I was all alone in this room with nothing else, no one else. There was nothing that could have triggered the panic attack. I couldn't even tell what was happening. It took me too long to realize what was wrong. Looking up at the sky, I felt this deep, unending, terrible fear. This horrible emptiness inside of me. I don't know how to explain it because of this feeling. God, I wanted to rip my skin off, tear my hair out, do anything to feel something other than what I can only describe as nothingness. And when I looked up at the sky, there was nothing. And it's not like the stars disappeared or anything. The sky looked exactly the same, but I could feel it. And I'm not fucking going crazy. I know I'm not. I could feel how empty it was, how nothing it was. And it was alive. And I could feel it. It was out there and I could feel it slowly making its way through my body, through my blood. And it was all this cold, dark nothing. It's 3 a.m. now. I can feel the nothing looking at me, calling me. It's already claimed me. I'm the chosen one. I understand. It's not even trying to get closer. I'm not worried. It can't feel anything except for hunger. It already knows that I'll be there soon. I'm so thirsty. And that's why I recorded this now. I know I'll end up drinking the water eventually. I can't hold out for another 3 hours. At least if I record this, someone can find the phone and will have a record of me. I can feel the nothing. I don't want to feel the nothing. Just when I drink the water, I can't feel it anymore. First audio recording ends. I have a lot to say about this, but I think that it would probably be better for me to explain everything after the second recording. It's a lot shorter than the first, so here goes. I don't know how long I've been up here. Everything's a blur. I don't even know how I got here, which is quite concerning, seeing as I was the one who had to initiate the liftoff on the ship. All I remember is them bringing me out of the room, strapping me into the space shuttle, and then everyone waving goodbye and smiling. They were all smiling the same smile, waving exactly the same. My sister wasn't there to send me off. Karina was. I guess they got to her last night after she tried to warn me. I put together most of the pieces. I think it's just... It's a shame it took me so long. The nothing, it's stronger here. It's not just in my blood, in my lungs, sliding through me anymore. It's enveloping up here. It makes you feel nothing but cold, void, emptiness, the nothingness. I'm sure of it. The nothing is alive. I can feel it moving, crawling closer. It's not in a hurry. It knows it will reach me soon enough. I'm going to try to explain it, but I don't think I can actually put it into words what this thing is. Or what it isn't, I suppose, but I'll try, nonetheless. We humans only know about a small portion of the universe. It's a known fact. There's so many things out there that we don't know, that we don't understand. I think that's what makes this so hard to explain. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. But there's something out there that's simply nothing. It's not there, but it is there. It's a void in existence, something made of nothing, and it takes until there's nothing left to take, and it'll keep taking until the end of time. There's no beginning to it. There's no end. It's nothing, and yet it's everything. And it's so hungry. And I'm very, very interesting to it. A human that's not inside the confines of the planet Earth? It's intrigued once again. It's quite funny to me, really, now that I think about it. We humans all repeat history all the time, even when we think we're better than that. The number of times humans have sacrificed each other to please some higher being or higher order is uncountable. And yet, how many times has that actually saved us? It didn't take me too long to realize that the Chosen One was practically synonymous with the sacrifice. They set me up here to try and appease the nothing, to give it an offering. I'm sure this isn't the first time. Do you know what the funniest part is? That this won't do anything to stop the inevitable. The nothing never asked for sacrifices or offerings. It doesn't need to ask for anything. It just takes. But it will take me and it will devour me. And it will leave nothing left of me. And it won't stop it from coming closer and closer to Earth. I can feel it waiting. It's biding its time. There's no rush. It'll devour us all soon. And we'll all become nothing. It's here now. I can feel it. I'll spare you having to hear my end, I suppose. This is my goodbye. Hopefully this ship makes it back to Earth somehow. I'm sure it will. But nothing wants only me. If I've learned anything, it's that there's nothing in space, and the nothing is always here waiting. It'll come to take me, and it'll come to take you as well. Second recording ends. I need to take a minute. Okay, I stepped away for a couple of hours to process this, but there's a couple of things in these recordings that I have to address, right? Firstly, at the end of the second recording, the audio starts distorting a bit. I don't know what could cause that sort of distortion, but I swear I can hear something under the person's voice. I can't even describe that sound. Now, I'm willing to write that off as simply an issue with the phone itself, or some kind of interference, maybe. But here are the undeniable facts. As I mentioned before, I have to get my hands on this recording because I recognize this person's voice. I'm sure people have somewhat put together what was going on, so you can understand why I may be concerned. The person speaking in those audios is my older sister. I can completely confirm that, especially since I grabbed her phone to check if it was the same phone. Same password, same apps, same wallpaper, same social media. Everything is exactly the same. The only difference is that the two recordings I listened to now were not on my sister's current phone. Let me explain. I referred to my sibling as her earlier and sister just now. My sibling is non-binary, switches between feminine and neutral pronouns. Of course, there's the truth of the fact that my older sibling's code name in the agency is Ari. I'll refer to her by that name. I know that Ari is very, very close with someone named Karina. I know that Ari has been undergoing special training in the same space agency where I work. In fact, I know that she was selected for a very special assignment, and I found that out yesterday. I didn't actually know what she did at work until just now. Ari's been home often, and when she is, she doesn't talk about work. What bothers me is that somehow this recording seems to know that I had made a plan to surprise my sibling the next week, the day before she went on her mission. I had worked on this plan with her supervisor, Bruce. I've been hearing people talking about the Chosen One a lot recently, and now here's what's really concerning me. If what the Ari in the recording said was right, then there's something wrong with the water. Now, I know that Ari drinks a lot of water during the day, and she often forgets to take her water bottle. She's been acting quite strange the last time that she's been at home. I don't tend to drink the water much in general, and I almost always carry my water bottle on me. The fact that Ari in the recording even got that little detail right, it bothers me. And I know that I've seen shipments of water bottles come to the company, and I know those are not any companies that mainly sell water, if they do sell water at all. Every time I interacted with a higher up in the agency in a meeting or something, I was offered water. Every time I talked to Bruce, I was offered a cup of water, and my water bottle was suddenly missing. But if what this recording says is true, then how did I get a recording of something that should be happening in 6 days? You know what? I don't think that matters right now. I doubt this is a prank. Seeing as some of the most important people in this agency were in that room, they mentioned that it could impact the mission next week. I might be able to admit that my sibling maybe could have lost her mind talking about this nothing entity. But if there is any piece where time could be warped, it would be in space, wouldn't it? I'd have to do something. I can't let my sibling die. I need to warn her. I need to go convince my sibling of what's happening, and then I need to destroy that goddamn phone. I believe the idea of my sister being a sacrifice over this agency just randomly sending a solo explorer into space with minimal training and no pushback. And I know my sibling decided she never wanted to go to space back when she was 14, so now that I truly think about it, something here is very wrong.
My sibling wouldn't have agreed to this. I'm going to listen to the recording again. I'm just putting this out here so people know this is happening. Believe me or not, I don't care. But I'm not going to let my older sister die in space. Whether it's to losing her own mind or... There's nothing in space. There should be nothing in space. But I'm not sure what I believe anymore. Robert Edward Keenan killed himself in the fall of 1999. I wasn't there, but it's where my story begins. It begins with Rob, 17 years old, sitting in a burning car in the middle of a crowded parking lot one Monday night in October. He burned for nearly 4 hours before the police let the firemen near enough to put out the flames and put out his body. I didn't know him. Not really. We lived in a small town. I knew him by sight and knew his name. I doubt we'd ever exchange more than a few perfunctory words. It makes me feel funny talking about him. Like I'm not justified doing it, but I'm going to tell you about the Spire. It's unavoidable. I have to tell you about Robert Edward Keenan and how the suicide note he left behind tangled up my life with his. Back then, we both lived in a sleepy town in New England, a little over an hour northwest of Boston, just across the New Hampshire border. The sort of place that's nice to live, if you're the sort of person that doesn't like doing very much. There's really only 3 reasons anyone stepped foot in my hometown. The first is that they're on their way over to Nashua, the shopping mecca of the Northeast. The second would be the ice cream. We have a dairy farm where they sell the world's best ice cream, all of it made right there on the premises. And the third is because they bought one of those haunted New England books. So usually you can find our town listed in those books twice. The first entry will likely be the story of how our high school is one of the 10 oldest in the country, came to have the Silver Spectre as its mascot, and I always loved the Spectre. It reflected how steeped in folklore rural New England once was, and as mascots go, it's much more interesting than the fighting fill in the cat species here, and everyone else seems to have saddled with. Way back in the 1890s, there was a terrible blizzard. A proper nor'easter. It dumped several feet of snow across the whole region. There were many, many casualties, mostly the very young and very old, stuck in their homes without heat. One of the exceptions was neither very young nor very old. It was Jennifer Wilkins. She was a teacher trapped in a school when the blizzard hit. What little food there was in the schoolhouse couldn't have lasted more than 2 days. And folks say by the 5th, she had resorted to boiling her boots to soften up the leather for eating. It was 2 weeks before anyone was able to reach her. They found her body, thin as a matchstick, wrapped up in a gray wool blanket. If only they'd had paste in those days, she might have made it. That old schoolhouse is now our town rec center. Supposedly, old Jenny still haunts its halls, wrapped in that gray wool blanket. Her hollow, emaciated visage, searching in vain for something to eat. Once when I was 8 or 9 years old, long before I knew the origins of the Silver Spectre, I went up into the rec center's attic alone. It was August. I had snuck away from the rest of the summer reading program in my own interminable boredom. The dusty attic was filled with broken furniture and plastic bins containing the crafting supplies for all the daycare programs. It would have been entirely forgettable, if not for the drafts. The summer had been hot and humid, but in the rec center's attic, if you stepped in the wrong spot, it'd get so cold that you could practically see your breath. I told my mom about it. She was the one who told me about Jenny. Never went back there alone. The second story you typically find in those books is about the Blood Cemetery. Its real name is the Pine Hill Cemetery, but nobody calls it that. They call it the Blood Cemetery because it's supposedly haunted by Abel Blood and his family. According to legend, Abel Blood lived in the center of what is now the cemetery back when it was farmland. He returned from the fields early one day to find his wife in bed with another man, a tall, dark-haired stranger,
Abel was stunned. How could Mrs. Blood, a good Christian woman, do such a thing? Obviously, the scoundrel was forcing himself on his wife. Abel retrieved his pitchfork and charged back into the house, his mind full of vengeance. But as he drew near, he heard his wife, mid-coitus, proclaim her love for the black-haired stranger. And with a note of satisfaction to recall that Abel had never heard before. Mr. Blood saw red. He burst into the room, pitchfork aloft, and ran them through. Over and over, he plunged the fork into their tangled bodies before finally leaving them pinned, one on top of the other, to the bed beneath them. Looking back at the bloody mess he'd made, Abel found his rage had not diminished. This seemed curious to Abel, but it dawned on him why when he spied a picture of his family on the mantel. His children didn't look anything like him, nor like their mother. They were all exceptionally tall, with full heads of somewhat greasy black hair. Abel waited, standing in the puddle of blood that had only moments ago been coursing through Mrs. Blood and her lover, and stewed in his ever-deepening anger. He was a cuckold. He had no heir. He had been raising another man's child, a man who had been bedding Abel's wife for years. Abel waited and stewed for several hours until his 4 children arrived home from school. They say his sons and eldest daughter put up a noble fight. But they were children fighting a grown man whose muscles had been hardened by a lifetime of farm labor. Only Abel's youngest daughter, barely 5 years old, made it out of the house alive. She sprinted as fast as her little legs could carry her in a desperate attempt to reach her neighbors. But even with her head start, her little legs were no match for the father's powerful strides. Just as she scrambled over the stone wall separating their farm from the Hollises, Abel picked up one of the stones and smashed it down on her head. These days, if you go there, on the road that borders the cemetery, you'll see this curve, full of skid marks. People say that they're caused by cars swerving to avoid an oddly dressed little girl who runs out into the street each night. Back home, we had a rite of passage. As soon as you or one of your friends were old enough to drive, you had to trespass into the blood cemetery at night and make a rubbing of the family's gravestones. I did it. And you should feel free to, but be prepared to be disappointed because none of the Bloods died on the same date. See, a lot of the ghost stories are like that, right? It doesn't mean they're not fun, but what you come to realize as you get older is that they're mostly a form of social control. Jennifer Wilkins really did die a horrible death, but the story of Abel Blood is nothing but a fantasy story with a rather dark, misogynistic message. Cheat on your husband and he'll kill you. I loved ghost stories growing up. I loved them. It gave me my not entirely unearned reputation as the spooky kid. There's the reason that about a month after he died, Rob Keenan's suicide note wound up in my lap. There, buried in the middle of apologies to his family and clear evidence of severe depression, was my first push towards the Spire in the woods. The only ghost story I truly believe. In 1999, I was a sophomore in high school. Rob was a senior. He wasn't what you call real popular. Part of it was that he wasn't born in my hometown, but moved there in the 7th grade, right when kids are at their cruelest. The first time I ever heard of him was a year later. There was a rumor floating around that he and a mentally handicapped girl were found naked in the woods together, the implication being that he tricked her into having sex with him. Now, a couple of years later, I heard another, that his parents were forced to move because Rob had been molested by their old priest down in Amherst. Out of the best of my knowledge, these stories were entirely untrue, and I'm deeply ashamed to admit that when I was in the 6th grade, I did gleefully repeat the first one. See, I found it funny at the time, right? The second one I also repeated, just not as gleefully. I whispered it to my friends, adopting a sage tone, offering it as an explanation for why the first rumor was probably true. Felt so goddamn smart. Had the inside scoop, something interesting to say, and everyone wanted to listen to me. Wish I'd kept my mouth shut. I wasn't smart. I was just kicking a kid while he was down, spreading lies that may have contributed to him killing himself. The rumors followed Rob everywhere. He was a quiet kid. By all accounts, very bright and kind, and I want to be clear here, he did have people who cared about him. Friends. Not many, and maybe they weren't too popular either, but they were there, and they were nice guys. One of them was my ride to school, Nathan Fletcher. Fletch and I lived in the same neighborhood. We were never all that close, but we got along well enough. He was a lovable goofball, always saying the wrong thing at the wrong time, but it never got him down. He had this grin that stretched from ear to ear, and he always managed to get me excited about his latest musical discovery or restoration project. Fletch used to buy old cars, fix them up, resell them. While it helped pad his savings for college, it also meant that he was stuck driving whatever hunk of junk he hadn't managed to fix up enough to sell yet. That year, Fletch was driving a 1984 Honda Civic. I still hate that car. Found out something was wrong on Tuesday morning when Fletch's rust bucket didn't show up in my driveway, like it usually did. Instead, his dad, an Air Force officer, nowhere near as affable as his son, was waiting for me. I liked Mr. Fletcher fine. He was a good, if not particularly affectionate father to his boys and respectful neighbor, but his presence in my driveway was odd, especially since I could see that Fletch wasn't in the car. Sir, is everything okay with Nate? Yeah, he's fine. We're just giving him a day off school. Come on, grab your bag. I'll explain on the way. Mr. Fletch had turned around and started back toward his car before he even finished speaking. I grabbed my backpack and I hustled after him. You know the Keenan boy? He asked as we pulled out of my driveway. Not really. I know who he is. One of Nate's friends. Mr. Fletcher nodded, never taking his eyes off the road. He killed himself last night. He said it as evenly as if he'd been announcing we needed to stop for gas. He what? My brain couldn't even process what I was hearing. I'd seen Rob Keaton in the hallway yesterday. How could he be dead? Mr. Fletcher proceeded to lay out the cold, dry facts. Rob had hand-delivered a letter to the house around 7 p.m. Fletch wasn't home when Rob dropped it off, so he didn't open it until later that night, at 9:45 or so. Upon reading the letter, Fletch went white as a ghost and tore out of the house without permission. He raced to, I'm going to omit this detail just so you don't know its location, that Rob had killed himself, but when he arrived, the car was already burning. Apparently the letter was a suicide note. Nathan's too upset for school. Something in how he said it made it seem like Mr. Fletcher was implying there was something unmanly about his 17-year-old son being too upset to sit through pre-calculus after one of his best friends had killed himself. He should have called you, Mr. Fletcher continued, but he didn't think to, and it didn't occur to me until it was too late for you to catch the bus. Sorry about that. My initial shock gave way to resentment. No one could have made Rob Keenan's suicide pleasant news, but it was difficult to imagine anyone being more callous than Mr. Fletcher. No wonder Fletch complained about his father so much. No, don't worry about it, I mumbled. We rode the rest of the way in silence. I got to school and found it changed compared to the day before. It was an alien landscape. It reminded me of Tartarus in Greek mythology, a bunch of people milling about, a vacant and lost look in their eyes, unsure of what to do, what to say to one another. Friends clustered silently in small groups. It was like Rob's funeral was being held in the hallways. Classes weren't canceled, but nothing was done. Mainly the teachers made us aware of special counseling being offered for anyone closely affected, and told us that we could come into them if we ever needed to. Their nerves were also frayed. I recall specifically my study hall teacher, normally a very soft-spoken man, banging his head on his desk and swearing that it was completely fucking unnecessary, adding a moment later that no one needs to do that, no one. We all of us drifted through the day in a haze. You'd hug your friends, you'd ask them how they were holding up, or how well they knew Rob. You'd hear about who was there that night at the omitted location that was a popular teen hangout, and you heard about the cops that could have saved him, but didn't. I mentioned earlier that Rob Keenan was left in his burning car for 4 hours. That's not an exaggeration. It was 4 hours. Later reports say less time had passed, but Fletch was there, screaming himself hoarse, screaming at the cops and firemen or anyone who would listen that was his friend in there, and he was dying. It was 4 hours. Being teenagers, we were quick to question the actions of the police, but I now believe that while their delay proved to be without merit, they made the best decision they could have with the information available to them. Rob hadn't lit himself on fire to be dramatic. He didn't intend for there to be a fire at all. Rob had wanted to shoot himself. Back then, in the 90s, in the pre-9/11 world, terrorism wasn't part of the zeitgeist. I mean, it was bad, absolutely terrible, and we knew it. We'd had Timothy McVeigh and his failed bombing of the Twin Towers, but we hadn't entered into that neo-McCarthyism that marked much of the early 2000s, where the mere whisper of the word could get you thrown off of an airplane or placed in an FBI watch list. And there was a certain cliche, a mystique, that came with the equipment and ideas surrounding terrorism carried in the imaginations of adolescent boys. Which is probably why Rob Keenan, like virtually every other guy I knew growing up, had copies of the Anarchist Cookbook and the Terrorist Handbook, saved to a 3.5-inch floppy that he had stashed in his room. When he failed to get a gun, he built one. I'm a little wary to Google it, but if my memory serves, the instruction for it are listed in one of those text files as the Homebrew Blast Cannon. Rob's blast cannon consisted of a little more than a lead pipe capped on one end and filled with gunpowder and bits of metal. I mean, it did the trick, but it also launched burning gunpowder all over the interior of his car. Some of the people at the scene thought they had seen someone else in the car with Rob, a girl, and relayed this information to Officer McCullough, who was the first emergency responder to arrive. Officer McCullough hadn't seen anyone else in the car. All he saw was a burning car, a crowd of teenagers who all reported having heard an explosion, and the lead pipe that had rolled out of Rob's unconscious hand and onto the passenger side of the floor. Terrorism may not have been a big part of the zeitgeist at the time, but school shootings were. The Columbine massacre had happened only 6 months prior, and Officer McCullough was looking at a fairly typical teen loner. Reports of an explosion and what very well could have been an undetonated pipe bomb still in the burning car. He made a tough call. It may have cost Rob Keenan his life, but then again, he might have already been dead. And you have to ask yourself about what that officer did. Was it worth risking more lives to find out? I remember thinking that Officer McCullough at that point was only known to me as the cop who always gave kids a hard time for riding their bikes without a helmet. And maybe he was a bastard. But if he was, it wasn't because of this. He couldn't risk more lives. Besides, whether or not it was suicide, if there had been a second person in the car, where the hell was she? Nobody who knew Robert Edward Keenan at all, and even people like me who barely knew him, believed for a second that he was out to kill a whole bunch of people. But there was something else he could have been going on. Rob had a crush on a girl that bordered on obsession. It lasted years and only seemed to be getting worse. The girl in question, Alina, Rob would go out of his way to stand in her line or linger at the parking lot after hours, hoping to speak with her as she was heading home. Everyone immediately wondered if that mystery girl in the fire had been Alina. Did he pull her into his car to once more profess his love for her and, unable to handle another rejection, take his own life before her eyes? Or, God forbid, try to take Alina's with him? Alina's friends and co-workers shouted her name. Alina, where are you? When she didn't respond, they fanned out to look for her. It was the manager, Mrs. Jaffrey, who found her. Completely overwhelmed by Rob's suicide, Alina had retreated into one of the walk-in freezers. She was bawling her eyes out as Mrs. Jaffrey threw her coat over Alina's shoulders and led her to the manager's office. "It's not your fault," the older woman whispered into Alina's ear. But it didn't do any good. No one else was accountable for her. And no mystery woman was ever found. No second bomb ever exploded. No accomplices ever turned up. I guess we all assumed that those eyewitnesses were mistaken, that the smoke and the flames had played a trick on their eyes. We were wrong. Fletch wasn't in school for the rest of the week, and I didn't see him around the neighborhood either. I hate to admit it, but it sort of was a relief. I had no idea what I was going to say to him. What you really say to someone whose friend had just killed himself. In the weeks that followed, a new form of gossip slowly crept into the hallways of the school. The special counseling held in the cafeteria every morning before homeroom was supposed to be a safe place, where anyone could share their feelings about fear or of judgment and be secure in the knowledge that it would go no further. So naturally, it was all anyone wanted to talk about. There was a strong backlash against the kids the other students didn't feel deserved to be there, people who presented themselves as having been very close to Rob, but who in truth rarely spoke with him. Several of my close friends had been there that night. They had watched Rob burn, seen him die. And although they were deeply affected, they weren't even entirely comfortable being there amongst his handful of close friends, and of course Alina. I felt terrible for Alina Amenev, sitting there in the cafeteria surrounded by Rob's grieving friends, listening to everyone tiptoe around blaming her. They never came out and said it, but they talked about how girls wouldn't give him the time of day, how someone had recently ripped out his heart, and when the counselor spoke about how challenging it can be to cope with the insensitivity of other teens, many of the room cast sidelong glances in her direction, waiting for her reaction before adding in their own 2 cents. The year before Rob's death, Alina had suddenly found herself with a kind of unexpected popularity. She was born in Russia, but her parents had managed to immigrate to the United States when Alina was still an infant, which was during the tail end of the Cold War. It's not an easy feat. Kids used to tease her about her family being Soviet spies. When she started coming into her own, teasing turned into flirting. She never quite reached the ranks of our school's alpha females, but her je ne sais quoi was undeniable. Alina was pretty, sure, but not unattainably so. She was smart, but not so much so that it was intimidating. She had fair skin and wild hair. Her eyes would sparkle whenever she said something clever, and she had this smirk that spread like a wave from left to right across her lips. Most alluring of all, Alina had this attitude, this way of carrying herself. It was like she was sure wherever she was the place to be. It was infectious. In short, Alina Amenev was exactly the kind of girl that an unpopular guy could fool himself into thinking he had a chance with. God knows, I did when I found myself suddenly talking to her in late November of 1999. Alina had grown quieter in the weeks that followed Rob's death. Even as the rest of the school began to show signs of moving on, she continued to retreat. She quit her job, and though I don't quite remember when the season started and stopped, either quit or never signed up for cross-country that year. She just sort of shut herself off from the world and everyone in it, which was why I was so surprised to see her at Drew DeLuca's birthday party. She was nervous. This used to be her element, and no one at Drew's that night was indicated to blame her for Rob's death. This was not his circle of friends, this was hers. But whenever she approached someone or tried to join in on a conversation, she looked like a gazelle approaching a watering hole. I wasn't sure if it was safe. And when she was in the conversation, she mainly shifted her weight from foot to foot or fidgeted with some part of her outfit, never really engaging anyone unless they addressed her directly. I was telling a friend of mine about a recent trip I had taken to Greenfield with Scary Carrie, the only one that I could drag along on a ghost hunting trip, when I felt a gentle tug on the back of my shirt. I turned around having to see DeLuca's kid sister, but it was Alina. "Can we talk?" "Oh, yeah, sure." "Outside?" She looked over my shoulder at my friends before adding, "Alone?" If it had been spring, I would have been thrilled by the prospect of Alina Amenev pulling me out of the party to talk alone. But it wasn't spring. It was New Hampshire, in late November. We stood on the back deck, our jackets pulled tightly around us, our breath hanging in the air, plain to see. She said she heard from Christy McDowell that I knew a lot about ghost stories. Christy was quite possibly my oldest friend in the world, and yes, it was true. I knew a lot about ghost stories. I was raised Catholic and blessed with kind, warm-hearted parents who I was always eager to please. This meant that I took my Catholicism and my schoolwork very seriously, which eventually led to a struggle between my rational and spiritual beliefs that was only exacerbated by my growing awareness that the sexual abuse scandal and the church's subsequent cover-up. I had hated losing my faith. I wanted desperately to believe as I had a child. So when most teenagers had shut the book on ghost stories, relegating them to little more than childhood memories or an excuse to scare a girl you wanted to put your arm around, I doubled down. I thought if I could find some shred of evidence in support of the supernatural, that would keep the door to the spiritual world open for me. Even if only for a time. Of course, I didn't share all that with Alina. Instead, I tried to act casual. Casual, bordering on slightly disinterested. Yeah, well, kinda. I think she could see through me. Why? Alina began fishing around inside her jacket. You have to swear to me that you'll never tell anyone I showed you this. I swore. Alina pulled her hand from her coat, her dainty fingers clutching an envelope like it was a particularly delicate piece of glass. She handed me Rob's suicide note. Opening the envelope and unfolding the pages felt like a profound invasion of privacy, but who could resist reading it when it was handed to you? What were Rob Keenan's last words to the girl he'd been obsessed with for years, the girl many of his peers believed was the reason he killed himself? 13 years have passed, leaving me with little more than an impression of what the note said. But even if I remembered it exactly, I think this would be where I draw the line. What I'd say is, it was very earnest. Rob had been depressed for a long time. He felt horrible about leaving his family and his friends to deal with the aftermath of his suicide, but he also felt isolated, and in a very profound way, and more than anything, he just wanted it to stop. I also don't mind sharing that he was very effusive in his praises for Alina, but I got the distinct impression that he didn't know her as well as he thought. He wrote about her in 3 florid terms full of superlatives. Once he said that he didn't think he could live without her, but ultimately nothing he said was very specific. Everyone thinks that the first love of their life is the most special, the most attractive person in the world, and that no one could appreciate them as deeply as they do. I felt for him, I really did. But reading it, I didn't feel as though I'd gotten to know him any better. Not really. As I finished reading, I looked up and I met Alina's gaze. She was looking at me expectantly, but I wasn't making the connection. Okay, what does this have to do with ghost stories? I asked. Alina pointed to the bottom of one of the paragraphs, expounding on why Rob wanted to take his own life. It read, "And every hour I see her face, as she runs the endless race." Her face. I had assumed that he was talking about Alina and her years of running track and cross-country, but if that was the case, why would he write her and not your in a letter that was to Alina? A shiver ran up my spine. It wasn't cold, it was more like someone had walked over my grave. The endless race, I said. Yes! For a split second, Alina was her former self again. God, I was starting to think I'd imagined it. Tell me, you remember where it's from? I mumbled the line, "And every hour I see her face as she runs the endless race." A couple of times under my breath, I knew that I'd heard it before, but where? I was positive it was a ghost story, but I hadn't... Oh, I'd read literally hundreds, if not thousands of them, and they had a tendency to bleed together. No. Shit! Alina banged her fist against the railing of the deck. But it was a ghost story, right? Yeah, I know it. I just can't... I trailed off, racking my brain. Alina started drifting back towards Drew's house. Well, if you think of it, I cut her off. Absolutely! So much for slightly disinterested. As she reached the door, she turned around and looked at me. She stared at me for a long time, longer than any pause in a conversation should be. I think he mentioned it. And the one he wrote to Nate Fletcher, too. I stared back at Alina. Fletcher's letter? Yeah. Did you find it? That's a line I didn't think I could cross. Yeah. A few days after Rob's suicide, a handful of young reporters showed up at the school, trawling for quotes. Before the faculty could chase them out, they pushed hard for someone, anyone, to give support to the lone wolf school shooter angle. Rob's real friends flatly refused to speak to the reporters, but there's a certain element among young people who only want attention, and the same kids who showed up for the grief counseling, despite never having been particularly close to Rob, were the first in line to provide quotes. The next day, the local paper was filled with statements like, "No one really knew him," says student Melissa Bennett. For Fletch, it was a slap in the face. What? Because she didn't know him, nobody could? But a week or so after Rob died, Fletch resumed picking me up in the morning. I don't count? Murph doesn't count? Fucking bullshit. Listening to him rant about the story in the paper made me think that maybe I should have spoken to the reporters. I wouldn't have pretended to have some kind of special insight into Rob's mental state, but it might have been nice for his friends and family to have seen something simple and honest. Something that didn't fit the lone wolf narrative. Even if it was nothing more than saying, he had friends. They're just not talking to you because they're grieving, you heartless parasite. I wish I'd done that. But I didn't. I also wish I could tell you that I wrote something the following week roasting the reporters for coming into a school and pushing students still reeling from the shock of losing a classmate into spouting a bunch of pop psycho pseudo-scientific nonsense, but that wasn't me either. That was some senior I didn't know very well. Now, I made a few tenuous attempts at getting Fletch to open up about Rob. The best I had managed was to get him ranting about the kids in the grieving council session that didn't belong. Talking about them got the normally placid Fletch so angry, I thought he might have an aneurysm. After that, I quickly gave up. Once I resolved to not pry into Fletch's life, our morning rides settled into something almost comfortable. Our casual friendship was like a knee recovering from an injury. Fine so long as we didn't put any weight on it. And that was still the state of things the day that we returned to school after Drew DeLuca's birthday. Today, tracking down the story that led me to the Spire would have been a piece of cake. For me, anyway. For you, I've changed too many details. I could have typed this little rhyming snippet of Rob's suicide note into Google and had my answer in seconds, but the internet wasn't as robust back then. Hell, I'm pretty sure in 1999 I was still using Hotbot. Nonetheless, from the second I returned from Drew's until school started on Monday, I spent every waking minute scouring every haunted places book and paranormal website I could find, looking for the phrase, "In every hour I see her face as she runs the endless race," or some variation. By the end of the weekend, half the contents of the bookshelf had been redistributed throughout the house, and I had skimmed countless GeoCities pages, scrolling past Dancing Ghost GIFs and Dancing Ghost GIF until my eyes bled, but still, I had nothing to show for it. I knew I couldn't bring it up with Fletch. Not directly at any rate. Rob's death was still a raw nerve, so I went to the only person who knew even more about ghost stories than I did. Scary Carrie. Growing up in the woods of New Hampshire at the foot of White Mountains wasn't all that bad. My school had a hiking club that also taught us elementary wilderness and survival skills. It was immensely popular, mainly because it culminated into a week-long hike, which meant you got to miss a week of school. As freshmen, my friends and I all signed up to go together that fall, but 2 weeks before the big event, I came down with a case of antibiotic-resistant strep throat, and I had to have my tonsils removed. Fun. Since the program was extremely popular, each student could only partake once. Even though I was allowed to make up my hike the following winter, it was still a bit of a letdown since none of my friends could come with me. I was intensely jealous when my friends returned from the hike closer than ever with a slew of inside jokes and stories from their week in the woods. But by the time I left for my hike a few months later, things in my circle of friends had already returned to normal. I was mainly just concerned about being stuck in the woods with random classmates I had little in common with. If you spent all day hiking with a large frame pack, you may not appreciate how grueling it can be. It's a high washout rate of kids who get sick or throw in the towel and have to be picked up and taken home. There's an even higher rate of kids who never shut up about how much their feet hurt, and by the time that we stopped for lunch on the first day, any concerns I had of loneliness were replaced by my seething hatred for that group of kids. Those of us capable of keeping our mouths shut, at least about our feet, quickly bonded. That's how I became friends with Scary Carrie Peterson, the last person on Earth I'd ever imagine I'd become close to. Carrie was one of those unlucky people that seemed scientifically designed to be picked on. She was nearly 6 feet tall, quite overweight, crap at school, poor by the standards of my admittedly affluent town, and cursed, with a head the size of a large pumpkin. I'd had classes with Carrie on and off for the last 9 years, and before the hike, I doubt I'd spoken more than 2 words to her. Although, in fairness to me, in middle school she had deepened her own isolation from most of the class by becoming intensely goth on the baby bat way of the late 90s teens. There was a blonde girl on the hike. I think her name was Stephanie Foster, that 2 hours later I had found very cute, and despite her whining, I was still thinking I might like to get to know her a little bit better before she let this gem slip. God, I just wanted to miss school. Why do we have to walk so much? I rolled my eyes. I didn't say anything. Carrie, however, could not let it slide. What the hell do you think this hike was? Stephanie looked at her like Carrie was something she'd scraped off the bottom of her boots. Nobody's talking to you. And nobody wants to fucking listen to you. I couldn't help it. I laughed. I still didn't think of Scary Carrie as a friend yet, but it was suddenly a lot harder not to like her. After lunch, our line of hikers silently and seemingly unconsciously rearranged our marching order, with the whiners taking up the rear, and those of us who could keep our aches and pains to ourselves leading the pack. By dinner time, Stephanie and the 3 other girls from her clique, perhaps unimpressed by the franks and beans we were having, decided to throw in the towel. It gets dark early in the winter. Dark and cold. On the fall hike after dinner, my friends were able to wander around the campsite quite a bit, but for us, there was only one thing to do. Sit close to the fire. And that's where Carrie and I really bonded. Someone half-jokingly asked if anyone knew any good ghost stories. Well, there was the usual student reluctance to step up and put yourself out there to be judged, and our chaperones weren't terribly interested in anything but double-checking our work setting up the tents. But after a few false starts from other kids, I decided to tell an old standby. Story of an old woman that lived in Maine, who had been caught abducting pets and small children. It was said that she was a witch who ate the flesh of her victims and turned their bones into china. The second I finished, Carrie started telling one of hers. We took turns telling stories the rest of the night and continued telling stories every night after for the rest of the week. Between campsites, we walked next to each other, chatting about the kind of crap that seemed important to teenagers and quizzing each other on local paranormal hotspots. Now, back at school, after the hike, maintaining my friendship with Carrie proved to be tricky. My friends never really understood the bond. They weren't mean to her, not exactly, but despite my efforts to bring her into the fold, they never embraced her. As for the few friends Carrie had, some couldn't mask their disdain for my taste in music and clothing, while others were the sort of kids that were desperate and clingy. 2 things I always found to be hard to stomach. But Carrie was one of the only people I could talk to about losing my faith. She was always game to get together and go on one of my very fruitless ghost hunts. So we stayed in regular contact. The Monday after my conversation with Alina, I tracked down Scary Carrie in the cafeteria, sitting with a few other goth kids. We'd talked a lot after Rob killed himself, in part because I knew that Carrie, from time to time, had suicidal thoughts of her own. Now, it must have been the height of stupidity, but until Rob Kanan actually ended his own life, I never thought that it could happen in my town. At least not to anyone I knew. After Rob had done it, though, I knew I couldn't let Carrie slip down that same path, and for a while, I doubled my efforts to spend time with her. But after one particularly awkward night ghost hunting in Greenfield, well, we had fallen back into status quo. Carrie, you mind if I steal you for a second? I asked, pointing back out into the hallway behind me. As Carrie rose to leave, Kim Murray leaned over to one of their other friends and said, "Aww." But she just seemed something cute. Carrie's face splotched with scarlet and shot Kim a look of pure hatred. Forget it, come on, I said. I didn't know what Carrie had told Kim about Greenfield, but she didn't want to deal with it. Once we were in the hallway and out of everyone's earshot, I recounted the events of Drew DeLuca's party. She let you read the note that he left her? Even though, just a month ago, we'd spent several hours being lectured by our guidance counselor about the differences between depression, the true depression that was a psychological illness, and being sad, I think Carrie still had trouble believing anyone was more miserable than she was. Carrie stepped closer to me and dropped her voice to a whisper. Why'd he do it? Was it her fault? I trusted Carrie, but I was reluctant to share too much with her. I hate to admit it, but in spite of having counted Carrie amongst my friends for the past year, Alina's pretty face had flipped my loyalties completely to her on one conversation. I got to the chase. Rob wrote something in Alina's note. I swear it was from a ghost story, but I can't remember which one. What'd it say? And every hour, I see her face as she runs the endless race. Scary Carrie shivered. The widower's clock. I hate that one. While my story begins with Rob Keenan killing himself, the story of the Spire in the Woods begins almost a century earlier in the former town of Enfield, Massachusetts, a few years before it was destroyed. In the late 1920s, an elderly clockmaker from Boston married a beautiful young girl, and the two of them settled in Enfield. He was a master craftsman, the finest in the world, able to create machines of such complexity and precision that he was often called the Da Vinci of clockworks. No small feat, considering Da Vinci himself had designed clockwork automations. She was a great beauty. Refined and cultivated before meeting the clockmaker, she had been celebrated by the Boston Brahmin for her wit and for throwing the very best dinner parties. The clockmaker had amassed a great fortune, but he, like all great artists, was unsatisfied by all the products of his lifetime of labor. He wanted to build one more clock, a clock that would surpass even Munich's Rothus Glockenspiel in its artistry and complexity. He completed his plans in the spring of 1931. They were beautiful. His designs were classic, yet modern, complex, yet clean. Each hour, when the bells called out the time, the automations would dance forth from their hidden chambers and symbolically reenact different battles of the Civil War, each day telling the story of how the North came to vanquish the South. Lowell and Boston both desperately wanted the clock tower, as did a few other larger manufacturing and shipping companies, but before construction could begin on any town hall, courthouse, or corporate headquarters, the Depression hit. All the suitors disappeared in short order, one after one, leaving the clockmaker alone with his plans. Miserable and depressed, the clockmaker feared he would die before he had the chance to see his vision complete. He resolved that he wouldn't let it happen and began spending his considerable fortune building the tower on his own, as an addition to his house in Enfield. One day, the clock tower nearly complete, the clockmaker returned home from picking up a custom-made part. He arrived much earlier than anticipated to discover his wife in bed with another man, one of his laborers. The clockmaker burst into the room and screamed at his wife and her lover. He had never been so angry or humiliated in all of his life, but he didn't yet know what humiliation was. Rather than begging his forgiveness or cower before him, or even flee the room in shame, the clockmaker's wife and her lover laughed at him. They told the clockmaker that he was an impotent old man. They were unafraid of him. "Run along back to your little gears and springs," his wife said. "Maybe if you're nice and quiet, I'll fix you your dinner tonight." The clockmaker, in a state of shock, slunk back to his gears and springs, but rather than going to work on the clock, he went to work on a plan. He removed the automations from their posts, and he set all of his meager strength to coiling the huge spring that ran beneath their tracks. He laid out his tools so they would be near at hand, and then he waited, listening to the rhythms of his marriage bed, slamming again and again against the wall. Eventually, the rhythmic thuds reached their crescendo and then fell quiet, and soon after he heard his wife calling out to him, but he said nothing. Her calls grew urgent, and repentance crept into her voice. Would she really be concerned for him? After what she said? Still, the clockmaker stayed silent. When the laborer entered the room, which was little more than a giant gearbox, the clockmaker stared at him but did not move. The laborer leaned back out of the room and called to his lover, "He's in here!" "He hasn't done anything stupid, has he?" "No, he's fine." The clockmaker was not fine. The laborer approached the clockmaker as cautiously as a man approaches an unfamiliar dog. "It's your fault, you know." The clockmaker, his watery eyes unblinking, only responding by staring at the younger man approaching him. "Fine lady like that, Fancy. You can't keep her in a cage, especially around here in this dreadful place, and expect she won't get bored." It was at that exact moment that the laborer stepped across the path of the automaton's track, and the clockmaker yanked out the pin holding the spring coiled. The post, unburdened by a man-sized figure, brimmed with heavy metal gears, racing along the track and collided with the soft flesh of the laborer's leg. The crack of the bone splintering was even louder than the man's screams. The clockmaker's wife called out at the sound of her lover's cries, "I'm coming!" The clockmaker picked up a large wrench and moved beside the door. As his wife rushed in, her eyes searching for her lover, the clockmaker crept up behind her and brought the wrench down on her skull. She awoke several hours later, with shooting pains running through her legs. She tried to look down, but her head was in agony to move. The clockmaker stood over her, his mallet hammering the metal support rods into her thighs. Her lover was already mounted to the post, ready to fill in for the automaton and dance when the hour struck. Just as with the Rathis Glockenspiel in Munich, the clockmaker's creation was hailed as a great artistic achievement. The crowds gathered on the formerly quiet street to watch the myriad Union and Rebel automatons zip across their tracks, round and round in an endless race. It was weeks before anyone noticed something wrong with two of the automatons. Their lacquered veneer bulged in weird places and looked slick, as if it were wet. Then one day, the finish gave way and the crowd, which was mostly children at this point, watched in horror as two corpses zipped along the track, chasing and stabbing at each other with bayonets. They say that even after the clock was stopped and the lovers were laid to rest, all those who saw the wife's face were haunted by visions of her endlessly running across their track. I didn't have to ask why Scary Carrie hated the story of the widower's clock. She was the one who pointed out to me how ghost stories were frequently used as a form of social control. Here was another story where an unfaithful woman was put to death by an angry husband, and crueler still, children were also punished. Children whose only crime was having seen the corpse of the unfaithful woman, a corpse that enraged husband put on display. I couldn't wait to tell Alina. I didn't have any classes with her, but we had lunch the same period. Alina was sitting at the table with her friends. Ordinarily, it would have been intimidating to walk up to a table of girls, most of whom were pretty and toned from years of soccer, field hockey, and track. But I could tell by the way Alina was sitting with her tray in her lap, her chair pushed back from the table, that she would like nothing more than an excuse to leave. We were allowed to eat our lunches outside, but no one ever did during the winter. We got some funny looks pushing open the doors and slipping out into the yellowing grass. I'd been looking forward to telling Alina the story of the widower's clock for hours, but now that I was alone with her, I hesitated to jump straight into it. Are you okay? Alina shifted uncomfortably. Yeah, but I haven't done so great with crowds lately, especially when I'm eating. We were huddled in the corner of the doorway. trying to use the building to block the wind. I was nervous as I reached out to rub her arm, what I hoped was an understanding and reassuring gesture. She didn't flinch or pull away, she just stared at my hand for a long second before she whispered, "Thanks." I started telling her the story, exactly as Carrie told it to me, but had barely begun when the switch flipped in Alina's head, and she remembered where she heard it before. East Boston camps. Pretty much everyone in our town went to summer camp there when we were kids, but it was only 15 minutes outside of Nashua. One of the counselors there had been like Carrie and me. She used to delight in telling her ghost stories to younger campers. He loved it. He used to delight in telling ghost stories to younger campers. He loved it when the kids were too scared to sleep and kept their cabin chaperones up all night. For a second, I forgot why we were trying to track down this story and got lost in memories of camp. But Alina didn't. "Do you think this has anything to do with why he killed himself?" Her voice was steady, but she fixed me with her eyes, and I could see how desperate she was for me to answer yes. Desperate to believe that it wasn't her fault. "I think he suffered from depression." Alina's lip quivered, and her eyes filled with tears. I hugged her. "Hey, listen to me. You didn't kill him." Alina gripped the collar of my flannel shirt and buried her head against my chest. I stood there, holding her, as she cried. The two of us were late to 5th period. At the end of the day, Fletcher was waiting for me in the parking lot. He'd already turned his car on and cranked the heater up to full blast. Even still, we were halfway home before it was warm enough for me to open up my jacket. He stared out the window. "Dude, what's going on with you and Alina?" I tried to look at him. His jaw was set, and for the first time in our lives, Fletch reminded me of his hard-ass father. I really didn't want to answer him. She asked me about a ghost story. Fletch's only answer was to let his eyes drift from the road. He studied my face for a long moment before he finally said, "Which one?" "The widower's clock. It's the one where..." "I know that one." It was barely a whisper. "Are you in a hurry to get home?" "No." "Good." Fletch pulled over by the side of the road, took a shuddering breath and punched his steering wheel twice and started bawling. He let it out. Everything he'd been holding in at school, everything that he'd been holding in around his dad, everything. Alina had been sad. Fletch was purging. During the days following Rob's suicide, seeing people break down like this was common, and it continued on longer in the morning counseling sessions, but at some point people put their guard back up. What had been appropriate emotions one day was suddenly back to being taboo the next, and for people like Fletch, they weren't ready to be in that emotional space again. Once he'd gotten most of it out, we started talking. Really talking. "I know it's unfair," he said. "I know it's not. Sure, he tried to be nice. But I'm sorry, I just fucking hate her." I didn't exactly blame Fletch for how he felt. Nate was a good guy. He knew that Elena wasn't obligated to reciprocate Rob's feelings simply because he was nice to her, but he watched his friend, dead or alive, burn for 4 hours, and part of him wondered if it would have still happened if only Elena had given Rob a chance. "You know, that's too much pressure to put on anyone," I said. "I know." I reminded Fletch of everything the counselors had told us, that feeling sad when you've been rejected is natural, it's normal behavior, it's a healthy behavior. You should feel sad whenever someone doesn't want to reciprocate their feelings. It is sad. But while there's always something that makes a person decide that they want to kill themselves now and not tomorrow or last week, it's not the final straw that breaks their back, it's all the weight that came before it. The underlying mental illness. Fletch looked down at his hands. "Yeah." There was no conviction in his voice. Fletch pulled his t-shirt up to his face and wiped the last of his tears away. He then started the car and we were moving, riding in silence. After a few minutes, Fletch spoke again. "He thinks he found it." "What?" widower's clock. It was my turn to stare at Nate. That's impossible. You want to read it? The note he left for me? In the period of time between the end of the Civil War and the start of the 1920s, the population of Boston, Massachusetts, had more than tripled. In fact, there were more people living in Boston in the 1920s than there are today. This put an amazing strain on the city's resources, particularly on their drinking water. To solve their water problem, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts undertook a number of public work projects, redirecting rivers and creating reservoirs. The largest of which is the Quabbin Reservoir on the Swift River Valley of western Massachusetts. The Quabbin covers nearly 80 square miles and sports an impressive 180 miles of shoreline. Creating the Quabbin meant flooding much of the Swift River Valley, and the Swift River Valley was home to 4 towns. Donna to the northeast, and Prescott to the northwest, with Greenwich wedged between them, and Enfield in the southwest. Enfield, where the widower's clock was supposedly built, now sits mostly submerged by 412 billion gallons of water. How in the hell would Robert Keenan have found anything there at all? What would there even be to find? 60 some odd years in a flood after the fact, and it's not as though the Swift River Valley was flooded overnight. The people had years to move their homes and relocate out of the flood zone. Why would they leave behind a whole building? If it was there, wouldn't a clock tower peeking out of the water tend to draw the eye? I never felt comfortable in Fletch's house. The first floor felt like a museum. Mr. Fletcher was strict, but it was Mrs. Fletcher who wanted her house to always resemble the cover of an interior decorating magazine. Now call me crazy, but what's the point of having a house you're afraid to live in? Fletcher's room, on the other hand, had the opposite problem. First time I ever came over at Mrs. Fletcher's insistence, I had to take my shoes off to go upstairs and then put them back on in Nate's room because while he was sure there was broken glass somewhere, Fletcher wasn't quite sure where. As you could imagine, Nathan Fletcher and his mother fought quite a bit. Fletch gestured to his bed, and I parked myself on the corner of it with the few dirty clothes. What few prized possessions he owned, Fletch kept in the bottom right-hand drawer of the desk. But that's not where he pulled Rob's letter out of. No, the letter he kept tucked in a book on top of his nightstand. It occurred to me that he must have been reading it often. The invasion of privacy I felt when I read Alina's letter was nothing. Nothing compared to reading Fletch's as he sat next to me. The letter was exponentially more personal. Rob was exposed on the page. Reading it made me feel like I had walked in on him naked. Whereas the letter Rob gave Alina revealed a lot about himself, and next to nothing about her, this letter revealed a great deal about Rob as well as Fletch. Fletch and Rob had bonded when Rob was new and Fletch was going through his awkward phase. Apparently I had been wrong about Fletch not getting down whenever he said the wrong thing. Warm and funny, confident around his friends, Fletch had spent most of his early teens afraid to speak in public. Maybe I hadn't noticed because he was older and I sort of looked up to him, or maybe I was just too absorbed in my own insecurities to see anyone else that they had their own. Either way, it was news to me. Rob's note to Alina had expressed a measure of guilt for leaving everyone behind to deal with the aftermath of his death. But in the letter he gave to Fletch, the guilt he articulated feeling was for having lived. He apologized profusely for having been a burden. He described himself alternatively as a baby and a leech, a drain on anyone foolish enough to move too close to him, and though he knew no one would see it like he did, Rob viewed his suicide as a charitable act. He was ridding his friends and family of himself. Despite my discomforts, reading such a personal letter, I devoured every word. I consumed the letter, hoping after each line that the next would finally illuminate for me what Robert Keenan had to do with the widower's clock, and finally, tucked amongst a list of reasons why he was going to go through with it. was what I'd been looking for. I will soon join them, staring at her face as she runs the endless race. I will soon join them, staring at her face as she runs the endless race. I looked up, disappointed and annoyed with how little Rob had written about the widower's clock, to find Fletch rocking back and forth in his chair. Made me feel like a piece of shit. You said he thought he found it. Yeah. How? Nathan Fletcher looked up at me with watery eyes and told me everything. Rob's medication had his depression mostly under control for the last 3 years. He still had bouts, but they were less frequent, less severe than he had been before, along with his much improved disposition. Rob had also been sleeping better, eating more, and his energy was way up, but he was never exactly happy. See, that's something most people don't understand about depression. It's not a mood, it's a disorder. Having the symptoms of this disorder in check doesn't make Rob happy, it made him not depressed. Rob still struggled to fit in and enjoy life. He was still unpopular. He was still misunderstood. One of the first things that Robert Keenan really enjoyed was running. He especially enjoyed cross-country. If I had to guess what appeal long-distance running held for Rob, I'd say that for someone who already felt their loneliness in a crowd, it must have been a relief to actually be alone. Just him, the woods, the next mile. The Quabbin Reservoir offered a lot of next miles. Rob had been exploring its trails since he was a child, when they lived in Amherst. His family used to visit the Quabbin on the weekends. They'd hike or picnic, and occasionally Mr. Keenan would take his 2 sons fishing. As a teenager, Rob looked for any excuse that he could find to get down there and just go, one foot in front of the other, till sundown, when visitors had to leave. Well, that summer, the summer of 1999, Rob made a lot of excuses to visit Quabbin. He had, for the 3rd time, mustered up the courage to tell Elena Amenev how he felt about her, and for the 3rd time he had been rebuked. This time, a little less gently than before. It left Rob with a growing impression that the love of his life found him creepy. Running was the only thing that got his mind off of it. The Fletchers had 3 boys. The oldest, Samuel, had gone down to UMass, and after graduation found work in the university's IT department. Fletch visited his brother often, and whenever he did, Rob would hitch a ride down to the Quabbin. Fletch would usually drop him off in the morning, and Rob would get picked up by family he still had in Amherst, or he would call Fletch's brother from the visitor center at the south end of the Windsor Dam, and Fletch would come get him. Once Rob had lost track of time and found himself after sundown, miles from the visitor center, that's when he heard them for the first time. Bells tolling the hour. They were scarcely detectable, as if they'd traveled a great distance and they had an odd, muffled quality that made them sound soft and deep. Rob stopped running and listened. He forgot all about Elena, forgot about contacting Fletch, forgot that he was an hour's drive away from the nearest person that he knew. He stood in the woods and turned to the wind to listen to this beautiful sound. If he was anything like me when I first heard them, he was overcome by a physical sensation of feeling like slipping under a warm blanket on a cold night. Then they were gone. Rob found himself once again in the dark woods with no idea how he'd get home. There's a trailer park, somewhat unusual in Massachusetts, a couple of miles southeast of the visitor center. Rob was lucky enough to get picked up on the road by one of its residents. She was probably barely 40, but looked like she was pushing 60. Smoked continuously, and was the one who told Rob about what she called the Spire in the woods. To her, the Spire in the woods wasn't a ghost story. It was simply a fact of life. Like blind curves and sinkholes, one that was best to be avoided. She didn't have a first-hand account of her own, but she'd heard plenty of stories. She knew that some of the boys from her trailer park enjoyed getting drunk, getting stoned, and pissing in the reservoir late at night. They'd get a little thrill out of the idea that somewhere in Boston, some Harvard grad was drinking their urine. Occasionally, one of the boys would come back to his trailer, unsettled at having heard the eerie beauty of the bells. Quabbin Reserve was peppered with islands. The woman said the source of the bells was on one of them. an island just to the north of where the old Ware-Enfield Road turns into Quabbin Hill. Somewhere hidden in that island's wild-grown trees, the peak of an old spire, the sort that you might see on the top of a church, juts out of the ground. Now and again, someone went looking for it and never came back. Rumor around the trailer park was that back in 1996, John Wilkins and his cousin Anna found it, but only John came back. He killed himself about a month later. Since then, the park mothers had kept an extra close watch on their boys. Rob didn't really believe in any of it. He wasn't like me. The Spire in the Woods wasn't a spiritual quest. He wasn't trying to cling to the last lingering shreds of faith. He just wanted to hear the sound again, hear the bells as they chimed the hour. Have that feeling of warmth and security wash over him. In the weeks that followed, Rob thought of nothing except the sound of the bells. Fletch thought that Rob was embellishing the incident, letting his memory get the best of him, but Rob was adamant that they were the most beautiful sound he'd ever heard. He insisted that something in the aging bells, or the wind, as it carried the trolling through the woods, or the acoustics of the rock and the dirt surrounding the spire, lent them an ethereal quality. He was determined to find the spire. Rob began researching the Quabbin, and it wasn't long before he realized the connection between the spire and the widower's clock. He dismissed the ghost story, but he was thrilled that a master artisan lived in Enfield and sunk his fortune into constructing a clock tower, complete with bells and chimes. Fletch was skeptical. If Rob had heard anything at all, it must have come from somewhere else. A neighboring town, a proper church. Tower bells weigh hundreds, if not thousands of pounds. What would be ringing them? The wind? It would take a hurricane. But Rob was unfazed. He was going to find the spire in the woods. He was going to hear the bells again, and Fletch didn't see the harm in letting him try. A week before school started, Fletch set off for Amherst with Rob in tow. The pair of them spent the evening with Sam and his friends before cutting out around 9:45, heading down Route 9 until they reached Old Ware-Enfield Road. They parked the car near the trailer park and hoofed it the 2 miles up or so to Old Ware, to the shore of the reservoir nearest the island, one of which Rob was positive housed the spire in the woods. Each having worn swimsuits under their clothes, they simply stripped down, stashed their things, and slipped into the water. The nearest island lay about 200 yards from the shore, and Fletch, never a strong swimmer, quickly realized he didn't have it in him to make it there. After a brief argument while treading water, Fletch turned back and Rob went on alone. They'd agreed Fletch would meet Rob back by Route 9 at 4 a.m. Fletch sat on the trunk of his car for hours, swatting mosquitoes, listening to frogs and crickets. First he was worried about Rob. Then he was pissed that Rob had gone by himself. Then he was worried again. Fletch set the alarm on his watch around 1:30 or so, laid out on his back seat, drifted off to sleep, wishing that he was drinking at his brother's. Fletch awoke to the passenger side door being thrown open. Rob jumped in and slammed the door closed. Drive! Drive! Fletch scrambled into the front seat, assuming park officials or the police were on pursuit. He gunned the engine and pulled out of the trailer park. Fletch was already on Route 9 before he haphazarded a glance at his friend. Rob was panicked. What happened? What happened? Rob said nothing. He just labored to catch his breath as he looked back towards the reservoir. Rob's adrenaline slipped away as Fletch drove. By the time they reached Sam's apartment, Rob was practically catatonic. It took me weeks to pry it out of him, Fletch said. He saw something down there. He found the spire? I asked. Fletch nodded. Did he go in? Rob had reached the first island. He'd been searching fruitlessly for nearly 40 minutes when he heard them. The bells. Being so much closer now, they were even clearer. He fell to his knees, letting their sensation, their warmth, wash over him for just a moment. He knew bliss. The bells rolled back like the ocean at low tide. Rob found himself shivering on the ground. He could hear nothing but frogs and crickets. He rose on unsteady legs, sure of only one thing. In an hour, he'd be there. He'd be standing before the spire. He'd hear the bells, feel them up close. He ran to the shore and dove into the waters. Rob emerged from the reservoir onto the rocky bank of a second and far larger island. He stumbled barefoot through the woods, increasingly aware of how dark it was beneath the trees, and the bell's siren call faded in his mind. He began to doubt himself. The island was nearly 2 miles long and a half-mile across. He could search it all night and never find a damn thing. The bells chimed once more. He turned to face them. And there it was. In the center of a grove of dead trees, the spire jutted out from the ground like a pike set to receive a charge. Its white paint was oddly untouched by age. Small windows adorned each of its sides, framed by the dead trees and bathed in moonlight, it called. Unable to resist their song, yet too overwhelmed by their warmth to walk, Rob crawled to the spire like an infant to its mother. He pushed against the slats of the window. They gave way and he squirmed his way inside. Rob landed onto the top of the staircase. As the bells continued to chime, he pulled his shuddering body down the stairs, deeper and deeper into the enveloping darkness within, until he found himself once more in the ethereal sounds and their radiating warmth. Once the silence returned, Rob strained in vain to see. The air was humid and black as ink. He could feel wood, dank and rotting, pressing against his bare calves. It gave him the impression he was sitting Indian style inside of a living thing, like Jonah in the whale. Slowly, Rob rose to his feet. He held his hands out in front of him, and he groped blindly. He hoped that he'd find a wall or a banister to the stairs, anything that would give him a clue about his surroundings. Instead, he found nothing. Forcing himself to shuffle deeper into the impermeable darkness, his outstretched fingers recoiled from the soft surface they encountered. What was it? He shook as he reached out, letting his hands land once more on the chest-high object in front of him. It only extended out to about the width of his shoulders. The cloth hung loose over something hard that his hands couldn't identify. Rods? Dowels? His probing fingers traced up the object's outer edge until he felt something he could identify. He froze. His fingers were in the eye socket of a skull. His thumb rested on its teeth. The bells rang again, if only inside Rob, as his mind's eye showed him the endless dance. He sat there in the dark, his unseeing eyes transfixed by the clockmaker's wife as she was dragged on her post through the twirling gauntlet of union automations. He saw her, alive and dead, the blush of youth, the maggot of decay, twitch and scream and moan as her body was pierced by countless bayonets. He saw her face as she ran the endless race. Rob shrank and shriveled, collapsing to the floor. Like a wounded animal, he crawled and he clawed his way back until he hit the wall, and even then he didn't stop. He pushed against it with all of his strength, hoping to retreat further. His flailing limbs struck a step, the first of many. With what little control he had over his frenzied mind, bolted for the surface and an escape from the moist pit and the clockmaker's wife. Rob scrambled up the twisting stairs on all fours like a dog. He tore his way through the window and collapsed on the ground. Fresh air felt alien in his lungs, as if it were his first breath. He took 2 more as he lay on the ground, but realized that although he hadn't a clue what time it was, he couldn't be there when the bells chimed. He ran and swam and ran and swam, and he didn't look back until he was in the car. Fletch put his face in his hands. I shouldn't have let him go alone. So you believe him? I tried to say, in as comforting a tone as I could, but I think it came out a little accusatory. Fletch hesitated. Yeah, I do. I had so many questions I wanted to ask him, but I didn't think Fletch could take it. He choked up several times while relaying Rob's story, and the way that his shoulders were slumping reminded me of the way Rob's parents had looked at his son's funeral. should have gone with him, he said, looking up at me. I let it lie. As I left Fletch's house, every hair on my body was standing on end, but at that point, as much as I wanted to, I still wasn't ready to accept the story of a spire in the woods. Not at face value. When we studied the fall of the House of Usher in English earlier that year, Mrs. Thorne had made it a point to draw our attention to two of Poe's opium references, and how Roderick Escher displayed symptoms of withdrawal. She explained that Poe's stories frequently incorporated both blatant and subtle references to intoxications and hallucinogenics, in order to enhance the sense of phantasmagoria and help more skeptical readers suspend their disbelief. I knew very little about depression, and even less about antidepressants, but at the time, I didn't think it was beyond the realm of possibility that Robert Keenan's encounter with the clockmaker's wife had more to do with the sudden onset of major depression episodes than with a dead woman. I spent the night reading about depression, tricyclic, MAO inhibitors, and SSRIs. There were no answers, just endless possibilities. It wasn't unheard of for major depressive episodes to be accompanied by delusions or even outright hallucinations. Psychotic disorders were sometimes less obvious in patients whose presenting problem with depression. Hallucinations were rare side effects of SSRIs, and MAO inhibitors could cause serotonin syndrome, which can cause hallucinations. That was before getting into the countless drug interactions, which, without knowing exactly what Rob was taking, couldn't begin to map out. I knew Scary Carrie would love to hear every detail Fletch had told me about the Spire in the woods, but on Tuesday morning, I just didn't feel like tracking her down. I wanted to talk to Alina. The ride into school hadn't been as awkward as I had anticipated. Fletch was quieter than usual, and I was content to stare out my window and daydream about what I was going to tell Alina. I wondered what she had thought about Fletch's story, and whether or not I should gloss over my own doubts. I also wondered if she'd cry. I feel embarrassed, even all these years later admitting it, but a part of me was hoping she would. Then I'd have an excuse to hug her again. They could be dependable, comforting, boyfriend material. It was the kind of fantasy that marked me as a beta male, the sort of guy who even in his own daydreams couldn't think of a single reason that he deserved the girl. I roved the junior high hallways and the cafeteria, but I couldn't find Alina anywhere. I heard from DeLuca that she called out sick. I spent the rest of the day in a funk. Carrie and I had gym 7th period, the last class of the day. It was too cold to go out to the field, so we had to choose between 3 or 4 indoor activities. Ordinarily, I would have opted for floor hockey, the only gym class activity I ever really enjoyed, but I felt obligated to update Carrie on what I'd learned about Rob and the Spire, so I joined her in the auxiliary gym for a little ping pong, a game I had no idea she was good at. Or it could have happened exactly like that, Carrie said, acing me for the 3rd straight time. I was surprised that Scary Carrie wasn't as skeptical as I was. I mean, sure, Carrie absolutely believed in ghosts, and, of course, I desperately wanted to, but we weren't completely credulous about every story that we heard. We didn't relish wandering around graveyards and old buildings for no good reason. We weren't looking to kill time. We did it because we wanted to find something. We wanted to pull back the curtain and glimpse the grandeur of creation. We wanted to feel small in the presence of the infinite and know, if only for a moment, it was more than food, sex, and the petty minutiae of social interaction. What it came down to was that while I believed Fletch and I believed that Fletch believed Rob, I didn't know that I believed Rob. There was a difference between lying and being wrong. Carrie and I had developed criteria for identifying the more promising leads, and the Spire in the Woods had a lot going against it. Secondhand accounts, stories with an undercut of the social control, witnesses with a history of mental illness. These were red flags. And Rob's story had all of them. Do you want to check it out? It's kind of cold for a swim. I just want to see if we can hear the bells. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, it's kind of far. Of course, there's another reason I was reluctant to head all the way to Quabbin Reservoir with Scary Carrie. She looked at me like I had just insulted her. She knew precisely what the other reason was. Our last ghost hunting expedition had been a disaster. A very personal disaster. Carrie was old for our year. She turned 16 at the tail end of our freshman year and had gotten her license the very first day of summer break. It was perfect, save for one thing. No car. Carrie's parents were divorced. Her dad had moved to New Jersey for a job. He paid his alimony and child support every month, but he just wasn't a very wealthy man. Carrie's mom had never gone to college. She had to work full-time at the deli counter at a local market basket just to make ends meet, which meant most days she had the car. But at night, when the store was closed, Carrie had access to the world's oldest, crappiest station wagon. For the most part, Carrie's newfound freedom changed her life very little. Mainly, her trips involved picking up the members of her small group of friends and delivering them to Dan Bergen's to watch anime and other horror movies in his basement. We only hung out twice that summer. Both times, Scary Carrie picked me up in what I called Ecto 1, and we went ghost hunting. Our first trip was to the Blood Cemetery. That's how we discovered the story of Abel Blood was, well, a steaming load. We dressed in all black, par the course in Carrie's case, and brought flashlights, wax paper, and crayons. We also took the silver crucifixes my parents had given me as a First Communion present, and my mother's Bible, just in case we saw something. It was fun scrambling over the old stone wall, sneaking through the cemetery with our flashlights held low, trying not to step on anybody's grave. Even after seeing that the years of death didn't line up, we still checked out the curve where the ghost of the little girl supposedly ran out in front of the passing cars. The blind curve was indeed full of skid marks. It also had about 20 feet in front of it a deer crossing sign. But even after seeing that, the years of death, 2 or 3 weeks later, we went to a charity auction at the rec center and slipped up the stairs to the attic. The stairs squeaked beneath our feet, and even though, at worst, we'd just be thrown out of the rec center, we were terrified of getting caught. The attic hadn't changed in the 7 or so years since my last visit. A couple of card tables housed bins full of crafting materials, a pair of filing cabinets sat against the back wall gathering dust. And most importantly of all, despite it being June, there were still cold spots. We'd just stand outside of one, reach an arm in, and try to define the boundary of the warm and cold air. It was tricky. The shift in temperature wasn't as great as I remember from when I was a kid, and there were no hard, fine edges between the hot and the cold air. The temperature just seemed to bleed from one area to another, like brine in an estuary. I experimented sticking my crucifix into the heart of the cold spot and felt nothing. If anything, it felt like the cold spots were fading away. Carrie suggested we tried talking to the spirit of Jennifer Wilkins while we still could. I shrugged. After you? We'd forsaken most of our ghost hunting kit, as it would have been awfully conspicuous carrying around a Bible and a couple of flashlights. I still had my crucifix, but I doubted it'd be necessary. The stories of the Silver Spectre were all quite tame. We had, however, brought a couple of sticks of incense, which we lit with a very old Zippo that had once belonged to my grandfather. Carrie had bought the incense from a New Age store, sort of place that you shop at if you were inclined to believe in neo-paganism or healing crystals. The saleswoman told her it was supposed to make it easier for spirits to pass into our realm. But to me, it just smelled like sandalwood. Carrie spoke in a lilting tone. "Jennifer, are you here with us?" I burst out laughing, and Carrie went beet red. She punched me in the arm and whispered for me to be quiet, pointing to the floor where beneath our feet the auction was taking place. Carrie tried again. "Jennifer, if you can hear me, give us a sign." We stood still in absolute silence, waiting for an answer. It came in the form of an industrial air conditioner, mounted to the ceiling of the floor below us, cycling on. A few gasps in the floorboards lining up perfectly with the AC's large vents. We couldn't stop laughing at the spirit of Jennifer returning the cold spots to full force. Once we'd regained our composure, Carrie and I decided to head over to Bickford's for a bite to eat, while we conducted the post-mortem on our latest failure. Now, a deer crossing sign and an air conditioner doesn't necessarily disprove that Blood Cemetery and our town rec center are haunted, but they certainly made us feel rather foolish. So while I'd gorge myself on Eggs Benedict, which I'd only recently discovered, and Carrie nursed a cup of coffee, we started tossing around ideas for other expeditions. "No local place," she said. "Gotta stay objective. Can't be some place that we've grown up thinking is haunted." You just don't want anyone we know hearing our little sing-talking to the spirit world voice. Carrie, in mock anger, reached over, grabbed a home fry off my plate, and threw it at me. It had taken her a long time to get comfortable with me teasing her. I guess after a lifetime of being mocked about her weight and her appearance, the idea that it was only the way I expressed affection took some getting used to. There was a few places in and around Boston that we wanted to check out, but most of them were landmarks or buildings that were still in use. Neither of us was eager to get arrested, particularly not Carrie, who was going to have a hard enough time getting into college, so Boston was out. And most of Lowell, too. We dismissed a couple of nearby legends, the Gelson Road Cemetery, which had no actual history surrounding it, just a hodgepodge of random urban legends, and the Blue Lady out in Wilton, New Hampshire, who sounded somewhat promising, but was most frequently sighted during the harvest moons, which we wouldn't get until late September. Eventually, we settled on Eunice Williams Covered Bridge in Greenfield, Massachusetts. It had everything going for it, a traumatic event, consistent sightings, and no air conditioning. The only downside was that for us, Greenfield was a solid 2-hour drive each way, and that was if the MapQuest directions were up to date. A mighty big if. I didn't see Carrie again that summer. Life just got in the way. For Carrie, it was too difficult to work around her mom's schedule, especially after a tiny little accident she had backing out of a space at a mall, resulting in her losing her privileges for a month. Well, for me, it was the pool Christy McDowell's parents had put in that June. All my feelings for Christy and our other mutual female friends was mostly platonic. I was 15, and they were in bikinis. By comparison, ghost hunting just didn't seem quite as exciting. Knowing how my friends felt about her, I never invited Kelly to tag along. Of course, in fairness to me, pool parties weren't exactly her cup of tea. When school started up again in the fall, Carrie and I resumed talking about our trip to Greenfield, but it wasn't until Rob Keenan killed himself and I made an effort to spend more time with her that we got around to actually going. Carrie picked me up one Friday evening in mid-November. Mrs. Peterson had opened the store that morning and would be closing the next day, meaning that we had Ecto 1 all night. We just needed to get her car back before she woke up, and she'd be none the wiser. Driving around with friends was still novel at that point in my life. 3 hours passed by in a blur of jokes and gossip and screaming along to what little music Carrie and I could agree on. She used to have this mixtape dominated by Nine Inch Nails and Rage Against the Machine that was a staple of our time in Ecto 1. I think we listened to it straight through 2.5 times that night. We only got turned around once and arrived at Eunice Williams Covered Bridge absolutely pumped. We pulled into the bridge, cut the motor, honked once, and waited for Eunice. Now, Eunice Williams was not a resident of Greenfield. She had actually lived in a nearby Deerfield back in the late 1600s. At the time, Deerfield was the northwesternmost post of New England. Deep in the heart of the former... At the time, Deerfield was the northwesternmost outpost of New England, deep in the heart of the former Pocumtuck Nation. Before the settlers had arrived in Deerfield, the Pocumtuck had already been weakened by European diseases and war with the Mohawk people. When the settlers and Pocumtuck clashed over resources, the settlers easily drove the remaining Pocumtuck from the land. Well, the Pocumtuck, however, were not ready to admit defeat. They allied themselves with French settlers and other French-allied First Peoples in Canada, and in 1704 led an offensive raid against Deerfield's English settlers. The French and Native Americans killed 56 settlers and burned much of the town to the ground, captured over 100 survivors, and forced them to march through the brutal winters into Quebec. The march would take months. Among the captured survivors was Eunice Mather Williams, her husband, Minister John Williams, and 5 of their 7 children. Her infant daughter and 6.5-year-old son were both killed during the raid, but John and Eunice were determined to be strong for their other children and fellow captives. The Williamses quoted scripture, led the group in prayer, and took turns carrying their younger children until they reached the Green River. Eunice fell during the crossing. Despite having survived her plunge, the Pocumtuck warriors decided that Eunice's exposure to the icy water had weakened her too much to continue the march. So, he hacked her to pieces in front of her husband and the remaining children. Legend has it that Eunice appeared on the bridge over the waters where she was killed, asking any mortals that she finds there of news of her children and husband. Locals say that she can be summoned simply by cutting your engine and honking your horn. Now, we'd been sitting there in Ecto 1 with the engine off and no heat when a thought occurred to me. Why would the ghost of a woman who died a couple of centuries before the invention of the automobile respond to a horn being honked? I could see the gears turning in Scary Carrie's head as she processed the anachronism. Well, maybe she's just... Fuck. I laughed as Carrie turned on the car to get the heat going again. And you couldn't have thought of this before we drove out here? She asked. Well, maybe the bridge isn't haunted, just that Eunice probably isn't a car gal. We waited for a bit, then got out of the car and poked around the bridge on foot. I've always liked covered bridges, ever since seeing Disney's The Legend of Sleepy Hollow cartoon as a kid. And there's a nifty little plaque at this one that tells the whole story of Eunice Williams. We scrambled down to the banks of the river. It's not exactly the Mississippi, but it was easy to see how difficult it would have been to ford, especially under the strained circumstances Eunice was facing. I skipped a few pebbles, a difficult feat in fast-moving water before you get cold, and we decided to get back to the car. Maybe it was the increasingly likely prospect that another of our missions had gone to prove to be a waste, or maybe it was just the hour and the warm air of the heater blasting on our faces and making us sleepy. But whatever the cause, our energy was fading fast, and our conversation had turned serious. Well, serious by high school standards. Do you think that Kim Murray's pretty? I did not think she was pretty, but that put me in a precarious position. Physically, Kim had her faults, but objectively speaking, she was significantly more attractive than Carrie, a girl Drew DeLuca once described with what was, for Drew, a considerable amount of sympathy as unfortunate looking. Carrie shifted in her seat to face me. I don't know. Never gave much thought to it. Why? We were at Dan's the other night, and she was talking about how much she likes knowing that guys masturbate while thinking about her. Yeah, I don't think this is a topic of conversation I want to pursue. Carrie grunted softly. That's what I said. It's kind of gross. There was a pause. When Carrie spoke again, her voice caught in her throat. And then Kim said, well then, I guess you're lucky. You don't have to worry about anyone doing that over you. My cheeks burned with embarrassment. I didn't know what to say. I never imagined Kim would share her sexual insecurities with me. In part because I never thought of her in sexual terms. On some levels, I didn't think I'd ever fully processed for me that Carrie was a girl, like Elena or Christy. That's not to say that I was confused about her gender identity, but because I found her unattractive, my mind had neutered her and had significantly reduced her as a human. Carrie started to cry, and I leaned over to give her a hug. She let out a few hushed sobs onto my shoulder as I patted her broad back, and at some point she stopped crying. It took me a second to notice, but what I thought was her taking a shuddering breath, or maybe just a tear-covered cheek sliding across my skin, was actually Carrie kissing my neck. I wanted to leap in the back seat to lurch away from Carrie and retreat to the furthest recess of Ecto 1. I wanted to throw open my door. I wanted to sprint to the nearest house and demand its occupants permit to shower. But I couldn't do that. As revolted as I was that my actions and intention had been so wildly misconstrued, Carrie was still my friend, and she was vulnerable, and she didn't deserve that. I froze, hoping that she'd realize I wasn't reciprocating. The nuzzling and kissing continued. I guess she didn't, or maybe she didn't realize that this was a red flag. We never spoke about what happened in Greenfield, but either way, she needed a clearer stop sign. I put my hand on her shoulder and gently pushed myself away from her. She got the message. I don't think of you like that. I had trouble spitting it out. She nodded. We're friends, I said. Uh-huh. The trip home was one of the longest car rides of my life. Carrie never turned on the radio. The only words out of my mouth were the turns I called out for our MapQuest directions. I felt shallow. I think we both knew that I'd only said we're friends to soften the blow. I wouldn't have dismissed the affection of any other female friends so readily. Even Christy McDowell, whom I'd been friends with since the 3rd grade. I would never have pushed her away like that. The following Monday, I made it a point to talk to Carrie in class like nothing happened. She played along for a bit, but then asked me for a little space. Frankly, I was relieved to give it to her. I only told a couple of people about scary Carrie kissing my neck. DeLuca thought that it was hilarious. He wasn't the most sensitive guy in the world. Carrie was a bit more sympathetic. She reminded me that I was entitled to have my tastes. I appreciated hearing that. But I still felt like shit. I'd set out to make Carrie feel better about herself and had done nothing of the kind. I never thought of myself as the sort of guy who'd judge a girl based on her looks, but apparently I was. Alina didn't return to school for a whole week after our last conversation. She told everyone who asked that she'd had the flu, but later confessed to me that she couldn't take being surrounded by people. It was too noisy, too overwhelming, too many eyes staring at her. She needed to be alone. I didn't see her at lunch that day. Or ever again. The anxiety she felt, being surrounded by people, was at its worst when she was trying to eat. So her parents arranged for her to eat in her guidance counselor's office. When I found out, I knew that it was good for Alina, but I couldn't help but feel like my days would be a little drearier without being able to see her across the cafeteria. Her wild hair, that smirk if it ever returned, and that was to say nothing of the wonder that years of track and cross-country had done for her legs. I finally caught up with her on Friday morning. She was at her locker. To cut down on the amount of time she'd have to spend jammed between chatty classmates, Alina had taken to cramming every book and binder she needed until lunch into her backpack. She looked like a freshman. Hey, Alina. She didn't look up. Oh, hey. I dropped down next to where she was crouching and lowered my voice. I spoke with Fletch. Alina froze. I couldn't tell if she was nervous or excited. She took a couple of deep breaths and she turned towards me. Do you see it? Yeah. Basically said the same thing as yours. She deflated but continued. But then he told me what happened. Are you going to be at lunch? She bit her lower lip, and she considered for a second. No. Oh, well, we could... What do you have last period? Gym? Can you skip it? I'd never cut a class in my life. Absolutely. I didn't have any classes with Fletch, and rarely saw him in the halls, but I had 2 classes with Drew DeLuca, and he had lunch the same period as Fletch, so I had him pass along that I wouldn't need a ride. When 6th period let out, I made my way over to the parking lot where Alina was waiting for me next to her blue 97 Beetle. We got in and blasted the heat. Unlike Fletch's ancient Civic, Alina's Beetle actually warmed up pretty quick. Everything but the silence was comfortable. Do you want to get right into it? Alina looked at me out of the corner of her eyes. They were so blue. She shook her head. Not while I'm driving. We rode in silence until we pulled up in front of an old, good-sized colonial house. Is this okay? Yeah, sure. I don't want to talk about it in public. That's totally fine. Alina looked relieved as she hit the garage door opener. It was like she thought bringing me over to her house was really putting me out. Getting out of the car, I noticed the garage was otherwise empty. We were alone. Abby, an aging golden retriever that the Amanevs apparently didn't kennel, greeted us with her tail wagging and her leash in her mouth. I have to take her out. Make yourself at home. Just being inside Elena's house felt so intimidating. Identity is everything to a teenager, and to bring someone else into your home was to expose a part of you that was beyond your control. It was laying bare the environment that had produced you. When I first entered Fletch's house, his discomfort was evident. His house was just a place that he passed through to get to his room. For Scary Carrie, her house was a source of shame. Mrs. Peterson's small, ill-kept home was a constant reminder to Carrie not just of her parents' failed marriage, but of her mother's lack of education. They were both stuck there, in a house that smelled like deli meats and the water that feta cheese is packed in. A smell that started in Mrs. Peterson's work clothes, but is now infused into everything they owned. I entered Alina's house with the same reverence I would a church. It had a feeling to it that put you in the mood to sip hot chocolate and watch snow fall. There were candles and tea lights on the tables and holiday-themed knickknacks on the walls. The piney scent of Christmas trees filled the air, and as I collapsed onto the overstuffed couch, it occurred to me that for the first time all day, I felt relaxed. After she returned, Alina led me downstairs into the game room, a finished basement dominated by a full-sized pool table. She offered me a soda from the mini fridge behind the wet bar, and then we sat down in a love seat in front of the big screen TV. Alina stared at me while I spoke. I stared back. It was impossible to look anywhere else. I recounted the story Fletch had told me, as faithfully as I could. All the while, I was very conscious of where her legs were in relation to mine. They tugged at me as if they had gravity. She seemed fine the whole time that I talked, but the moment I was done, she began to gasp for air, like she'd been holding her breath. Then the sobbing started. I was quick to close the gap between us. I held her for several minutes, while her slender frame shook and quivered. When she regained her composure, she slowly withdrew to her end of the love seat. God, I'm so sorry, she said, wiping her eyes with her sleeves. Don't be. I'm such a mess. I feel ashamed when I'm happy. I'm like a victim when I'm ashamed. It takes everything I've got to keep it together. It's exhausting. Have you talked to anyone? Seen a... Yeah. But she wouldn't give me anything. Well, that's not a bad thing. So you don't believe any of it? Her right leg began bouncing up and down on the ball of her foot. I thought you were Mr. Ghost Hunter. I scoffed. The corner of her mouth twitched as if she were about to smile, and for a fleeting second I felt connected to her. To the old Alina. I didn't run around telling everyone that I met why I cared so much about ghost stories. I didn't wear anything that personal on my sleeve, but I told Alina. She listened, and nodded, and understood me. Can I ask you something? She nodded. Why does it matter to you if the widower's clock is real? I need them to be wrong about me. The people who stare at me in the halls blame me like Fletch and John Murphy. Fletch is just hurting. He doesn't blame you. Not really. Yeah, he does. Everyone does. All they get are these little snippets about how much Rob loved me, and I've heard them talk about it. They say that I thought that I was better than him because I live in a big house, or because he wasn't a jock, or because he was nerdy. He loved me and I was a bitch for rejecting him. Alina pulled her legs up to her chest and hugged her knees. I remember being struck by how much she looked like a little girl. It seemed strange at the time, but in hindsight, at scarcely 17, Alina practically was a little girl. A kid realizing for the first time that her classmates felt entitled to opinions about what she did with her body and affections. I wanted to tell her that that wasn't true. That no one really believed she was a snob about money or a shallow bitch. I wanted to, but I also heard the whispers. The truth is, she said, the only thing I really knew about him is that he made me uncomfortable. I moved beside her and I put my arm around her shoulder. I could feel how tense she was as she stared straight ahead. It's not your fault. Her hair smelled like vanilla. Alina, look at me. She looked so full of uncertainty. Scared. I put my other hand on her wrist. I'm gonna go down there. To Quabbin. She grabbed me by the shoulder and held me like I might fall. It's okay. I couldn't help smiling at her concern. I won't go in. I'm just gonna listen to the bells. She studied my face. We were only inches apart. My heart was racing. Besides, I said as I leaned in, I want to. And I kissed her. Her lips were slow to respond. Doubts raced through me. Was she surprised? Was this a rejection? Had I crossed a line? I felt like Scary Carrie must have back in Greenfield. But Alina didn't withdraw. Maybe it had nothing to do with me. Maybe it was just survivor's guilt. And after a long couple of seconds, Alina kissed me back. My brain went fuzzy. I almost had to stop. It's tough to kiss with a grin. I was kissing Alina Amenev. I slipped my fingers through her wild hair. Alina, who ran track, I could feel my legs pressing against her. Alina, who smelled like vanilla and smirked when she used to smile. I tried to press my leg between hers, but she kept her legs closed, and that was fine. I was happy just to be kissing her. We spent the next few minutes on the love seat. It wasn't the sort of first kiss that you would imagine. I was nervous, and she was still. At the time, I remember thinking that it was more intimate than passionate, but that made sense to me. She wasn't in a real good place. Being with her was going to be like building a house of cards. Take a slow hand, and the slightest misstep could bring her crumbling down. She wanted to drive me home before her parents returned from work. As we were getting our coats on, I said, "Hey, let's see a movie." She didn't answer immediately. I thought for a second that she hadn't heard me. I can't. I kissed her and asked again, but it didn't help. What if someone sees us? I wanted people to see us. I didn't care what people thought about her. I didn't even give a rat's ass what Fletch thought about her. Please don't tell him. Don't tell anybody. I can't handle how they'll look at me. She broke down. I held her. As I lay in bed that night, I found myself fantasizing about Alina. It wasn't sexual. Hell, it wasn't even about the kiss. It was about the most mundane things. Spooning her while we watched TV, holding her hand while we walked down the hallways at school, having little arguments over who'd sit at whose lunch table. And that's when I resolved that I had to find the Spire in the woods. Right in the middle of the fantasy, Alina apologizing for not wanting to sit with my friends and telling fantasy me that I was the most important thing in the world to her. I had to find it for Alina. To get her out from under some guilt that she held on her shoulders. And was it really so crazy to think that maybe there might be some truth to it? Even if I was skeptical of the connection to the widower's clock, couldn't Robert Edward Keenan have followed the sound of the bells? Couldn't he have discovered a spire sticking out of the ground? Maybe he even found a body. Hadn't Fletch mentioned someone had gone missing from that trailer park? If he had found her corpse, it could have certainly pushed him over the edge. The thought sent a shiver up my spine. The last couple of weeks before Christmas vacation were always filled with midterms and projects, and that year was no exception. It was the last thing in the world either of us wanted to do, but with group projects due Monday, I had to meet Scary Carrie at the library. We were bullshitting while I busted my rear looking for resources for our presentation on Spire. I practically carried Carrie through the whole first half of European history when I told her that I had changed my mind. I wanted to visit Quabbin. Carrie was thrilled. So when do you want to go? I don't know, sometimes over break, I guess. We try to figure out everything about them. Who? The clockmaker and his wife. Only one of my Haunted New England books told the story of the widower's clock, and maybe it was because I'd intentionally been skeptical that the story was grounded in any sort of reality, but in honesty, it never occurred to me that there was anything more to know. But if there was a clockmaker, he'd had to have made clocks, and if there'd been a murder, there must be an obituary. Carrie disappeared into the basement where the library kept their microfiche. With her gone, I was able to finish researching our paper in short order, and by the time I wandered downstairs, she had found out quite a bit. The clockmaker was a German immigrant named Adolf Rattler, born in 1857. He was hired somewhere between 1905 and 1907 to construct the clock for the Custom House Tower in Boston by an architect named Robert Swain Peabody. The clock was a failure. In an effort to show up his two brothers, who were also master clockmakers, Rattler attempted to miniaturize several of the motor's components. While the clock ran, it failed to keep accurate time. The clock was referred to by many as Adolf's Folly until the mid-1930s, when Hitler's infamy outstriped Rattler's. The bride was Robert Swain Peabody's niece, Amy Lowell Putnam, born 1897. She was just 16 when she married Rattler, who was by that time 51 years old. I suppose the age difference wasn't that unusual in those times, but back in 1999, when Aylin was 17, the idea of her with a man in his 50s made my skin crawl. It also made me regret Amy Lowell Putnam with more sympathy. Imagine being married off at 16 to a man more than 3 times your age. Imagine 20 years of marriage to that man, waking up to find yourself in your mid-30s, still in the heat of your sexual prime with a husband in his 70s. I mean, of course she was attracted to other men. We couldn't find an obituary for Amy Lowell Putnam, nor for Amy Putnam Rattler. Scary Carrie took it as a sign that the Putnams, Lowells, or Peabodys, all powerful families, had covered up the scandalous manner in which Amy Lowell had died. I, on the other hand, chalked it up to the microfiche being a bitch to work with. What we did find of interest, though, was a picture of Enfield in 1938. It depicted a large hill with most of its trees cut down, a tractor pushing aside some debris, and a lone man standing with his back to a large colonial building. The large colonial was the only one still standing, and it had a little tower. We couldn't tell whether or not it had a clock. The old microfiche view screens didn't exactly have great resolution, but based on its proximity to the hill, it was easy to see how the loose soil could have enveloped it, or another building much like it, when the floodwaters came pouring through, leaving just a spire peeking out above the earth. We only found one more reference to Adolf Rattler, an obituary published in the Boston Globe in 1941. I wish I could remember the date. It mentioned that he was wanted for questioning in regard to a disappearance, but that was all. Rattler had died in Munich. The cause of death was omitted, but at 84 it was probably just old age. Rattler must have fled the country sometime in the mid-1930s, at a time when the Germany he returned to must have been very different from the Germany he had originally left. I don't know why, but somehow knowing these historical details made the story of the widower's clock so much more plausible. It was no longer a story of a man with an awful, unfaithful wife. The characters defined by nothing more than their relationship to one another. It started to become a story of two people. Amy Lowell Putnam, restless and starved for marital attention, shackled to an old man incapable of giving her what she needed, and proud Adolf Rattler, obsessed with proving himself after his failure, designing the clock for Customs House Tower, too busy and too old to see what his young wife was up to. Since her mom had the car that day, when we got hungry, Carrie and I had to choose between waiting for my mom to pick us up or hoofing it down to the House of Pizza to grab a bite. Despite the cold, we opted for the latter. Settling into a booth, a hot slice in front of both of us, things between Carrie and I felt right again for the first time since our trip to Greenfield. We quickly fell into discussing the plans for our trip. "We should head out early," she said. "The first time Rob heard the bells, it was just after sundown." "Yeah, but the later it is, the less likely we are to bump into some park rangers." Think there are gates or fences? The roads in or out might be gated, but fences, nah. Quabbin's too big. Just as the words left my mouth, Fletch plopped down right next to me, his friend Murph lingering behind him. "Hey, I didn't see you guys come in," he said. "How long you been here?" I don't know what I felt exactly. Embarrassment? Shame? But even though there was nothing in Fletch's face to indicate that he'd heard me, I felt that feeling you get when your parents tell you, "We're not mad, we're just disappointed." I'd been so wrapped up in the fun of going on a ghost hunt and clicking with Scary Carrie again that I'd lost sight of the fact that Rob Keenan had killed himself. I'd forgotten the only reason I knew about the Spire in the woods was because of his suicide note, and had actually been happy about the whole thing, while two guys who had lost a good friend, quite possibly because of the Spire, were sitting right behind me. I don't know, a bit," I mumbled. "You want to ride home? I could take both of you." I really didn't. "Sure," Carrie said. Murph had just found out that he'd been accepted via early admission to UMass Amherst, a topic Scary Carrie found intriguing. Like many unhappy high school students, Carrie hung a lot of her hopes on the idea that her life would get better in college. She knew she didn't have the grades to get into a top-tier school. Hell, she knew that UMass Amherst was a real reach, but she still had hope into getting to UMass Lowell and transfer after a year or two. Of course, Murphy hadn't thought he'd be accepted either. "Definitely apply early," he said. "Show them you're serious and see if you can get a reference from someone who went there and they list where all the teachers went to in that yearbook each year. Like half of them went to UMass." Carrie was hanging off Murph's every word, but I wasn't paying much attention to what he was saying. I was too busy hoping against hope that after we dropped Carrie off, Fletch would announce that he wanted to hang out with Murph some more and, as such, would have to drop me off next. That didn't happen. And soon, we were alone in the car together. The second the door closed behind Murph, Fletch dropped his mask, and I knew that he'd heard me. "After what I told you, you're going to the Quabbin?" "Yeah." "Are you fucking retarded?" Fletch was a pretty big guy, coupled with the hurt and anger in his voice intimidated me into silence. We drove on, listening to nothing but the heater, struggling in vain to dispel the cold. After a few miles, I found myself resenting Fletch. Who was he to speak to me like that? And why the fuck should I feel guilty for his sake? He lost a friend, and he had my sympathy, but that didn't entitle him to treat me like garbage. What'd you tell me for? Fletch didn't answer my question, he just kept driving. Huh? Why did you tell me about it if you didn't want me to look into it? Fletch tightened his grip on the steering wheel and ground his teeth together as if he was literally chewing over the question. We were in our neighborhood before he finally answered. Who else could I tell? Did you know the school's been contacting the parents of everyone who goes to that special counseling session? They're reporting any early warning signs they see in the sessions. You think I want my parents making me see somebody or sticking me on meds? I can't go in there with a fucking ghost story. Fletch's anger had left him. By the time he pulled into my driveway, he looked deflated. I thought you'd believe me. Or could disprove it. Or shit, I don't know. It seemed like Fletch and Alina were looking to me to absolve their sins. Alina wanted me to prove that Rob had found a spire sticking up from the ground in the middle of the woods, and it was the reason that he'd taken his own life. Fletch wanted me to tell him that it was just a ghost story. I honestly couldn't tell you which I believed. But I had to know. I haven't even told Murph, he said. I couldn't Handle it if you blame me for letting Rob go on his own. What would you have done if you'd been with him? I don't know. Fletch wouldn't look me in the eyes. But at least he wouldn't have been alone. Well, you don't have to worry about us. We just want to hear the bells. It's not like we're gonna swim out there or anything. Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna let you. I had no idea how Fletch intended to stop us. It's not like we needed his permission to visit a public park, and I told him this as much. Fletch looked at me like I was an idiot. If you're going, then so am I, he said. I didn't argue. I mean, if he felt guilty for letting Rob go looking for the Spire in the woods alone, maybe being there with Carrie and me would help him get over it. As Fletch backed out of the driveway, I realized there was another reason I didn't protest. Scary Carrie. Yeah, things that day felt normal between us, but I was still gun-shy about spending that much time alone with her. Especially on the shore of a moonlit lake. And as an added bonus, now we didn't have to worry about getting Ecto-1 for the night. Elena kept her distance to school, especially after I attempted to steal a kiss from her the Wednesday before winter break. I had left class to use the bathroom and bumped into her on my way back. There were these moments, a few minutes here and there, where she seemed like nothing was wrong, where her smile and laugh would come easily, and walking her back to class that day was one of those moments. The corridor was nearly deserted. Just before we reached the door to her classroom, I stopped her. I slid one hand around her slender waist, and I slipped the other through her hair towards her neck. I leaned in to kiss her, and she withdrew from my touch, as if I was on fire. And just like that, the old Alina was gone, and the broken one was left in her place. We stood there, apologizing to each other, her reassuring me that I had nothing to apologize for, and me doing the same, before she finally backed into her classroom and shut the door. I was thankful Thursday was our last day. Winter break couldn't arrive soon enough. I saw Alina twice over the break, once before Carrie, Fletch, and I went to Quabbin, and once after. Alina's parents had a cabin in the foot of the Swanee Peak in Maine, where they usually spent New Year's Eve, but that year they decided to go up on the 27th and come back down on the 30th, so that Alina wouldn't miss her weekly therapy session. The day after Christmas, she came over to our house for dinner. My parents were wonderful. I had warned them about how nervous and anxious she likely was to be. I didn't say a word about the suicide notes, or the Spire in the woods, but I had told them that Rob had had a crush on her, and that, well, Alina wasn't coping well with his death. They couldn't have been more understanding. Ordinarily, my dad would have delighted in teasing anyone I brought home for the first time, but he refrained. Instead, whenever there was a lull in conversation, he teased my younger brother, who had gotten for Christmas that year, among other things, a Furby, and insisted on bringing it to the dinner table. "Don't let me catch you feeding that thing after midnight." My brother was too young to catch the reference, and looked up confused. "It's only 6:30. "Well, it's always after midnight somewhere." My mother, from her part, also resisted in the natural instincts. Usually whenever someone came over to my house for the first time, she'd practically interrogate them, stopping just shy of shining a flashlight in their face. This habit of hers had been particularly rough on Scary Carrie, whom my mom was briefly convinced was on drugs. After dinner, my dad suggested that I show Alina the TV that I had gotten for Christmas the day before. The TV that was in my room. God, he really was a great dad. "I really like your family," Alina said once the door shut behind us. I scoffed. Believe me, they were on their best behavior. Drew DeLuca was a film advocate of the idea that a romantic movie was not the best movie to watch with a girl that you wanted to get romantic with. For starters, most of them were, in his view, very crappy movies, and the good ones ran the danger of actually holding the girl's interest. What you wanted was a movie that was pleasant and charming, but light enough to make you miss a good chunk of it without feeling lost and needing to rewind. The sort of movie that you stumbled across while watching TV on a Sunday afternoon, and finish even though it was already midway through. I threw in Mavericks. Alina sat on the floor, and I followed suit. but not before grabbing a couple of pillows off my bed. Her movements were stiff as she settled down on the pillow. I tried not to appear too eager as I got down behind her and draped my arm over her waist. As the movie started, I kept thinking about those fantasies I'd had the night after our first kiss, about how pleasant it'd be just to lie next to Elena watching TV. Just being near her and nothing more. I was right. But actually being beside her, my hand resting lightly against her flat stomach, I found other ideas even more enticing. I pulled myself closer to her, savoring the fragrance that her vanilla-scented shampoo left in her wild hair. My fingers crept slowly, almost imperceptibly, up her toned body. Elena stopped me. "Do your parents ever come up here?" she whispered. "No, we're alone." "Actually, would you mind if we just watch this? I haven't seen it before." Oh, no, that's cool," I said, mentally cursing the day DeLuca had been born. I spent the next hour knowing the agony of a man without any fresh water, stuck in a life raft adrift at sea. After the movie, my luck didn't improve much. The credits began to roll, and I had it in my head that Elena might feel more comfortable expressing her affection for me if she felt that she was in control. I kissed her neck where it met her jaw and pulled her lithe little body on top of mine. The pressure of her weight pushing down on me was an excruciating pleasure. My eyes rolled back in my head, conscious thought melted away. My fingers found their way to the bare skin of her lower back, and I could feel the slight bumps of where her vertebrae rose above her skin. It was oddly intoxicating. When had I become attracted to spines? I brought my cheek to hers and angled my face so that our mouths aligned. Her lips parted tentatively. I listened for subtle changes in her breathing that would tell me when it'd be safe to make the next move. Her breathing deepened. I slid my hand up her back, all the way to her Santony bra strap. I'd never touched a bra before in my life, and only had a vague idea how to guide the hooks from my eyes. I nibbled her ear as my fingers fumbled beneath Elena's shirt, and that's when I felt she was crying. Hey, it's okay, look, I whispered while pulling my hand out of her shirt. "See?" She sniffled and she turned her head away from me. I was so scared. I knew I couldn't be too eager with her. I knew that I couldn't press her too hard. She was in a fragile state, and there I was, thinking with anything but my hand. My only defense was that I wanted to make her feel good. I'd thought since she liked me, she'd like my touch as much as I craved hers. But I thought wrong on so many levels. I gently pushed her chin up to look me in the eyes. "I didn't mean to push you too fast. Okay. Are you okay?" She nodded, and I held her until she pushed herself up off of me. Elena paced around my room, doing a breathing exercise her therapist had taught her. I went downstairs to grab us a couple glasses of water. It was less than the least I could do. While I was in the kitchen, my dad gave me a questioning look and a thumbs up behind my mother's back. I shook my head no, and I felt like a failure. When she was calm enough to sit down, we sat on the bed, far apart from one another, sipping the water and talking. "It's not you," she said. Yeah, I mean, don't worry about it. I know you like me." Elena gave a little nod as she stared down at the water. "Hey, this'll pass," I said. "People at school will move on to something else and leave you alone, and you can get back to normal." Elena got up and started pacing again. "My parents don't even think I can skip a session for New Year's. How's that for normal? I hate that we're not going to be up at Shawnee for New Year's." She put the glass down on my desk, her hands as fidgety as her legs. "Every year we go skiing in the morning. Then we drive into North Conway and we have dinner and we watch the fireworks until my mom gets too cold and wants to head back. That's all I want. I can't even handle that. What if I find something down at Quabbin?" Elena stopped, practically mid-step, and stared at me. I hadn't noticed until just then, but she had bags under her eyes. "Would that help? When are you going?" "Tomorrow," Elena stared at me. The energy in the room had changed. I could practically smell her desperation as easily as her vanilla-scented shampoo. She needed me to find the spire in the woods and to prove that it was the widower's clock. Prove that Rob hadn't killed himself because she broke his heart, but because he'd been haunted by the ghost of Amy Lowell Putnam. And if Alina Amenev needed that, so did I. To hell with Fletch. To hell with just hearing the bells. I was going to find the spire. "What's with the bag?" Fletch asked as I tossed my duffel bag onto the back seat and got inside his car. If memory serves, it'd been 25 or so that day, and felt even colder in that little Civic. Supplies, incense, Mom's Bible, a couple flashlights, some miscellaneous crap I borrowed from Carrie. Fletch acknowledged that he'd heard me with a soft grunt, and we were on our way to pick up Scary Carrie. Truth be told, while the bag did have my mother's Bible and the flashlights, the miscellaneous crap I borrowed from Carrie was actually a bicycle pump and a pool raft shaped like a small boat that I'd borrowed from Christine McDowell earlier that day. I didn't see the sense in telling Fletch yet that I wanted to do more than just hear the bells. At least not while we were still in my driveway and he could back out. Better to wait until we were down there, and the worst he could do was leave us without a ride home. We grabbed Carrie and were properly on our way shortly after 8 o'clock. For the first hour or so, the drive was surprisingly pleasant. Carrie asked Fletch questions about where he was going to college, which schools were his safeties, and how he was going to pay for it. Fletch answered all of her questions and was even joking around a bit, but as we got deeper into Massachusetts, his nerves started to creep in. He fell silent around the time we reached Worcester. It didn't take a mind reader to know that he was thinking about Rob. It was impossible not to. We were retracing the steps of a boy who had killed himself. Whatever he'd found down here, whether it was supernatural or not, whether it was something or nothing, Rob had blamed it for driving him to his madness and death. I'd never been scared of any of my other ghost hunting trips. Not really. Usually I was filled with a sense of anticipation, a giddy feeling that I could soon make a discovery that would forever change the way I saw the world, accompanied by a touch of anxiety that I might get caught trespassing somewhere I didn't belong. As we pushed into the trailer park, my heart was pounding in my chest and my palms were covered in a cold sweat. 10:30, Fletch said, cutting the engine. "If we hustle, we might be able to hear the bells toll 11. Carrie and I nodded dumbly. I could tell that she was feeling it too. This was different than the Blood Cemetery or the Eunice Williams covered bridge. We were walking into the ghost story of Robert Edward Keenan. And the only thing we knew for certain was that he was dead. "Pass me my bag," I said to Carrie as we stepped out of the car. Fletch wordlessly led the way. The crunch of the dead leaves beneath our feet echoed out into the forest, even though the moon cast more than enough light for us to see. I fished the flashlight out of my bag just to have something to do. It hadn't snowed yet that year, at least not at the Quabbin, but it was cold. The temperature had dropped into the high teens, and the wind ripping through the bare trees wasn't helping matters any. It was no surprise we didn't see anyone as we crossed into the park. We were in the middle of nowhere. Hell, if it weren't for those metal poles that served as a gate stretched across the old Ware infield road, we probably could have driven in without anyone noticing. The smell of wood smoke hung faintly in the air. Somewhere miles away, people were sitting around their fireplace, probably commenting on what a good night it was for a fire. I bet they felt cozy. Fletch rubbed his nose and sniffled. Could have just been the cold making his nose run a little, and maybe he smelled the smoke too. Either way, it reminded me of something I'd read once. Firemen say that when a person burns to death, their flesh smells like pork. I pitied Fletch. Thank God I hadn't been there to smell Rob burn. By the time we reached the fork where the access road splits off from Old Ware Enfield, my legs felt like blocks of ice. We had warm hats and jackets, but 2.5-mile walk at night in late December is too much for just a pair of jeans. I stomped my feet to warm up. What I wouldn't give for some ski pants. At least you brought gloves, Carrie said. She had one hand buried deep in her coat pocket, the other holding the flashlight I had given her with her sleeve pulled down over her fingers. Fletch cast a baleful eye in our direction. Even though he hadn't been particularly loud or said anything disrespectful, he looked at us as if he'd caught us dancing on Rob's grave. As far as Fletch was concerned, we were on hallowed ground. We pressed on in silence until, from just ahead of us, we heard whispering gently through the trees. Sounded vaguely like the Friday the 13th soundtrack was being carried in the wind across a great distance. What was that? Ice, I said. Ice makes noise? Yep. People think of ice as an object, solid and inert, but ice expands and contracts a great deal. Slight variations in temperature, small eddies and imperceptible currents prevent the water from freezing uniformly. Little fissures turn into big cracks, and the ice strains against itself until it buckles and splinters into plates. What we were hearing was like continental drift in miniature. Big ice plates pressing against each other until something snapped, with the resulting sound echoing over the reservoir's frozen surface. We cleared the tree line, and sure enough, the Quabbin was frozen. I was surprised. Bodies of water as big as the Quabbin don't usually freeze until mid-January or so. Guess we won't be needing a raft, I thought. That's when the bells chimed 11. My body shuddered. I felt like I was beneath Alina, the weight pressing down on the parts of me that strained to meet her. My flesh tingled. It was as if the smooth skin of her back that my fingertips had danced slightly across now surrounded every inch of me. In that lingering moment, I was sated. The bells had nourished me like a feast nourishes the starving. I wanted nothing but to be exactly where I was, hearing exactly what I was hearing, feeling exactly what I was feeling. Then all was silence. I was once more out in the cold. I heard them, Carrie breathed. I turned to her and saw that she had a wistful gleam in her eyes. It was the first time, and the last time, that I ever truly saw her happy. Fletch fell to his knees, and tears rolled down his cheeks. "Oh my God," he said. "Oh my God." He was laboring to breathe. That was beautiful. I sat down beside him. The dirt beneath us was hard as a rock. The echo coming off the ice sounded like a gentle tide lapping on the shore. I looked up at the sky. So far away from the light pollution of Nashua or Boston or Lowell, I could see a myriad of stars I'd never noticed before. It's the sort of thing that makes someone feel small. But not me. I just peeked behind the reality's veil and discovered. Well, I don't know what. Just that there was more. Not up there around distant stars suspended on the far side of an unfathomable great abyss, but right here. With nothing between us and this undiscovered country but a few hundred yards of ice and an hour's time. Then the bells would toll 12. We should have left. We said we were only here to hear the bells. The only reason Fletch was even there was to make sure that we'd turn back. I'd witnessed what I'd been searching for throughout all of my ghost huntings. I had evidence of the supernatural. Wasn't that all I ever wanted? One experience to bolster my faith, just one that I could point to, cling to, whenever I found myself besieged by doubt. I had certainly thought so. Until I heard those goddamn bells. I don't know which of us was the first to tentatively step onto the ice. But I recall clearly none of us voiced an objection, not even Fletch. The ice was slick, and we fell hard more than once, but we were all of us New Englanders, and no stranger to shuffling across an expanse of ice. The trick was to keep your weight centered above your feet. We talked in clipped bursts about what the bells had felt like to us, speaking in broken analogies, unable to fully share what the bells had awoken inside of us, but straining to convey it as best we could. I only felt it in a plane once. My parents even thought they couldn't really afford it. They took me to Disney. They were already fighting then. It was bad. But on the plane, going to Disney? When it started to take off. Carrie trailed off. The echo was louder than when we heard it from the shore. In my head, when I was 7, only rich people flew anywhere. And my parents were fighting. I felt lucky, you know? Fletch grunted his acknowledgement. What time is it? I checked my watch. About 1:15. We must have been right on top where the ice was grinding against itself. We froze. Each of us strained our eyes and ears trying to determine if the ice was safe. We knew if the ice wasn't safe, it'd be dangerous to press on. We knew it. But we didn't care. Maybe you should go first, Fletch said to me. You're the lightest. Yeah, I said, and shuffled ahead. Being closer to the bells felt worth the risk. Any risk. Carrie and Fletch followed in my wake, neither following directly behind me so as to spread our weight across a broader area. We pressed on. The conversation died. The wind blew hard across the reservoir and tore through our bodies like a knife. We didn't care. The sound was growing fainter. We had crossed nearly 3/4 of the distance to the island that had housed the Spire. I never heard the ice crack, just the sharp inhalations of breath from a scream that never escaped her lips. Carrie plunged through the ice. I turned just in time to see her go under. Carrie came up thrashing, but as she hit the sides of the hole, she made more and more of the ice broke away, expanding the hole to the size of a kiddie pool. I shuffled my feet as fast as I could towards the edge. Fletch screamed for me to stop. No, it's not stable! Cold water sucks the heat from your body 32 times faster than air. Every second Carrie stayed in that water increased the likelihood her arms would go numb and she wouldn't be able to pull herself out of the water even if the ice stopped breaking. Lying on my stomach and spreading out as much of my weight across the surface as I could, I dragged myself out to the water's edge. Grab on! I held onto the shoulder strap and tossed my duffel bag into the water as close to Carrie as I could. Her hands fumbled, already rendered useless by the heat loss, but she managed to wrap her arms tight around the bulk of the bag. I pulled her up to the edge. She got most of her body out of the water before the ice cracked, and she fell back in, almost taking me with her. Strong hands grabbed my ankles and pulled me away from the hole. Fuck! Fletcher grunted as he struggled for traction on the ice. I don't know how he did it. But Fletch managed to get enough of a purchase that we were able to drag Carrie out of the water. Scary Carrie was white as a bone and panting from breath through chattering teeth. She struggled to get her hands to her knees. We've got to get her out of here, Fletch said. The pull of the bell had been broken. What the fuck were we thinking? Bring the car around, we'll meet you. The car was easily 2 miles away. Fletch nodded and was off, shuffling his feet across the ice as quickly as he could go. I was afraid to stand too close to Carrie out on the ice, but what choice did I have? She was still struggling just to crawl. I grabbed her by her ankles and dragged her across until we were far enough away from the hole that I felt comfortable enough to pull her to her feet. Still the ice went. As I watched Fletch slip out of sight behind the trees. It didn't sound gentle anymore. I put her arm over my shoulder. We shuffled along the best we could. Each time one of us slipped, I thought the ice had given away again. My heart would race, and I'd think, this is it. This is how I'm going to die. But instead, we just slammed down against the rock-hard surface. Carrie followed my instructions. She didn't seem confused, but she wasn't talking either. By the time we'd reached the access road, her lips had turned pale blue, and the water in her hair had frozen. At the fork on Old Ware Enfield Road, I insisted that we trade jackets and give her my hat and gloves, one of which was wet from pulling her out of the water, but I figured it was better than nothing. Carrie fumbled and struggled to get out of her jacket. We had to stop walking so I could help her with her zipper. She fought me as I tried to get my hat over her enormous head, and with slurred speech complained she was hot. I knew what that meant. Carrie was in trouble. If I had a cell phone back then, I'd have bitten the bullet and called an ambulance. But I didn't get my first cell phone until 2001. I made Carrie run the rest of the way, even though she moved like a drunk in an old cartoon. Fletch saw us approaching the gate and, leaving the engine running, ran out to meet us. "How is she?" he asked, putting her arm over his shoulder. "We need to get her to a hospital." Fletch and I were moving as quick as we could while dragging Carrie along between us. "Do you know any around here?" "I don't know where the hospital is." "You don't know where the hospital is?" I screamed as we got into the car. "Why the fuck would I know where the nearest hospital is in western Massachusetts?" Fletch put the car in drive and started heading towards Amherst, figuring there had to be a hospital there and we'd see signs for it on Route 9. If we had gone back the other way towards Nashua, we'd have been at a hospital in 11 minutes. Unfortunately, the way we chose, the nearest hospital was in Northampton, over an hour away. Even with the heat on full blast, the car was freezing, and practically, as soon as the doors closed, Carrie started stripping out of her clothes. "You've got to get back there with her," Fletch said. He was right. Before our week-long winter hike, our instructor chaperone taught us what to do in the event that somebody displayed any signs of hypothermia. You get them out of their wet clothes, you strip them down, and you get into a sleeping bag with them. It's called passive rewarming, and Carrie clearly needed it. I crawled over the emergency brake into the back seat with a half-naked, scary Carrie. She didn't fight me or complain about being warm, but it was difficult to get close to her. She had wedged herself down on the floor, mostly behind the passenger seat, a space I would have never imagined could accommodate me, let alone the both of us. "Hey, you got a blanket or anything?" I said, looking around the mess and clutter that Carrie sat on top of. No, but hang on." Fletch wrestled himself out of his jacket while he drove. It occurred to me that I could use the uninflated raft as a blanket, but when I looked for my duffel bag, I realized I must have dropped it somewhere between the reservoir and the car. Fletch threw his jacket back at me. It'd have to do. I stripped down to my underwear. Scary Carrie was completely unresponsive. I did my best to move her into a position where I could lay next to her and drape Fletch's jacket over my shoulders and mine over her legs before spreading myself over her belly. I'd like to say I spent the next hour concerned only for the well-being of my friend. But that's not true. A million thoughts ran through my mind. Yeah, I did think about Carrie. I thought she already looked dead. I hoped that at least some of her pale complexion was just the moonlight. I noticed how slow her breathing was. I could barely feel her cold gut moving at all. But I also thought about Rob and the rumors that I'd repeated when I was in the 6th grade. The one about how he'd been found naked in the woods with a mentally handicapped girl. I thought about how everyone said that he tricked her into sleeping with him, and even as my friend lay beneath me, for all I knew dying, there was a small part of me that was thankful that we were far away from home and nobody would hear about this. Shortly before 1:30 in the morning, we pulled up in front of the emergency room at Cooley Dickinson's hospital. Fletch got out of the car and ran for help. Carrie was unconscious when a pair of nurses and orderlies, or whoever they were, pulled her out of the car and put her on a stretcher. When they asked me, I couldn't remember the last time I'd checked to see if she was still breathing. It had been at least a few minutes. At least. They couldn't find a pulse. Fletch and I were forced to stay in the waiting room. We couldn't do anything else for her. Carrie was in their hands now. In a way, that was worse. At least for us. When we were in the car, we had a goal, something to focus on. We had to get Carrie to a hospital, and once we had arrived, the adrenaline had been coursing through our veins and had returned to whence it came, and it left us with nothing but doubts. Could we have done more? Had we been fast enough? "She'll be fine. She'll be fine." Fletch rocked back and forth in his chair, repeating his little mantra, as if he could will it to be. "She'll be fine. She'll be fine." It was over an hour before we were able to get an update. Carrie had survived, but only just. When they initially started checking her vitals, Carrie's core temperature had fallen to 64 degrees Fahrenheit, and her heart rate slowed to 29 beats per minute. For a girl Carrie's age and size, you'd expect her resting heart rate to be in the neighborhood of 74 beats per minute. The emergency room doctor felt Carrie's hypothermia was too severe for external warming techniques and elicited to irrigate Carrie's stomach and colon with a warm saline solution. Every 15 minutes, the saline, by then cold, had to be pumped out and replaced with more warm saline. We had hoped that we'd be able to see her, but at that point, they'd only managed to raise her body temperature about 4 degrees, and Carrie's still unconscious. She also had 3rd or 4th degree frostbite on several of her fingers and toes, and only one of her ankles. But they wouldn't have to worry about that tonight. There's a saying about frostbite. Frozen in January. Amputated by July. The nurse, a young, homely woman, looked at us like we were criminals. I guess she blamed us for the state Carrie was in. I'm not sure she was wrong. Is there someone your friend would want us to contact? Her mom? Yeah. I said, I'll do it. Payphone? Follow me. The nurse turned and led me back to the admittance desk. It's funny, as scared as I was that my friend's life was still in serious jeopardy, somehow I was also scared to be in trouble with her mom, and by extension mine. What can I say? I lacked perspective, and the enormity of the situation hadn't fully sunk in. The lady let me use one of the hospital's phones. What? What do you want? Why are you calling my house at 3 fucking o'clock in the morning? Mrs. Peterson screamed into the phone. Carrie's been in an accident. What are you talking about? Carrie's asleep. Hold on. Carrie? Carrie? I could hear Mrs. Peterson lumbering through her house and bellowing for her daughter. She certainly had her faults, but lacking affection for her daughter wasn't one of them. I'd often suspected that Mrs. Peterson had been one of those sad sacks who had known their marriage wasn't going to last and insisted on having a kid anyway. Not to save the marriage, but just to have one person in the world that loved them unconditionally. What happened? Where is she? I told her that her daughter had fallen through some ice. Nothing else, and emphasized at every turn that she was alive and being cared for, which was true. But I also promised that she'd be fine. It was a promise I had no business making. I just couldn't stomach hearing the hurt in her voice. I would have said anything to make Mrs. Peterson feel better. I handed the phone back to the homely nurse so that she could give Mrs. Peterson directions to the hospital. 2.5 hours later, Ecto 1's tires screeched to a stop in the parking lot. My daughter, where is she? I could hear her even before she was through the doors. If the kids at school thought Carrie was frightening to behold, it was only because they'd never seen her mother upset. Mrs. Peterson ran up to the admittance desk, wearing her jacket over her bathrobe, the sweatpants she slept in peeking out over her snow boots. Her face was red and puffy from crying. Her hair looked like, well, not just uncombed, but as if someone had tied it in knots and then dipped it in grease. By comparison, the homely nurse looked like Helen of Troy. She's my daughter! You have to let me see her! Mrs. Peterson said, pounding the desk in front of her. Being a mother was the reason Mrs. Peterson got out of bed in the morning. It was the reason she worked a thankless, poorly paying job, and it was the reason that she wasn't about to let anyone keep her from being there for her daughter. Fletch and I jogged the short distance down the hall from the waiting room. The hospital staff was looking nervously at Mrs. Peterson's red face and bulging veins. A pair of nurses moved in close behind the homely nurse to support her. You can't see her until she's been stabilized, the nurse said, her voice quivering. Mrs. Peterson let out an inarticulate scream that shook her whole body. It was a desperate noise that sounded like a wounded animal. The homely nurse flinched. Fletch took an involuntary step back, and one of the other nurses peeled off from the pack and ran down the hall, probably to get security. She needn't have bothered. After her scream, Mrs. Peterson collapsed to the floor in tears. I laid my hand on her shoulder and I gave her a gentle shake. Mrs. Peterson looked up and saw that it was me. I thought for a moment I'd receive the same treatment as the nurses, but instead, she pulled me down on top of her and hugged me, clinging to me like I was life itself. Mrs. Peterson buried her face in my shoulder and cried. I wish she'd yelled at me, and not just because my face was pressed into her hair, which smelled of sweat, deli meat, and feta cheese. I'd nearly gotten her daughter killed. I didn't deserve to be embraced like a member of the family, and something about the way Mrs. Peterson so desperately held me reminded me of the trip her daughter and I had taken to Greenfield. I had been reckless with Carrie in so many ways. Fletch helped the two of us to our feet, and we led Mrs. Peterson back to the waiting room. We stopped at McDonald's on the way home, but neither of us could bring ourselves to eat anything. Fletch and I had stayed at the hospital until nearly 10 a.m. By that time, Carrie's temperature had returned to normal, but at no point had she regained consciousness. We'd have stayed longer, but we'd been awake for nearly 24 hours at that point, and our bodies were beginning to shut down. I left Mrs. Peterson my parents' number and told her to call me if she needed anything. She took it, and she thanked me for watching over her little girl. Sitting beneath the fluorescent lights, waiting for Fletch to finish his coffee, I felt like Judas, minus the silver. I should have stayed at the hospital, but I copped out. I couldn't stand Mrs. Peterson being nice to me. I never should have brought you. It was the first thing Fletch had said in hours. We'd have gone anyway, I said. Smearing ketchup around my tray with my hash brown so I wouldn't have to look him in the eyes. We'd have gone. She'd have fallen. And you wouldn't have been there to pull her out. I could have driven, or I could have tried to warn her, but I couldn't have done both. Fletch didn't respond. Guess he still felt like it was his fault. She'd be dead right now, Fletch. Me too, probably. I haphazard a gaze up, and I wish I hadn't. He was giving me the same look that I had given Mrs. Peterson an hour earlier when she thanked me for watching over Carrie. Neither of us was ready to be forgiven yet. Well, he said, we should have left after we heard those fucking bells. I couldn't argue with him there. Fletch finished his coffee in silence. After he was done, neither of us moved to get up. It was probably around 10:30 or so at that point, and neither of us had called our parents. We knew we should have. Should have found the nearest payphone. We knew we couldn't hide what happened. Couldn't lie. At least not about Carrie. But even if it was only a couple of hours, we wanted to push that eventuality off for as long as possible. Our parents would know soon enough. We got back in the car and rolled down the windows, hoping the cold air would help keep Fletch awake long enough for the coffee to kick in. Fletch stopped for the light at the intersection at Amherst Road and Daniel Shea Highway. We needed to go left, which would take us north towards New Hampshire, but Fletch hadn't hit his blinker yet. Can I tell you something? Fletch had struggled to get out each word. Yeah? Part of me wants to go back. I want to hear them again. So did I. All we had to do was go right. Do you? If we did, do you think we could get there by 11? I asked. The light changed. We didn't move until the car behind us started honking. Fletch hit the blinker. We went left. My cheeks burned with shame. We probably wouldn't have made it in time, I said. We can't go back there. Not ever. No. Never. Even as I said it, I knew I would. The bells. The bells felt like home. My parents woke in the morning of December 28th, 1999 to a quiet house. Nothing unusual about that, they were typically the first ones up. My mother made coffee and my father turned on CNN and got on the treadmill. My brother woke up next. My mother made him French toast. She made some for me as well, figuring that I could reheat it whenever I came down. It was a couple of hours before my absence was felt. It's no big deal, they figured it was vacation. They might as well let me sleep in. Then around 11 o'clock, they got a call from Mr. Fletcher. He was in a bad mood.
Did Nathan stay over at your house last night?
No, I don't think so.
Well, if he did, wake his ass up and tell him he's in trouble.
My mom covered the receiver with her hand and hollered for my dad to go wake me up. That's when they found out I was missing. When Fletch and I showed up in the driveway 2 hours later, I'd say my parents were more annoyed than angry. My parents weren't strict disciplinarians. I'd slept over at Drew Lucas without consulting them on more than one occasion, and while they were never exactly thrilled with me, they trusted my judgment and preferred letting me exercise the judgment to being woken up by a late-night phone call looking for their permission. When they found my bed empty, they'd figured that we'd stayed up late playing video games, or, at worst, watching Skinamax movies over at some friends or another's, and were just too tired to drive home. Fletch's parents weren't so understanding. They called everyone Fletch was friends with. They called my parents looking for the names of my friends.
Nathan, you better get your butt home,
my dad said. Then he held his thumb and forefinger up about an inch apart and added, "Your dad sounds like he's about this close to going through the phone book in alphabetical order looking for you." He was trying to be funny. But Fletch and I weren't in much of a mood to laugh. We exchanged one last tired look, but knowing things were going to get worse before they got any better, we parted ways. I stood on the front steps of my house with my father watching Fletch drive off down the road. "Boy, am I glad I'm not him right now," my dad said. He didn't know the half of it. "Dad, I have to tell you something." They didn't yell, and they didn't scream. The days of my parents trusting my judgment were over. I had stayed out all night without permission, driven deep into another state, and gone out onto unfamiliar, recently frozen ice in the middle of the night. That was stupid. That was so stupid. My father got up from the table and headed for the phone. He'd never been good at sitting still when he was agitated. "Why were you even in Amherst?" my mother asked. "We wanted to visit Sam," I mumbled. I'd never been a particularly good liar, but Fletch and I had agreed to leave Rob's suicide note and the Spire in the woods out of our story. Fletch was convinced that if his dad caught even the faintest whiff that his son believed in ghost stories, he'd be stuck on meds as fast as the nearest psychologist would write the prescription. My mom stared straight at me and couldn't hold her gaze and pretended to be interested in the French toast that she'd reheated for me. "That could have been you. Do you understand? That could have been you that fell through the ice, and with no one else around..." My mom was too choked up to finish her thought. I wanted to comfort her, but I didn't want her to look at me. "Yes, you have a patient there named Carrie..." My dad sucked the phone under his chin and asked, "What's Carrie's last name?" While my dad was concerned for Carrie, he was also motivated by self-interest. I could hear in his voice that he had spent the first 10 years of his career working in litigation at the law firm of Ropes and Gray and believed the importance of CYA, covering your ass. It didn't matter how slim the chances were that Mrs. Peterson would attempt to hold our family or the Fletchers accountable for what happened to her daughter. That risk was unacceptable. "If you need any help," he said, once he'd gotten Mrs. Peterson on the phone. "You know, around the house, driving Carrie to school." He was feeling her out, trying to get a sense of whether or not Mrs. Peterson blamed us for what happened to her daughter. Maybe dealing with the insurance company, or hell, I don't know. If you need help with the medical bills, whatever you need, just say the word. He also wanted to dangle that carrot. He knew Mrs. Peterson wouldn't be able to cover Carrie's emergency medical care out of pocket, and he doubted slicing meat at the deli counter in the market basket conferred with it amazing health insurance. Mrs. Peterson would need help, but it would come with strings attached. Looking back at my father's actions, they seemed cold. And maybe they were. But isn't protecting your kids what good fathers do? Don't they protect their children even when their children don't particularly want to be protected? Had Mrs. Peterson had a vengeful bone in her body? I'd have deserved the brunt of everything she could muster. Despite my exhaustion, I had trouble falling asleep. I kept thinking about Carrie. She was in the hospital, and it was my fault. I hadn't talked her into anything, but I had involved her. I brought her along, and now she was the one lying in a hospital bed with her mother crying over her. As a Catholic, you're taught that God created us as rational beings. You're taught that He gave us the dignity to initiate and control our own actions. He imbued us with the ability to hold our own counsel so that we may be able to choose our own paths. And that we alone are responsible for the fruit that our choices bear. I don't believe that everything's part of a plan. And the people who saw God's hand in every mundane earthly event, from athletes who credit Jesus for their ability to hit a curveball, to teenagers invoking the name of the Lord to secure a date on Saturday night, drove me crazy. I'd never accepted predestination. How could we have free will if, like clockwork, everything was preordained to happen? I believe these things. I did, but lying there, thinking of the Petersons, I couldn't stop myself from wondering if God was teaching me a lesson. I've been taught that God doesn't cause car accidents or tornadoes. But in that moment, I felt that God had broken the ice beneath Carrie's feet to punish me for both doubting His existence and having stolen a glimpse of the secret knowledge no one but God was meant to have. I cried, and I whispered Hail Marys and Our Fathers to myself until I was finally overtaken by exhaustion. Dim light filtered in through my blinds. The windows in my room faced south in my semi-conscious state. I wasn't sure if the sun was rising or setting. My stomach growled, but I couldn't bring myself to get out of bed and face my parents. The bells tolled. I sat bolt upright in my bed. The room was still and silent, and yet I could hear the bells as they continued to call out the hour. 2, 3. They were beautiful. I didn't lose myself to them as I had on the shore of Quabbin. 4. It sounded like a song stuck in your head. 5. They stopped. I was lying in bed. Either I had never sat up, or I had lain back down without realizing it. Had I heard them, or had I remembered them? At the reservoir, we'd heard them toll 11. Had it just been a dream? I sat up for what may have been the second time, and I looked at my clock. It was 5. In the past 2 days, I'd only slept for 3 hours. I couldn't handle being in the dark. I went downstairs. I spent the rest of the night studiously avoiding eye contact with my family. Thankfully, I didn't hear the bells again that night. The next morning, bright and early, my father drove me over to Carrie's house. My parents had put together a care package for Mrs. Peterson, a large basket filled with food so that she wouldn't have to cook, gift cards from our local gas station to offset the back and forth to the hospital each day, and a few books to read in the waiting room. When she opened the door, Mrs. Peterson was so grateful she cried. When she regained her composure, the 2 of us got into Ecto 1 and we headed over to the 2.5 drive to Cooley Dickinson Hospital. My dad had volunteered me to go and keep Mrs. Peterson company. Now, he may have had ulterior motives, but this was something that I wanted to do. Something I had to do. The drive was awkward. Under the best of circumstances, as a teenager, spending time alone with one of your friends' parents is always a little uncomfortable, and these were far from the best circumstances. As I learned on the drive, Carrie was in a coma. Although Mrs. Peterson got virtually none of the medical terms correct, her only real exposure to medicine came from watching a lot of ER. I managed to get the gist of what she was saying. As Carrie's heart rate slowed, so had her breathing. Her blood had failed to supply her brain with oxygen that it needed, and it was the lack of oxygen that probably contributed more to Carrie's blue coloration than her body temperature. The doctors had given Mrs. Peterson only one tiny piece of good news. Because hypothermia lowers a body's metabolism, it reduced the likelihood that the oxygen deprivation had damaged Carrie's brain. That was what we were pinning all of our hope on. That the cold which nearly killed her had also slowed her brain down enough that it hadn't noticed that it was suffocating. When we arrived at the hospital, Carrie's mom led me to her new room. I could tell from the look of the staff. I could tell from the look the staff was giving her along the way that Mrs. Peterson was not their favorite person. Maybe she'd been a pain in the ass the day before, but I didn't feel like that was it. Not exactly. The nurses were giving Mrs. Peterson the same looks the kids at school gave her daughter. In movies and television, people frequently comment on how peaceful coma patients appear. They say it's like they're asleep. They look like an angel, or it reminds me of when they were a baby and I used to hold them. I don't know if that was what Mrs. Peterson's impression was, but it certainly wasn't mine. Ordinarily, Carrie wore a lot of concealer to cover up her acne. At some point between plunging beneath the ice and having saline pumped in and out of her stomach, most of it had disappeared. She had a tube running into her nose, though I'm not sure why, a heart rate monitor on her finger and an IV in her arm, and that was to say nothing of the frostbite. Along with the big toe on her right foot and most of her left foot below the ankle, which we couldn't see beneath a blanket. Ice crystals had formed in 2 fingers on her left hand and the thumb of her right. The blood trapped in her fingers swelled them to almost the thickness as her wrist. They were red and raw. It was difficult not to stare at them. Mrs. Peterson believed that even in a coma, Carrie could hear us, and proceeded to relive seemingly everyday moments of her daughter's life. Mrs. Peterson was not a gifted storyteller. In her mind, nothing was too trivial, from the time that she caught Carrie washing the dishes with cold water, which is apparently something you shouldn't do, to the time they went to Applebee's for her birthday and both forgot to tell the server, then wondered why they didn't get any cake. But what her stories lacked in content, Mrs. Peterson made up for in sentiment. She couldn't touch Carrie's hands, so she held her daughter's upper arm as she spoke. I'm sorry I'm not home more. I like to be, I would. I know how hard school's been for you. Maybe it'd been easier if I was home more, I don't know. You've done so good, baby, and college is right there. If Carrie was able to hear her mother, it wasn't outwardly apparent. Her face didn't twitch, her eyelids didn't flutter, even her pulse on the heart rate monitor held steady. I remember in middle school, you never thought... As Mrs. Peterson began to break down, she grabbed my wrist and pulled me to her daughter's bedside, forcing my hands to replace her own on Carrie's arm. Never thought you'd get a boy like you, but look who's here. I didn't know if Carrie had told her mother that we were dating, or if Mrs. Peterson had just gotten the wrong idea about us, but either way, I couldn't correct her, not there. I had enough trouble rejecting Carrie when we were alone in Greenfield. The thought of rejecting her again, this time in front of her mother, and stealing Mrs. Peterson. Whatever sense of pride that she derived from her daughter having a romantic life was... well, it was more than I could bear. There's a special place in hell for people who humiliate children in front of their parents. I was very aware of my hands resting on her arm. She was so much warmer than the last time I touched her. I've never been quick on my feet. I have no idea what to say, especially with Mrs. Peterson thinking I was Carrie's... what? Boyfriend? I took a page out of Mrs. Peterson's playbook and I stood over my unconscious friend, recounting meeting her on the hike, and a few anecdotes from class. I tried to muster up something more sentimental, but it wasn't until I pretended it was Elena lying there in front of me that any words came. I can't stop thinking about you. I wish we could talk. I'd do anything to make you better. Lost in the little scene that I had created for myself, I leaned down and I kissed Carrie's waxy forehead. Mrs. Peterson put her arm around me and squeezed. I looked at the tears in her eyes and I wondered if I had done her a kindness by playing along. The lie seemed harmless enough. Carrie probably just wanted to save face with her mom. Maybe make her proud. Let her think her child was happy for a change, but eventually the truth would come out. I wasn't attracted to Carrie. It'd be nice if I was, but I wasn't. I also resented being blindsided. If Carrie asked my permission, had said, look, this is embarrassing, especially after Greenfield, but I need your help making my mom happy. Is it okay if I tell her you're my boyfriend? I might have said yes. But she hadn't. The whole charade made me feel gross. Elena's family returned from Swanee the following morning. I would have liked to have been outside their house waiting for her when they arrived, but I was still a month away from getting my driver's license, and my parents weren't exactly in the mood to help advance my social life. I left a message on the Amenev machine in the morning around 10 o'clock. I called again at noon and 1, but hung up both times before the machine began recording. It was the strange poker game you play when you're in love for the first time. You feel like you'll die if you don't speak to the object of your affection as soon as possible. But you know how crazy you'd seem if you filled up their answering machine with increasingly redundant messages. That afternoon felt like an eternity. She called me back shortly after 5, and even though I was already sitting directly in front of the phone, I let it ring twice so she wouldn't know I'd been sitting directly next to the phone. "I missed you," I said. "Oh, thanks." She sounded tired. Maybe she hadn't gotten that much sleep before driving home, or maybe she was drained from therapy. Either way, that wasn't the reaction I was hoping for. I wasn't sure what I wanted to tell her about my trip to the Quaban, or rather, I wasn't sure how to tell her. The whole idea of going was to alleviate her guilt. Having heard the bells, I know that the story was at least partially true. There was more to the Spire in the woods than the side effects of an antidepressant. But I also knew that Elena wouldn't take the news of Carrie very well. For that matter, I wasn't taking it all that great either. How was Maine? Pretty short. Trying to convince my parents to drive us back up. If not tonight, then tomorrow. But my dad's sick of driving. I wanted to tell her everything, but it had to be face to face. If she took it hard, I couldn't comfort her from halfway across town. Not properly. There was a long silence as I weighed my options. When she broke the silence, her voice sounded small and young and distant. Did you find the widower's clock? Do you think that you could come over today, after my parents go to sleep? There was another silence, though not as long as the last one. Why? It's, it's not really the sort of thing that you tell someone over the phone. I stood by my window looking out of the front lawn. Its yellow grass illuminated by a couple of our tackier Christmas decorations. The wind shook the dead branches of the trees that grew next to the driveway. Something about the scene reminded me of the Quaban and the sound the ice makes when it's quiet. It was nearly midnight, and I wondered if Carrie would dream of those bells. Being in a coma might not be so bad if they sounded as lovely in sleep as they did in real life. There have been times in my past when I've been lonely. Consider the virtue of trading the world for a lifetime of dreams. Today I'd make that trade in a heartbeat. It meant never hearing the bells again. Headlights flashed into my windows, interrupting my thoughts as Alina pulled her little beetle into my driveway. I crept downstairs to meet her. Despite everything that had happened in the last couple of days, I couldn't help but feel excited. She was shivering when I opened the door and didn't appear to have showered that day, but she looked so beautiful, framed as she was by the Christmas lights surrounding our door, and with the porch light behind her head casting a glow around her. It was like she was separated from everything dark and dead outside. I hugged her. She hadn't worn a jacket, just the sweats that she probably slept in during the winter. She stood stiffly, and I rubbed her back and arms in an effort to warm her up. I figured she was nervous about what I'd tell her, but was still disappointed that she hadn't greeted me more enthusiastically. I led her into the kitchen and set about making us a couple of mugs of instant hot chocolate. Alina leaned against the island behind me, but that didn't last for very long. Before I'd even gotten the mug in the microwave, she was pacing and chewing nervously at her lower lip. So, what happened? I handed her mug. Do you want to sit? No, I sat enough today. I brought her into the den, which was further away from my parents' room. The embers in my father's wood stove still glowed brightly, and I added a couple of small pieces of kindling. Please, Please tell me what you found. I told her. I told her everything, how cold it was, what Carrie and Fletch had been like, what the smell of the smoke reminded me of. I told her about the sound of the ice made. I told her about the bells. They were heavenly, but it wasn't just the sound. They fed something inside of me. You know, that part of you, that voice in your head that kind of experiences what happens and sees through your eyes. She looked at me as I spoke, and I could almost see the part of her I was talking about behind her eyes. Like the soul or whatever, I continued. It was like the bells enveloped it and gave it everything it ever wanted, everything it was missing. For me, it was you. It was a bit embarrassing, describing to her how the bells had reminded me what it felt like to lie beneath her. But how else could I have conveyed the contentment in their presence, and the need in their absence, the bliss and the longing? It was romantic, too, I thought. It could be more flattering for Alina to hear that my admission, that my purest desire was to lie close to her, to feel her body against mine. That it quieted my soul. But she didn't react as though she was flattered. Alina stared straight into the stove at the flames consuming the wood and said nothing. It took me a moment to realize that she was probably thinking. She was also what Rob heard in the bells. What quieted his soul. She was his bliss and longing. Even if she never wanted to be. We sat in silence for a long time and watched the wood burn, and then I told her about how we had pressed on, about what happened to Carrie. Would blame herself for Carrie falling through the ice, just like she had blamed herself for Rob's suicide. It was a sort of negative feedback loop a person gets into when they're depressed. Everything's their fault. What I hadn't considered was how much I'd blamed myself. Beyond answering a few of my parents' questions about how Mrs. Peterson was doing, I hadn't told anyone about my return trip to the hospital. For that matter, I hadn't really told anyone how I felt seeing Carrie turning blue, or struggling to warm her up on the floor of Fletch's car. Telling Alina about it opened up the floodgates inside of me. Alina let me speak until I couldn't get any more words out. Then she slid along the couch to my side, wrapped me in her arms, and held me like a child. For a moment, I felt ashamed. I'd never judged other guys for crying. I had sat beside Fletch when he was overcome by grief. But this was different. Carrie hadn't died. And I was with Alina, who I wanted more than anything to think of me as a man. I felt so small. She ran her hand up and down my back, little by little. I became more aware of her and her closeness to me than I was of my emotions. My face was cradled against her neck, my cheek brushed hers as I moved to look up at her. Her eyes looked as though she had been crying too. I kissed her, and it was like the first time, with her lips slow to respond. Slowly we inched our way back onto the couch until I was lying on top of her. It felt like the bells. My hand traced its way down her arms and over her shirt. My pulse beat faster than it had ever before. I was acutely aware of my body, how it felt, where it was in relation to Alina's, but I lost all conscious thought, aware of nothing but touch and pulse. I slid my hand beneath her clothes. She didn't stop me. Her sweatpants came down easily. She trembled. She was nervous. So was I. My hand shook as I took my own pants down. I'd never exposed myself to anyone. Her face was inscrutable. I don't feel right describing the details of her body. We were kids then. I'm an adult now. I don't know what I was doing then. I know now. It was my first time. I don't know if it was hers. We don't exactly talk these days. It was short and fumbling and awkward, but I thought at the time that it was divine. Afterwards, I didn't want her to leave, but she got dressed anyway. She was shaking as she pulled up her pants and crying by the time she reached the door. I thought maybe she was scared because maybe we hadn't used a condom, or that she was having survivor's guilt, but I was wrong. She was reluctant to let me hug her. "It's okay," I said. We didn't do anything wrong." She said, "Yeah," and ran her hand back through her wild hair. Not to get it out of her face, but like you would if you didn't know the answer on a test. After she left, I stood at the window for a long time, staring out into the night, at the place where her tailgate lights had disappeared. I didn't sleep easily that night. I felt like I should have been more excited than I was. A lifetime of coming-of-age movies and pop culture had led me to believe that I'd feel something different about myself and the world. But I didn't. The view from my bed looked exactly as it had the night before. Carrie was still in the hospital, and far from restoring Eilina to her former self, consummating our relationship had left her as unhappy as ever. I tried to imagine a future with Eilina. One where I made her happy, and she made me, but I only wound up thinking about the bells. Maybe she needed to hear them. I fell asleep shortly before 3 in the morning, which, unbeknownst to me, was almost exactly where Carrie woke up screaming. I'd love to tell you what Carrie's first words were. Unfortunately, I can't. When her heart had slowed down, an area of her brain located beneath the left temple hadn't received enough oxygen. Essentially, she'd had a stroke which left her with a condition called expressive aphasia. She could make sounds, that was not a problem, and with effort she could say words, but she couldn't form sentences. Of course, Mrs. Peterson and I didn't know that when she picked me up the morning of New Year's Eve. All we knew was that Carrie was awake. Mrs. Peterson shook with laughter as we drove down 495. She was going so fast I thought Ecto 1 was going to disintegrate, like one of those experimental jet planes that you see in old stock footage. Carrie's mom beamed with pride, clapped her hand up and down on my knee, and said, "Boy, I tell you, you got yourself one tough girl." I smiled back at her. I honestly did, thinking Carrie was essentially out of the woods. I was thrilled, but I didn't know what else to say, or maybe I was too busy worrying that now that she was awake, Carrie might not be quick enough on the uptake to figure out what was going on, and her mom would realize our relationship was a lie. I wouldn't have worried had I realized how severe Carrie's aphasia was. Mrs. Peterson was humming arithmetically as we pulled into the parking lot. She walked into the hospital with a spring in her step. She looked at the nurses like they were old friends or comrades in arms, as if to say, "We've been through some rough times together, but now that's all behind us and I couldn't have made it without you." She couldn't be bothered to stop and speak to any of them. The look on Mrs. Peterson's eyes and the spring in her step lasted until we reached Carrie's door. "Mom. Boy. Dad. Arm. Wrist. Dad. Wrist. Wrist. Mom. Medicine." Her speech was labored. I could see her struggling with each syllable. Mrs. Peterson told me to go get the doctor, and in that simple sentence, I could literally hear the happiness drain from inside of her. The woman who had practically skipped down the hospital's corridors deflated as she took her place by her daughter's side. I think what I feel the worst about, at least in regards to Carrie, I saw in that moment. In most regards, Mrs. Peterson wasn't much of a person. She wasn't smart. She didn't have much of a sense of humor. She'd never been a great conversationalist or within a stone's throw of attractive. She was dirt poor, and her personal hygiene left a lot to be desired. In many ways, she was a social definition of a failure, but there, in an air of grace and the resigned way she stepped to her daughter's side, yeah, what little light she had in her life seemed dimmer. All the hope she's ever had for her daughter had been snuffed out. But she wasn't going anywhere. She was going to shoulder the load and give her daughter everything she could. I tell myself that accident or no, Carrie and I would have drifted apart anyway during college. After all, even if her aphasia had fully dissipated, there's no way we could have gone to the same school. But the truth is that after that morning, I never could stand to be in the same room as Carrie. Every time she stammered or shifted her weight on her crutches, it filled me with self-loathing, and I couldn't take it. I went to the nurse's station. They told me that they'd call him a doctor with a background in neurology, and a half hour later, Dr. Walsh stepped into Carrie's room. I don't remember much about him other than that he had silver hair, and his bedside manner could be charitably described as detached. Hospital, man, doctor, arm, bad, nurse. She wants another painkiller, he said. She's probably going to lose that hand. Mrs. Peterson asked Dr. Walsh why her daughter couldn't speak properly, and he explained to us what they expected to find once they gave Carrie a CT scan. See, people always talk about how we don't use more than 2 or 10 or 12% of our brains, but that's a load of crap. We use all of it because every part of the brain has certain tasks and functions associated with it. Even a small injury can cause very serious and pronounced effects, like Carrie's expressive aphasia. It didn't affect any other aspect of her cognition. She probably even knew what she wanted to say, but she just couldn't get the words out. Now, luckily, Dr. Walsh said, the brain is fairly elastic, so given time, some of the undamaged areas surrounding the affected region could compensate and she could regain her normal speech. Aphasia isn't uncommon in stroke victims. We often see a full recovery within a year. Conversation with Dr. Walsh, Carrie would attempt to interject. If it seemed like she needed something or was asking a question, we would try to figure out what she was saying. Otherwise, Mrs. Peterson would just stroke her daughter's hair until she settled back down. Mostly, Carrie seemed concerned with pain from her frostbite, but just as Dr. Walsh was excusing himself, she said something, shouted it really, that made her hair stand on end. Hear sounds. Hear sounds. Ring. 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 She fell silent. Mrs. Peterson looked up at Dr. Walsh. What does she want? Dr. Walsh took out a small flashlight and shined it into Carrie's eyes. Her pupils were unresponsive. She may also have damage to her auditory cortex. We'll know more once we get her scanned. I glanced down at my watch. It had just turned 10. Now, most people have largely forgotten about the hysteria surrounding the Y2K bug, and rightly so. I mean, it was fundamentally silly to be concerned. I'm not saying that it was outside of the realm of possibility that a few systems would crash or that it wouldn't be possible of automated billing issues, but an embarrassingly high percentage of the population believed, like my father, that it could cause a nuclear holocaust. We'd been fighting about it since Thanksgiving. That's not how missiles work, Dad. Oh, so you're a nuclear technician now. All of the control systems that launch our ICBMs are computerized, and they're old computers. They're not compliant. You don't know what will happen. I know missiles don't launch unless they're told to. It's not like they're sitting around in their silos going, oh, can I launch yet? Can I launch yet? How about now? And the computers are sitting there going, no, wait, what year is it? 1900? Crap, I haven't been invented yet. Release the dogs of war. I've been fighting with my parents for weeks, so let me go to the Drew DeLuca New Year's Eve party. But in addition to the imminent threat of thermonuclear war, they thought 15 was too young to stay out all night at a co-ed party. Originally, they had wanted to pick me up at 10. After I brought Alina home, my dad suddenly reversed his position. I could stay over at Drew's. In the past, I had always been at home when the ball dropped. Usually my brother would fall asleep around 11, and my parents had long since outgrown the compulsion to make New Year's Eve special. This usually left me alone with Dick Clark and my daydreams of having someone to kiss at midnight. Of course, that was all immaterial. There was no way Alina would turn up at DeLuca's. And after finding out what had happened to Carrie and having to tell my parents about it, well, I didn't exactly feel like celebrating either. My dad actually stayed up with me that year. He was convinced the power would go out at midnight. Part of me hoped that he was right. Sure, it might have meant the end of the world, but at least it would have taken my mind off of how crappy I felt. At midnight, the ball dropped. So many things had happened to me that year. So many things that I thought would make me feel happy, maybe just fulfilled. But the girl I loved was still miserable. One of my best friends had brain damage, and there was nothing I could do for either one of them. The world had been the same miserable place it had been that morning. No more, no less. I tried calling Alina before I went to sleep, but I hung up when her dad answered. The next day we spoke only briefly. She seemed more distant than ever, but assured me it was only because her parents were in the next room. At my parents' insistence, Mrs. Peterson joined us for a late dinner on our way back from the hospital. The dark wood surface of our dining room table was polished to a mirrored surface, and Mrs. Peterson looked out of place sitting at her old t-shirt and stained khaki work pants reflecting back up at her. My little brother was visibly uncomfortable to be sitting across from her. He had the same expression on his face that he had the first time we had gone to a Sox game by ourselves, and a homeless person had sat next to us on the tee. None of us spoke much. But before leaving, Mrs. Peterson did accept the name of a speech therapist my dad had tracked down from one of the partners at his firm earlier that day, and agreed to let us help her pay for it. I knew he had ulterior motives, but I got the impression from the look in my dad's eyes that he did really want to help. My dad's a bit of a shark, and I think that may have been the first time I'd ever seen him look at someone with pity. Monday morning I saw Fletch for the first time since Carrie had fallen through the ice. It had been only a week, but it felt like a lifetime. Fletch looked tired in a way that you don't often see in teenagers. He looked like my grandfather right before he decided that he couldn't take any more chemo. He looked beaten. If you didn't know already, I didn't think that he could handle any update on Carrie's condition. We rode in silence. School was torture. Everyone was laughing and smiling. They complained about being back from break, but eagerly catching up with friends, swapping stories about New Year's Eve and Christmas, and commiserating about the lack of fresh powder anywhere on the East Coast that year. They had no idea Scary Carrie was lying in a hospital bed, practically unable to speak. At least when Rob had killed himself, his death had been public. We all went through it together. With Carrie, aside from Kim Murray and Dan Bergen, Fletch and I were the only ones who seemed to notice she was missing. It's lonely being miserable in a crowd of happy people. Drew teased me about having missed his party, but quickly realized I wasn't in the mood.
Hey, alright, dude?
Not even close.
Hey, you want to talk about it?
Shaking my head was all I could do without crying. Drew squeezed my shoulders in a half-hug, then gave me some space by turning his back to our group of friends. I disappeared wordlessly into the crowd halfway in search of the only person that could make me feel better. I found Alina right before the bell rang for first period. She was sitting against the locker with Sarah Cohen. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but based off how quickly they stopped talking, I got the impression it was about me. All I wanted to do was put my arm around Alina, to melt against her and bury my face into her shoulder, to lose myself, even if it was for a second, in the sensation of holding her. But the bell rang before I could even get a word out, and Sarah dragged her off to class, with scarcely a backward glance. The rest of the day crawled by in a meaningless cacophony of lecturing teachers and jabbering students, which each passing minute I felt like it was harder and harder to breathe. I spent the last period staring at the second hand of the clock, willing it to move faster until it struck 3. And that's when I heard them. The bells. 1. I was in my den. I was inside. Alina. 2. Writhing against her, I felt as though I'd melt and explode at the same time. 3. I never wanted the chimes to end. But they did. I was sitting in my desk, breathing hard. Everyone else around me was packing up their bags, and I took a moment to collect myself and follow suit. They'd sounded as loud as they had from the shores of Quabbin, as loud and as beautiful. That Wednesday, Fletch and I were in a car accident. It was on the way to school. We were running a little late for some reason, although I don't recall why. Fletch had slowed down the car to make the turn onto Cold Spring Road and then froze, letting the car drift into the trees on the other side of the road. For my part, I was yelling. But he didn't seem to notice for a full 8 seconds. He just sat there, his foot lightly pressing the gas, his car pressed up against a grove of small pine trees, its wheels spinning up dirt and fallen needles. I didn't need to ask what happened. It was 8 o'clock. He heard the bells. When he snapped out of it, Fletch was visibly shaken. Oh God! Oh God! I'm sorry! Are you alright? I was fine. The only real damage was a crack in the front bumper and a spent sabling. We'd been lucky. If we had just been a few seconds earlier or later, it would have struck 8 while Fletch was doing 30 or 40 down our winding street, and trees would have been a lot less forgiving. Have you heard them? Since we were out there? Yeah, twice. Carrie's heard them too. I've heard them 8 times. They keep getting louder. Fletch shuddered. Do you think this is what happened to Rob? The bells just keep ringing. Keep getting louder and louder until he couldn't take it anymore. I didn't. The bells were beautiful, or so I thought at the time. I was actually a little jealous Fletch had heard them more times than I had. We arrived after first period had already started. Too late for me to have any chance of seeing Alina that day. I hadn't even seen her all week, and every time I called her house, it seemed like her father answered, and I just missed her. Awfully social for someone who'd still ate all her lunches with the guidance counselor. Although in fairness, Alina, I got it. I found the general din of the classroom intolerable, and the cafeteria even worse. Everyone else seemed so happy, so carefree. I'm not sure when exactly I began checking the time compulsively. It must have been the day Fletch went off onto the road. It might have been later that week. Regardless, the time seemed to be the only thing that I could focus on at school. Suddenly I was holding my breath, whenever an hour approached, every time hoping that I would hear the bells again. I remember thinking that it was funny. Back before I knew for sure there was something lying beyond the realm of our senses, I'd always turned to prayer. And now, after years of seeking out the supernatural as a way of bolstering my faith, after having found the evidence that I was searching for, I found myself unable to complete so much as a simple Hail Mary without my thoughts straying to the sublime beauty of the bells. I guess it was foolish of me to think that finding the widower's clock would reaffirm my Catholic faith. I still didn't know if there was a God. All I know for sure is that there were bells. And the bells were housed in a spire in the woods on an island in a reservoir just a car ride away, and I'd be getting my driver's license in a little over a week. I tried to dispel the thoughts of returning to Quabbin, but the unhappier I was at school, the more I longed to return. There was no question, Alina was avoiding me. I kept trying to call her and kept getting her parents. I didn't want them to think I was a pest, so I tried to keep my calls down to 1 a day. But it was so hard. I took to calling and hanging up if she didn't answer. It's pathetic, I know, but I couldn't help myself. We were taught in Sunday school that hell's worst torture is how exquisitely your soul feels the absence of God. If that's true, surely a teenager's worst torture is how exquisitely they feel the absence of their first love, especially when it's a rejection. The dirty looks started on Tuesday, the 11th, just over a week after we'd come back from break. I'd gone looking for Alina in the juniors' hallway, same as I had every morning, and there was Sarah Cohen, looking at me like I was filth incarnate. It stopped me dead in my tracks. I didn't know Sarah very well, but she always seemed so friendly. Seeing that disgust directed at me, it was shocking. I wasn't really popular, but I had never elicited that sort of reaction, mostly at school, away from my handful of friends that I was invisible. I wasn't really that popular, but I had never elicited that sort of reaction. Mostly at school, away from my handful of friends, I was invisible. Next day at lunch, I noticed it wasn't just Sarah. When I went up to get my food, I noticed the whole table of sporty girls that Alina used to sit with before Rob's suicide, were staring at me. It was the sort of reaction I'd seen people have to Scary Carrie, like they simply didn't want me to be there. While I didn't know any of these girls especially well, I had met 1 or 2 of them through Christy and thought that we were on good terms. I tried giving them a smile, tilted my head back, and that hey, and a gesture, and some of them turned away quickly. A few of the others pursed their lips in an expression I couldn't read. After that, I noticed that she kept looking over at me throughout the rest of the lunch period. I picked at my tray for a while, then I left without eating. I missed feeling invisible. I tried calling Elena again that night. I know I wouldn't like hearing whatever it was that she had to say, but I had to hear it. Her answering machine picked up. I thought about leaving a message, but I didn't see the point. How could she treat me like this? All I ever wanted to do was help her and make her feel good, and I felt like someone had scooped out my inside and left me as a liquid husk. I couldn't imagine feeling worse. I couldn't sleep. I stared up at the ceiling and tried to convince myself that she really did care about me, that her happiness, that we were together and we had made love, and that had brought her survivor guilt rushing back. Christ, I was practically praying the girl I loved was suffering from psychological problems. I don't remember if there was 3 or 4 in the morning when I heard them. These fucking bells. They sounded so sweet and so clear. I felt like I had after the first time I kissed Elena. I saw the version of us from my daydreams walking in the halls, holding hands, smiling and laughing as we argued about whose friends to sit with that day. It felt full again. Next thing I knew, I was waking up. Thursday the 13th was a snow day. As desperately as I wanted to see Elena again, even just to bump into her, it was a relief not to be at school. I stayed in bed until nearly noon and then had breakfast with my brother. It was so calm and peaceful. Nothing to do but play video games and watch the snow fall. Maybe I'm romanticizing it now, but January 13th, 2000 was the last normal day of my life. Friday was my birthday, 16 years old. It should have been one of the happiest days of my life, but all I really felt was resolve. I decided I had to know what was going on. Enough is enough. If I couldn't catch Elena at school or get her on the phone, then I'd just have to make Elena's house the first stop as a licensed driver. Fletch and I got to school early. Ever since the bells made him drift off the road, he insisted that we leave early enough to be sure that we had parked before 8 o'clock. I skipped my locker and I went straight for the juniors' hallway. Halfway there, Drew DeLuca intercepted me and pulled me into an empty classroom. Drew was co-captain of our swim team, and the years spent swimming laps had left him absolutely ripped. He moved me about as easily as he would have a small child, and when the door shut behind us, he didn't loosen his grip. Dude, what's going on with you and Elena? There was something very accusatory in his voice. I tried to step back, but he yanked me forward, maintaining his uncomfortably close distance. That's what I want to know, I mumbled. Drew stared unblinkingly into my eyes, like he was trying to see right through me, as I told him about how Elena came to me at his birthday party, asking me about a reference in Rob's suicide note, about how we kissed at her house, about how Carrie had fallen through the ice, about how I and Elena made love. I left out the part about the bells. Jesus fucking Christ. Drew dropped his hand from my arm and turned to walk away. The angry edge was gone from his voice, and he didn't sound relieved. Dude, Sarah Cohen told the whole swim team this morning that that you're like stalking Elena, saying you're like Rob Keenan. Well, actually, she implied that you were a hell of a lot worse. I sat down. It felt like the room was spinning, like the wind had been knocked out of me. You have to back off, dude, he continued. She's got a boyfriend. She has a... Who? The guy she dated last summer? What's his name? From Bishop Gorgon. What's his name was Ryan Dorhurst. They'd met at a track meet 2 years ago. Ryan Dorhurst was rich. Ryan Dorhurst was tall. Ryan Dorhurst was handsome, and although I may not have been the most objective source on this, Ryan Dorhurst was a douchebag. The first time I'd ever spoken to him, I was wearing a Radiohead shirt, and he quizzed me about their album titles, as if I was some bandwagon follower who had to justify my fandom to him. How could Elena do this to me? Take my virginity, then backslide with an old boyfriend? How could she be so shallow? Ryan Dorhurst? Happy birthday to me. I would have liked to have stayed hidden in that empty classroom, but the bell rang. Emerging into the crowded hallway, I could feel people staring at me. Whispered conversations halted at my approach. John Landry, who was on the track team with Elena, shouldered me as I came out of the stairwell near the gym's locker room. It's weird how quickly gossip can change your whole world. I wouldn't exactly call John Landry a friend of mine, but we had sat next to each other in bio the year before, and he'd always gotten along well enough. Robert Keenan had learned, through no fault of his own, what a rumor can do to your life. And so had Elena, which made her doing it to me somehow extra powerful. She knew how much the whispers and sidelong glances could hurt, and she was subjecting me to it anyway. Of course, in fairness to her, what she said about me wasn't a lie. Not exactly. If only she had talked to me, I wouldn't have had to go to her house that day. My mom picked me up from school a little earlier and took me to the DMV. I passed the written exam and the driving test with flying colors. She offered to let me drive home, but I declined. It would turn 4 while we were still on the road, and I didn't want to risk an accident. If my mom thought that it was weird, she didn't say anything. After we got home, I lied. I said I wanted my first car ride to be a visit to Scary Carrie. We'd been released from the hospital the week before. My parents thought that was sweet. Even complimented me on what a good person I was. I thanked them and forced a smile even though I felt dead inside. I headed out for Eilena's around 4:45. Her parents wouldn't be home for another hour or two. I swear to God, all I wanted was to talk to her. I never meant for anything else to happen. Please believe me when I say that. Please. When I arrived, there was a car parked beside Elena's Blue Beetle that I didn't recognize. I went up to the door, but something stopped me from ringing the bell. It was a queasy feeling, the sort of feeling you get whenever you know your life's not going to be the way that you want it to. I took a closer look at the car. It had Bishop Guthrin's parking pass. Son of a bitch was there. I walked through the yard around the back of the house. A part of me wanted to catch them red-handed, though it's not clear to me there was anything to catch. If they were together, I couldn't exactly call it cheating, because if Elena wouldn't talk to me, clearly we weren't going out. I guess I just wanted to see it with my own eyes. I crouched down beside one of the basement windows, and I peered in, and there she was. There she was, on the couch where we'd had our first kiss, lying on top of Ryan Dorset. His hands were inside her shirt, and hers were working aggressively to undo his belt. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run away, to scrunch my eyes closed and pretend that I had never seen anything, but I couldn't. I was held in place by a morbid fascination. It was almost like in a dream, when you're not in control and you just watch yourself from the outside. My mind was screaming to go, but my feet stayed planted and my eyes drank in every detail to this day. I remember what I saw from the window, even better than I remember our first kiss. Or the way Elena always smelled like vanilla, or how it felt when I gave her my virginity. What I saw was Elena unfastening Dorset's pants and sliding her hand into his fly. It was tough to see her face, but I could tell she wasn't crying. I could tell she didn't feel conflicted about what she was doing. But at the time, standing there outside of her basement window, I wasn't thinking about Elena's perspective. I didn't consider how she felt about Ryan Dorset, or what she might have thought of me. I only could stare as they wriggled out of their clothes and watched as Elena guided Dorset. I felt like Adolf Reifler. That's when it turned 5, and I lost myself completely to the bells. 1. I felt warm, but not like before. This was different. It wasn't like a blanket, it was like a fire. 2. My heart pounded in my chest like thunder in a storm. 3. I was actually aware of my body, my arms and legs pumping like pistons, the wind blowing past my face. 4. I could feel the weight of something solid in my hand. 5. Once, when I was 11, I had gotten into a fight at school, and it took 2 teachers to pry me off the other boy. I had given him a black eye and knocked out the last of his baby teeth. Anger can also feel good. Bloodlust can also feel like home. When the last of the bells tolled, they were replaced by the sound of a car alarm. Ailina, only half-dressed, was screaming and crying and sobbing. All at the same time, I looked up just in time to see Ryan Dorset wearing nothing but boxers and a pair of sneakers punch me in the face. I fell down hard into the pavement of Ailina's driveway, which was covered in broken glass, and apparently I had smashed his car windows with a large rock. Dorset grabbed me by my jacket and pulled me up into a seated position so that he can get a good grip on my throat. "Stop it! Stop it!" Elisa shrieked. I'm sure somewhere one of the neighbors was already calling the cops. "What the fuck's the matter with you, huh? Why can't you just leave her alone?" Dorset asked. He maneuvered his body weight on top of mine, pinning me down, and his fingers dug into my neck. It's an awful feeling, having someone you don't want to be on top of you. Pressing down. The rock was still in my hand, and I swung it with everything I was worth. It hit the side of his face with a sickening crunch. I had broken Ryan Dorset's jaw and sent him rolling into the Amenev's snow-covered front lawn. He must have been in shock because it took him a second to realize how hard he'd been hit, and for the pain to set in. I could see the realization, the fear in his face. It made me feel good. It made me feel big. Dorset slowly began to crawl away on his hands and knees. I got to my feet and I held the rock up high above his head. "Please, please," Ailina whispered. All the color had drained from her face. Every bit of her was trembling. Tears rolled unchecked down her cheeks. She was looking at me, and what she saw scared her. I'm so sorry." I looked back at her. Her eyes were red from crying. Her lips quivered. She looked a lot older than 17. And suddenly the rock felt heavy, and I didn't feel so big. I let the rock fall from my hand. It landed in the snow with a soft plop. Ryan began to blubber in pain. His words were unintelligible, or maybe I just don't want to remember what he said. Blood was gushing from his mouth. It stained the snow beneath him as he crawled. I had no intention for things to turn out the way they did. Ailina was terrified of me, and that was the last thing I ever wanted her to feel. Especially about me. I opened my mouth and I found no words. I reached out toward her, desperate to comfort her, and she recoiled from me with a gasp. Her eyes squinted shut, bracing for an impact I could hardly blame her for fearing. I didn't know what else to do, so I just left. It was the last time that I ever saw Ailina Amenev. I found myself on the highway with the music blaring. I was driving fast down 495. It had to have been at least an hour and a half since I left Alina's. I had no memory of the intervening time. I couldn't go home. I'd be arrested. This wasn't like a shoving match. Ryan Dorset would need medical attention. He was the second person in less than a month that I'd have put into the hospital. And then again, what was I gonna do? Make a run for Canada? Even if the police wouldn't soon be looking for my mom's car, I probably have $7 or $8 on me and access to another $250 or so in my Baybank savings account. Hardly enough to get too far. I felt dead inside. There was only one thing that could make me feel better, and I wanted to hear them again. One last time. For real. I was going to Quabbin. The sun sets early in the winter. Hell, it had already started going down even before I had arrived at Alina's. By the time I'd hit the Quabbin, it was nearly 8:30 and dark. I parked the car near the trailer park as Fletch had done the night Carrie fell through the ice. I remember wondering how close I was to where he'd parked the night Rob found the Spire. The walk to the lake took a little longer than last time. There was about 4 or 5 inches of snow on the ground, and the plows had turned the sides of the road into little snowbanks a foot or so high. It made walking on the side of the road slow going. Luckily, I only saw one car drive by, and they didn't pay me any attention. It was bitter cold. I hadn't noticed at first, but with each step, the wind was cutting further and further through that dead feel. I just kept walking. It was like being back on the hike with Scary Carrie. You're hyper aware of your body and all of its aches and pains, but if you just kept walking, your brain goes blank. It felt good not to think. I was only about halfway between the entrance to the Quabbin and the reservoir when I heard them. So sweet and so lovely. And so warm. Suddenly I wasn't so cold anymore. I didn't feel the wind, or at least not a winter wind. I felt a warm breeze on my cheek. It smelled dewy and sweet. The full moon shone down on the lush green forest surrounding either side of the dirt road. That had been paved only moments ago. I could hear crickets. A tiny light flittered past the corner of my eye, then another and another. Fireflies dancing through the air. It was so warm. I took off my jacket and stood, watching the fireflies try to find another in the hopes of mating. Then the bells finished, and I was standing in the snow, holding my jacket, staring at nothing. I quickly struggled to get back into my jacket. I looked back the way I came. The moonlight bounced off the snow, bathing everything in a weak blue light. It was beautiful, but sterile. A much harsher environment from the one in the vision that I had just had. I had returned to hear the bells one last time, but looking back in the direction of the trailer park, well, there was nothing for me back there, nothing good at any rate, so I turned back towards the reservoir and I started walking. One foot in front of the other, just me, and one last mile. When I finally reached the shore, it was nearly 9:30. The wind had blown the snow into little drifts, leaving patches of ice bare. In the moonlight, it looked almost like the Quabbin was made of white and blue marble. It was scenic, but barely noticeable. I was walking off at the larger of the two islands. Its trees, frosted by snow, left it almost invisible against the horizon. I wondered dimly if the bag with Christie's raft and my mother's Bible was lying somewhere out there on the ice. It had been cold the last couple of weeks, and the ice was silent. Either it had grown thicker or the snow was dampening the sound of its kirk. I stepped out into the Quabbin's frozen surface. It was easiest to walk where the snow was thickest. With each step, I drew closer to the place where Carrie had fallen through the ice, sinking deeper into my self-loathing as I did. I almost wanted the ice to give out beneath me. The thought of plunging into the dark depths of the freezing waters below, of having that little warmth I possessed sucked from my body and leaving me numb, physically unable to feel anything. It was enticing. I didn't want to feel. I didn't want to think. I didn't want to feel. Not like this. I barely caught a glimpse of Carrie's face as she fell through the ice, standing there trying to picture it. All I could see was Elena, and the horror I'd filled her with. I considered for a moment stomping my feet in an effort to open up a fissure on the surface of the reservoir. But there was something else I wanted more than the anesthesiating relief the cold offered. I wanted the bells. Being close to their source strengthened the memory of how they made me feel when I heard them. It was as if I was being pulled towards them by an invisible string. Actually, it was more like I was underwater holding my breath, being sucked along by a gentle current. It felt like if I ever wanted to breathe again, I had to go where the waters wanted to take me. I had to find the Spire. Wind pushes snow around capriciously. If the snow can catch somewhere, more snow will pile up on top of it, forming little drifts like sand dunes in a desert. If there's enough wind, 8 inches of snow might result in some spots where the ground is barely covered, and others where the snow runs 2 to 3 feet deep. I didn't see anything that extreme that night on the frozen surface of the Quabbin, except for one oddly blocky little snowdrift. As I drew nearer, I could see in the moonlight a cloth strap peeking out of the snow. It was my duffel bag, the one I dropped after pulling Carrie out of the water. The bag had been soaked and left outside for weeks. It felt like a solid block of ice. It probably weighed close to 30 pounds. I doubted there was much in there that could be salvaged, maybe the raft, but my mom's Bible was almost certainly done for, and the incense and various things Carrie and I had accumulated were probably ruined, but I took it up anyway. Leaving it there, so close to the source of the bells, seemed as disrespectful to me as leaving trash behind in the pews of a church. The ice in its frozen straps cracked as I slung the bag over my shoulder and pressed on. Must have been 9:58 or 9:59 by the time I stepped off the ice and onto the shore of the large island, because I'd scarcely reached the wood line when the bells tolled 10. I found the ankle-deep snow replaced by a broad dirt road and the snow-capped trees with colonial homes. But these colonials weren't like the McMansions that dominated my neighborhood. No, even in the near darkness, I could see that these were more solidly built, and each looked different enough from the other that they could possibly have had, they could have been from the same plan. The bells rang out like thunder. I fell shaking to my knees, letting their raw power wash over me. I could feel the sound waves reverberating through my bones. I was vibrating to the frequency of the universe. It felt like staring into the true face of God. My whole body tingled. My whole being crackled with energy. I wept because it was so beautiful. I wept because I was unworthy. I wept because I could do nothing else. The call of the bells washed over me like a wave at the beach and sucked me into their undertow. I thought that I was leaving this world. I thought that my next breath would be at their source. I felt like a weary traveler, finally able to rest, and a dreamer, waking from sleep all at once. Then the 10th bell sounded and I was lying in the snow. It was silent except for the wind, and I wept for a different reason. I was alone. Alone in the cold in the world where I'd lost my place. There was no way but forward. There was nothing for me but the bells. I had no thoughts of Rob. Out there on that island, I never considered for a moment that the bells had played a role, a large role, a huge, monstrous role in his suicide. He'd heard them. He'd found them. In the end, he'd put a homemade shotgun in his mouth and he pulled the trigger. I'd like to think that if I had, I might not have pressed on. But when I'm being honest with myself, I know I would have. What's death compared to knowing? What's so great about my life that it'd be better than hearing the bells at their source? When I stood up, I realized I wasn't at the shore of the island. Couldn't even see the shore. I looked around, trying to figure out how I'd gotten so deep into the woods, and noticed there wasn't any footsteps behind me, but there was a deep track. It looked like when I fell to my knees, my body had been dragged through the snow. I should have stopped, but I didn't stop. I pressed on. The colonial houses, the broad dirt road that I had seen when the bells rang. I felt like I could still perceive where they'd been. Some of the trees, the ones nearest me, were wrong. They were too young. They didn't belong there. The road was real, even if I couldn't see it. The houses loomed on all sides, even if I couldn't see them. Even if decades earlier they'd all been moved or destroyed. It was like the present had been superimposed on the past. Everything I saw felt less substantial than what I knew had been there before. I'd seen the island's true face. It was on a road, and the road would lead me to the Spire. The Spire housed the bell, and no new growth forest could hide that from me. It was slow going. My feet were numb. Each time I tripped in the dark, I had to pull my hands away from my warm pockets to catch myself before I hit the frozen ground. Some snow had made it into my shoes. It was melting. But like the height where I befriended Carrie, I kept going. Even if I wanted to complain, who would I complain to? I trudged my way deeper and deeper into the woods. I might have been the first person to walk there since Rob had made his way to that spire back in the late August. It's a weird feeling to be that alone. It's not privacy. It's isolation. When I stumbled into the clearing, I almost didn't see it. The spire. Everything else around me was frosted in snow, but not the spire. It was pristine. It stood twice my height, its whitewashed facade nearly invisible against the snow. The spire had a clean design, 4 large flat surfaces tapering up to a sharp point, the sort of wooden spire you'd expect to see topped with a cross on a Protestant church. I don't think I'd have seen it at all if it weren't surrounded by a half circle of withered, long-dead trees that looked as though they'd been rotting for ages. All my hair stood on end. This was the source. The spire in the woods. The spire in the woods housed the bells. I approached it with reverence, like how I used to approach the tabernacle after receiving communion. There was an energy in the air, and electricity. I could sense it. The spire was invisibly warping the space around it, like when you were a kid and your teacher had you sprinkle iron fillings around a magnet. Tonight there'd be no deer crossing signs. No air conditioners, no dates that didn't line up on a family tombstone, but soon there would be the bells. Right here, right in front of me. My hand trembled as I reached out towards it. My cold fingers traced their way across the spire's wooden surface, as lovingly as they had on Alina's skin, and it was even more luxurious. I circled around the spire, trailing my hand along its seamless joints across its flawless paint. I found the window with its panes cracked out, and I wished that I had the skill to fix it. Then a better thought occurred to me. I could go in. I could be in the room with the bells when they sounded. I pushed my duffel bag through the window, then cautiously, gently, I poked my head in. I didn't meet any resistance, not exactly, but the energy the spire radiated built in intensity. My scalp tingled, my face felt flush, and my brain sang with excitement, as if all my neurons were firing all at once. Eagerly, I pressed my shoulder through the gap in the window. It was a tight fit, but I wriggled and squeezed my way into the darkness until I managed to get my hips through. I waited a moment for my eyes to adjust, but it was no use. Outside, I could see by the moonlight. The trees and their shadows stood out starkly against the white snow, but inside, there was nothing. I struggled to open my duffel bag. Ice had formed between the teeth of the zipper, and my fingers, still numb from the cold, had trouble gripping the slider, but eventually it opened enough for me to get my fingers in and force it the rest of the way. The flashlights were, of course, gone. The incense was completely destroyed, and my mother's Bible only fared a little better. Half of its pages had gotten wet when I tried to use the bag to pull Carrie out of the water, and were now frozen together in a block. I found my grandfather's lighter beneath the raft that I had borrowed from Christy. Lighter fluid's freezing point is absurdly low, something like negative 240 degrees Fahrenheit, so despite having been left outdoors on a frozen lake covered in snow for a month, it actually lit on the third try. The meager orange flame seemed so bright. I was on a small landing at the top of a flight of stairs. The landing was no bigger than a coffee table, and made of plain, unfinished wood that, unlike the beautiful exterior, had been badly warped by years of trapped moisture freezing and thawing inside of it. There was a hand railing in a similar condition. I was hesitant to lean against it as I'd held the lighter out over the abyss and peered down. The stairs wrapped around the outer wall of the spire and disappeared into the darkness. In the flickering light, I could just barely make out a heavy beam stretched across the gap between the winding stairs, 2 floors below me. It had to be where the bells hung. It never entered into my mind that I'd find anything down there but the bells. It never occurred to me to wonder how Amy Lowell Putnam would feel about me descending into her home, into the room where her husband had threaded metal rods into her flesh, while she was still very much alive. Into the bowels of the clockwork that hourly displayed her to the townspeople, so her friends and neighbors could be entertained as her corpse zipped along on its track. I wish I had, but my every thought was occupied by the goddamn bells. My first few steps down the weathered stairs were slow and cautious. I'd test each step with my foot before fully shifting my weight, ready to pull myself back at the first sign of danger. They were slick, their surface covered in a fine layer of frost, and they bowed and creaked beneath me, but they held. And with each step, I grew bolder. My pace quickened. By the time I'd reached the next landing, I was coming down the stairs like a kid on Christmas morning. I felt like one too, eager to unwrap the presents waiting for me below. I started taking the stairs 2 at a time. The lighter's orange flame sputtered as I gained speed, threatening to blow out. A mirthful, childish giggle bubbled up from deep within me. I could just make out faintly the shape of the bells. They were right there. From the next landing, they'd be so close. I'd be able to reach out and touch the nearest of the two. I leapt down the last 3 steps. The lighter went out and the landing collapsed beneath me. I fell through 2 pitch-black floors. My body flailed, desperate to find purchase on anything it could, but the only thing I managed to connect with was the floor. My feet hit first, and I had the queasy feeling of the wood shattering beneath me. This time, though, only 1 or 2 floorboards gave out, and I came to a stop with a sickening crack as my chest slammed into the ground. The wood floor, though bowed and weathered, didn't afford my hands any purchase, and I could feel the weight of my legs and stomach dragging the rest of me towards another fall through God knows how many more inky blackness. I kicked with all my strength, but I couldn't get my legs up high enough to climb out of the hole it created. In that moment, I can't even truly say that I felt panic. I was a cornered rat, all claws and gnashing teeth, a primal thing incapable of thought or feeling, governed by adrenaline and that basest of instincts, survival. I curled my fingers into hooks and thrashed with everything I was worth, clawing my way to safety. The pain of it all crept into my mind slowly as the adrenaline wore away. The fall had knocked the wind out of me, and as I'd later find out, broken 2 of my ribs. I can't say how long I lay there on my back, struggling to pull air back into my lungs, but I can say that every breath I took felt like it was gonna rip me open from the inside. I gritted my teeth and attempted to sit up. My chest felt like it was on fire. I put my hands back behind me to push myself into a seated position, and I felt the sharpest pain of my life. I had lost 3 fingernails. Those of my left index and middle finger and my right ring finger, while pulling myself out of the hole on the floor. But what really hurt, what felt even worse than my ribs, was the 4-inch splinter that had stabbed beneath the nail of my right index finger and slid out of the other side just above the joint. I collapsed back onto the ground. My hand trembled as I brought my finger to my mouth. I hesitated for a moment, trying to think if there was any way to avoid what I was about to do, but there wasn't. Maybe I was 4, maybe 5 stories below ground, in the woods, on an island in the middle of a frozen reservoir surrounded by more woods. Miles away from the nearest soul, no one was coming to help me. I bit down on the splinter and I pulled it back out the way that it came in. My mind screamed the profanities my lungs couldn't bear to push out, and it was just 4 slender inches, nothing compared to what Amy Lowell Putnam had endured. Though they were raw and bloody, my fingers probed the floor around where I lay, searching for the lighter. The only thing I found was one of my fingernails embedded between 2 floorboards. I thought about prying it out, but I couldn't imagine what good it'd do me. It's not as though I could slide it back into place. Once I was sure the lighter wasn't within arm's reach, I found myself wondering if I wanted to find it. A part of me knew I'd eventually have to if I didn't want to starve or freeze to death beneath the spire, but it hurt so much to move, and hadn't I come here to surrender myself to the bells one more time? Wasn't that what I really wanted? It was. So I sat alone in the cold and the dark, waiting for the widower's clock to strike 11. The clapper of the bells struck their surface with the force of a cannonball. In that instant, suddenly there was light. It was a soft light, but after the total darkness at the bottom of the clock tower, I found the way it glinted off the innumerable gears and tracks and coils filling the room, blinding like the glare of the winter sun bouncing off the snow. A man spoke, his voice small and distant. "So you've heard my bells." Adolf Rattler stood, a bent old man before his workbench. His face was wrinkled and he leaned heavily on a cane, but his eyes burned with an intensity that belied his frail voice. When he spoke again, I noticed his lips didn't move. "You're missing what you've come so far to see." I stood almost automatically, and was surprised to find that although I could still feel my injured ribs and see the blood trickling from my mangled fingers, I could move with relative ease. Adolf turned back to his bench. "The stairs behind you will lead you out." I marched across the wood floor, where the hole I had just created should have been. I was dimly aware of the same dreamy feeling I had outside of Aylin's house when I had felt compelled to watch her screw Ryan Dorset. I'm not sure if I listened to Adolf because I wanted to, although, make no mistake, I did want desperately to see the widower's clock, or because I had no choice. It felt almost as though I was watching myself as I headed towards the stairs.
Be sure to try the marmorkitchen,
Adolf said.
really quite good.
The stairs dumped me out into the middle of a well-appointed room. An oriental rug ran down the center, ornately framed. Paintings hung on the walls between each of the windows. It looked like quite a grand foyer. The perfect entrance to any courthouse or place of business out to impress the public. The carpet led to a huge pair of double doors, and I went to them without a second thought. They opened with ease despite their size onto a summer night that would appear to be a party. There were maybe 24 or so men and a half-dozen women, all sporting old-fashioned suits and dresses, the sort of thing that they likely only wore to weddings and special occasions. They all stared up over my head, expressions of awe plastered dumbly over their frozen faces. I thought for a moment, just a moment, that they were staring at me, but quickly realized they were watching what I'd come to see. The dance of Rifler's automatons. And unbeknownst to them, his wife and her lover. I made my way through the crowd. The bells chimed for only the second time. Time seemed to have become loose, more elastic. My feet were moving at the proper speed, but each tick of the great clock dragged out for several seconds. Tick. It was nauseating. Tock. I took a spot beside a table full of refreshments. A man in a smart-looking uniform stood behind it, but like all the others, he had eyes only for the clock. Helping myself to a plate of marble cake and a heavy silver fork, I turned to finally get my first glimpse of the widower's clock in all its glory. The clock tower was illuminated by electric lights, which surprised me, as I thought that Enfield wouldn't have been electrified in the early 1930s. It was easily 5, maybe 6 stories in height. Its base was almost as broad as the width of Rifler's house, and it tapered slowly until it reached the spire. Its white wood paneling gleamed in the electric light as grand and audacious as the Tower of Babel. It blasphemously penetrated the starlit sky. The second floor was dominated by the tracks, where the automatons hourly performed. Adolf Rifler, for all of his faults, was truly a masterful engineer. His creations zipped along with such grace and fluidity, it was almost impossible to believe that they weren't alive. Except for 2. A sluggish Southern belle and a stiff-limbed Confederate soldier. Ironically, the 2 most wooden figures on stage were the only 2 made of actual flesh and blood. Behind Amy Lowell and her lover as a backdrop, which must have been nearly a story in height, the grand plantation house, on fire, rotated slowly into view. The Union automatons, each equipped with small electric lights designed to look like torches, charged towards the plantation house. They touched their torches to cutouts painted to look like cotton fields as they went, and everywhere the torches touched, a red light turned on beneath the cutouts, illuminating the cotton flowers, revealing they were made of glass and sparkling as though they were actually on fire. As the troops reached the plantation house, another group of automatons rose to greet them. Slaves. I cringed when I saw the slave automatons. They were such racist caricatures. The slaves set about beating their former owners, much to the delight of the New England audience who hooted and hollered as the rebels received their comeuppance. The Southern Belle and Confederate automatons crumbled beneath the attack, their bodies folded in on themselves in a way that was only possible if their spines had been broken in multiple locations. The slaves grabbed Amy Lowell's corpse and dragged it off stage. 2 of the slave automatons turned as they departed, flashing toothy grins at the spectators. Adolf Rifler was not a subtle man. The bells rang once more, just as the Union soldiers shot the prone Confederate automaton. The onlookers burst into applause. Well, most of it did. I noticed the man just off to my right hadn't celebrated. He looked bored, as though he'd seen this all before. Something else was off about him, too. He wasn't dressed like the others. He was wearing a t-shirt and jeans. I wasn't the only one who'd heard the bells. I wasn't the only one who'd found the tower. And I wasn't the only one watching the automaton's endless dance. My eyes scanned the crowd. There was an emaciated man in a park ranger's uniform, the bones of his face plainly visible beneath his skin, leaning against the end of the refreshment table. There was a boy in a tie-dyed shirt who looked to be about 13. His slashed wrists covered his corduroys in blood, but he gave his injuries no notice. Were they dead? Was I? Had the fall killed me? I noticed another figure sitting alone near the woodline, a young man with a slender build about my height. His skin burnt to a crisp with the color of charcoal, and most of his jaw was missing. Robert Edward Keenan. What was left of his skin flaked off his neck as he turned his head and fixed me with his gaze. Beneath his blackened eyelids, his watery eyes were as blue as a clear sky. Rob patted the ground next to him. The bells chimed once more, and Rob and I shuddered in bliss. I took a seat next to him. He tried to speak, but his injuries made it impossible to understand him. I think he was trying to apologize for killing himself, or maybe he was just sorry to see that I'd followed him to the bells. I don't know. We sat together in silence, watching as another glass backdrop rotated into view, a glass work of Atlanta. The lights made it flicker as though it was on fire. Time seemed to return to full speed, and the bells finished calling out the hour. My body shivered and my ribs screamed. It was pitch black once more, and I was sitting with my back against something, a wall maybe, and my ribs let me know in no uncertain terms that they did not appreciate this position. Slowly I slid down until I was lying on my back. I couldn't fully process what I'd seen. In his note to Fletch, Rob said, "I will soon join them," staring at her face as she runs the endless race. Had he known he'd be stuck there when he died? Stuck watching the widower's clock, stuck watching Amy Lowell Putnam endlessly run around and around in the automaton her husband had concealed her in. Was I gonna be stuck too? All I could say for sure is that the spell was broken. I never wanted to hear the bells again. The cold had numbed my fingers to the point where I could feel little more from my missing nails than a dull ache, and while I was thankful for the small blessing, it also meant that hypothermia and frostbite couldn't be far behind. I needed to find the lighter. I needed to find a way out of there, or my questions about the afterlife would be answered all too soon. I tried pulling myself along the ground with my arms, but the stress on my ribs was too great. I had to pull myself across the ground using my legs. It was painful, but bearable. The darkness was so absolute, I had no idea which way I was facing or where the hole was in the floor. I moved slowly, dancing my fingers over the wood like an insect's antenna, hoping to find the little metal lighter that could mean the difference between life and death. I was beginning to panic. I'd searched an area maybe twice the length of my body, and I found nothing, not even the far wall. The room had to be huge. I could barely move. What if the lighter had fallen through the hole I made when I hit the floor? I was never going to find it. I began mumbling prayers to myself just to keep my growing sense of despair at bay. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. The Virgin Mary, the most exalted woman in all of Christianity. What could be more comforting than praying to her, the Mother of God? Wasn't I a child in despair? Don't all despairing children cry out for their mothers? So why did it feel so empty to pray to her now? I didn't know, but elected to continue my work in the oppressive silence. My fingers were so cold and numb, the lighter didn't even register when they sent it sliding deeper into the darkness. I only knew I'd found it because of the sound it made sliding across the warped planks. I flicked the flint once and nothing. Twice and it sparked. 3 times and it lit. To suddenly see the flame was like staring at the sun. It took my eyes several seconds to adjust. That's when I noticed I wasn't alone. Figures stood all around me, casting long shadows across the floor that disappeared into the edge of black beyond the lighter's reach. I panicked. I couldn't run, I couldn't fight, but I scrunched up my face and I braced for an impact that never came. Slowly I reopened my eyes, and much to my relief, realized that the figures were automatons. After 60-some-odd years of neglect, they were all in a state of disrepair. Their plaster faces were spiderwebbed with cracks. Pieces, sometimes full limbs, laid in heaps around their bases. I was surprised I hadn't encountered any of the tracks which lay everywhere on the floor, but I suppose I hadn't covered very much area lying around on my back, nor would I be able to leave by doing so. I gritted my teeth and, despite the pain, forced myself up onto my feet. The plaster bodies of the automatons seemed small, scarcely 5 feet in height, as I picked my way slowly between them. It made Amy Lowell and her lover, having been hidden inside of these things, seem all the more grotesque. There was no way Adolf could have done it without chopping off their hands and feet. One by one, I climbed the stairs, taking frequent breaks when the pain in my ribs grew too intense for me. Eventually, I drew even with the bells, which appeared to be rusted, fast to the thick iron rings from which they hung. I don't know why this surprised me so much. I guess somewhere in the back of my mind I thought they'd be made of polished silver and sparkle like starlight. In time, I reached the collapsed landing, or rather, reached where it should have been. Now there was nothing but a gap, 5 feet across, with the staircase continuing its upward climb on the far side. It would have been easy enough to jump if my ribs weren't broken, and I trusted the wood on the other side to hold my weight. But they were broken, and I was terrified of taking another fall. I sat down on the steps and cried, utterly convinced that I would die there and join Rob and Adolf and Amy Lowell in front of the widower's clock every hour on the hour for all eternity. It wasn't fair. Yes, I had chosen to investigate the spire in the woods, but I didn't choose to crave the bells. I didn't choose for them to warm me when I was cold or comfort me when I was scared. I didn't choose to black out at the sight of Aelin and Ryan Dorset, and I certainly wouldn't claim to have been in my right mind when just an hour earlier I chose hearing the bells one more time over searching for a way out. The lighter closed with a snap that echoed in the darkness. I had been Catholic my whole life, but as I sat there on the edge of the broken stairs, straining to see even the faintest sliver of moonlight from the window that laid beyond my reach, I knew that my faith was gone. I had set out to find evidence that there was more to creation than could be explained by science, and though I'd certainly found that, I felt more alone in the universe than ever. What kind of a god would create a world so cruel that it contained the bells? How could I pretend there was a design and a moral underpinning governing the universe when something as innocuous as a beautiful sound could rob you of free will and, by all indications, damn you from it? Eventually, I got so tired of staring at nothing. It was too cold to keep sitting there. I lit the Zippo and headed back down the stairs. I needed to find a way to warm up. My duffel bag was sitting a few feet from the hole that I created in the fall. I pulled out the raft and I briefly considered inflating it. It would have been nice not to have to lie directly out on the cold, hard floor, but ultimately I decided it was best to use it as a blanket. It occurred to me that there might be something useful in the floor below. I crept as close to the edge of the hole as I dared, held the lighter over the chasm and peered down. It looked like most of the room below had been claimed by groundwater that had frozen solid. If the planks that broke my ribs hadn't held, I doubt that I would have survived slamming into the ice. Lying back down hurt like hell. The raft didn't seem like it was going to do much for me, but any insulation was better than none. Reluctantly, I closed the lighter. It didn't have an unlimited supply of fuel. I'd have to be careful with it. Waiting for midnight, shivering in the dark, my mind's eye kept conjuring images of Rob Keenan's burnt face, his one good eye watering. I really didn't want to join him. At the same time, I couldn't wait to be warm again. With the deafening clang, the bells tolled. It was midnight. And I once again found myself lying on the floor of Adolf Reifler's workroom. "You back?" He never looked at me, just continued to scan the rows of wrenches that hung from the wall.
People don't usually come back quite so soon.
I can't get out the stairs, Brooke.
I'm sorry to hear that.
His voice was filled with pity, but his unmoving lips retained their scowl. He took a wrench from the wall and began picking his way back through the tangled mess of gears that seemed to only exist when the bells were ringing. I followed him to a hidden corner of the room where the Southern Belle and Confederate soldier automatons stood. Adolph's deft fingers pushed the dress down over the Southern Belle's shoulder, exposing a bolt on her neck. He slipped the wrench over it and set to work. From beneath the lacquered wood, Amy Lowell's bones splintered and popped. My stomach revolted at the sound, and I looked for a place to retch. Adolph continued to smile as he gave the bolt another half-turn.
You mustn't judge me too harshly,
Came his sad little words.
You can't fathom the regret, the burden I carry with me for the rest of my life.
He pulled her dress down further, pausing only briefly to admire his handiwork as he exposed the majority of the automaton's body before continuing to the next bolt.
I loved my wife. Despite her faults, her vanity, her frivolity, I loved her. She was mine.
His hand slid up her body, pulling her dress back into place.
But there was no pleasing her.
He lifted her arm up by the wrist and let go. Her hand herked and jerked as it fell back into place.
Scheiß.
He yelled, his lips moving with each curse. He grabbed the automaton by her head and twisted it violently in a way no neck should bend. It sounded like cracking knuckles. The automaton's blank eyes seemed to stare right at me. They were such a lovely shade of brown. I was lost in those eyes and thought of Elena until Adolph's wrench returned to work and the sounds of bone crunching shook me from my revelry.
You mustn't doubt my love for her,
Adolph whispered through his closed lips.
What you're seeing, I was simply angry then. It was a malady of spirit. And I admit that I have a temper, like squalls on the open sea. My foul moods disappear almost as quickly as they come. Taken against the rest of our marriage, not to mention the courtship, this was a moment, a fleeting moment. And it wasn't as though she was blameless. You can't possibly know, can't possibly understand the humiliation of seeing another man take what is rightfully yours.
I felt compelled to speak. I've always hated when someone challenged my experiences. It made me feel so small, but it was more than that. My mouth moved, but it was like I was outside my body, listening to myself tell Adolph all about Elena and what I'd done to Ryan Dorset.
So you do understand?
He sounded relieved, as if I'd just given him absolution for his sins. The bell tolled. Adolph gave the bolt in the automaton's elbow a full turn, splintering Amy Lowell's bones. It was loud, like a branch snapping off a tree in a storm. He again lifted her arm and let it fall. He must have been pleased with the results because he set down his wrench and headed towards the stairs. I followed without thinking. Adolf Rattler slid through the crowd, exchanging pleasantries with farmers and businessmen, neighbors and travelers alike. No one seemed to notice me follow in his wake. They never looked at me or reacted to anything Adolf and I said to one another. They also don't seem to notice any of the others that were like me, stuck. Most of the conversations Adolf had with his guests were brief. They'd offer him some sort of enthusiastic pleasantries that I imagine you'd hear any time a work of art is unveiled. He'd respond graciously enough, until the man he addressed as Edwin inquired about Amy Lowell's whereabouts. Something in Edwin's tone made me think that he was interested in more than paying his respects.
I haven't seen her all night, Edwin said. Are you sure? I could have sworn that she was out here around 11.
Adolph's voice dripped with condensation. The couplet Rob left in his suicide note to Elena floated around in my foremind, and every hour I see her face, and she runs the endless race. When I'd first heard the story of the widower's clock, I had thought that it was cruel that one could be damned just for laying eyes on Amy Lowell's corpse. After all, we hadn't killed her. We didn't put her on display. What I realized watching Edwin calling it a night was that the partygoers weren't stuck watching the endless race. If they had been, they wouldn't have been able to leave. No, only those of us who had heard the bells and followed them to the Spire were stuck. But why? They'd heard the bells. They'd heard the real bells. Why weren't they stuck with us? Midnight marked the end of the automaton's reenactment, with Lee's surrender to Grant. Once Lee had signed the Articles of Surrender, the tent backdrop zipped out of view, and dozens upon dozens of automatons took their curtain call, dancing behind the generals like something out of a Bubsy Berkeley musical. The freed slaves came out in a chorus line, doing the can-can as if they were the Rockettes. The partygoers howled with laughter. I wanted to be disgusted. It was every bit as racist as a minstrel show, but no matter how much of Adolf Reifler's cruel indifference was reflected in his work, the widower's clock was still too fine a thing to look away from it. When the Southern Belle automaton returned, I couldn't help but notice how sinuously its arm moved. Her arm. The bells tolled once more, and I was alone again. Freezing in the dark. It was so cold the blood from my fingers froze before it could clot. The raft wasn't much of a blanket. I needed to make a fire, or I was going to wind up with frostbite. Half my mother's Bible was a chunk of ice, but the top half was dry. I began ripping the undamaged portions out. The delicate work was slow going with my fingers. I twisted up the torn pages and set them in a small pile near the hole in the floor. I wasn't worried that the floorboards would catch. They'd absorbed far too much moisture over the years. Besides, paper burns faster and at a fairly low temperature, especially when each page is as thin as the Bible's. And for a few minutes my hands weren't quite as numb, but it was clear my meager kindling wouldn't hold until morning. I needed more fuel if I was going to survive. My ribs weren't thrilled to be moving again. It would have been so much easier if the bells were ringing. I didn't want to love their sound, but they were like an X, just can't get over them. As bad as they are for me, even today, I still crave them. The automatons hung lifeless on their posts. Their clothes had largely disintegrated. Moisture had penetrated much of their lacquered finish, spotting them with mold. Even though the years hadn't been kind, looking at them in the flickering glow of the lighter, they were still marvelous. I ran my hand down the arm of a rebel soldier, almost as lovingly as Adolf had done with the automaton that encased his wife's remains. If I wanted to survive, I'd have to burn it. The area that had once been Adolf Reisler's workspace was littered with rusty tools and ancient gears. I took up some of the wrenches from where it had fallen. My fingers ached just holding it, and set about dismembering the nearest automaton. The bolts were rusted. It was tough to get any of them to budge. Straining against the wrench made my ribs feel like they'd been replaced with broken glass and fish hooks. But eventually the bolts turned and the arm fell to the ground. The wood portion of the arm was no more than 1/4 of an inch thick, just enough to cover the clockwork inside and hold the paint and finish. It wouldn't burn for much longer than the paper. I had to burn them all. The only upside was that I wouldn't have to screw another bolt. The wood was brittle enough that I could smash it to pieces with a wrench, and if I used my offhand, well, it still hurt like hell, but there wasn't anything that I could do about that. I smashed the Confederate and Union soldiers. I smashed Lee and Grant and Lincoln. I smashed women and children and slaves and then gathered up the pieces. I had already ripped apart and burnt the pages of my mother's Bible, but somehow smashing the automatons felt worse. I felt like a small child watching the tide wash away a beautiful sandcastle. There would never be another clock like this. The rack that had once held Adolf's wrenches on the wall made a decent grate, and soon I had a sputtering fire. It wasn't great, but it was warm enough that I'd live. I draped the raft over my shoulders and slowly laid myself down. I was out of immediate danger and could feel my body shutting down. I woke when the bells tolled 1. The fire was gone. Adolf's workshop was warm, but before I could so much as sit up, their call ended and I was back where I'd begun. I threw more splinters of wood on the fire and laid back down. Sleep didn't come easy. The automaton's nude clockwork, exposed for the first time in decades, cast intricate shadows that seemed to dance in the firelight. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something was bothering me about. I awoke at 2 o'clock. It was dark inside the workroom, but when the doors opened for the slave automatons to zip out, the electric lights illuminating the clock poured in. The Southern Belle hung limp on her post. Her eyes stared blankly in my direction. A large backdrop swung out through the door, blocking the light. I was alone in the dark with Amy Lowell's corpse. Once the backdrop rotated out of the light, I saw the Southern Belle slide out after it. For just a split second, I thought that I saw the Southern Belle's head swivel on her neck, as if she was tracking me with her eyes. But it had to have been the clockwork getting her in position to perform, right? Then I realized what was bothering me about the automatons. Fletch had told me Rob put his fingers inside the eye sockets of a human skull, but all the automatons, before I'd smashed them up for firewood, had their lacquered faces intact. Amy Lowell's corpse returned to its starting position. Its limbs swung forward like a rag doll's when it came to an abrupt stop. She was looking at me again. Could a sculpture have a ubiquitous gaze? Or was that only paintings? My heart was racing as I waited for the bells to ring a second time. Why had Adolf painted her face with such a creepy little grin? It wouldn't stop staring. I rose to my feet and I turned her head away from me. I did it quickly because I couldn't stand to touch her. The bells tolled once more. Was Amy Lowell's body going to wait for me in the dark? Amid the kindling there was only a couple pieces of wood large enough to use as a torch. It took a painfully long minute, my eyes straining to detect anything out of place in the darkness, to get one of them to catch. I held the torch aloft in my left hand, and even though I doubted in my present condition that I could ever swing it, I held one of the larger wrenches in my right. The weight of it felt good. It reminded me of the rock I had used to attack Ryan Dorset. The floorboards groaned beneath my feet, and I moved from automaton to automaton, examining each one in turn. The faces weren't designed to move. Beneath the wood of each of them, a little metal knob that could be mistaken for a skull. There was a stairwell in the far corner going down to the room below. I had twice used it while the bells were ringing, but now there were nothing down there but ice. Had Rob gone that deep? I doubted the groundwater would have been lower in the summertime, but I can't say for sure. Cautiously, I went down, one creaking step at a time. Dirt and other particulates made it impossible to see much of anything in the ice, although I thought that I could make out some of the furniture that I'd seen on my way out to view the clock. I was reluctant to venture too far into the room, lest I slip on the ice and break another bone, but I was sure there was nothing of interest to be found. My heartbeat slowed. I was relieved not to have found Amy Lowell's automaton. Rob could have touched anything in the dark. Maybe he was touching her automaton while the bells rang and found himself alone in the dark after their last toll. Or maybe Fletch got part of the story wrong. Who could say? I can. I crept back to my fire, wrapped the raft around me, and let my exhaustion overtake me. My fire had burnt out while I was asleep, and I awoke shivering violently. There was plenty of wood, but I was almost out of Bible pages. As I carefully arranged twists of paper beneath some of the thinner splinters, I heard a dreadful sound. It was quiet, but impossible to miss, like fingernails on a chalkboard. I froze. The fire could wait. The noise stopped. I held my breath and I strained my ears to listen for even the faintest sound. Nothing. Maybe an animal had gotten in here with me and scratched its claws against the metal surface. A raccoon or a rat could live down here. Maybe an owl nested in the old gears. I wouldn't exactly call myself an animal lover, but I found the idea of another living thing being nearby very comforting. I returned to the work at hand. When you're building a fire, airflow is key. If the wood presses down on the paper too much, you'll smother the flame before the wood can catch. My hands were shaking from the cold, and it was tough getting the wood to sit right, but I managed it after several tries. Just as I flicked the lighter to light the paper, the noise came again. It was a long, dry screech, the kind of sound a metal gate makes when its hinges need oil. There was no way an animal was making that noise. Desperately, I groped around the ground for a wrench, ignoring the cries of pain from my raw, still bleeding nail beds. The sound grew closer in fits and starts. I couldn't find the wrench in the dark. I could use the lighter, but it was coming from the direction of the automatons. It couldn't have been very far. 10 feet, maybe 15. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see what could be making that noise. I gave up on the wrench and I crawled backwards, trying to get away. It drew closer. My hand found nothing but air, and I was momentarily filled with that sickening feeling of falling until my back slammed hard into the wood at the edge of the hole. With my shoulders stretched over the ledge, the strain of my ribs was unbearable. I had to bite my tongue to keep from crying out in pain. The lighter was my only chance to get around the pit. I didn't want to look. I was shaking so badly I nearly dropped the lighter, and then the noise stopped. I sat in pitch black and total silence, my heart still racing, unsure of what to do. Light my way around the hole, search in the dark for the wrench. Whatever it was didn't give me long to ponder. The small thud of something heavy hitting the wood echoed through the room, followed by a dragging sound. I flicked the lighter once, and nothing. The sound grew closer, twice, and it lit. Standing over me was the Southern Belle automaton. The polished wood veneer was badly burnt in places. The left half of its face was broken away, revealing the hollowed eye socket of Amy Lowell Putnam's skull. I screamed until my broken ribs forced me to stop. But what remained of Amy Lowell's wooden face just stared back at me, as blank as ever. Her head was still twisted around like I had left it at 2 o'clock. She stepped unsteadily towards me. Her limbs were stiff, her movements spastic and unnatural. It was almost as if she wasn't in complete control of her own body. The pole, which had once pulled her along the clock's tracks, making her dance, hung down from beneath her legs and dragged on the floor behind her. My eyes darted down, looking for the wrench. She was standing right over it. For a moment, as slow as she moved, I thought that I'd be able to outrun her, but as I stood and turned to skirt the hole, she showed me I was mistaken. Her arms sprang forward with such a force they almost knocked me to the floor. Her wooden fingers dug into my shoulders, pinching my flesh against the bone. Her face, all white, remained as impassive as a porcelain doll's. I couldn't bear her looking at me, so I dropped the lighter. We struggled there in the dark on the edge of the hole. Crying and sniveling, I begged for miserable life as she forced me down to my knees. I felt the heavy metal pole that impaled her corpse brush against my legs as she continued to maneuver my body against my will. She turned me around, forcing me first to my hands and knees before finally shoving me onto my stomach. Her hands pinned my shoulders to the ground. I could feel her torso folding itself. The remains of her spine must have been bent at a right angle. The metal pole rose and fell, each time smacking the floor with a dull thunk. Her chest kept twisting like a wasp, moving its abdomen in position to sting. I didn't fully process what was happening until the pole came down on my inner thigh. Amy Lowell Putnam intended to treat me to some of what she'd endured at her husband's hands. I stopped thinking, I stopped feeling. I was too terrified for that. I flailed my limbs, I scratched at the wood floor with my remaining fingernails. When my hand came down in the hole, I didn't even consider the consequences. It was the only way I might possibly avoid being sodomized by an automaton, and I took it. I pulled with every last ounce of strength I could muster. My ribs screamed in agony. Blood started gushing from my fingers once again, but I kept pulling, dragging myself and Amy Lowell right to the very edge. The pole came down on my leg again. It felt like being hit by a hammer. When she raised the pole once more, I lifted my upper body over the edge and rolled my shoulders down. Amy Lowell's weight must have been off balance because she went spilling over the edge, landing on the ice below with a sickening crash. I was back where I'd started, lying in the pitch black, struggling for breath. From the hole came a small sound, almost a scratching noise. Then a thud. Followed by more scratching. Amy Lowell was still moving. I fumbled about on my hands and knees until I found the lighter. I lit it on the third try. I held it over the hole in the floor. Amy Lowell's head had been twisted nearly 180 degrees in the fall. A chunk of her skull from just over her eye socket had been knocked out, along with much more of the Southern Belle veneer. But it hadn't slowed her spastic movements. Her wooden hands and feet struggled to gain purchase on the ice. My feet started moving. I had no clue where to go. Where could I? There was no way out. I just had to get as far away from Amy Lowell Putnam as I could. I grabbed the wrench as I passed, and I took to the stairs. The flames sputtered as I climbed. I had no idea how much lighter fluid I had left, and I found myself wishing that I had grabbed another piece of wood that I could use as a torch. I held it out, though, all the way to the topmost stair that I could reach. I sat down and quietly closed the lighter. My mistake became obvious the moment I heard the pole rise and fall on the first step of the staircase. Thump. I had nowhere to go. Thump. I was more trapped than I would have been in the wide open room below. Thump. I had to get out of here. Out of the spire. Thump. I lit the lighter once more, and I held it aloft. Thump. Can I make that jump? How stable were the beams holding up the stairs? Thump. Beneath the gaps in the stairs, Amy Lowell's corpse continued its climb. Thump. There was only 5 feet, give or take, separating me from the surface. Nothing. Thump. Of course, the stairs were higher on the far side of the gap. Thump. And the wood probably couldn't support me landing on it. Thump. And if I was in no condition to jump, thump. And there was no way I could make it. I was stuck and she was coming for me. Thump. I slumped down on the top step, and all I could think was, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Thump. Then I thought that dying might be preferable to what she had planned for me. I could just lean back and fall, splatter my brains all over the floor below. Thump. What if I didn't die? What if I only broke an arm or my leg? She'd turn around. Thump. Come get me. Thump. There was no running. If I was going to survive, I'd have to fight. I had the wrench. I had the high ground. Maybe I could get lucky and toss her over the edge, or worst case scenario, take her with me. Thump. 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 There were 18 steps between each landing. The pole hanging down from her legs prevented her from standing. She had to crawl on all fours. Her hands and feet sounded like hard-soled shoes against the wood steps. Each time she reached a landing, the pole would drag across the ground. When she reached the landing below mine, I sparked the lighter and set it against the wall, hoping that would be enough to keep it from getting knocked over in the fight to come. Amy Lowell didn't react. She just kept climbing. I stood and raised the wrench over my head. My breathing was rapid and shallow. Her head was still twisted around on her neck, staring off into the darkness. She'd stopped, just outside of my reach, still as a stone. She appeared every bit as inanimate as all the other automatons. Was she trying to lure me in? Or draw me away from the edge? Why was she just sitting there? My arm was beginning to shake. I couldn't hold the wrench up for much longer. It was now or never. Before my foot could hit the step below mine, her arms and legs uncoiled and she exploded forward. My wrench hit feebly on her back as her wooden hands latched onto my throat. Together we began falling backwards towards the gap in the stairs. Just before we slipped over the edge, the bells tolled. My back slammed against the stairs. The automaton was gone. My brain was still panicking. I couldn't think of anything but her. Where was she? Where was Amy Lowell Putnam's body? She was running the endless race. Down at the bottom of the stairs. I scrambled to my feet, determined to put more distance between us. The stairs were solid beneath me. It was a good feeling, one that we take for granted most of the time. The bells rang a second time just as I reached the slatted windows at the top of the spire. A dizzying notion bubbled out of my subconscious. If I was standing here when the bells stopped ringing, what would happen? When the bells finished tolling 11, I had been shunted inside, but not back to where I had begun. Could I leave? Could it be that simple? I raised the wrench in my hand. It would make short work of thin wooden slats, but I couldn't do it. This was the spire. The real spire, and not decrepit remains. It housed the bells. The note they sang was beautiful beyond comprehension. I knew it was crazy. I knew it was my life on the line, but I couldn't destroy any part of the widower's clock. Not while the bells were ringing. You can't understand unless you had heard them ring. The vibrations penetrate you, they infuse you, they permeate you. You would do anything to hear the bells, sacrifice anything, no matter how much you'd regret it later, no matter how much they scared you or made you question your humanity. You hear their call. To hear their call is to be owned by them. Gently, I laid the wrench on the ground and I began removing the slats one at a time, carefully not to chip the paint. I felt like a fool. I knew I should have just bashed my way outside. I knew it, but I couldn't do it. Instead, I was treating the removal of each slat as if I was an artist restoring the Mona Lisa. The bells would ring again any second, and that'd be it. Maybe I'd be up here on the landing, maybe I'd be back on the stairs where I started. Maybe Amy Lowell's automaton would be with me, or maybe I'd be alone in the cold and in the dark. Finally, I removed enough slats to squeeze through into the moonlight. Clinging to the spire for dear life, I haphazarded a glance downward. The party appeared to be over, but I could still make out those poor lost souls I'd joined one day ago. Stuck watching the endless race for all eternity, and I could see some of the automatons illuminated by the harsh electric lights. 2 of them moving swiftly, zipping across their tracks. The bells rang for the third time. I scrunched my eyes closed. If it hadn't worked, I didn't want to know. And I stepped off the ledge. The first thing I was aware of was the cold. Then the pain in my hands and ribs, and then I noticed the wind. I opened my eyes to see snow glistening in the moonlight, and the long shadows cast by trees. I had stepped off the spire, and I dropped only a foot or so, falling to my knees in the snow. My eyes brimmed with tears of joy. I wanted to kiss the ground and throw the snow up in the air and wallow around in it like a pig in its own filth, but then I remembered. I recalled the way Scary Carrie had looked at the hospital. The swollen black lumps of necrotic flesh where frostbite had set in. My mother's car was a solid hour and a half walk away, and I wasn't moving as quickly as I usually did. I got walking as fast as I could bear. I heard the bells, truly heard them for the last time, near the fork where the access road joins Old Ware Enfield Road. But they didn't fill me with warmth like they had before. No, they stopped me dead in my tracks. They tugged at my guts. They called me home, but also filled me with the sensation of being watched by eyes in the darkness. To this day, I still hear them hourly when I go off my meds. There were 2 police officers waiting for me when I got to my mom's car. You might think that I would have run all over again. After all, it was the fear of arrest that had sent me chasing the bells, but I didn't. Instead, I cried. It was cold. I was tired, and my whole body hurt like hell. I didn't care how much trouble I was in. I was just happy to see people, real people again, people who were alive. I learned later that the police had no idea who I was or what I had done to Ryan Dorset. They were there because I'd parked in front of the same trailer that Fletch had parked in front of back in December. When the owner had gotten up to go to work and seen my car outside, she called the police. Apparently, in his haste to get the car after Carrie had fallen through the ice, Fletch had driven over one of the trash cans. I'd nearly killed a kid, but I was being arrested because someone else had ruined a garbage can that you can get from Home Depot for $35. I don't recall the officers' names, but I wish I did so I could thank them. Their attitude towards me changed immediately when they saw the condition I was in. One of them took a blanket from the trunk and wrapped it around me. They tried to ask me what had happened, but all I could do was cry. I'm not sure I would have had anything to say anyway. Explaining the bells to someone who had never heard them is like trying to explain the color blue to a dog that's blind from birth. They ushered me into the back of their squad car and took off for the hospital, the one that Fletch and I didn't know about. 12 minutes later, we arrived at Mary Lane Hospital, and I was admitted to the ER. The doctors picked up where the police had left off. What happened? Were you in a car accident? Were you in a fight? But I remained unresponsive. They ran their fingers through my hair, checked me for a concussion, but couldn't find any physical indications, and my pupils responded normally. It's like he's in shock. You don't say. Since I wasn't helping, my clothes had to be cut off of me, just in case there were any injuries that they weren't seeing. The right side of my chest had one gigantic purple bruise. I needed 5 stitches where the splinter had gone into my fingers and another 2 where it had come out. The rest of my fingers were cleaned and bandaged. Then one of them had the bright idea of giving me something to help me sleep. I wish they hadn't. All I dreamed of was her, Amy Lowell Putnam's corpse, dancing on its post, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth as the bells rang. It was late afternoon, the following day, before I woke up to find my parents staring at me and my wrists handcuffed to the bed. They were looking at me like I was behind glass at an aquarium, a particularly nasty deep-sea fish that turned their stomach. Well, there was pity there too, but mostly disbelief and fear. I wasn't really their little boy anymore. I was a thing, twisted and disturbed, a danger to myself and others. Seeing my parents looking at me like that hurt really bad, but it was still preferable to the blank stare of Amy Lowell's automaton, which was my company at 2 o'clock, and again at 3, and 4. Ryan Dorset's parents never formally charged me with assault. A civil suit was settled between our families out of court. As a condition to their not pressing charges, I had to seek psychological help. I spent the next 6 months of my life at McLean Hospital in Belmont, Massachusetts. It was probably for the best. The first 2 weeks, I didn't say a word to anybody about anything. I can't exactly say why. Shame was certainly a big part of it, and I know that I was afraid that they'd think I was crazy. And then again, given where I was and why, well, the SS Sanity had probably already sailed. After weeks of hearing the bells and watching the automatons reenact their tableaus, after weeks of seeing Amy Lowell Putnam dragged about on her pole, I finally broke down and told them what was happening. A woman I called Dr. Laura was assigned to me. She was in her early 40s, her hair was always messy, and she used a lot of Yiddish expressions. I didn't get most of her jokes, but they still made me feel like she was sharing something, and that I could trust her. She diagnosed me as bipolar, believing my attack on Ryan, my experience hearing the bells, and my belief that I'd visited a haunted clock tower in the middle of a reservoir most likely stemmed from what she called a mixed episode. A state where symptoms of depression and mania often occur simultaneously and auditory hallucinations aren't uncommon. Her theory was horse shit, but there was no way to argue with a psychologist without sounding like one of those guys in the old horror movies screaming, "I'm not mad! I'm not mad!" while an orderly crams them into a straitjacket. You just say, "Oh wow, yeah, that sounds about right." And you take whatever pill they give you. You can't win, but you can lose less badly. And I have to admit that after they began injecting me with Haldol, I stopped hearing the bells every hour. She may not have believed my story, but Dr. Laura taught me a lot. We would look at the decisions I regretted and examine not only the effects of those decisions, but everything that led up to them. What was I doing? How was I feeling? We'd list it all, from my emotions to my bodily sensations, and try to find the pattern that led to my worst decisions. She helped me isolate my self-destructive triggers. Then we'd discuss how I could continue on in life and accomplish my goals without stumbling blindly into those triggers. After I got out of McLean, we thought it was best that I didn't go back to my high school. My mother bought the state-approved curriculum for homeschooling, and I spent the rest of my high school at our kitchen table. We had met with the superintendent of schools a couple of times. He seemed perfectly happy not to have me in his school system. I can't say that I blame him. I must have seemed like another Robert Keenan waiting to happen. In September of 2000, the week before his 13th birthday, my little brother asked if he could be homeschooled too. In his grade, he had been a fairly popular kid. Then one day he came home with a bloody nose. 2 weeks later, a black eye, fat lip, a limp. He was being bullied because of me. I remember one day in particular, with perfect clarity, an older boy had knocked him down on the hardwood floor of the gym and dislocated his shoulder. He had to go to the hospital. My dad went ballistic. He directed most of his anger at Mr. Delvino, the principal. He even threatened to sue the school. I got some of it too. He gave me a look that practically screamed, "This is your fault." When he returned home that night, my brother got me alone and asked me a question. "Did you rape Eilina?" At first I was shocked. I thought that I'd misheard him. I mean, I was his brother, and he knew that I loved Eilina. How could he ask me that? The kids at school, that's what some of them say. After the incident in the yard, Eilina's parents had decided to enroll her at Bishop Gutrin. She hadn't wanted to. I mean, who wants to leave their friends behind senior year? But between Robert Keenan and myself, they just thought that it'd be best for her to get a fresh start. After she left, Sarah Cohen had been very vocal in blaming me. I never held that against Sarah. I figured that I deserved the fallout for what I had done to Robert Dorset, but I hadn't seen this coming. Denials poured out of my mouth. Yeah, we had sex, but it wasn't... I couldn't even say it. She never said no, that was true. I never threatened her, so was that. I only wanted to make her feel good. But was that the truth? Like a lot of people, especially guys, I had an image in my mind of what a rapist was, a lone predator, a man in sunglasses and a hooded sweatshirt, hiding in a dimly lit garage with a knife in one hand and an improvised gag in the other. I had an idea that they were a breed apart, depraved, wicked, mean things, aware of the harm and the hurt they can cause, but determined to do it anyway. This was my idea of what a rapist was, and I didn't fit any of my own criteria. Yeah, it was true, I wanted to make Eilina happy, but each time I kissed her, she'd frozen up. I took it as nerves, but I didn't stop. Each time I'd run my hand up her body, she started to cry. I thought it was survivor's guilt, but even if it was, Pushing her clearly hadn't made her feel any better, and when I had gotten on top of her and wormed my way beneath her clothes, persisting past stillness and tears, she hadn't said no, but she never said yes. What I had thought, what I had wanted, they didn't matter. Not next to what I did. It's easy to see that now. At the time, I got defensive, unleashed a torrent of vile obscenities about a girl that I'd only moments earlier considered the love of my young life. That night, once everyone was asleep, I made my first of 3 suicide attempts. Tiptoeing my way into the garage, I took the garden hose off the wall and I pushed one end into the tailpipe of my mom's car. The other end I ran through the driver's side window. The note I left was addressed to Alina and simply read, "This is your fault." It was pure projection. I got comfortable, I started the engine, and as the car began filling with exhaust, I became dimly aware of a sensation creeping up the back of my neck. Was it the carbon monoxide, or was I being watched? Thump! Had Amy Lowell been the mystery figure people saw inside Rob's car the night he killed himself? Did she collect the souls of those that she'd condemned? Was that how the automaton's face had been burnt? Let her come, I thought. Anything's better than this. But the thump I heard wasn't the sound of Amy Lowell Putnam's post on the garage floor. It was the doorknob slamming into the wall when my brother threw open the door to the house. He saw me and screamed bloody murder until my parents came, and then the 3 of them could pull me out of the car. The garage was beneath my brother's room, and he had heard the engine start but didn't hear the garage door open, so after a couple of minutes of wondering, he got up to see what was going on. The next thing I knew, I was sitting in the living room with a splitting headache. My mom was hugging me and crying hysterically. It was the first time anyone held me in 9 months. The next morning I was back in McLean. Dr. Laura and I spent a lot of time talking about Alina. I was surprised she was still willing to work with me, knowing what I had done. But she was as patient and kind as ever. After 2 months, I was still struggling to wrap my head around how anyone could think what I had done with Alina had been wrong. To Alina. What I had done to Alina. Why didn't she just say no? It was a textbook example of blaming the victim, but I genuinely didn't understand. I would have stopped. You can never be certain what somebody else is experiencing, and that's why you have to ask and listen and not assume they want exactly what we want. Or that they'll respond exactly like we respond. Understand? I nodded. We weren't in a session, strictly speaking. Dr. Laura probably shouldn't have been talking to me at all. And especially not about something that was at the heart of my treatment. But from time to time she would. I think she knew I needed the human contact. Bubba, don't take this as anything but speculation, okay? I can't know what she was thinking any better than you can, but you might want to consider that the last boy that had a crush on her had killed himself 3 months earlier. I liked it when she called me Bubba. What's that got to do with me? She might have thought that if she said no, you'd do the same. Alina, if you're out there and you're reading this, I am sorry. I apologize unreservedly. It was not your fault. I take the full responsibility. If you wanted to press charges against me, I would not refute them. You can get word to me through my parents. If there's anything that you want from me, anything that will bring you the slightest amount of closure, it is yours. I was stupid. So hurtful. So wrong. I'm sorry. In May of 2003, I received my high school diploma. My parents didn't think I could handle living on my own, but I had to get far away from the Spire and the way they looked at me and my reputation around town as I could. My aunt lives in San Jose, California, and I managed to get into a vocational school 20 minutes from her house. Eventually, my parents relented and let me go. Fletch wound up getting into BC, which was a big coup for him. As fate would have it, so did Alina. From what I understand, the two of them actually wound up becoming pretty close. The last time Fletch and I spoke was November of 2002, right around Thanksgiving. He had stopped hearing the bells before the end of freshman year. 2 of Scary Carrie's fingers had to be amputated. along with her thumb. She also lost her left foot from around the mid-calf down. Eventually, she recovered from her aphasia, but not before the school moved her into a special education program. She never made it to college. Mrs. Peterson got her a job at Market Basket bagging groceries. My mom sees her from time to time and usually does her best to avoid her register. Neither Carrie nor her mom have asked about me since the incident. I don't know if she still hears the bells, but I doubt it. As for me, I'm unhappy but alive. I only hear the bells now when I don't take my Zyprexa. But they're never too far from my mind. Someday I'm going to die, and Amy Lowell Putnam is going to claim me. There's nothing I can do to avoid it. A part of me wishes she'd just hurry up and do it already. The bells really do sound so lovely.
It was simply there on one humid morning about 6 weeks ago. I walked out of my house, looked right on the way to my car, and there it was. A black square in the middle of the street. I thought it was a strange box or something. Thinking nothing of it, I went off to get lunch. But it was still there when I returned. And this time the neighborhood kids that usually collectively played in the yard to my house's left were now instead off to the right, circled around the black square. They were talking, laughing, and poking it with sticks. Something didn't seem right about the scene, so I got out of my car and stood for a moment watching. What was wrong here? It hit me. They weren't poking at it. They were poking into it. One of the local teenagers was sitting on the porch behind me, so I knew the kids were being looked after. If it was some strange prank or something, well, I'd hear about it later. I headed back inside and returned to writing the day's story. Around 8 in the evening, someone began knocking on our front door. 2 of my roommates were in their rooms with their doors open, but we were all playing an online game together, so we ignored it and hoped that the guy in the room downstairs would get it. He either didn't hear it or didn't care, so we sat there listening to the pounding and knocking for about 15 minutes before one of my roommates logged off the game and stormed downstairs to the door. I heard, "What the hell do you want? None of us are parked in your goddamn spot. We never park in your spot." That didn't sound good. I left my computer and slid down the hallway to see what was going on. They told me stories about Bill and how he insisted that one section of the sidewalk was for his food truck, apparently. He'd go around at literally any time of the day or night, knocking on every single door in the neighborhood until he found the offender. This time, Bill was looking not for a car owner, but for the perpetrator of the black square prank. After much arguing, he finally moved on to the next house. But I couldn't go back to playing our game. Instead, I wandered out under evening orange and headed down the street. The black square was odd. Its angle seemed to be changing to match me, and I moved my head back and forth a few times rapidly to confirm that it always looked exactly square from any angle. Anton was sitting in his open garage in a lawn chair as I approached. He handed a man a bag, pocketed a stack of cash, and coughed and leaned back. The stranger hurried away without looking at me. It was not an unusual sight, standing in Anton's driveway, which ran straight at the black square, and Bill's house beyond. I asked, "Hey, what is this thing?" "No idea," he responded, "but it's got me on edge. It's been there all day. Thought maybe somebody was scoping me out, but it doesn't do nothing." I didn't want to get too close, so I picked up a stick. "Kids were messing with it earlier, right? Anything happened?" "Nah." It was strange. There seemed to be some sort of scaling perspective at work. As I moved closer to the square, it grew larger in my sight than the change in distance warranted. Far away, the effect had been imperceptible, but up close it was extremely unsettling. It felt as if the black square was looming up to encompass me. I might even leap out at any moment. It was becoming increasingly obvious that this was no prank. The sides were exactly equal in length from what I could see, and absolutely nothing showed or reflected on its surface. I'd seen Vanta black nano fabric in person once before, and that super black material had definitely left an impression on me. It had felt like staring into absolute void. And I had that same feeling now. The only difference was that my stick encountered no resistance as I moved it forward. I took one step. The stick still moved freely ahead. Was it past the threshold yet? It was disturbingly impossible to tell because the square always seemed to be facing me, so I couldn't tilt left or right and get a look from the side. The square also got bigger faster than it should have with each step, so I couldn't get a good idea of exactly where it began and ended. Worst of all, the forward perspective had no landmarks, no shadows. It felt as if I was inside a television somehow, and reaching forward into a CGI background. The studio lights off-screen were still lighting the stick, and I was reaching into something that didn't really exist. I swung my branch left and right. There was no edges to strike either. The pointed end traversed from ultra-black to the green of Bill's lawn, and back with no resistance. It was then that I truly understood that we were in trouble. "Hey, Anton. What's up?" He was usually one to play it cool, but I could tell by his subtly concerned expression that it must have looked very strange standing in front of complete nothingness. Let's, how to phrase it? Let's make sure nobody goes near this. He nodded and gave a nervous laugh. We didn't have any sort of housing association or community building, so it would really be up to word of mouth. Bill was 2 houses past ours now, still knocking on doors, and he was doing a decent accidental job of warning everyone. A few neighbors had come out onto their lawns to stare at the thing, and I saw Idle emerging one lawn over. While studying the black square from afar, she shivered and pulled her headscarf a little closer. I smoothed down my shirt reflexively as she approached. She stopped on the sidewalk just short of Anton's driveway. "What is the square?" We shook our heads. "You call police?" she asked, looking at me. Anton leaned back in his seat and watched us. Put on the spot, all I could say was, I don't think so." She was visibly confused. "Why not?" Anton snickered. "Cops don't come here, girl." "Police don't come to this area?" "Nah, they do. Trust me, you don't want them. They don't come here to help." "Oh." She looked down at the ground, and then over to the black square, and then to her front door. She departed without a word. The rest of the neighbors began to emerge from their homes as Bill pissed them off in sequence, but we didn't meet or talk beyond the distant glances of confusion and confirmation. I didn't like that strange square in the street, not one bit, but there wasn't much to do about it. A few people were taking pictures, so I went back inside and put my phone on the charger to do the same. My roommates and I locked the house up tight that night. We couldn't see the black square from any of our windows, but the mere knowledge of its presence was like a chill in the air. It was the night owl of the 4 of us, and when the others went to bed, I quietly stacked boxes full of junk from the basement to block the windows just in case. In the morning, nobody commented in approval of the boxes, but neither did they take them down. I stepped outside to confirm that the anomaly was still there. This time, I took pictures. I'd seen more than my fair share of movies and shows about creepy anomalies, but it was another thing having one actually show up outside my house. In person, there's a balance of risk versus curiosity, and there was nothing we could do about the square without endangering ourselves. We couldn't get too close to it because who knew what would happen, and we certainly couldn't go inside it. So, it sat there. And in large part, we ignored it in our day-to-day lives. But there's also another kind of risk. The unknown. And the stress effect on your community and on your health. Each morning for a week, I would look to my right at that eerie black square and wonder if I was being watched. Or worse, was it some kind of hole from somewhere that might let in horrific entities beyond our understanding? Or hell, even just basic clawed creatures we could understand. That would be horrifying. A simple wolf or bear on the loose on our street would have been an emergency warranting help. And here we were with the possibility of literally anything appearing at any time. On a random night that about 8 people were over to play board games, Idle asked again if I would call somebody. This time, I agreed. But who? And how? I did find some numbers for 2 local news channels. I sent in my pictures, but they laughed at me and said that they looked photoshopped. I insisted that no, it was literally just a black square. And they told me to call back when I had something scarier. The military was an obvious answer too, but how does one call the military? I didn't exactly have a phone number for the military. Every night for a week, I waited on hold with various desks, bases, and institutions, repeating my story verbatim each time. A strange anomaly has appeared in our neighborhood, and I need somebody to come take a look at it. Some secretaries hung up on me immediately, but I finally got one that laughed. He said, "Watching some X-Files tonight." I sighed. Look, I've been trying to contact somebody about this for a week. Let's say, hypothetically, that I'm serious. Is there some sort of division or group for that? Yeah, let me call Area 51, buddy. They'll take care of you. Come on, there has to be some guy that takes weird phone calls and checks them out, right? That's no fun. Fine, I'll give you the number. Finally, I had it. The next conversation I had was promising, and a military jeep showed up the next morning. Idle texted me when she saw it park on the street, and I hurriedly went outside to greet one man, apparently. He was only slightly taller than me and stood staring at the black square with a haunted gaze. As I finally got his attention, he turned his head to look at me and said, "Motherfuck!" Right? I pointed down the street at the black square. That thing's been there for like a week and a half. Finally, prompted to move, he went to the back of his Jeep, pulled out a tripod and a camera, and set it up facing the anomaly. Watching him, I asked, "So, you're gonna call in the big guns, right? Somebody will take care of this?" His only answer was a glance. Then he got in his Jeep and drove off, leaving the equipment running. That was progress, I told myself. Somebody was aware of the issue now, and somebody was on it. Small consolation as the days wore on. One of the neighbors boarded up their windows, and then everybody did. Nobody asked the first house to do it if they had seen or heard something scary. We just did it. That day we went to the hardware store, endured the awkward process of explaining what we were doing to the overly helpful employees, and then took our boxes of nails and stacks of wood and began hammering into the window frames. I winced at the first one that went awry and damaged the wall, but I figured our security deposit was long gone anyway. We kept the curtains between the glass and the wood so that the landlord wouldn't notice on a casual drive-by, although he would certainly see that the entire neighborhood had suddenly acquired bars and boards. If the area went to shit, would he lower our rent? Doubtful. Then my roommates and I got drunk together for the first time in months. The neighbors were doing the same thing in their boarded up houses and on their lawns, and eventually we had a sort of block party going. It was an eerie thing, all being connected and bonded by a common threat, but being unable to mention that threat even as it loomed in the distance at all times. there was nothing we could do about it, so mentioning it publicly was impolite. As dusk deepened and somebody started a bonfire in their backyard, I almost couldn't stand the pressure of what was happening. That thing might turn deadly and kill us all any time, but I wasn't even allowed to mention it without pissing people off. Boarding up our houses? We were all reacting to it. We were all aware it existed. We all knew, everyone else knew it too, but we couldn't talk about it. A weird defensiveness was emerging amongst the conversations I overheard. This was our street, and none of us could afford to move away, therefore the Black Square had to be harmless. There were even people talking about the idea that there was nothing wrong at all. And that talk was growing. Agitated, I left the block party. I still wanted to drink, but angrily now, so I went to the nearest bar and sat. By pure chance, to my left was the soldier who'd set up the camera equipment. He was half sloshed already, and he looked sidelong at me while holding the bar to keep himself up. He laughed darkly. It's you. It was almost a relief to see that he was still in town. You guys gonna do anything about that Black Square once you collect enough info? He sat taller and focused his bloodshot eyes on me. Guys? Yeah, your team or whoever. It's just me. Oh, well, what about the higher-ups? He downed another shot that he had just been delivered. Higher-ups? My whole department got cleaned out by the new administration to cut costs or something. The only guy in my entire building. My beer arrived and I took a sip of it while trying to fully understand what he meant. Like temporarily? Are you waiting for new hires? He gave an exaggerated shrug. It's been 7 months. Nobody talks to me or tells me anything. I just get a paycheck automatically. No emails, no nothing. I'm thinking maybe they just forgot to transfer me when they got the rest. I don't think anybody even knows I'm still here. That was an off-putting thing to hear. Then what do we do about the Black Square? He gave a long, drunk belly laugh. Brother, there are 47 anomalies in Ohio alone. And I'm the only person in this state left in the department that handles that shit. Just be happy that yours isn't making people crazy or changing your muscle tissue into acid while you sleep. Does that happen? He stared forward at the venue's long, mirrored back wall for a moment. Unmoving except for the muscles in his jaw tightening, as if he was grinding his teeth. After a tick, he suddenly reached over and clapped me on the back. Nothing so dramatic as that, I'm just playing. He got up, threw some cash on the bar, and began to stumble away. Wait, I called after him. What's your plan for the Black Square? Plan? He yelled back on his way to the door. You're on your own, brother. I skirted through the crowd and pushed out into the night. What about the 46 other anomalies? He kept walking and soon became small in the distance. Was it really possible there was nobody manning the defenses for things like this? We were simply open to danger with no one else to respond. It was the only working plan to hope that nothing bad would happen. What the hell kind of plan was that? I returned home even more agitated than before. It was about 3 weeks after the appearance of the anomaly that those that insisted the Black Square was harmless became the majority. We'd been able to complain about it, make jokes, watch it fearfully before the afternoon, but the winds changed, and I immediately found myself on the outside with no warning. If I glanced suspiciously at the Black Square, someone would deride me for it. If I tried to measure it to see if it was growing at all, someone would come out on their lawn and tell me to stop, and that I was wasting my time. By the 4th week, those reactions became veiled threats. Bill was standing out on the sidewalk the first day of that 4th week. I had just come home from playing a card game elsewhere, and he approached me rather angrily. Stop making trouble, he said without sugarcoating it. Me? He was a large man in multiple ways. and I took a step back warily. I'm just not willing to accept that the incredibly odd anomaly in the middle of our street is safe. The black square isn't causing any trouble, he growled. You're the problem here, pissing people off, going against the grain. People want to sleep soundly, and they can't do that if you fill their heads with nonsense dangers. If it's nonsense, I asked, then why are your windows boarded up? He balled a fist. 'Cause that's how it's always been around here. Everybody does it, and always has. Hell are you talking about? It was just last month that... He slugged me in the stomach. I backed away. There was nothing left to say. I understood exactly what was happening. He glared from the sidewalk until I went inside and closed the door behind me. 2 mornings later, screaming erupted from a few houses down. 9 of us rushed out of our homes with makeshift weapons, only to find that the danger had been the night before. Someone's windows had been broken, and the wood beyond has been clawed mightily by something that had left traces of azure ichor behind. I thought that certainly it would be undeniable now. It was obvious that something had come out of that black square and tried to get into a house. The only reason the single father and his 2 girls were alive, they'd boarded up their windows like everyone else. See, I said to those gathered, I told you, it's dangerous. But the single father in question shook his head. Of course you'd say that. How'd you do it? I began backing away almost instantly as all eyes turned on me. What? Bill said, yeah, likely what happened. What tool did you use to make those marks? And what's that blue shit? Is it toxic? Did you put Ethan's girls in danger by throwing toxic blue sludge on their house? Ethan added, and you'll pay for that window too. The hell is wrong with you people? I clutched my bat and continued moving backwards. Idle came out of her house then and asked some of the others in the group what was going on in Somali. They backed off, and Bill and Ethan shot me hateful glances. On the way back to my place, Anton shook his head as I crossed his driveway. Gonna get yourself killed, boy. Whispering, I asked, what, by insisting that the physics-defying anomaly in our street's possibly dangerous? Just saying. I sit in front of this thing all day, every day. It freaks the hell out of me. I don't say nothing. Not to anyone else around here. Neighbors are more dangerous than that thing, you get it? Keep your head down. I mulled over his words for another few days, while the attitude in the neighborhood became openly hostile. More claw marks and strange azure liquid appeared during each night, and Bill started enforcing what he called his right to open carry by walking around on the sidewalk with an automatic rifle slung over his shoulder. And then Ethan started doing it too. Made me tense as hell, but they'd often talked about gun responsibility, and a part of me was glad to have weapons around given that something was probably coming out of the black square each night and trying to get into our houses. At 4 a.m. on the first night of the 5th week, I heard loud banging on the front door. For 20 minutes, I listened to someone pounding and yelling outside until one of my roommates shouted from his bed, "Fuck off, Bill! We don't have to answer the door for you. We're not parked in your goddamn spot!" The knocking went silent. My other roommate called from his room. That's the first time he's ever actually gone away. At that, I sat up starkly in my bed. I knew something had happened out there, some spark. Perhaps the unseen creature had finally gotten someone. Perhaps it had gotten one of our neighborhood children. I grabbed my baseball bat and put on my tennis shoes. Other than that, I was only in shorts and a t-shirt, but there was no time. Running into the dark hallway that connected our rooms, I whispered, "Get your gun out." "What?" my roommate asked. "Get your goddamn gun ready," I practically hissed. "They're coming for us." There was a crash of glass and the sound of boards being ripped off in the back of the house. To punctuate what I'd said, I heard my roommate jumping up and fumbling around with the case that held his gun. My other roommate just said quietly and fearfully, "They're not coming for us. They're coming for you." In the dark, I heard his door close and lock. This was no movie situation. I knew this would end very quickly between untrained civilians, and I knew that I was at a big disadvantage. If the windows hadn't been boarded up, I would have escaped that way, but I was forced into a corner. I only had knowledge of the terrain and the advantage of surprise. Using long steps to avoid the parts of the floor that creaked, I moved out into the board game room. And a big silhouette moving around the corner became a wide-open target for my bat. I swung without restraint as hard as I could. I'd never tried to kill anyone before, but I was amazed at how lethal my strength felt when the restraints were off. The bat snapped in half on Bill's head, and he fell to the floor. He limply tried to resist, but I pulled at his rifle while screaming obscenities, and he gave it up while groaning on the floor and whimpering about his head bleeding. I'd won, but unfortunately there were 7 more silhouettes behind him. Ethan was among them, and I saw his face by moonlight as they dragged me out into the street. "This asshole nearly killed Bill," he shouted. "Proof positive he's the one behind the attacks." "You came into my house with guns," I screamed at them. "Goddamn psychopaths!" There were 20 other people out there already, many sticking to their own lawns. By the lights of the full moon, they watched fearfully. Some of them asked if what I was saying was true. Ethan yelled over to me, "He'll say anything to trick people. Fake news!" Fake? He was still holding my arms, but I struggled. "This is ridiculous. You've all got guns. You literally just broke into my house in the middle of the night." "Fake. Lies," Ethan insisted to the neighbors as we passed, and they kept pushing me and dragging me. As we passed Idle on her lawn, I realized where we were going. She ran forward to kick at Ethan. "I did not leave my country just for you to be the same." One of the men stayed behind to keep her restrained, and I nearly got away because of the distraction, but unfortunately, they caught me and continued moving me towards the black square. Even in moonlight, it was starkly visible. "Why are you doing this?" Ethan snarled. "You know, you monster. I can't let you live after what you did to my little girl." I could see one of the wooden barricades among his windows had failed. Something had broken its way inside, and red blood was mixed with the azure pools usually left behind. "So you're gonna kill me by throwing me inside the black square?" I asked loudly, so that everyone around could hear. "How does that make any sense if you insist it's not dangerous, that I'm the one who somehow orchestrated these attacks in the night?" One of our neighbors screamed, "Stop trying to get out of this! Fake news!" She turned and insisted to someone else that I was a liar. "Getting rid of him will stop the attacks!" They were lost. I'd known it, but it was only now that I truly accepted I was not in a neighborhood surrounded by peers. I had been living in hostile territory, surrounded by enemies for weeks, and they'd become delusional because of their own fear. Living with fear every single day and being unable to do anything about it had turned their fears into anger, and now anger had become violence directed at the only target that they could actually reach: their neighbor. On that first night of the 5th week, they kicked me forward and pointed their guns at me, forcing me to walk into the black square. The unknown source of their fear. It had come to us from somewhere else, but it was now the desperate void at the center of our lives. It was our heart. I'd never felt more sharp and aware. Adrenaline seared fire through my every nerve as I kept moving forward away from the guns at my back. The dark square expanded rapidly in my sight, but then grew more slowly as I came nearer than ever before. It asymptotically filled half of the sphere of what I could see. I kept waiting to pass the threshold like a door, to see the sides I'd tried to find with the stick and ropes over the last few weeks. But it never came. I kept pressing forward, only to find myself still half in the world I knew and half in the darkness, until I turned around and saw Ethan and the others very far behind me. My brain struggled to process the shape or the curve of what was happening, but I had the distinct sensation that I could keep walking forever and the black square would remain a giant sail pressed against half of me, except I knew there was an unseen drop-off, and perhaps Perhaps that was the key. Perhaps the door was actually down, and the black square we could perceive was merely a higher dimensional perceptive. I got down on my knees and hands and began to crawl. I couldn't afford to fall accidentally. "Don't bother!" Ethan shouted in the distance. "You're going over! You're not getting out of this!" There it was. I could feel the edge. Here the black square was almost exactly half of what I could see around me. Directly above, to the left, to the right, and down. The paved street far beyond Bill and Anton's house, part of the street I'd stood upon many times coming the other direction, now met sheer void. But it wasn't dark. Light had always been coming up from below. There'd just been nothing for it to reflect from so that we could see it. Light came up from below now, illuminating my face, my eyes, my mind. It was a ghastly light, certainly not ever a color that had graced our world before, and I could see everything by the cast of its deep glare. I'd never seen that color with the rods and cones in my eyes before, but I knew what it was. If you could open a door into the mind and observe the cues within, if you open that door into the mind of a person being tortured with perfect and exacting skill, you would see the chroma of pain, not just the feeling of it or the idea of it in thought, but the blood of the concept, the core, as a brushstroke on existence. For some reason, I laughed. But I did not smile. I stood and I began to walk back. Ethan held his assault rifle forward. "Don't you come back here! Don't you fucking do it!" I just shook my head. The other men behind him raised their guns too, but they were waiting on him. I didn't slow. I couldn't. As I moved towards Ethan, I told him, "You're a human, Ethan. Fundamentally capable of good or just neutrality, of cooperation, of peace." The words spilled directly from my raw brain and into the night sky. "You are not like what's over that edge. Take a look for yourself. You'll understand." The barrel of his weapon glimmered darkly by moonlight, but the square behind me was blacker. "What do you mean?" he asked after a moment, the strain of oncoming terror dampening his tone. I think he saw the look in my eyes. Some small fraction of what I had seen had to still have been lingering in my irises like a rotting reflection gone bad. "What's in there? What's over that edge?" I couldn't really think at that moment. I put my forehead to the barrel of his rifle and grasped for the trigger under his hands. "Please." He pulled away in fear. "You're crazy!" They were no longer a threat now. I drifted past them and back to my house, where one of my roommates peered out of his door and apologized, and the other finally finished finding his ammunition. "Danger's past. Don't bother," I murmured, before going into my room and sitting on my bed. It took 6 days for my brain to develop a coping mechanism. For 6 days, I sat and stared at any blank white wall I could find. It was eye bleach in a way because it had every color and none. After 6 days, I felt nothing, and that was my release. To scab and scar over what had happened to my mind. My brain had amputated my emotions. And good for that. I would feel horrible at the loss of love and joy, and friendship, and companionship. But I can't. And that's better than feeling what I witnessed over that edge. Bill was back from the hospital by then, and feeling rather sheepish. A neighborhood watch had been set up, and armed men were taking turns guarding the black square, around which they'd built a wall of bricks and cement. They knew that nobody would be coming to help. No police, no military, no government. We were on our own, a fact which made Idle sad, as she talked to me about the home she'd left, where it had been exactly the same in her village. This is humans, I told her. Sometimes we do better for a little while. Sometimes we don't. She didn't have a chance to reply before Bill came up and sat carefully down next to me on my porch. He rubbed his bandaged head and said, "Sorry about what happened last week." I kept watching my armed neighbors around the black square. It doesn't matter. It does, though, he muttered, looking downcast. We could have killed you. It doesn't matter, I said again. He swallowed audibly and then asked, "What'd you see in there? Think the neighborhood will go to shit now?" Now? It amazed me that it was right there. It was right there, just 100 feet away. We were alive and standing here breathing air and eating food and having conversations just a few 100 feet away from that. It was always there, Bill. The only thing that changed 6 weeks ago is that we can see it now. We don't talk much anymore. The neighborhood is quieter than before. We just sit and wait for the inevitable. Each day and each night. The black pit is among us, lurking in open sight, and one day it will spill forth ungodly hordes I don't need to describe because you already know what they look like. Sometimes we do better. Sometimes we don't. I had worked construction for the better part of my 20s before the accident. I never had the know-how to get into engineering school like my parents wanted for me, but I preferred to work with my hands anyhow. Jobs came and went, contracts ended, but ultimately, I always had a site to work or a building to put up. When the Whitlam Hawthorne Group offered me a foreman position for the construction project of their new headquarters, I accepted in a heartbeat. Job security from a company like WHG, with a salary that I'd only dreamed of, and benefits to match. Thought it would be stupid not to accept. The foundation had barely been poured on the site when the collapse happened. No one knew who exactly was to blame, whether it was the surveyors, the engineers, or just some freak accident. But those of us caught in the rubble only had the parent company to point our fingers at. 3 men dead, 13 injured. It was apparently a serious enough legal threat that Whitlam Hawthorne opted to offer us each a generous settlement outside of court. You can judge all you want that my silence was bought, but 6 zeros on a check, well, that would buy yours too. In addition, they also offered me a systems job that I'd be able to work from home, and even a reduced renter's rate at one of their apartment complexes, in a unit that would accommodate the wheelchair that I'd be confined to the rest of my life. Until then, I didn't even know they owned any residential properties, but the complex looked decent enough on the pamphlet that they sent me. After all, I certainly couldn't live alone in my current 4th-floor apartment anymore. I moved in nearly the beginning of February last year. I won't lie, the adjustment to everything at once hit me a lot harder than it should have. Overnight, I had gone from working outside every day to being restricted to a wheelchair that I had no intuition for using and being stuck inside all day long. My hard hat and boots swapped for a work laptop and a filing cabinet. The depression caused by my new situation was only worsened when I got settled in. It was embarrassing how little I owned that would still be practical given my new lifestyle, so it didn't take long for the movers to bring everything over. I was moved in less than a day after I got out of the hospital. The apartment was a first-floor unit for obvious reasons. The second and third floors each had units with patio balconies that extended an outcrop over my minuscule fenced-in yard. As a result, the already tiny windows in my living room barely got any sunlight during the day. Off to the side of my living room, I had a kitchen with lowered countertops and extended storage space on the lower shelves. My bedroom was spacious with a wheelchair-accessible closet and a roomy attached bathroom. I wish I could say that I was thankful, but the accommodations only reminded me that I'd never live the same life again. Please don't get me wrong, I'm absolutely not one of those guys who sees disability as something that makes someone lesser. My aunt was a wheelchair user when I was growing up, and I had an older brother with special needs. Both of them had my respect for as long as they lived. But both of them had died because, in one way or another, they depended on something that couldn't be provided for them. In her old age, my aunt fell out of her chair at home one day and didn't have the arm strength to crawl back up or reach the phone. The medic said that her pets had begun to eat her, even before she died. My brother ended his own life because my parents refused to get him the help he needed. I still won't talk to my family for that. And now, after almost 30 years of independence and ability, it seemed as though every one of my prospects was ripped from me, and I was entirely dependent on the company that had caused it. In short, I was very, very bitter. In June of that year, it was as hot as it had ever been in my state. By then, I'd settled into a dull routine. Wake up, do a few arm exercises before I showered, eat breakfast, and then try to get some work done before lunch. What I did could barely qualify as work, but it seemed like the company thought it would be better to have me under NDA and payroll than risk me suing. Once lunch came around, I would check my fridge for groceries and add what I was running low on to my weekly mobile delivery order. It was so much easier to have someone else leave groceries at my front door than to find a way to actually get to the supermarket. I found a routine where I honestly never had to leave the apartment. I avoided human interaction those days, so it was easy to stay inside. The only voices I heard for months were my neighbors. From what I could tell, I lived underneath a married couple that never stopped fighting, and in the unit next to me there was an older woman with at least a couple more cats than our lease allowed. On one particular morning, mid-June, as I got out of the shower and dried my head, I opened my eyes to find that the power in my apartment had suddenly gone out. It was inevitable. Everyone on the block had to have their AC units on full blast. I finished drying off and for the first time since I moved in, rolled over to the contained sliding door attached to my living room and went out into my small yard where I knew I'd find the breaker box. The outside air was hot, heavy, and as I watched my toes brush against the grass, they couldn't feel. I noticed that without the noise of the AC units running outside, it was very, very quiet. Not even the sound of insects or birds filled the morning air. For a moment, I let the morning sun rest on my face before it would rise behind the patio overshadowing my yard. For as short as it lasted, the peace that overwhelmed me was blissful. The silence was interrupted by the sound of a sliding door from above, creaking wood and the sound of footsteps, followed by the familiar arguing voices I'd grown painfully accustomed to. "If you don't want to fix it, then I will!" The wife's voice grew louder as she moved above me. "I never said I wouldn't do it. I said, give me a damn minute to put my shoes on. Why do you always—" I zoned out as their arguing continued above. Even the briefest joy was fleeting, I thought, as I opened my own fuse box and flipped the breakers. I heard my AC unit whir to life from outside my fence, muddying the soundscape once more with its mechanical whine. At least it drowned out the arguing above. As I struggled to figure out how to wheel back over the lip on the sliding door, I heard the arguing stop, and the couple's sliding door slide shut and close above me. I managed to get back inside, and I hoped I wouldn't have to go out again anytime soon. I'm ashamed to admit that that was the last time I went outside for months. I'd gone no contact with the rest of my family years ago, and what few friends I had lived out of state. I had no reason to go out anymore, so the summer's heat paired with my depression only forced me inwards. Wake up, shower, eat breakfast, work all day, sleep. Even the arguments upstairs and the occasional meow from the unit next to me became monotonous. I drowned as much of it out as I could. The same voices, the same fights, the same cats misbehaving, day in and day out. In fact, as much as I tried to ignore it, sometimes I couldn't help but listen in. The woman who lived above me, whose name I gathered to be Claire, was seemingly unemployed. She rarely spoke unless it was to accost her husband for wrongdoing or to complain. Her husband, whose name was Jason maybe? He seemed to have some anger issues, but seemed more defensive than aggressive. Cold and distant, paired with irritable and sensitive. A perfect storm. I never gathered the cat lady's name. Instead, I became very familiar with Greta, Priscilla, and Tom. Every day, the woman would try to quiet Tom for crying too loud for food, and sometime in the afternoon, she would accost Greta and Priscilla for fighting over a nap spot in the sunbeam. Having natural sunlight enter the room sounded like heaven. The voices were my only human connection. It was mid-September when I attempted to clear my throat of my developing allergies that I realized I haven't heard my own voice in months. I cried myself to sleep that night, feeling more alone than I'd ever been. By October, the isolation became unbearable. I found myself listening to the voices more than I had ever wanted to, quieting my apartment as much as possible just to catch them when I could. The same fights, complaints, meows. They became my friends, my comfort. One night, out of some sense of desperation, or maybe just a form of entertainment for myself, I started responding. It wasn't much at first, just a quiet whisper in response to Claire's complaints. When I heard her hiss, "You never listen to me," I whispered, "I'm listening." When Jackson, or Jason, or whatever his name was, sighed and muttered, "Christ, I can't do this," I chuckled and stuttered out of quiet, "Me neither." I didn't know why I kept it up. Maybe just to hear my own voice. Maybe because in a pathetic way, it made me feel like I was connecting with someone. I knew it was stupid and illogical, but it made things feel just a little less empty. It became a kind of game for me. Each night, I sat in the dim light of my apartment, sipping from one drink too many, and I listened. I let their words become ours. The fights, the meows, the mild chit-chat. When Claire snapped, "You never take me seriously anymore," I whispered, "Of course I do." Whenever the old woman called out to Tom, scolding him for knocking something over, I grinned and mumbled, "Bad cat." It was more than a game. It was all I had. Then, about a week after I'd started, I noticed it for the first time. Claire had just shouted, "For once in your life, admit that I might be right." I responded instinctively. Why should I when you're wrong? Before I could finish my words, from above, her husband's voice exclaimed back to her, "But why should I when you're wrong?" I paused. For a minute or so, I sat intently listening. I knew her words had sounded familiar, but had I heard the same argument before? I brushed it off at first. Of course it sounded familiar. I'd been listening to their fights for months. I probably heard them bring up the same talking points 100 times. Often enough that subconsciously I probably just knew what he was likely to say. But then the next day, it happened again. "Is it that hard to get my car's registration done? I've been overdue for almost a week," Claire snapped. And I knew for a fact that I had heard that before, not just something like that, those exact words, in that exact tone, in that exact order. That in itself could have been explainable, except the first time I'd noticed it had been in August. Her registration hadn't been expired for a week at this point. It had been almost 2 months. I turned off my AC and listened harder. My heart thumped against my ribs. "If it's no big deal, why can't you go get it done for me?" There, she said that part too, I thought. I swallowed and realized my mouth had gone dry. My palms began a cold sweat as I grappled with the feeling that they'd done this all before, many times. Coincidence. That's all it was. Maybe their fights really were that predictable. I told myself to ignore it, but I couldn't. That night I lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling, my ears straining to pick up what was being said above me. I tried to convince myself that I was just being paranoid, but something felt wrong. That next day I kept notes of what little I could hear around me on my computer. In the past I paid little attention to what was being said and when, but on that day I was meticulous. I kept every fan off, I didn't run my laundry, I skipped my shower. I did everything in my power to keep my home as quiet as possible, to maintain the ability to transcribe every word being said. From the old woman next to me at 8:15 a.m. "Oh, Tom, be quiet, I fed you already." From upstairs, 8:17 a.m., Claire on the phone. "Yes, he left for work." "No, it'll just be me until he comes home for lunch." 12:32, upstairs again. "Jason, I told you not to slam the front door when you come in. You scare the hell out of me every time." All throughout the day, anything I could struggle to make out, I made note of. The next morning, I awoke earlier than usual. I had my notes, and I had some time, so I showered and made my way to the middle of the apartment to listen once again. I sat eagerly waiting, checking my watch and waiting for signs of life. Then, from the apartment adjacent to mine, at exactly 8:15 a.m., the woman began to speak. "Oh, Tom, be quiet. I fed you already." 8:17. "Yes, he left for work. No, it'll just be me until he comes home for lunch." And more. All morning long I listened in awestruck silence at my entire day's transcription being reenacted word for word, minute by minute. By the time 12:32 rolled around and Claire complained about the door slamming, I was sickened to realize that on neither day nor any other had I ever actually heard their door slam shut. As if the same script had been read over and over, just muffled enough and just faint to keep me from noticing. I needed air, so I did something I hadn't done in months. I left my apartment. I struggled to wheel out into the complex's courtyard, squinting against the sunlight. The fresh air strange but refreshing against my skin. The apartment building wrapped around in a neat uniform U-shape with a mirroring building just across the narrow parking lot. The second and third floor balconies of each building were stacked like dull concrete shelves above my head. I looked up at the couple's unit just above mine. The small windows all had their blinds wide open, but I couldn't make out movement inside. I wheeled, turned to look at the unit next to mine, where the old woman lived, blinds open, but the same, no movement inside. I realized quickly that every unit in my building, and the building across the way, was the same, blinds open. No signs of life. I sat there for nearly an hour, watching. Not a single shadow moved behind the windows. No doors opened. No one entered or left the building. The silence pressed against me as I realized that not only were there no people visible to me, there was no movement at all. No birds, no passing cars, no distant voices from other tenants. Just the wind and the faint mechanical hum of the AC units. Living isolated, it'll do strange things to your mind. It'll make you keep track of things that societal norms would normally remind you of, but it also makes you ignore glaring truths right under your nose. It wasn't until I sat there utterly confused that I suddenly realized I had never seen my neighbors, not once. Not leaving their doors, not in the parking lot, not on their balconies, despite hearing their voices out there almost every night. I hadn't even spoken to anyone in person when I moved in. I'd filled out all the paperwork online, and I had been driven here by a company vehicle when the movers said they'd brought everything over. A sick feeling crept into my stomach. I had lived here for 8 months. 8 months of hearing these people argue, of hearing the woman behind me talk to her cats, and I'd never once seen another human being in the flesh. The implication had barely begun to set in when, almost in reaction to my realization, the blinds in the apartment next to me suddenly closed shut. They were followed only a few seconds later by those belonging to the unit upstairs, and in almost a cascade, all of the open blinds for every unit in the building were closed. I moved faster than I ever had in my chair. I wheeled quickly out of the little courtyard and into the parking lot. Surely there had to be a leasing office somewhere nearby. As I reached the lot, I looked both ways and saw only rows and rows of identical buildings. The blinds on each slowly closing, the movement rippling away from me for what seemed like miles of units. I'd never realized the scale of the complex. As I hustled to find any building that stuck out, I noticed that I still saw absolutely nobody. Empty cars parked in lots, bicycles leaning against fences, varying patio furniture, even children's toys left on sidewalks as though they'd return shortly. All signs of life, but without any life at all to be seen. After 20 minutes of searching for any indication of an office, I returned to my home. My arms were exhausted from moving more than I had in a long time, and I knew I couldn't keep searching forever. I made it back to my unit not long after, with the surrounding windows blocked from view by obtrusive blinds. My home felt bleak, solitary amongst the rest of them. It didn't help that I knew that somehow I really was the only one here. I made it back inside and I closed the front door behind me. Not 1 second later, as I turned to go to my room, a chime startled me and I realized that my doorbell had been rung. I immediately turned back to reopen the door, but outside, there was no one to be seen, just my weekly grocery delivery sitting neatly on my doormat, impossibly waiting where it hadn't been only 5 seconds prior. The following days were a blur. Had there actually been anyone outside to look at my apartment, they would have seen me wildly going from window to window, peering through blinds like a tweaker waiting on a package. For about a week, all of the arguing, the meowing, the idle conversation that had repeatedly permeated my walls went absolutely silent. Whatever was going on, it caught wind of my curiosity and stopped, as though to gather itself and prepare. And prepare it must have, since when the sounds of human voices and interactions reappeared a week later, they'd changed. New arguments, new discussions, even a new cat supposedly added to the bunch. The second day that the voices were back, I noticed that they were different from the day before. The conversations were new, the next day as well, and the day after that. For 7 days, I almost allowed myself to believe that maybe I'd been imagining things. I even began to hear the occasional car outside, slowly creeping past, maybe something I somehow hadn't noticed before. On the 8th day of the return of the noises, however, my heart sank. Repeated phrases, returning arguments and interactions that I'd already hastily taken note of 1 week prior. The next day followed suit. They'd learned, but only a little bit. Whatever loop was being played for me was now a whole week's worth of audio, not just a day's worth. Even the passing cars returned exactly at the same times I'd remarked the week prior. But now that I was looking for them, I could tell that they were driverless. 2 weeks had passed since I left my apartment, and a thought occurred to me. What would happen if I tried to interrupt the routine? I checked my notes of the prior 2 weeks and began to prepare a plan. The next day, the old woman would chastise her cats for ganging up on the new kitten at exactly 9:13 and 3 seconds. However, I would knock on her door at 9:13, hopefully forcing whatever charade was about to be performed for me to have to be adjusted. The next morning, I prepared myself. I shaved for the first time in weeks. I made sure I looked as presentable as possible. I couldn't give them any reason or excuse to not open the door for me. I waited in front of the door for about 2 minutes, my eyes locked onto my wristwatch, and my ears as alert as they'd ever been. The very second my little calico turned 9:13, I knocked as loudly as I could without sounding aggressive, and was sure to stop knocking in less than the 3 seconds it would take her to start talking. I waited with bated breath, far longer than I thought I should have. 3 seconds felt like a minute, and by the time an actual minute rolled around, hours had gone by in my mind. I was satisfied enough with my ability to interrupt the cycle, and as I turned my chair to return back home, something spoke to me from behind the door. "Who is it?" 3 words. 3 new words, spoken undeniably in response to me, but whatever was speaking to me it wasn't an old woman. I don't know if I could even call it human. The words felt disjointed, as though stitched together from other phrases, and distorted in a rushed attempt to sound coherent. I barely had time to collect my thoughts before the voice called out again. The words, the same, but the cadence and tone shifted, attempting to emulate normal human speech. It sounded more natural, but it was still undeniably inhuman. "Who is it?" I'm your neighbor from next door." "Who is it?" the voice called once more. As to my horror, the door creaked open. I braced myself to see something horrible waiting for me inside, some mockery of a human being waiting to lunge at me from the darkness, but darkness, inky black and concealing, was all that greeted me from behind the door. The door opened in full, and as what little sunlight that could pour inside, there was absolutely no one inside. Absolutely no movement. No sign of life, save for a voice that called out from the doorway, now in perfect form. "Who is it?" I peered my head inside the doorway, and as I did, I felt myself through threshold. Icy and cold. Worse was the feeling of loneliness that seemed to inject itself into my veins. In all my months of being alone, I had never felt it quite so intensely as when I crossed through that door. As I entered the living room, only one thing about the otherwise unremarkable home stood out. A wheelchair, fallen over onto its side, lay in the middle of the floor. I couldn't see anything around it, but it was surrounded by sounds of slow, methodical chewing, and the occasional tearing of flesh, partnered with a hungry meow. I left immediately. After that day, the pre-written schedules changed more often, and far more sporadically. Sometimes I would go days without hearing anything. Sometimes entirely new arguments would appear in days I thought I documented, and occasionally the cars that would pass would make a turn that they hadn't before. Every action was hollow, though, and every voice was attached to nobody real. I knew that much for certain. I started to review my options. I hadn't seen another human being for the better part of a year, and I doubted that that would change unless I somehow got out of this complex, but where would I go? There was no one to come and pick me up. I hadn't opened my work laptop in weeks, and I knew no one in whatever city I was in. Did I even know where I was at? I vaguely remember the offer after the accident and the company men coming to get me from the hospital, and my mind struggled to remember the actual order of events that led me to living here. The more I puzzled it over, the less it made sense. As far as I could piece together, I had been in the accident. Some suits had visited me in the hospital when I woke up. They explained vaguely what happened, and that the company wanted to avoid legal troubles, so they passed me over the check and the new job offer, as well as the pamphlet for the apartment. I remember signing my lease information online from the hospital, and then I remember being brought here directly from there. Had it been that immediate? Had I been such a daze I didn't recognize the strangeness of the situation? My thoughts were interrupted by a knock at my door. Not a doorbell, a knock. 3 solid knocks, echoing through my apartment. A chill ran as far down my spine as I still had feeling, and I slowly began to wheel myself towards the front door. I stopped in the kitchen to grab a knife on my way. Who's there? I asked, my voice tinged with panic. There was no answer for a moment, then softly and meticulously from the other side, I heard my own voice, broken and stitched together, call back to me. I'm your neighbor from next door. I flung the door open, brandishing the large steak knife out into the open air. I couldn't see anyone in front of me, but I knew that something was there. I sat, wildly swinging the knife in front of me, and the voice called again from right in front of my face. I'm your neighbor from next door. There was a shimmer in the air. A glint of sunlight, a distortion outlining a shape that was unambiguously humanoid, and it was entering the threshold of the door, slowly creeping towards me. This was my only chance. With all the strength I could muster, I hurled the knife towards the no one in my entryway, and as it passed through the glimmering shape, I knew so could I. I pushed myself towards the no one, and as I entered its form, a cold I'd only ever felt once before shot through my veins. The icy sting sought to freeze me in place, and the empty solitude that pressed in around me should have taken all the steam out of me. But I didn't let it. I could feel it now. It was real. It could be escaped. I made my way through the form, and as I looked back, as it turned toward me, its non-existent unbeing making haste to attempt to swallow me up once more, I was faster than it thought, and as I turned the corner out of the courtyard into the street, I forced myself to ignore the burning of my arms and kept pushing myself onward. As I rolled as fast as I could, I looked at the identical buildings surrounding me. Through every blind, through every cracked door, there was nothing, and no one watching me. I felt eyes, hungry and jealous, piercing me from all sides. No one was trying to keep me here, but I wouldn't give it the satisfaction. I caught glimpses from my peripheral vision of glimmering nothings, clambering out of doors and emerging from parked cars. I felt chills run through my body once more as I must have passed through a group of them, their arms outstretched, attempting to grab me. Whatever they were or weren't, I don't think they could touch me. I could feel them. More and more of them piled out of front doors, sprinting towards me, the air around me beginning to ripple as they amassed in numbers. It reminded me of waves of heat emanating from the roofs of cars under the summer sun. No one's fingers clawed at me as I pushed through thousands of them, voices cracking, warped, stitched together nonsense surrounding me with their fractal cries. After what felt like an eternity through the shimmering crowd that wasn't there, I saw what I'd been longing for. The end. I had reached the edge of the complex. It wasn't anything special as far as I could tell. No barrier or wall that would have hindered my escape. I pushed myself harder and faster than my exhausted arms should have been able to. But every icy claw that pressed through my blood renewed my vigor. The moment I crossed the threshold, the screams collapsed into silence. The air behind me felt full. No empty, frozen fingers, no warped voices, no nothing. I didn't dare look back, though, not yet. I rolled over the crosswalk and came to rest at the bus stop across the street. I finally let my aching arms rest and they collapsed to my sides. I sat, for a moment, tears rolling down my cheeks, reeking of sweat and body odor. I must have looked insane, even to the scraggly homeless man that sat on the bench. I didn't care. He would never know it, but I loved him simply for being there. I eventually found my strength and wearily turned my wheelchair towards the complex that had entrapped me for a year of my life. I don't think I'll ever be able to explain what I saw. Before me lay an unassuming dirt lot, not larger than a football field. Unattended construction equipment lay dormant, and a porta-potty lay toppled and vandalized in the back corner. Surrounding the perimeter of the lot was a chain-link fence. A land development sign stood at the perimeter, its red letters crisp and clean as if freshly posted. Beneath an artist's rendering of a sleek new building, the words, "Coming soon. Whitlam Hawthorne. Research Complex." I used to think that I was brave. In the summer, I'd go out with the boys and take charge of our little expeditions into the forests around our little town, pretending that we were archaeologists uncovering lost tombs and fighting off mummies or mutant vampire bats. And by the time I'd reached 12, there wasn't a tree I hadn't climbed or a boy in school I hadn't tussled with. I'd always come back with a scraped knee or a skinned elbow, with dirt and grass stains on my sneakers and burrs stuck to the hems of my jeans, and my mom and dad would just roll their eyes and smile because I was just so precious. I'm pretty sure I was the only girl in my class who didn't scream when Ben Howlitz brought one of his dad's tarantula specimens in for show and tell. I mean, the thing was dead and behind glass. I was always first to take a dare, too. Couldn't stand the thought of someone thinking that I was just some girly girl because I wouldn't climb the water tower or walk through the graveyard at midnight and touch the statue that was supposed to kill you if you did. I didn't tell my parents about those things unless I actually got hurt. I think I had to go to the hospital like 4 times before elementary school was finished. They were always pissed, but I just bide my time until I could start up again. I kept on like that, with fear and guilt in my periphery until the 2nd year of middle school. We were in Miss Newman's English class. It was July, and we were reading The Turn of the Screw. And about halfway through, we got bored and started talking about ghost stories. Miss Newman talked about the Victorian tradition of reading a ghost story on Christmas Eve. She asked us if we know any ghost stories. Someone brought up Casper, and we all made fun of him for reading kid stuff. One of the girls whose parents were laxer brought up some R-rated movies she'd seen. Terry Lishstone brought up M.R. James because of course she did. And then Lee Howards, who was one of my closest friends, asked if we know the story of the McKenna house. He says it like he's winding up to give us all the juicy details, eyes narrowed, his lips starting to quirk up into a smirk because his dad patrols around there a lot and he thinks he can give us all nightmares. And Miss Newman shuts him down. She didn't yell. She rarely had to. She just snapped her head around, looked at him down her bony beak of a nose and said, "No. We will not be talking about that house in this classroom. Do you understand?" Lee did. Of course he did. And he shut up. Most of us were scared of Miss Newman. With her dark eyes, pointy nose, gray hair, and thin fingers. She just had this classically stern, unlikable teacher air about her. Like the villain in a story about magic orphans. Fairy gardens. And she loathed that house with a passion. She lived close to it, actually, in one of 3 houses at the bottom of the hill it sat on. We figured she'd probably been there and seen it all go down. I asked her once, right in front of everyone. I'd never even considered the fact that someone would be furious without raising their voice, but the way she said, "It's all stories, now get back to your seat." And the way that she looked at me while she said it, with her dark eyes punching holes through me, making me feel like she was about to slap me. She scared me. She was the only adult that I'd met who could really make me feel small and stupid and, well, childish. And I hated her for it. I made her my nemesis because a kid like me had to have one, even though I doubt she ever really gave me much of a second thought outside of school. Still, I was fed up with her attitude, and I saw my chance to have some fun, so after class had ended, I cornered Lee and asked him, well, I told him, actually, that we were going to go and check out the house. His eyes lit up and he smiled, this big mischievous smirk, and he said, "Hell yeah, I'm in." Of course, I dragged Grady into it too. Grady was my brother, and our relationship was a mess, to put it lightly. Back then I was so full of fire, and he wasn't. He wasn't a risk taker like I was. He was sort of an island. Someone who sat on the sidelines and read or built models or watched the Muppet Show. He didn't live like I did. And back then, I thought that meant that he didn't live, period. I was so obsessed with being strong and tough. And to me, he was just weak. So I bullied him. I told myself that I was just toughening him up, getting a rise out of him, getting him mad, getting him to take risks. I knew better. I knew he was just shy and sensitive. But I kept going. It's a wonder he didn't hate me. Maybe he did. I don't know. Sometimes when it's late and I can't get to sleep, I tell myself that he did over and over until I get too fed up to do anything but sleep. So yeah, I dragged him into it. cornered him after school, put my arm around his shoulders, laid it on real thick, the whole thing. He actually put up a fight, which was pretty surprising to me. He went on about how, despite what some people said, not many people actually knew what had happened up there. So there could have been traps or super old, broken drug paraphernalia waiting to stick us if we touched the wrong thing in the dark. Or druggy squatters. And who knew what they might do? He even finished it off by saying, "And if the floor breaks and I break my leg, then you'll get in so much trouble." Looking back, he was actually pretty convincing, but I was way too fired up to let anyone sway me. I just rushed ahead, told him to stuff it, or something like that. That we were going, and that it would be good for him, all that crap. And he just... he wilted under me. I didn't care. I wanted to stick it to Miss Newman and my parents and every other well-meaning adult and condescending teen that had ever told me to stay away. And the years of hearing the story had sort of desensitized me in a way, and also hyped me up to see if the story was true. It went like this, give or take. The McKennas were a wealthy family from New York who bought the land in 1976, and by 78, they had a house built and moved in. The husband's name was Jared, and the wife was Sandra. They were both quiet, reserved people. Jared was short and fat and rarely left his wife's side. Sandra was tall, sad-eyed, and her skin was the color of bread dough. They were charitable, kind to anyone who met them on their lonely evening walks by the lake, or when they worked themselves up enough to go out to eat, but they were fragile, not normal, especially Sandra, who kept showing up at school plays and talent shows, but couldn't ever stay till the end before she had to leave in tears, and who sometimes caught children by the arm and stared at them with wet, dull eyes until they pulled themselves away and ran. Acting like that, it's not surprised that rumors started spreading. The adults whispered that she'd been in and out of asylums her whole life, that she'd smothered her baby during an episode of postpartum psychosis. The kids told each other that she was a child snatcher or a witch, looking for her next meal, or maybe even a pedophile, scooping out the choicest kid in town. A lady my mom knew from church bumped into Jared one evening, walking from the town's antique store. He'd stumbled, and the thing he'd been carrying fell out of his hands. My mom's friend, being a decent person, went to pick it up and saw the cover of what was definitely a book on the occult. She never told Mom what the cover picture was exactly. All she said was that it was vulgar and utterly horrid. Eventually, as the rumors grew and people started getting colder towards them, the McKennas stopped leaving their house. Eventually, without any new incidents to stoke the fire, the talk turned towards newer things to be upset about, and the McKennas sort of slipped into ghost story by flashlight territory. And that's where they stayed. And then, one blue-gray night in July, when the air was thick with gnats and the wind was cool, the police got a call from Jared. He was in tears, begging them to come quickly. "Something's happened to my wife," he said. "It all went wrong. Everything's wrong. She's dying. You have to help us." And so they do. 3 or 4 cop cars go squealing off into the night, up the dirt road on the fringes of town, and to the McKennas' quaint little house. When they get there, they can hear screaming and sobbing from inside the foyer. And when they bust down the door, they find Jared in the process of dragging his wife's body across the floor. She's white, turning yellow from the blood loss. One leg is hanging on by a nerve cluster, nearly torn off at the thigh. And her belly and privates are mauled. It takes a proper autopsy for them to see that some parts of her are missing. Of course, they arrest Jared. The man's a babbling, drooling, screaming wreck who can only say, "I'm sorry, Sandra." And the cops find a museum's worth of occult stuff all throughout the place. So it's not too much of a stretch to say that he went and killed his wife as part of some dark ritual. After everything, the house was left to rot. But some people say that on clear, blue, quiet nights, when the wind is cool and the gnats are flitting, you can hear Sandra's ghost staggering to and fro inside, calling for her husband to come join her. Obviously, there were elements that kept changing. Sometimes her body was headless. Other times, she'd be the one dragging him. The one that was most common when I was growing up was that the police found the two of them alive, wrapped in bloody robes and standing over a baby or a kid that they'd just made a meal of. I've spent a long time going over what I can in the way of evidence. I have a theory that I'm pretty sure of, but I'm gonna leave it till the end. I want to go over what happened to us before I lose my nerve. And if I think I'm fine after, then I'll tell you. Back then, I heard about all those awful, gruesome things, and although I did have nightmares, I still felt this giddiness at the idea of going there, or delving into the unknown like an old-timey pulp hero. What better place to test myself, right? So we snuck out at 11 because I thought it'd be cool to explore the haunted house at midnight. We brought our backpacks stuffed full of horror comics and candy, Halloween in July, flashlights, and my little flip phone. The house was at the opposite side of town, down a lonely little dirt drive walled in by the woods. Grady had brought our dad's Kodak, which was pretty much his anyway, and by the time we'd gotten there, he'd taken about a dozen pictures. When I asked him why, he sort of stuck his nose in the air and said, "Because it looks pretty at night, and I want to enjoy it." I said something swarmy back to him, and then I pushed him. He got up and shoved me, and then we were racing the rest of the way. It was so quick. It always has been. In the end, I had to trip him up as he made it into the driveway of the house, and then I twisted his arm behind his back until his laughter stopped and the begging started. I was such a creep. Probably smiled when I did it. Things were quiet for a bit afterwards. Lee called to say that he was on his way, so that gave us some time to look around the outside of the place. I'd been hearing stories about the place since I was little. Our town was big, with forests on all sides and tall mountains, and a nice blue lake. And there are dozens of weird places you can still visit. The old rectory, the museum, the biggest library in the county, the abandoned wharf out by the lake, little stone circle near the hiking trail. But those places were all charming, you know? Quaint, like an old Halloween die cut or a Ray Bradbury story. Places that our parents approved of. Places where tourists went. Places that had a history that you could make family-friendly. That wouldn't taint our little child brains and turn us into witches or drug dealers or whatever. The McKenna house wasn't like that. The adults didn't like talking about it. If I asked them, they'd just say it wasn't a place for little girls to go playing in. And if I nagged them enough, they'd get antsy or angry, and they'd tell me to go find some other place to horse around at. Or sometimes they'd crouch down, look me dead in the eye, and say something like, "Some very bad things happened up there, okay? Some very bad things." And their serious voices as if we'd figured that out. And they'd leave it at that, like saying that wouldn't make me and every other bored tween and teen want to go have a look. And people did go have a look. But nobody ever went in. At least not farther than the mudroom, which had a closed door at the other end of it. And I don't think that counted. Not that I'd actually seen it, outside of a few pictures. After someone a few classes above me tried to break a window, the place ended up being patrolled by one of the policemen, usually one that looked suitably scary to a kid. Probably picked like that on purpose. Stuff that got taken from the house was like a good luck charm or a priceless museum piece. Toby Nash had a boot that he'd taken from the mudroom, and he treated that disgusting thing like a Picasso painting or something. So, with all that said, when I actually saw the place, it lived up to my expectations. It was a tall, thin house covered in narrow windows, almost like the kind medieval soldiers would fire crossbows through. The top was all green gables that were as straight and sharp as knife tips, with a few old brick chimneys sticking out here and there. There was an awning going around the whole place between the first and the second floors, and everything except the shutters and the roof were painted in this light blue, like the kind of blue that you see in nurseries. I remember the last rays of the sun bouncing off the dark glass and the cotton candy inferno of the evening sky overhead, and thinking, it looks like a fairy tale house. And yeah, it did. But it was more like a fairy tale house a long time after the happily ever after, when the prince and princess had moved away to bigger and better things and left their little cottage behind to rot in the enchanted forest. Grady was actually the one who got over it first. It was the clicking of his camera that snapped me out of it. I remember being glad he was too fixated on the house to see the expression that had been on my face, or even if it was, for only a moment. We followed this half-wrecked stone pathway through a tangled mess of a garden that led all the way up to the little front porch. Grady snatching the Polaroids that fell from his camera all the while. There wasn't any graffiti, but I could see a few places where some people had dug out a chip of wood from the already gouged up front porch. The door itself was really scratched up too, but the knob still worked, and it wasn't locked or bolted. I said something like, "We should just go in. Maybe we can hide and scare Lee when he comes by." And I didn't mean a word of it. Grady gave me a look. He was really good at mimicking our parents' facial expressions, but they never worked on me. It was hard to take someone smaller and slighter than you seriously, especially when you've seen them cry. Or when you've made them cry. Still, that time I relented. Some little need in my mind told me to not go in without someone else with me. Lee was bigger than Grady by a fair margin. He played a lot of sports, and I knew that he'd bring a baseball bat or something with him because he always did that whenever we explored a new place. So we did some looking while we waited. It ended up being only about 5 minutes, but Grady got a bunch of shots of the actual house while I took a look at the garden. If you didn't look at it, and I mean, really look at it, if you just let your brain file it away under part of the house, then you wouldn't notice all the little details. Like the doughy white clusters of fungus sprouting up everywhere, even on the flowers. Or how the roses weren't roses because they were too tall. They had big bloated bulbs that weren't the right kind of red. And their thorns were too long and black. Or the bird bath that was half sunken into the ground and all tangled with ivy. But you could still see that there was a carving of a naked woman with a hummingbird head, holding the pincers of a giant scorpion with a man's head. I bet Lee would have thought some of that stuff was cool. And maybe it sounds cool to you. But there, in all that stillness, with the humidity weighing everything down and the shadows growing out from the grass and the trees, it really wasn't. Eventually, Lee came panting and gasping up the trail. Grady asked him if he was okay. I gave him crap for being late, and then it was time. I didn't really wait to open it, I just did. I knew that I'd look scared if I hesitated. I knew, in some deeper way, that I'd just give up and walk away if I let myself think about it too much. I had to be the strong one, the personal ethos of a tomboy tween. God help me. The door was heavy, and it didn't make a sound when it swung in. The air that came from inside was cold, dusty, and damp. It was dark, but we'd brought some pretty powerful flashlights. The door opened up into the mudroom, which wasn't much to look at, just a bunch of crusty waders and old boots. One pair of which was missing a shoe, a really moldy rug, and another door. I got this overwhelming sinking feeling when I saw that door. This understanding that we were about to go somewhere real, for lack of a better word. There hadn't been another place in town that was off limits to us, and now we were someplace that was actually forbidden to us, someplace even the adults didn't go. We all knew, at least I think we did, that we'd get in more trouble than we'd ever been in if we got caught, or if anyone found out later. It should have been exhilarating, but it made my stomach turn. Still, I made myself take the first step. I brought a few things with me, some wires, a hammer, a screwdriver, and a skeleton key that my dad kept in his junk drawer. Obviously, none of us knew how to pick a lock, but I was ready to try something if I had to. But there was no need, because there was a key in the lock. A little silver key with a big purple tassel that was so grimy and dusty, it looked like some kind of mummified dead spider. Toby hadn't even mentioned a key. None of the older kids did. I told Lee and Grady about it, went on about what total lying wimps the other people must have been as I reached out, and I turned it. There was this deep, resonant click that I could hear echoing out through the walls and into the depths of the house, and the thing popped open like it was on springs or something. And this rush of cold, musty air hit us like the house had let go of a breath it had been holding in. I remember how we all gasped at the sound. Lee whistled, or he tried to, and Grady reached out to take my hand, then he stopped. He just hugged himself. I was glad he kept his hands to himself, because mine had gone wet and clammy in what felt like a second. We all went in single file. The sounds of crickets, the wind in the trees gave way to the creaks and groans of the house and what I thought was the scratching of mice in the walls. The foyer looked like a smaller version of one of those old plantation mansions with thin white pillars, marble floors, 2 doorways leading off to other wings, and a big, tall staircase going up to the second floor. We argued a bit over what to do. Lee wanted to go upstairs. I wanted to find the nearest room so I could snag something and leave. But Grady, in a moment of bravery that totally caught me by surprise, said that it'd be better if we went through all the rooms, starting from the bottom. We'd be legends. Hometown heroes like Tom Sawyer or something. We'd have pictures to prove it too. The older kids stopped looking at us like we were babies, and the kids our age would worship the ground we walked on. He looked like he was falling into a daydream while he laid it out for us. It made sense. A bullied kid might go pretty far to get at least a little respite from everything. At least outside of home. We went left first. The echoing marble gave way to creaky old wood. Proper floors for a haunted house, right? Our flashlight beams pooled on the ground like a little boat, big dark sea full of shadowy little islands that you could just barely make out. I'd hoped to find old blood or a tape outline maybe, something, but all I saw was dust and shadows. We ended up in the living room first, and by my thinking at the time, all my worries that the house was going to leave us cold faded away. It was a big room, but there was so much clutter that it looked smaller. There were a couple of chairs that had sheets on them and a ratty, overstuffed couch that didn't. A little fireplace, another door at the far end of the room, stacks of paperbacks and newspapers, charts and folders, and babies. Not real ones, just figures, statues. But that didn't really make me less creeped out. There were hundreds of them sitting on the tops of the stacks, cluttering the coffee tables, lines in front of the books on the bookshelf, boys and girls of every race from every period, plastic, dollar store looking crap and antiques, realistic, cartoony. It gave me a thrill. Grady started taking pictures pretty much immediately. Lee went to the stacks and I went to the bookshelves. For a few rows, it was all romance and stuff about color theory and architecture. But it didn't take long for the selection to change. It went from To Sir with Love and The Art of Color to The Expectant Mother in Motherhood 101. The last bookcase was empty. We looked through the rest of the place, but there wasn't anything else to interest us. I pocketed a baby figure that I thought was the creepiest out of them, a big-headed, big-lipped thing with glass eyes. Lee swiped an old magazine without looking at it, and Grady took more pictures. Then we went for the door past the fireplace. The hallway behind it was cramped, full of boxes and other things under yellowing sheets. The wallpaper was torn all to hell, and there were holes punched in the drywall with bits of stuff scattered around the floor. There were 2 doors on either side, so I took the left-handed one and Lee took the right. Grady's interest was forced on the holes in the wall, and he was taking pictures of the insides of them, so he stayed behind. The room I'd chosen ended up being completely empty, just my luck. So I waited a few seconds because I didn't want to seem like I'd picked a dud room, and then went over to see if Lee had found anything. I'd taken like 2 steps when I heard Grady gasp. I ran out and found him with his back pressed against the wall away from where he'd been. His eyes were wide and the camera was shaking in his hands. He was staring at the largest hole in the wall, and I knew he must have seen something before he'd even said it. He told me that he'd seen what he thought were a bunch of big, fat maggots writhing around a green ball, and that he'd even snapped a photo. Problem was, his hands had been shaking too much, and the thing had fallen into the hole. I humored him, shining my light inside, and even poked my head in a ways. No maggots. No green ball. No photo. Just slick wood and a few wisps of fiberglass. Admittedly, I didn't linger. I thought that it was just a cramped little alcove between the joists. But it was actually a lot bigger than that. I could reach out my hand and only barely graze the sheathed insides. It was like a thin, dark, extra hallway that had been walked over. The air in there was damp, like the guts of the house had taken a bit of every storm that it had ever weathered and kept it in. It was cold, too, way colder than the rest of the house. And when my fingertips touched the sheathing, it came away slimy, like I'd picked up a slug, and with a few extra splinters. After I'd taken my hand out of there, I made sure to give Grady my best unimpressed mom look. He wasn't the only one who could do that, before I went to go check on Lee. After that, we went back to the foyer and checked the door on the right. It was the kitchen, and the only interesting things we found in there were a pan roast that was so old it had ossified, and a cookbook with recipes to encourage male fertility, which made Lee and I giggle like morons for a good minute. From there, it was on to the second floor. The stairs leading up groaned every few seconds. Grady asked us if we could please go single file and go slowly. We did, though I teased him a little about it. The upstairs felt different. When we got to it, kind of cold but humid, the air there stuck to my lungs, and I broke out in a cold sweat before I knew it. Poor Grady had to make a go for his inhaler a minute in, and Lee started coughing like he had consumption. It stank, too. I've been an EMT for about 5 years now, and in my opinion, There's two kinds of smells. The gut-churningly bad acute kinds, like when a person has a seizure and loses control of their bowels. And the creeping chronic kind of smell. Like in a burn ward or the ICU, places that have a smell and then an undersmell. Something that all the antiseptic and industrial bleach can't totally wipe away. It's the kind of smell that's... what's the word? It insinuates itself, creeps up on you and tickles your brain until you realize what it is. And then you can't stop noticing it. That's what the whole upstairs of the McKenna house smelled like something curdling, fermenting, growing just on the edge of notice. No wonder we all started feeling so sick. The actual layout of the upstairs was odd. 2 long hallways on either side, and the left had 2 rooms. The right looked like it had only 1, but I couldn't tell, so I decided we save that one for last. The first room we went in turned out to be the bathroom. It looked like you'd imagine. The second was the bedroom. Shag carpeting that had gone ratty with time. A big nightstand covered in picture albums. A few bottles of prescription antidepressants. A closet without a door. And a king-size bed that had had all its covers and sheets taken off. There was a big duvet on one side, and on the wall right next to it was this big gash in the drywall that was taller than me and nearly as wide. My brother went over and started taking pictures, though he had to come back after a minute because the smell was making him queasy. Lee actually wanted to go in and see where it went, but I told him he was too fat to fit, and Grady butted in before we started to fist fight in the haunted house, and told him that he saw lots of rusty nails sticking out everywhere, which wasn't true. I felt Lee's eyes burning into the back of my neck while he moved on to the second room, but I knew he wouldn't try anything until later, if he did at all. I mean, he just took my brother at his word, and he didn't usually do that, so maybe he was just trying to sound macho and waiting for us to, I don't know, give him permission to let it go, if that makes any sense. Normally, if that kind of tension broke out between us, we'd snipe back and forth and maybe get in a proper fight, but we'd been marinating in the atmosphere of this damn house for about a half an hour, and we kept starting to talk and then second-guessing ourselves before the words came out. So we stood there in awkward silence until Grady asked if we were going back. Obviously, I heard the words more than the actual worried tone and took it for a jibe, so I scoffed and told him that we had 1 more room left and then maybe we could leave. We got halfway down the right hall when Lee got his revenge by jostling me. I stumbled, reaching out and put a hand on the wall to steady myself. My palm hit a doorknob. It's hard to describe the feeling that came over me when I actually turned and looked where I put my hand. It was like looking at a page in a book when you're beyond tired. My vision got all splotchy and I felt this greasy feeling in my gut. I blinked and all I could see was plaster and mold, and then I blinked again and there was a door. And then whatever it was went away. My hand was on the knob and I could taste chalk in the air. Looking back on it, it should have been obvious what had happened, but I think I legitimately thought that it had been a trick of the light, or my mind being addled from the awful stink and the dust. I bet you anything that if I had actually looked before I tried to open the door, Lee and Grady would have started staring at me in the wall with slack jaws and buggy eyes. It was locked, so I took out the crowbar and I broke it open. The room turned out to be the study. And it was quiet. Not a thing moving there. No rats in the walls, just the creaking of the floors and the whistling of the wind outside. That's how it seemed, at least. It was a big room with pictures on every inch of wall, by cheap-looking bookshelves filled to capacity, a gouged up and ransacked desk, a few bins, a clawfoot bathtub that wasn't hooked up to anything, and looked old enough to be in a museum, and 2 statues. One short, one very tall, both under sheets. I bet you that if we looked at the floor, we'd have seen the marks in the dust around the taller statue. Or at least we'd have noticed how that one wasn't fuzzy with cobwebs like the others. Instead, we were distracted by everything else. At some point in time, there'd been a long folding table like the kind that they have for book fairs on the far wall. But time and the weight of all the crap on it had been too much for the cheap-ass legs, so it had fallen on one side and dumped everything across the floor. The pictures weren't good things for kids to be looking at, not at all. A circle of men standing around a smiling woman whose belly had bloomed like an orchid to show the grinning baby inside. A very detailed female anatomical chart that looked like it'd been made in Victorian times. A giant hermaphroditic thing with 2 heads. Things like that. I think Grady was the only one of us who wasn't creeped out by those things. He took a picture of most of them, I think. You can check them out later yourself. Aside from them, there were periodic tables, star charts, Norman Rockwell postcards, and sketches of children and babies in sunny meadows or strollers or whatever the hell else. Photocopies of old medieval tapestries. Suns with people's faces. It felt like finding that secret room in a serial killer's house with all the pictures and the newspapers. There were books too, stuff like The Female Body, Inside and Out, or From Clay, Life. Some of them were so old that they were actually growing mold. Some of them were in Japanese or German or some other language. Some of them didn't even have titles or authors. It was Grady who figured out what we were looking at. I wasn't much of a reader, much less a fantasy reader. He looked around for a few moments, brows furrowed just like our mom when she was editing her latest design, before his eyes widened and he said in the same tone that he had when we took him to see the whales at SeaWorld, "I think this is an alchemist lab." I had no idea what he was talking about, but I pretended like I did anyway, so I didn't have to hear him wind himself up into a rant. It didn't matter to me, or at least not at the time. He went off snapping picture after picture until his satchel was full and he had to hand it off to me. I actually took them without messing with them. I mean, the more proof we had, the less the other kids could naysay us, right? Lee was at the back of the room looking at a weird lab setup that looked like it was entirely made of glass. He was looking at his reflection in the beakers and snickering to himself, which meant that I had nothing else to do but poke around a bit more. Eventually my eyes landed on a little wooden chair that had 2 books stacked on the seat. Pretty as can be. One thick and water-stained, one on top only a step above being a pamphlet. The New Age of Insemination, or How the Great Work May Gift the Barren, and Sow Your Seed in Fallow Ground. I didn't know what the word on the first one meant, so my attention got snagged by the other one, and before I'd even really thought about it, I'd taken it. It was a thin book with this really awful lithograph cover of a woman in pilgrim clothes, kneeling in a field full of babies' arms, all swaying in the wind like stalks of grain. It was really dog-eared, full of bookmarks. It had lots of writing in it, red, blue pen going over every sentence until it looked like a weird 3D eye trick puzzle. It's been years, but I've never been able to find out anything about it. Who published it? Who wrote it? It has virtually no online presence, except for a few people on a couple of forums that I'd visited who have a copy or saw it somewhere. Bet you anything the other books in there are all like that too. Antiques that only alchemists, real practicing ones, not strip mall spiritualists, would know about. Regardless, the place was too much for me. I'd found my limits. I was done. I wanted to go, and I said as much. And that's when Lee saw his opening and pounced. He'd definitely been working up a good head of steam since the bathroom, so he laid into me. So I was chickening out before we'd gone through the whole house. He finished it all off by saying, I bet you're just gonna run crying to mommy and run straight into a cop and get us all in trouble. All 'cause you were too chicken to go into a room. You ever been so angry that you felt like your skin was on fire? Like you wanted to cry and scream and roar, but your mind couldn't decide on which one. I stood there for what felt like a minute, literally shaking with rage. I pushed the fear and uneasiness aside, made me feel like I'd just eaten all my Halloween candy in one go. Lee, to his credit, realized that he'd gone too far and wisely started running. He got out of the room and tried to go down the hall to the stairs, but I cut him off, so he ran back down the hall to the last room. I caught up to him before he could get any further, grabbed him by the hair and started laying into him, wood groaning, things crunching under our feet. And I didn't even think to look where we were going until we'd tripped and fallen. 1 second, I'm cutting through the air. The next, I'm among brittle things, crunchy, brittle, cold things that break under me and rip through my clothes and shred my skin. Something goes through my arm while my hand goes straight into something cold and mushy. I let out this disgusting squawk and push Lee away so I can get to my feet. I brace myself on the floor and my other hand hits something fuzzy and cold, and that's when I noticed the smell. This horrible, sour, sweet smell that burrows into my nose. I dropped my flashlight earlier, but Lee hadn't. I didn't want to see. I already knew what I was lying in. Hot summers spent near highways and in culverts, and owning 4 mutts with black holes for stomachs had acquainted me with the smell and the feel of roadkill. The light came on before I could get up and tell him to stop. They were everywhere, birds and mice, cats. Mostly, though, I saw a few dogs and maybe an elk, too. All rotting and melting into a knee-high swamp of mold and sewage, basically. I saw the flashlight beam glinting on a dozen wide, dead black eyes, the off-white of teeth and fangs, the crayon drawings on the wall, the gnawed-up, well-used toys dotted about, and all the filth like little islands, and then the massive hole in the far wall that went from floor to ceiling. The smell wouldn't let up. There was something behind the rot, something like petrichor, flesh, raw meat. I bent over to try and keep myself from throwing up, but when I did, I saw something lying on top of the mess, stuck to it with biofilm. It was a Polaroid. A Polaroid of an old wooden floor without any dust, some joists with little wisps of fiberglass still sticking to them, and a green ball gripped by 5 fat white fingers, each ending in a black hook. That's when I understood. I thought it would have been fun. Our spooky little quest, just something to do in a town that had started to bore us. You don't really know that a horror story is real until you're in the middle of one. The feeling that came with that realization was awful, obviously. It felt like I'd been walking across a road, my feet firmly on stable ground, and then bam! I'd stepped out into open air. I stood up feeling like the world was tilted on its side, hands sticky with green rot and fur and maggots. I turned to scream or call out to tell Lee and Grady that we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get out of there right now. 'Cause we needed to get And then down the hall, I heard my brother start to scream. It was an awful sound, high-pitched, throat-splitting, helpless. He broke an arm once because I'd pushed him out of a tree that I dared him to climb. I'd scared him hundreds of times in October and out of it, and I'd let my roughhousing get out of control more than once, and he'd never made a sound even a little like that. It went on and on. Something fell with a crash that I heard him start to run, then stop just as quickly. And then there wasn't anything. No more screaming, no more crashing, just Lee's crying and my own heartbeat. I knew we'd have to get out of there. The hole in the wall was behind me. I could feel it at my back waiting. I think that's what got me to move, that kind of nebulous image of something shooting out of the darkness and pulling me down into the rot and then dragging me away. There wasn't much real planning on my part. All I knew was that I needed to get my brother and run. I imagined taking the stairs 3 at a time, dragging the boys by their arms, bursting through the front door, running out into the night from whatever lumbering ghoul was chasing us. I hauled Lee up and threw him onto solid ground, and then I got out. Feeling maggots dying under my fingernails, we went to the door, threw it open, and stepped out into the darkness with only Lee's shaky little pocket of light to see by. I heard Grady before I saw him, and I didn't have the time to even finish thinking. I don't want to see him. Before he crawled out into the light. Every breath he took was wet, and his hands were red. What it had done to his face, God, I don't know how he could have seen us or heard us. I can't imagine how painful it must have been. He reached out to me, my little brother, the person I'd bullied and comforted and held as a baby and promised my parents I would care for, gagging on his own blood. Now, I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. His hand fell. It was like watching in slow motion, and that's when I noticed the things on his back. 5 or 6 of them, maybe more. I was too shocked. They were too fast, but I caught a glimpse of red and white skin, lumpy heads with big, wet mouths, fast little hands with long, long fingers like dental tools. They all fell off Grady when the light hit them, but I saw them, scurrying around him where the light didn't reach, brushing at his clothes, tugging at his legs, making tiny, quiet little suckling sounds. Lee screamed, and maybe I did too. I can't remember. I was just standing there, feeling like I was watching everything happen to someone else, and then the light was gone. Lee had turned around to run, which was stupid. There weren't any other rooms. The only window there was boarded up. It didn't even matter. He hadn't even taken 2 steps before something came out of the room that we had just been in. You've never seen a monster, a real one. It's been 2 decades, and I still haven't fully found a way to explain how seeing that thing come swaying into the light from out of the darkness felt, what it did to me. It was brain-searing. It was like being in free fall. It was like seeing something impossible and knowing it wasn't. It made my bladder give, my bowels burst. It made me choke on bile, and the scream that still wouldn't come. Imagine legs with no feet. Imagine red flesh on a body like a honeycomb for vulture bees. Imagine a mother spider with her body boiling with her babies, all jostling each other, rippling, going still like lake water. Imagine a big, swollen white head, all dusty and soft like rotting bread dough. Imagine that somebody tried to sculpt a baby's face onto it. Now, imagine it looking down at you and cooing at you with a baby's happy little voice. That's what it was. And it was worse than any accident you could see, any sickness you could treat or wound you could suture. Seeing it cost me so much. My health for a good 10 years, my sobriety for nearly as long, my willingness to even be around children for longer than absolutely necessary. None of my family knows, though I bet plenty of the old-timers in town do. Aside from you, the only people I've actually told were some friends at a college party when I was drunk and high out of my mind, and Miss Newman. She was the one who found me, choking on my tears and snots, stinking like dead things and waste. She'd been coming up the trail with the officer we'd snuck past. She yelled something when she saw me and Lee racing down. Then I heard her gasp as we got closer, and she could smell us and see us. For me, there's nothing between hearing the baby's happy little voice coming out of that thing and feeling the night wind clawing at my cheeks. Mrs. Newman caught me when I fell. She didn't shake me or yell at me. She spoke to me. Even though I couldn't hear anything, all I could hear was my brother's dead. My brother's dead, over and over on a loop. I must have told him about Grady, or Lee did. I can't remember. I passed out pretty soon after. My little adventure was the talk of the town. I must have told him about Grady or Lee did. I can't remember. I passed out pretty soon after. My little adventure was the talk of the town. I made the paper a few times. Got talked to and yelled at by the police and my parents. Lee's dad came by and watched me for a while before he left. I barely talked to any of them. I spent a week in the hospital. And then the remainder of that summer, sitting in my bed doing nothing. I just sat in my bed with my blankets wrapped around me, staring off at my TV or wall, not seeing anything but what happened that night. I barely moved. Sleeping until my body gave out or my parents made me take a sleeping pill. I didn't talk either. But I did have my brother's satchel. I'd forgotten that I'd taken it with me when I'd run, but I had. And it wasn't long before someone found them. I'm sure some people here have told you some stories about me, but I'm also sure there aren't many who think that it was me who killed Grady. And those pictures are why. I kept them. Despite the smell and what they show and the fact that I can't even look at the filing cabinet they're in without it all coming back, I won't throw them out. They're Grady's pictures. And I can't just throw them away just because they make me feel bad. They stay there. But you can take pictures of them or make copies of them with the originals. The originals stay with me. They burned the house down. It took people a few years to actually do it. I remember one of my friends who's a firefighter told me the night they all went up there, ready to torch it. Took them an hour to actually do it because he and his friends were certain down to their souls that the place wouldn't catch fire if they tried. They ended up having to leave. Some of them had fevers and headaches afterward. That's how it went for 6 more nights across 4 months. It was just before we were expected to get a huge snowfall when a group of them just decided to get sloshed and do it anyway. I'm told the place went up like a grease fire. Just kept burning even after the last of the supports turned to ash. I go up there sometimes, during the day. The air is just one big black pit. I haven't seen anything grow there, and it's been more than a decade. And before you ask, and I can see you gearing up to, I don't know. I don't know if those things are dead. You wanted to know what I thought had happened to the McKennas? I think Sandra wanted children so bad that she and her husband turned to alchemy to fight their problems. And those things that I saw that night, they were the result. And yeah, I have some sympathy for her. She was clearly very mentally ill. And the way she died was horrific. But I mean, she could have adopted. Brought a kid into their lives that way. Instead, she and her husband, they cost my brother his life. I'll never get the chance to apologize for everything I did. For leaving him behind. He wouldn't have made it, but I should have done more. Instead of stepping on him on the way out. I hope he's okay. Wherever he is. Hey there kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta. I just want to say thank you guys for watching tonight's video, listening to tonight's episode of the podcast. Also, I want to give a huge thank you to everybody on this list of Patreons. If you'd like to join this list of names that I frequently mispronounce, you can check the description in the link down below, which I really appreciate because this helps me, 1, keep the lights on, and 2, helps me pay authors for the stories that you hear on this channel. Also, I want to give a huge thank you to everybody on this list of Patreons. Some of these amazing folks are Diana Kraus, AcidSystem, Blake Rattler, Brandon Mendoza, Brenna Caltuna, ChicagoHitman, CoryxKenshin, CrusaderChocobo, Dakota Best, Daniel Poulsen, Dante Kinkade, Enchanted Buns, Estebean, Hades Nephew, Himbo Jerry, Our Minute Seconds Time, Ingegerd Solstrom, Jay Kearns, Jadis Pet, McMog, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Psychomel, Plant Piz, Red Shadow Cat, Remember the Sun, Salty Surprise, Samara Lynn, Seclude, Simba's Bloody Mojo, Sky Harbor, Smiley the Psychotic, Sully Man, Tolly Sue, Team Leo 76, The Demented Voice in Your Head, The Chavez Brothers, The Ginger Bros, Tommy Walters, Viceroy Scorn, William Wellington, Your Bro Keegan, Zabub, and Shadow Gardens. A huge thank you to you guys, everybody who shows up in the description down below, and honestly, anybody who can pledge even just like $1 a month. You guys are absolutely amazing. I cannot continue doing this channel without you, and your support means the world to me. And that goes to everybody, not just on Patreon, but honestly just you guys out there who just subscribe, those guys out there who are just listening or putting on the nonstop radio live stream while it's running in their sleep. I appreciate you guys greatly, especially during this kind of rough time for me. Having you guys around, and I mean this wholeheartedly, it is incredible. So, hey, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thanks for being a part of this. And as always, folks, sweet dreams.